In the aftermath of a plane crash, Shengsheng believed she was destined for death. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a fantastical realm, devoid of the conventional distinctions of gender, where females were scarce and males abundant, and where the latter possessed the ability to transform into ferocious beasts. She felt faint. Chapter 1. Her dazzling faint. Within a forest that overshadowed the sun, Shengsheng leaned on a sturdy branch, navigating her way through the dense foliage. Her heart, occasionally seizing with pain, signaled that she could walk no further. She needed to rest. With one hand pressed against a tree that appeared to have stood for over a century, she let her weight lean against it, gradually sliding down to sit at its roots, clutching her chest as she labored to catch her breath. Shengsheng was certain. A plane crash is a calamity from which no normal person could emerge alive, let alone someone with her frail constitution. She should have been dead. Yet, upon reopening her eyes, she was confronted by a forest even more primordial than those depicted in science fiction films. Her chances of survival were slim. Lacking wilderness survival skills and burdened by a weak heart, surviving would indeed be a miracle. After regaining her composure, Shengsheng stood once more, wielding her makeshift stick to fend off the serpents and insects lurking in the grass, moving slowly towards a direction she instinctively felt was right. Who would wish for death when life still remained? She was merely 20 years old. As the hours slipped by, she found herself seated disheartened at the base of a tree. In all this time, she had found neither water nor food. The only sustenance in sight was a patch of unfamiliar wild grass at her feet. Could it be edible? Her only solace was the long sleeves and trousers she wore, which at least spared her from the harshness of the elements that could have compounded her frailty. Suddenly, she was startled by a sound, quickly rising to her feet in a panic. What was that noise? Could it be a large predator? It was not out of the realm of possibility. She stilled her breath, using the thick trunk of the tree to conceal herself, straining to listen to the distant sound. In the silence that enveloped her, a colossal shadow swiftly lunged towards her. Shengsheng's breath caught in her throat, her heart stopping abruptly. Before she could comprehend the nature of the shadow, darkness enveloped her, and her body collapsed. Fortunately, the tree behind her cushioned her fall, allowing her to slide down its trunk and lie on the ground. A massive black wolf seized the upper body of a brown snake coiled around the tree, yanking it violently. Under the sharp claws of the wolf, the venomous serpent had no time to react, its head and body severed in an instant. The wolf's amber eyes shifted towards the unconscious female below, but a moment later diverted their gaze. With a surge of energy, a bolt of purple lightning struck down, incinerating the serpent's remains, which scattered to the winds as the black wolf departed. Throughout the ordeal, the wolf's eyes remained devoid of emotion, indifferent to the delicate, pitiable figure at the base of the tree. When Shengsheng regained consciousness, twilight had descended, and the light filtering through the leaves was tinged with the hues of the setting sun. She felt momentarily disoriented. Disregarding her current predicament, the scenery was indeed enchanting. Alas, she could not escape her situation, unless she wished for her own demise. Was she fortunate or unfortunate? The trials of living were immense, yet here she was, in a seemingly inescapable predicament, still alive. She pondered the identity of the shadow that had passed. Was it a beast? Had it merely passed by, sated, or was she deemed too insignificant to be a meal? Rising to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothing, she retrieved her stick and continued her exploration into the unknown. Not far off, the dark amber eyes of the wolf opened, observing her chosen path before closing once more. At last, guided by her instincts, Shengsheng discovered a small pool of water before nightfall. It was a meager supply, merely a trickle seeping from the rocks, but it was sufficient. Leaning down, she drank deeply from the pool, quenching her parched throat. The prospect of boiling water was futile. She had neither the means nor the knowledge to start a fire. With her thirst quenched, Shengsheng felt a wave of calm wash over her, leaning against the nearby rock wall to rest. So be it. After all, she had a notoriously poor appetite, and at this moment, she did not feel hungry. Exhaustion enveloped her, her eyelids heavy as if bound by chains, succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. The fragile female, resting against the rock wall, breathed shallowly, uncertain if she had merely fainted or had drifted into a deep slumber. The black wolf, returning from a hunt, considered her for a fleeting moment before its thoughts vanished like shadows. Then, with powerful limbs, it leapt effortlessly into the half-light of the cave, moving with a grace that was utterly silent. As the moon reached its zenith, the wolf's unwavering gaze opened, the golden eyes reflecting an intensity that seemed to gather a brewing storm. In an instant, the black wolf surged from the cave, charging towards the depths of the forest. Before the eyes that had been watching from the shadows could draw near, the scent of blood filled the air, signaling the end of its prey. 6. Six-star beast warrior. As the word slipped from trembling lips, eyes widened in terror. A bolt of purple lightning struck, leaving behind nothing but a pile of charred remains. This ambush unfolded like a tragic farce, drawing to a close. With the moonlight at its back, the black wolf strolled leisurely from the woods. A faint, delicate whimper halted the wolf in its tracks as it turned back towards the cave. Despite the purposeful weight of its steps, the slumbering female remained undisturbed. The wolf's golden eyes darkened, and in an instant, the massive black wolf transformed into a slender young man. With a stern demeanor, the young man reached out to touch the frail female, finding her skin unnaturally warm to the touch. She was feverish. Not only was she small in stature, but also evidently sickly. How had such a delicate creature managed to survive? Even if she awakened, she would hardly possess any strength. Regardless, under the edicts of the beast god, he could not allow the female to perish from illness. Especially not on his territory. In Shengsheng's hazy state of consciousness, she felt herself being moved, as if cradled by someone, reminiscent of the countless times she had succumbed to illness before. But was it possible? Could there truly be someone in this desolate wilderness? Wild men? Beasts? Before her consciousness faded, a gentle, life-infused warmth flowed into her mouth, spreading throughout her limbs. Ugh. Feeling comforted, she sighed softly and sank back into slumber. The furrowed brow beneath her dark hair relaxed, and the young man withdrew his hand. Having absorbed a green crystal, she should survive for the time being. Once her followers arrived, he could rid himself of this inconvenience. With that thought, a hint of lightness crept into his otherwise stern features. With a female in his cave and his stone bed claimed by her, the young man had no choice but to revert to his massive black wolf form and lie at the cave's entrance. Thus, the night passed. The black wolf returned to the cave, transforming back into the cold-faced young man. He glanced at the unsuspecting female sleeping soundly on his stone bed, showing no signs of waking. He reached out to check her temperature. It remained somewhat elevated, though not as feverish as the night before. The female would require 2 days to absorb the energy from the green crystal. If she did not awaken tomorrow, he would need to seek out a shaman. He hoped her followers would arrive today to take this troublesome burden away. His stone bed was merely lined with a layer of animal hide, insufficient to keep the female warm. He planned to hunt a beast with thick fur shortly, and if he happened upon her followers, all the better. Chapter 2. The mysterious young female in the distant woods. A black wolf lay concealed in the tall grass, its keen gaze fixed intently on the silhouette of its prey not far away. The creature, resembling a beast that was neither entirely bovine nor otherwise, was significantly larger than the imposing wolf itself. It sported a pair of formidable antlers, approximately a meter in length, and its dense fur appeared thick enough to provide ample warmth. At that moment, the beast was engrossed in tearing apart its smaller prey, blissfully unaware of the predatory eyes observing from the shadows. With a sudden leap, the black wolf pounced, its sharp claws striking down upon the unfortunate creature. Its teeth pierced the prey's throat, delivering a swift and fatal blow. Patiently, the wolf awaited the final convulsions of its quarry, and only when silence enveloped the scene did it seize the prey, larger than its own form, and return to the den with a graceful, agile stride. Upon placing the kill by the stream at the base of the stone wall, the wolf circled back to the cave to check on the young female, who remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Reluctantly, it returned to the stream to tend to the carcass. With its sharp claws, the wolf deftly skinned and eviscerated the prey, discarding the remnants into the flowing water. It then set about tanning the thick hide nearby. Having performed such tasks countless times before, its movements were swift and practiced, and soon enough, the meticulously prepared hide was laid out to dry under the sun. After casting another glance at the still sleeping female, the wolf resolved to search the surrounding forest for her companions. It struck him as odd that they had yet to arrive. They were either of low rank or lacked a sense of responsibility. He had no intention of nurturing a female, especially not one as frail and diminutive as the one in the cave. The wolf found the situation to be a mere nuisance. Following the scent of the young female to the depths of the forest, the black wolf ventured forth. However, after a short distance, it halted in confusion. Had the scent abruptly ceased here? Pacing restlessly, the wolf's sharp eyes caught sight of a small piece of fabric dangling from a branch. Leaping up the tree, it grasped the material and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it bore the unmistakable scent of the young female. The trail ended here, suggesting she must have fallen from this very tree. Could her companions be avian beastmen? Or had a flying creature abducted her? discarding her from the skies in an attempt to end her life? Such a notion seemed implausible, given her fragile form. A fall from such heights would surely have been fatal. The wolf leaned towards the belief that her companions were indeed flying beastmen who, after encountering some misfortune, had no choice but to abandon her. Surely, she had not simply materialized from thin air. Instinctively, the black wolf chose to disregard the unfamiliar hide the young female wore. Deep down, it was reluctant to take on the burden of her presence. The wolf traversed the area repeatedly, uncovering nothing, no trace left by the supposed flying beastmen, nor any signs of a struggle, save for a few feathers from wild birds. There was no sign of her companions. In fact, apart from itself, there was no evidence of any beastmen having passed this way. Reluctantly, the wolf conceded that the young female had indeed appeared, as if conjured from the void. With no leads to pursue, it wasted no more time and swiftly returned to the cave. The young female remained asleep, and as he glanced at her peculiar attire, he retrieved the scrap of fabric for comparison. It matched her clothing perfectly. Unlike the coarse cloth crafted by sheep beast men, and not as sheer as the delicate silk of fish beast men, it was soft yet substantial, something he had never encountered before. The wolf decided not to ponder further. With the Beast God Mountain's opening day approaching, a procession of participants for the awakening ceremony would surely pass through this area. If no beastmen came to seek her by then, he would hand her over to those travelers. With this thought, the wolf felt a sense of relief and resolved to care for her for a few more days. Returning to the stream, he consumed the prey that had been cleaned by the water, then ventured into the forest once more. This time, the black wolf expanded his search, scouring every direction of the setting sun forest, yet to no avail. Glancing at the sky, he decided to abandon the hunt. The young female would likely awaken by morning, and they could address matters then. On his way back, he spotted some juicy fruits and, remembering the young female had not eaten all day, climbed a tree to gather a few. Upon returning to the cave with the dried hide, he set the fruits aside and gently lifted the young female, spreading half of the hide beneath her and draping the other half over her. After completing this task, he took one of the ripe fruits, sliced open its tough skin, and gently pressed her cheeks to coax her mouth open, feeding her the juice within. He continued until the entire fruit's juice was consumed, then released her. The porcelain white, delicate cheeks bore the impression of his fingers, slightly reddened and swollen. The wolf paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Was the female's skin truly so fragile? The thought flitted through his mind as he carelessly discarded the fruit's skin to dry nearby. He would keep it for her to drink from later. Having finished, he transformed into a massive black wolf and lay down at the cave entrance for a light slumber. The following day, the black wolf opened its eyes and glanced back at the young female on the stone bed, contemplating that she should be stirring soon. Typically, a female awakening would demand food, and the thought irked him. To prepare for the eventuality, he casually set out the fruits he had gathered the previous day. Then, with a powerful leap, he plunged into the forest, determined to catch prey before she awoke. Not long after the wolf departed, the figure on the stone bed stirred. Shengsheng opened her eyes, greeted by the rocky ceiling of the cave above her, a thick black hide draped over her, and the tactile sensation beneath her hands akin to fur. Confused and disoriented, she surveyed her surroundings. Though dim, the space resembled a cave. As she sat up, her fingers brushed against a round object. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a fruit, red and enticing, provoking her appetite. Oh, she must be hungry. As she toyed with the palm-sized fruit, her thoughts began to drift. Her last memory lingered at a stone wall beside a stream, where she was aware of having a fever, yet felt powerless. Had she been rescued? If so, was it by a human, a wild man? Or perhaps a mother native being? Could this be the dwelling of those aboriginal inhabitants? A cave, primitive and rudimentary. The untamed forest, and its original living conditions surrounded her. Where had she fallen to? Was she still on Earth? The notion of transmigration unceremoniously invaded Shengsheng's mind. She inhaled deeply, unwilling to dwell on the implications. Woken up? A cold voice echoed from the cave entrance, pulling her back to the present. The sudden sound startled her, causing the fruit in her hand to slip and roll to the feet of the black wolf. Chapter 3. She is useless. The black wolf tossed the prey beside the stream, contemplating the fact that the young female in the cave should be awake by now. Approaching the cave, he noted an unusual silence. With a tinge of curiosity, he entered the cave and discovered that the young female had indeed awakened. However, contrary to his expectations, she was not making a fuss. Instead, she sat quietly, staring blankly at the fruit. The wolf found this perplexing, prompting him to speak in an attempt to capture her attention. He succeeded. The young female diverted her gaze from the fruit and fixed it upon him. Those eyes are truly beautiful, glistening with moisture. Glancing at the fruit that had rolled to his feet, Mo pondered, had he frightened her? Was her courage so fragile? Observing the small female as she resumed her dazed gaze upon him, Mo's dark golden eyes grew somber. Surely, she hadn't been rendered foolish? That would be unacceptable. As the towering figure approached the cave's entrance, Shengsheng finally discerned his features. His slightly tousled black hair framed a pair of elongated eyes reminiscent of a fox's, albeit with subtle distinctions. Handsome, yet his expression bore a chill. However, what first captured Shengsheng's attention was his attire, a mere flimsy black hide skirt draped around his waist. Could this truly conceal anything of significance? She harbored doubts. Was this the garb of the indigenous people? Accepting it seemed a daunting task. A warm hand rested on her forehead, causing Shengsheng's body to stiffen momentarily before she relaxed. This must be the individual who had rescued her. I am fine now. Thank you, she said, lifting her gaze to meet his dark golden eyes, her own peach blossom eyes curving into a gentle smile as she spoke softly. His voice was delicate, much like her own. Mo mused, relieved she had not been rendered foolish. Awakening from slumber, her body felt remarkably liberated, the heaviness in her chest dissipating somewhat. Shengsheng had never experienced such lightness before.
Thank you for saving me.
She expressed her gratitude, having consumed numerous medicines without experiencing such relief, and thus felt immense appreciation for the person before her. What medicine did you give me? How can I repay you? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Green crystal. Green crystal? Shengsheng's face reflected confusion as she murmured uncertainly. This sounded less like a medicine and more akin to a type of gemstone. Receiving his affirmative response left her at a loss, staring at him. What is green crystal? Is it an herb? I have never heard of it. Is it a local specialty? Is it precious? Can I afford to repay you? At that moment, her internal turmoil magnified, and she recalled the ridiculous speculation from moments prior. Gazing into the bewildered peach blossom eyes of a small female, Mo's expression shifted with contemplative depth as thoughts began to crystallize within him. Could there truly be a female unaware of green crystal? And Mo questioned himself. Surely not. Especially since green crystal was exclusively utilized by females to enhance their physical prowess. Thus, had she genuinely materialized out of thin air in the sunset forest? Did she not belong to the eastern continent? Or, daring to think further, perhaps she did not belong to the beast world at all? After a prolonged silence, as he regarded her scrutinizing gaze, Shengsheng's heart sank little by little, as if plummeting into an abyss, a chill causing her body to shudder involuntarily. She felt the urgent need to ascertain one crucial detail. Where exactly was this place? Suppressing a certain emotion, her voice trembled slightly. Shengsheng fixed her gaze upon the man before her, fixated on a singular answer, one she dared not believe nor wished to hear. Mo sensed something amiss as he looked into her misty, cautious, and timid eyes. He opened his mouth. Beast world, eastern continent, sunset forest. How cruel. As his words hung in the air, tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour, Shengsheng's emotions erupting instantaneously. Hadn't she sensed this outcome all along? Why, then, did she weep? Yet she could not restrain herself. Her beloved father, mother, and brother would never be seen again, would they? Despite her relentless struggle to survive. What good was it now? She felt like a burden, utterly inept, capable of nothing beyond drawing, rendering her helpless in this world dominated by beasts. The beast world. A realm of harsh conditions and ferocious predators that only existed in novels. What could she possibly achieve here? Even if she bore offspring, her body could scarcely endure it. I may not be able to repay you, Shengsheng uttered sorrowfully, her eyes filled with despair for her future. She was painfully self-aware. Survival in this place seemed utterly impossible. Why, of all places, the beast world? A slightly more civilized locale, even in ancient era, would have sufficed, yet she would struggle there as well. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and Shengsheng cradled her knees, weeping helplessly. Upon hearing her lament, Mo found himself inexplicably amused. He had anticipated complaints, fury, or perhaps even violent outbursts, yet she pondered such matters. Did she wish to repay him? What could a female offer? Eating, drinking, using the restroom, giving birth? Seeing her in such a pitiful state stirred something within Mo. He felt compelled to tease this small female who had inadvertently captured his heart with her sorrowful cries. "What are your skills?" he inquired. "Drawing," Shengsheng replied instinctively. Suddenly realizing something, she cast a tentative glance at him. Was he suggesting a form of labor in exchange for her debt? Noting his impassive expression, she hastily catalogued her meager abilities, uncertainly adding, cooking, cleaning, companionship. She had exhausted her repertoire and had nothing more to offer. Oh no. She felt like a pampered girl unable to survive without her family. In her 20 years of life, she had either drawn or been hospitalized. She could do nothing else. Receiving no response, Shengsheng felt a pang of grievance. She still wished to remain here, if only to familiarize herself with this unfamiliar world, to strive for survival.
All right.
Follow me. With a swift motion, he scooped up the sobbing small female from the stone bed, his long, powerful legs carrying them swiftly out of the cave. In mere moments, they arrived at a small stream behind the rocky wall. Mo gently set her down on a nearby stone, instructing, "Wait here." "Okay," Shengsheng replied promptly, silently observing his every move by the stream. That prey, was it a cow? No, who had a cow with such thick, long fur, short, stout limbs, and a robust build, with horns measuring a meter long? Shengsheng watched in awe as he effortlessly skinned and dismembered the creature weighing over 100 kilograms with his suddenly revealed sharp claws. The visual impact compelled her to clutch her chest in shock. Those claws, those claws. So the beast world truly was a realm where humans transformed into beasts, and beasts into humans. He truly was a beast man. Her sense of survival felt increasingly precarious. Could she truly offer her labor to this beast man? After he finished processing the meat, Mo turned to see the small female sitting quietly, her face brightening into a smile as their eyes met. Quite obedient, he mused. He then grabbed the nearby hide to begin the tanning process. Suddenly struck by a realization, he paused momentarily, deep in thought, before hastening his efforts. Perhaps it would be best to entrust her to a team participating in the awakening ceremony in a few days. Chapter 4. Cooking and Labor for Him. With this thought in mind, Mo efficiently laid the tanned hide on a nearby stone to dry before approaching her with the meat. How would you prepare this? He was genuinely curious if this small female could indeed cook. Fry, stir-fry, roast, boil, though we would need tools and seasonings, Shengsheng considered before responding earnestly. Frying can be disregarded, as it tends to cause emotional fluctuations, which are detrimental to health stability. I believe if the meat is sliced thin and pan-fried, it could taste delightful, especially since it resembles beef. Offering a minor suggestion, she looked up at his stoic expression and added, "Ultimately, it depends on you. I will prepare it however you prefer."
As you say.
He was indifferent, for life itself held no significance to him. His primary curiosity lay in whether this little female could indeed fulfill her culinary promise. What was required? A fireproof stone slab, fire, salt, and pepper, though she hesitated, uncertain if pepper was among the crops available here. Moreover, as orcs were essentially beasts, their keen sense of smell suggested they would not opt for overly pungent ingredients in their meals, he pondered. Is that all? Upon noticing her hesitation, Mo inquired, sensing she had more to say. Yes, that's it, Shengsheng affirmed. The freshness of the ingredients and their unadulterated essence should render the dish palatable. Was it not said that the finest ingredients often required the simplest methods of preparation? Shengsheng mused, finding merit in that notion. Her requests were not demanding. He placed the meat, cushioned by leaves, onto a stone beside her, and then selected a sizable rock by the stream, carving it into a slab about the thickness of his palm. Is this adequate? He asked as he approached, extending the stone slab for her approval. Perhaps a tad thick. Shengsheng replied after glancing at the orc's expression. She gestured to the center of the slab. About half that thickness would suffice. If it's too thick, the heat will not distribute evenly, which would be both time-consuming and wasteful. Upon hearing this, the orc deftly sheared off half the slab with his claws, glancing at her for confirmation. That will do, she said. However, while the slab was flat, it lacked smoothness. She hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Could you make it a bit smoother?" To her surprise, the orc displayed remarkable patience, rubbing the stone slab until it gleamed with a polished finish. "That's perfect," Shengsheng exclaimed, her delight evident. She then slid down from a rock of half her height and selected 2 adjacent stones suitable for supporting the slab. Turning to the orc who had followed her, softly she requested, "Could you help me place this on top?" The slab was too large for her to lift, let alone maneuver from the orc's grasp onto the stones. Mo complied with her request, securing the slab in place, and then observed as the little female slowly ventured to the forest's edge to gather twigs. He fell into a brief silence, contemplating that by the time she collected enough firewood for a meal, night would likely have fallen. As Su Shengsheng busily gathered kindling, she contemplated how to start a fire. She only knew of the method of friction to ignite wood, but as she reflected, she realized she was unsure of the technique. Would the orc know how to create fire? No, did this world even utilize fire? While lost in thought, the sudden crackling of breaking branches startled her. Turning to look, she found the orc had dragged a substantial length of dry branches from who knows where, snapping them into pieces and tossing them beneath the stone slab. With a swift crackle, the dry wood ignited instantly. Incredible! Su Shengsheng marveled at the spectacle. Can he perform magic? Salt block. The orc's cool voice snapped her back to reality. Hearing him, she quickly approached. Indeed, it was a large block of salt, about the size of her fist, with a slight yellow hue. Is this salt? She asked, curiously taking it in her hand and observing it, noting the contrast to the fine white salt she was accustomed to. Perhaps this was the form salt took in this world? What else do we need? Noticing her drift into thought again, Mo couldn't help but prompt her. Nothing more, Su Shengsheng replied, shaking her head instinctively while offering him a sweet smile. Just then, she suddenly recalled something and, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked at the orc and softly asked, "Do you have a bowl or a plate? What kind?"
Montag questioned.
Finally realizing he had no containers at hand, save for the fruit shell he had carelessly crafted for her to drink from the day before. About this size, she described, gesturing with her hands. Listening to her gentle description, Mo quickly shaped several stone plates and bowls, additionally crafting a small stone pot. "This will do splendidly," she said, her face lighting up at the freshly made utensils, marveling at the orc's understanding. She had been contemplating drawing her ideas in the dirt if he did not comprehend. It seemed this orc might indeed grasp the concept of these utensils. Taking a small stone bowl, Su Shengsheng washed it in the stream and filled it with a modest amount of water, asking the orc to cut a small piece from the large salt block to dissolve it in the bowl. She snapped 2 twigs and rubbed them against a nearby stone, deciding to make do for now and figure out the rest later. With everything in place, she brushed fat onto the hot stone slab until it sizzled, then placed the orc's previously cut meat onto the sizzling surface. The aroma wafted up immediately, and after drizzling a small amount of the dissolved salt water over it and turning the meat a few times, it was nearly ready to eat. "Give it a try," Su Shengsheng suggested, using her makeshift chopsticks to place a piece of meat into the stone bowl, pushing it toward him. Mo regarded the food before him, then glanced at the little female who was still focused on her task, contemplating his thoughts. By the time he realized it, the grilled meat had already found its way into his mouth. "Not bad," he remarked, unsure whether to be astonished by her culinary skills or to be surprised that she had offered the first bite to him, the male. He added, a rather neutral critique that Su Shengsheng accepted, recognizing that her cooking was merely at an acceptable level. One piece after another, the grilled meat filled the stone bowl before him. Mo ate a few bites, but upon noticing the little beads of sweat forming on her delicate nose, he felt the meat lost some of its initial allure. While Su Shengsheng was intently cooking the meat, her chopsticks were suddenly taken from her grasp. Before she could voice her surprise, she found herself shifted aside. Stunned for a moment, she looked at the orc, whose expression was serious as he took over her task. "What's wrong?" she asked cautiously. Did he find her work unsatisfactory and wish to dismiss her, or had this orc acquired new skills and intended to discard her? "Just eat," he instructed, his voice as cool as ever. Su Shengsheng quickly realized, breaking into a smile. "Thank you." It appeared he was merely concerned she might go hungry while working, which revealed a surprisingly considerate side to the orc, unwilling to let her labor on an empty stomach. Mo glanced at her, noting the light that seemed to emanate from her eyes, a fleeting brightness that somehow found its way into his heart. Chapter 5. Regarding the otherworldly continent. "My name is Su Shengsheng, the essence of life that endures. What is yours?" Her soft voice made his ears tingle, and dismissing the unusual sensation, he replied casually, "Mo." "Such a lovely name," Su Shengsheng said earnestly. After consuming 2 sizable pieces of meat and feeling the limits of her stomach, she paused and walked over. "All right, let me take over now." Observing the untouched meat in the stone bowl and then glancing at her flat stomach, Mo couldn't help but frown slightly. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts, simply rising to relinquish his position. He pondered, chewing on a piece of meat, calculating something in his mind. 2 pieces of meat didn't even match the appetite of a male cub. The green crystal seemed to have little effect on her body. Perhaps after delivering her to the awakening ceremony, he would venture to hunt a few more green crystals from the beast horde? Let it be considered a form of compensation for the female to prepare meals for him. Su Shengsheng remained oblivious to the thoughts of the beast man, preoccupied as she was with contemplating how to navigate her future. However, her first priority was to comprehend this unfamiliar world before making any plans. Casting a glance at the beast man seated beside her, she hesitantly inquired, "Emo, could you enlighten me about the affairs of the beast realm?" To ensure he grasped her intent, she further elaborated, for instance, the seasons, the environment, and the regulations. Very well. His cool, penetrating voice unfurled like a gentle stream. Su Shengsheng listened intently and with utmost concentration. Emo elaborated with great detail, and she meticulously distilled the information. The beast realm was divided into 5 segments: east, south, west, north, and the central beast god mountain. The latter opened once every 3 years, allowing beast men to awaken their innate abilities. Male beast men would awaken their talents, while females would enhance their physical forms and increase their fertility value. Male beast men were categorized into ordinary beast men and beast warriors, with ordinary beast men ranked from 1 to 10. Upon reaching adulthood, male beast men could partake in the awakening ceremony at Beast God Mountain, and those who awakened their talents were designated as beast warriors. The levels of beast warriors ranged from 1 star to 10 stars, with the 10th star referred to as the king level, and it was said that above this lay the emperor and divine levels. The distinction between beastmen and beast warriors was that beastmen could not surpass level 10 nor utilize their innate skills. Females were also divided into ordinary females and holy females, the latter possessing superior physical attributes and fertility values, with the potential to awaken talents as well. However, unlike their male counterparts, the talents awakened by holy females were supportive abilities, such as self-healing and storage space. The beast realm experienced 4 seasons: the warm season, the hot season, the rainy season, and the cold season. The warm season marked a period of frenzied activity for fierce beasts, making hunting perilous for beast men. The hot season was characterized by a drought, with rivers and streams eventually drying up. The rainy season commenced with intermittent rains, culminating in torrents. As for the cold season, Su Shengsheng was bewildered by Mo's description, as it bore a striking resemblance to an ice age, compounded by the threat of fierce beast packs attacking the tribes. Ordinary wild beasts in the beast realm would evolve, doubling in size and strength, and these evolved creatures were referred to as fierce beasts by the beast men. Fierce beasts possessed beast crystals, with higher-level creatures containing greater energy within these crystals. There were 5 types of beast crystals: white, red, purple, and the golden crystals found exclusively within the bodies of beast kings, along with a special green crystal that females could absorb to strengthen their bodies. Beastmen could absorb these crystals to enhance their abilities, while conversely, fierce beasts could consume beastmen to augment their own powers. Most beastmen lived in groups, yet some, for various reasons such as seeking to enhance their strength or fleeing from fierce beast attacks, became solitary wanderers. Were these wanderers malevolent? Su Shengsheng recalled having read several novels about the beast realm during her hospital stay, where wanderers were predominantly depicted as villains. Upon realization, she suddenly recognized that the beast man before her was also solitary. Fortunately, he seemed unfazed by her musings, continuing in his monotone voice. Those females who abandon or harm their young are punished by the beast god, receiving a special mark. Such beast men are deemed wicked. Wicked beast men are driven by rampant beast energy that incessantly ravages their sanity, leading to their cruel and malevolent behavior. They seize females, abuse the young, and even resort to consuming their own kind. A chill ran down Su Shengsheng's spine as she listened, particularly due to the flat emotion in Mo's voice, which rendered his words reminiscent of a haunting ghost story, heightening her sense of dread. Life seemed to have become even more arduous, as if she had plunged from ordinary difficulties into the depths of hell. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what had led Mo to become a solitary figure. She glanced inquisitively at the beast man. Upon hearing the young female's question, Mo's expression turned somewhat cold. What was the reason? Mo recalled a particular cold season, when the female he should have called mother clamored for fresh fruit. His father had braved the heavy snowfall to seek it out, tirelessly searching for days. Upon his return, he unexpectedly encountered a pack of fierce beasts attacking their tribe. Exhausted and famished, his father could not withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, that female declared that her young had grown up and should live independently. Thus, they were cast out of the tribe to fend for themselves. Mo, unwilling to elaborate further, fell silent. Noticing his somber demeanor, Shengsheng wisely remarked, it's not necessary to delve into that. Mo abruptly lifted the inquisitive young female and began to carry her towards the cave. All right, it's time for you to sleep. Shengsheng struggled, exclaiming, I want to wash up. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last washed. After cooking, she was drenched in sweat, likely on the verge of marinating herself. Mo appeared unfazed by her protests, maintaining his swift pace towards the cave, her feeble struggles akin to those of a mere cub. Once he had settled her back onto the stone bed, he paused for a moment before offering a vague explanation. Tomorrow at noon you can wash. It's cold at night, and the creek water is chilly. I don't have any green crystals to warm it.
All right.
Shengsheng acquiesced, beginning to understand the beastman's intent. He likely feared that exposure to water and wind would lead to her falling ill. She was not one to be obstinate. After all, she valued her life. Thus, the young female lay quietly in the spot he had placed her, obedient and compliant. Perhaps it wasn't he so troublesome after all, Mo mused. Chapter 6. The boss has taken her on. After depositing the young female back in the cave, Mo returned to the creek to tidy up briefly. After cleaning and stowing away the utensils with ash and plant residue, he finally retrieved the dried beast skin and returned to the cave. The young female was already asleep, her gentle breathing accompanying the tranquility of the cave. Mo set about cutting the beast skin, measuring it as he crafted a set of garments for her. Placing the completed outfit aside before transforming into a black wolf and settling down to doze at the cave entrance. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Shengsheng awoke at dawn. It seemed the beast man had risen even earlier than she. A fresh little fruit lay beside her. She picked it up and ventured towards the cave entrance, hoping to ascertain the beast man's whereabouts. As she reached the entrance, she spotted him effortlessly leaping up, holding something wrapped in large leaves. It bore a delectable aroma of meat. Is this for me? She asked, astonished as she gazed up at the hand extended toward her. This sensation felt akin to having a boss bestowing a favor upon her. Indeed, caring for females is an innate responsibility encoded in every male's genes. What happened yesterday was merely an oversight on my part, Mo explained, although he could not articulate the reasons for his actions. Thank you. Shengsheng quickly accepted the offering with a smile. However, she was left pondering how to clean her teeth. Mo glanced at the little fruit she held, an unspoken understanding passing between them. With this, she ventured, raising her hand holding the fruit as she looked at him uncertainly.
Yes.
Receiving confirmation, she stared at the fruit in her hand, tentatively taking a small bite. It was not particularly palatable, slightly bitter and salty, yet it possessed a unique fruity aroma. Why is that? Doesn't it look just like the little fruit I ate yesterday? Yesterday's fruit was both watery and sweet, but today it has transformed into something bitter and salty. Are the fruits of the beast realm so capricious? Not quite. As if he understood her unspoken thoughts, Mo began to elucidate. This fruit grew on a tree, whereas yesterday's was born on a vine, clustered together. Remarkable. Aside from this exclamation, Shengsheng found herself at a loss for words to accurately convey her current sentiments. Born into a prosperous family, one could say she hailed from wealth spanning generations. Although not entirely ignorant of the world, her frail health in childhood limited her acquaintance with various fruits and vegetables. When it came to this particular fruit, even if the few she recognized were placed before her, she would not dare to identify them. In summary, life had become considerably more arduous. Shall we take a bath? Noticing the little female's distracted demeanor as she finished her meal of fried meat, Mo could not help but interject. Is that all right? Shall we? Shengsheng looked up at him, her voice sweet and soft, laced with excitement. Mo averted his gaze, striving to ignore the tingling sensation at the tips of his ears, responding somewhat awkwardly. Suddenly transforming into a colossal and formidable black wolf, he wrapped his powerful tail around her waist, lifting her onto his back for a secure seat. Feeling the plush fur beneath her delicate hands as she gripped tightly, Mo stepped out of the cave and ambled leisurely into the forest. Perched upon the wolf's back, Shengsheng endeavored to regulate her breathing, gradually calming the tumult of her emotions. It was exhilarating. Aren't we heading to the creek? She questioned, puzzled by the wolf's chosen path which diverged from the stream. There is a hot spring. This was a discovery Mo had made while searching for her followers during her 2-day slumber in the woods, though it was somewhat distant. But you absolutely must not come into contact with cold water. If it's further away, then so be it. Really? The little female's voice, imbued with delight, elicited an involuntary twitch of Mo's wolf ears, a flicker of mirth dancing in his dark golden eyes, an emotion he himself was unaware of. Then, can we hasten our pace? No sooner had she spoken than Su Shengsheng felt the black wolf accelerate, gradually at first, allowing her ample time to adjust, until they were moving ever faster. Truly exhilarating. The massive black wolf, bearing the petite female, darted through the forest like a fleeting shadow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the diminutive figure was enveloped by a luminous halo of pale purple energy, providing an impenetrable shield of protection. Having set aside her initial discomfort, Su Shengsheng found herself rather enjoying this sensation. The hot spring nestled within a crevice of the rocky walls was not small. Mo guided her through the narrow gap, leading to a ground strewn with boulders. He placed her atop the largest stone, pacing around to clear the nearby rocks with a sweep of his tail. All done. The black wolf reverted to his human form, producing a hide and a cleansing ball from seemingly nowhere, placing them beside her before instinctively stepping outside. Reverting once more to the black wolf to guard the entrance. Such attentiveness from the wolf. Su Shengsheng quickly shed her garments and stepped into the hot spring. Examining the cleansing ball, which resembled soap, though it produced little foam, its cleansing power was evident. She meticulously cleaned herself from head to toe, also washing her undergarments. The tattered clothing was no longer desirable nor suitable for her. Mending it was impossible, and it served no purpose to keep. After drying herself with the hide and donning the beastly-style bandeau and skirt that Mo had prepared, she noted that the black hide felt somewhat familiar. Was it not the skin of that bovine-like creature she had seen yesterday? It feels a bit chilly. She would inquire later if Mo had any lighter, more suitable hides for undergarments. Casually towel-drying her waist-length hair, she emerged and, observing the wolf resting with closed eyes, asked, "Do you wish to bathe?" This wolf lay sprawled, nearly reaching her chest. She was not short, standing at 1.68 meters, which only emphasized the wolf's immense size. No need. The black hide accentuated the little female's pale complexion, a rosy white that appeared delectably inviting, and combined with her sweet fragrance, it was certain to attract the attention of the male beastmen.
Montag muss it.
Then shall we return? The desolate wilderness left her feeling rather insecure. The wolf's tail coiled around her slender waist. Although warm to the touch, it sent a shiver through his heart. The combination of the black hide skirt and his black wolf tail felt as if they had brushed against some forbidden taboo, igniting a flicker of clandestine pleasure within him. What's the matter? The black wolf remained motionless for a time, his tail around her waist growing increasingly warm, prompting Su Shengsheng to speak up.
Fine.
The wolf's tail released her waist, brushing against her back, and she felt her damp, cool hair dry instantly. Surprised before she could fully process this, the tail coiled back around her waist, and she found herself seated once more upon the wolf's back. We're off. Upon hearing this, she quickly grasped the fur on his back. The wolf's fur was not short, somewhat coarse yet remarkably smooth, glossy black, and quite beautiful. Like before, the black wolf steadily accelerated, and before long, they returned near the cave. Chapter 7. Always close behind the black wolf. I think I just saw something? Despite the wolf's rapid speed, she felt no breeze upon her back, allowing her to relax and even take in her surroundings. Yet as she spoke, Su Shengsheng was unsure, for she had only glimpsed a shadow. I'll take care of it. Mo's voice grew colder, concealing an undercurrent of icy resolve. Time and again, they clung to her like a malignant parasite, akin to repulsive insects feasting on rotting flesh. What? Upon hearing the beastman's words, Su Shengsheng felt a sinister premonition. Please, let it not be what she feared. The vile beastmen. The most unwelcome answer, indeed. Su Shengsheng clutched her chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. Life was truly arduous for her, regardless of the world she inhabited. I will handle it. Do not be afraid. Observing the growing pallor on the little female's face, Mo could not help but frown, gently stroking her head to soothe her, his tone softening. Stay in the cave and wait for my return? Okay. Su Shengsheng steadied her emotions, gripping his hand tightly, as if drawing strength from him. You mustn't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. She was frightened. Okay. Receiving the reassurance she sought, Su Shengsheng released his hand. Watching the black wolf depart, her gaze fixed on the cave entrance. She dared not venture outside. The black wolf dashed into the woods. The several vile beastmen concealed within the forest sensed the approaching shadow and felt a chill of foreboding. They hastily scattered in all directions, Over a dozen figures fled into the depths of the forest. Yet, despite their quick reactions, the black wolf's speed was even swifter. His sharp claws, reminiscent of a reaper's scythe, struck down his foes in an instant. Meanwhile, his beastly energy surged, unleashing violent purple lightning upon the distant adversaries.
Ah!
The brown bear frantically dodged the lightning, realizing too late that he faced a 6-star beast warrior. One whose lightning affinity effectively countered the frenzied beast power of the vile beastmen. Was he destined to perish today? No. If you do not return, your female will be captured by them. The brown bear clutched his charred paw, glaring fiercely at the black wolf as he bellowed. Why do they get to revel in comfort while he is forced to be the vanguard? He has no desire to meet his demise. If that is the case, he cannot be blamed. The black wolf halted momentarily, a suffocating sensation gripping his heart upon hearing those words. He dared not dwell on the implications, and, in an instant, turned to sprint towards the cave with unrelenting speed. Shengsheng, her legs tingling with numbness, contemplated moving when suddenly sounds echoed from outside the cave. Causing her heart to skip a beat, her intuition warned her of impending danger. She steadied her breath and quietly retreated to the deepest part of the cave, remembering a small nook where Emo stored his miscellaneous belongings. Just as she squeezed into the space, her peripheral vision caught a shadow that she was certain did not belong to Emo. The figure was significantly smaller than the black wolf. Uncertain of what she was facing, Shengsheng could only pray it would not discover her, all the while hoping the black wolf would return swiftly. She grasped the fruit she had used to clean her teeth that morning tightly, seeking a semblance of safety. Her emotions fluctuated wildly, and the heart she had nurtured over the past few days began to throb painfully once more. The intruding gray dog sensed the overwhelming aura of the beast man within the cave and hesitated, yet could not quell its desire to pursue. It dashed inside, searching for the female's presence. Suddenly, sensing something, the gray dog's gaze fixated on the small hole in the corner. It had found its target.
Ah!
With unfamiliar claws ensnaring her foot, Shengsheng was violently dragged out. The back of her head struck the ground, pain radiating through her body, particularly in her heart, which felt as though it might shatter.
No.
She could not succumb to unconsciousness. She could not be captured, for that would mean death. Yet, despite her resolve, Shengsheng found herself powerless, her protests barely louder than a whisper, failing to stir any reaction. The returning black wolf heard the female's cry of alarm, his beastly energy surging uncontrollably. By the time he comprehended the situation, a bolt of violet lightning, imbued with the pressure of a high-ranking beast warrior, had already descended upon the gray dog. It let out no mournful howl before being reduced to ashes.
Montag?
Shengsheng felt a disorienting haze envelop her, her consciousness straining to hold on. It is I. As she gazed at the small female collapsed on the ground, Emo pressed a hand against his heavy heart and quickly moved to lift her from the ground. Will you hold me? She timidly asked. All right. Hearing her feeble plea, Emo felt a pang of compassion and drew her closer. He carried her to the stone bed, soothing her emotions with gentle caresses. Do not be afraid. A brief slumber will suffice. Can I still survive?
Yes.
Drawing strength from this flicker of reassurance, Shengsheng nestled into the warmth of the beastman's embrace and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Emo gazed at the small female in his arms, lost in thought, and when he came to, his hand had found its way to her porcelain-like face, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A troublesome situation. He had unwittingly acquired a small complication, one he found himself reluctant to cast aside. He pondered where he might find more ferocious beasts. Perhaps he could hunt a beast king. Surely, a single golden crystal could be exchanged for a green crystal? Deep within the sunset forest, the fleeing brown bear roared in anger, venting its frustration. The charred paw it held aloft refused to respond to its commands. Roar. Waves of chaotic energy emanated from the 5-star evil beast man, toppling trees in their wake. Cursed wolf beast, you have ruined my paw. I will exact a terrible revenge. It yearned to feast upon its flesh, drink its blood, and rend its sinews, pulverizing its bones to dust. Roar. An even more powerful beastly roar echoed from deeper within, the energy contained within causing the brown bear to tremble in fear. That was the voice of a ferocious beast. It sensed the pressure. Was it the Beast King? The emergence of a Beast King in the depths of the sunset forest? The brown bear turned to flee, but a sudden thought halted its retreat. Abandoned by the beast god, ascending in rank was a treacherous endeavor, fraught with the peril of death at every turn. When would it ever have the chance to exact its vengeance? Consumed by rage, the brown bear mindlessly charged toward the direction of the beast king. Mo, frustrated, noted that while the small female had stopped crying upon waking, she had become rather clingy, trailing closely behind him. I am going to hunt. Gently pressing her back onto the stone bed, Mo lowered his voice to explain. Can I not accompany you? Her soft little hand grasped his large one, her misty, flower-petal eyes gazing up at him, unconsciously seeking affection. She felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, convinced that her life was perpetually in jeopardy. Such a little trouble. Mo could not help but exclaim, only to witness her misty eyes well up with tears, cascading down her cheeks and soaking into the hide of his skirt. She was acutely aware of her burdensome nature, having always felt like a nuisance, unable to thrive no matter where she found herself. It is so hard. Do not cry. I will take you with me. His long fingers gently wiped away her tears, and his cold, beastly voice held a note of concession. Really? It was not until they were once again seated upon the wolf's back, entering the forest, that Shengsheng managed to stabilize her emotions, her brows curving into a smile. This wolf was rather splendid. Chapter 8. May I hold her? Unable to resist, she leaned down, embracing the black wolf and nestling into its fur. Her small face buried within its coat, her warm breath caused the black wolf's fur to bristle.
Sit properly.
The cool voice could not suppress its urge to remind her. That soft, delicate tone seemed to invite unwelcome thoughts. The black wolf guided her through the woods once more, this time in a different direction. And Shengsheng was finally treated to a new vista, a tree laden with yellow-green fruits. No wonder she had been unable to find it before. It was in this direction all along. Although she had been heading in the right direction, at her pace, it would have taken her 2 days to reach the spot. Yet, why did the shape of these fruits resemble the cup she drank from? In a few agile leaps, the black wolf ascended the tree, scraping its claws against the bark to smooth it slightly before settling her upon a branch. Stay here, and do not move.
All right.
With a lingering sense of unease, Emma watched her smiling obediently before leaping down from the tree. Shortly thereafter, the black wolf returned with several of the fruits they had just encountered, carefully peeling the tough outer shell for her. Drink. I will be quick. Drink. Before she could respond, he darted into the nearby thicket. Shengsheng examined the fruit in her hand. Beneath the split shell, it appeared to contain juice. Did the fruits of the beast world automatically extract their own juice? She took a small sip, finding it sweet and pleasant, though she wondered how long this fruit would last. As she sipped thoughtfully, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the black wolf, who, with agile grace, leapt and pinned its prey to the ground, swiftly silencing the struggling creature with a swipe of its paw. This wolf was rather magnificent, with the small female on its back and prey in its mouth. The black wolf trotted steadily back to the stream near the cave. Skillfully handling the catch, it began to skin and prepare the hide, laying it out to dry on a large rock. Mo carried the prepared meat to the stone slab, kindled a fire, and began to cook. It was only when a fragrant piece of meat was placed before her that Shengsheng realized, opening her mouth to speak, I
eat. Oh.
The conversation was abruptly interrupted, leaving Shengsheng perplexed by the orc's intentions. She could only comply obediently, delicately lifting pieces of meat with her chopsticks and savoring them in small bites. You make it taste better, she admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. The orc's cooking surpassed her own by far. She felt rather ineffectual. Have some water. A cup crafted from the shell of a fruit she recognized was placed before her. Obediently, she cradled it and took a sip. The water was warm and carried a hint of sweetness. Her eyes brightened, and she looked at him with delight. Honey? Yes, Mo replied. She decided to accept his word as truth. After consuming 3 pieces of meat and a cup of honey water, Shengsheng patted her stomach, now full, and stood up. I'm done eating, let me help. No need, sit back down.
Oh.
Rejected in her eagerness to assist, Shengsheng complied and returned to her seat. Mo moved swiftly, cooking and eating simultaneously, shoving pieces of meat into his mouth when they were barely cooked. Shengsheng watched as he devoured the remaining portions of the entire prey with ease. Aren't you full? It's not about eating, it's about absorption. Oh, she understood. Male orcs, in addition to absorbing the energy from beast crystals, could also extract energy from the flesh of wild beasts and ferocious creatures. Mo quickly tidied up the utensils by the creek, then turned to scoop up the small female who was darting around him like a little tail. Let us go. It's time to sleep. With her feet lifted off the ground, Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck, responding softly. This wolf provided a sense of safety. However, Recalling the harrowing events of the day that nearly cost her life, she found herself unable to sleep on the stone bed. She turned to glance at the black wolf lying at the cave entrance and hesitantly opened her mouth.
Could you hold me?
The words barely escaped her lips. And feeling too timid to repeat them, she watched as the black wolf rose and transformed into a striking young man, striding towards her. Orcs possessed excellent night vision. Observing the small female curled up with tear-filled eyes, striving to see his face clearly, Mo let out a subtle sigh. Truly a little troublemaker.
Despite his thoughts,
He found himself lying beside her on the stone bed, pulling her into his embrace, gently patting her back in a soothing manner.
sleep now.
She clung to him like a ship tethered to a dock by a lone rope. Shengsheng bit her lower lip, swallowing her whimpers, and wrapped her arms around the orc, nuzzling closer, desperately seeking this singular source of comfort. Don't move. The cool voice from above reached her ears, laced with a husky and restrained desire. Stiffening for a moment, she tightened her grip, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, yearning to say something yet too embarrassed to voice it. However, even the faintest whisper could not escape the keen ears of the orc. Mo's dark golden eyes dilated sharply, his body temperature rising uncontrollably as he had just heard the small female in his arms murmur, "I can stay with you. Please don't leave me." To stay with him. He felt a surge of secret delight in his heart, realizing that he found it hard to refuse. Then yes, he responded in a low,
cool tone.
"You heard me?" Sensing the small female stiffen in his embrace, Mo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, undeniably feeling pleased. Thus, "I want to leave you." His tone held a hint of teasing malice. Shengsheng felt herself blush deeply at his words. He truly heard her. She hadn't meant it that way at all. Yet, why did it now sound so much like she was making a romantic proposition?
Sleep now. With that,
The youth transformed back into the black wolf, using his paw to nudge her further beneath him. Having shared a stone bed with her at noon, he had already crossed the boundary of a male protecting a female. Sleeping neck to neck with a female was a privilege reserved for a female's mate. He couldn't shake off this little troublemaker. He contemplated, first, to accompany her to the awakening ceremony, then to bond with her as a partner. As her first beast husband, he would select powerful male orcs to join in caring for her. Oblivious to her first beast husband's thoughts, Shengsheng felt deeply secure under the thick wolf fur, sleeping soundly. The first thing Shengsheng did upon waking was to search for the black wolf. Spotting the orc entering the cave, she quickly sprang up and ran to him, grasping his arm. She squeezed his hand tightly, and a glimmer of amusement danced in Mo's eyes. "I want to leave you." He relished the sight of her cheeks flushing crimson, a smile spreading across his face. She responded in a soft tone. The memory of the previous night's conversation was reignited by the wolf's words. Yet, regardless of her embarrassment, she had no intention of letting go. With enough audacity, there was no fear of awkwardness. Chapter 9. Deep in the Sunset Forest. After breakfast, Shengsheng felt as though she had truly lived another day. The beast's skin from yesterday had been fashioned into a light cloak, which she now wore. Mo carried her up the rocky cliff, gazing into the distance. Before them lay a sea of greenery, fading into indistinct fog beyond. Shengsheng looked up curiously at the orc who was tightening her cloak. "What are you looking at?" "The procession for the awakening ceremony is approaching." She didn't quite understand. What of it? She glanced at the 6 silver stars etched beneath the orc's collarbone. Did he not need to participate in the awakening ceremony? "I'll take you to the sacred female's awakening ceremony. It should be beneficial for your body. Even if you cannot awaken as a sacred female, it can still strengthen you." As he spoke, he gently touched her slightly cool face, then embraced her tightly as they descended from the cliff back to the cave. "Can I go?" Shengsheng asked uncertainly, feeling as though she wasn't truly a female of the beast world. "Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to acquire more green crystals for you." Understanding his intentions, Shengsheng nodded earnestly. She was open to anything that could benefit her health. She valued her life. Is the beast god mountain far from here? Sitting in the cave, nibbling on fruit, she gazed blankly towards an unknown direction outside. "Not far," Mo replied. "It will likely take until mid-warm season to get there." "How long will the round trip take?" She wanted to prepare herself mentally. "We want to be coming back."
Huh?
Shengsheng looked at him in confusion. "Where will we go if we don't return?" "I'll take you to Beast King City." He had it all planned out. Beast King City was filled with orcs, and there were many high-ranking beast warriors, making it a relatively safer place for the small female to reside. Beast King City?
Yes.
A new and unfamiliar place. Did orcs even build cities? Was it not as primitive as she had imagined? However, that was a plan for after they visited the Beast God Mountain. Her curiosity about the mountain was piqued. Did the Beast God truly reside there? How else could one explain the energy barrier that opened only once every 3 years? There must be, Shengsheng mused. After 3 days of waiting, this morning, she finally caught a glimpse of the approaching procession. At dawn, preparations were complete, and the Black Wolf carried her away from the cave, heading towards the direction of the main troop. Mentioned that in order to join the awakening ceremony, they first needed to traverse through the depths of the sunset forest. The Black Wolf moved with remarkable speed, and at their current pace, they would reach their destination by evening. Let us take a break, suggested, finding a slightly more open area. He spread out a hide and gently set her down. Are you hungry? I'm all right, she replied, taking the fruit he offered and lightly touching her untroubled stomach as she answered earnestly. Then let us rest a bit before we continue. The small female nodded obediently, prompting him to reach out and stroke her head. The soft texture under his fingers was enchanting. In the distance, the traveling group halted at the request of the females for a moment of respite. Under the great tree, an older orc approached the young man lounging against the trunk. Jinling, you must choose a delightful little female this time, do you understand? The elder, Chief Jin, earnestly advised the youth before him. With your level of talent, it is only fitting for you to be matched with a holy female. Last time, when I insisted you accompany us to Beast God Mountain, you refused. Otherwise, you wouldn't be approaching adulthood for 5 or 6 years without a female companion. Observing the youth's perpetually gentle demeanor, Chief Jin felt a headache coming on. Are you even listening to me? I hear you, Chief. Do not worry, I will be mindful. The youth replied with a pleasant smile adorning his warm face, his amiable nature shining through.
Bah!
Chief Jin was exasperated, feeling as though conversing with the young one was akin to striking a fist into water, dissipating all force. Again with this? How many times have I told you? Jinling was currently the most talented of their Golden Eagle clan, a 5-star beast warrior at such a young age. Surely, his offspring would surpass his own talents. Yet, this young man refused to seek a partner, having turned down all the holy females in the tribe, which left Chief Jin deeply troubled. Not wishing to see the chief fret over him, the youth gently spoke. Chief, please do not worry. I will be mindful. Once more the same phrase, and Chief Jin was left exasperated, huffing in frustration as he turned away. The youth chuckled softly at the chief's childish behavior. In the gathering of females, a pair of eyes were keenly observing the scene. One round-faced, voluptuous female saw the chief depart and seized the opportunity to approach. Jinling, if I become a holy female, may I choose you as my beast husband? Your 2 followers are over there, he reminded her, feeling uncomfortable under her lofty gaze. No matter, I can make you my first beast husband, Rosa replied, oblivious to his implied rejection, urgently voicing her inner thoughts. She had long had her sights set on Jinling. Not only was he talented, but he had also turned down the holy female, Xia, which would bring her much prestige. Upon hearing her words, Jinling noticed the 2 resentful gazes behind Rosa. Typically, a female's first beast husband would be chosen from among her followers, which was a rarity otherwise. This was because a female's followers usually grew up alongside her, familiar with her temperament, interests, and habits, thus better equipped to cater to her needs. Rosa's statement effectively undermined the efforts of her 2 followers over the years. Jinling disapproved of such a female who failed to recognize the contributions of males. He stood up and took a few steps back. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. With that, he swiftly took to the skies, the golden eagle soaring into the air, its feathers shimmering like a streak of light in the sunlight. The massive golden eagle circled aimlessly high above, suddenly turning its gaze towards the distant sunset forest. With its exceptional vision, the eagle beast man could easily spot the wolves running through the forest, as well as the petite female upon the wolf's back. Observing their direction, Jinling began to speculate. But why were there only the 2 of them? Had they been attacked by a pack of ferocious beasts? Or were they besieged by vicious beastmen? Regardless, as fellow beastmen, and with a female in tow, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Unexpected events often unfolded unexpectedly. Before the eagle could approach, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from deep within the sunset forest. The black wolf clearly sensed it as well. What's wrong? Asked Shengsheng. Secure atop the wolf's back, shielded by the wolf's energy barrier, her hair undisturbed. However, The rustling leaves and the agitated creatures in the woods hinted at something ominous. "Do not fear, I will handle it," the wolf assured her, its tail gently brushing against the small female to soothe her. It sensed that they were dealing with a ferocious beast king, one newly evolved and with unstable energy. A newly evolved beast king was an excellent opportunity. This beast king's crystal should fetch several green crystals. The black wolf felt a surge of temptation but hesitated due to the small female on its back. Just as it was about to prioritize her safety and retreat, it suddenly sensed an approaching beast man. Chapter 10. The Golden Eagle Beast Man Jean Ling Squawk. The eagle's sharp and piercing warning echoed through the air. With the opportunity ripe and no lingering concerns, the black wolf made a resolute decision. Wrapping its tail around her waist and gently setting her down. "Follow me to a safe place, and once I handle this, I will come to find you." With his strength, he would resolve the matter swiftly, easily catching up with her before nightfall. Using the Beast King's crystal to exchange for green crystals in Beast King City, even if the small female could not awaken, he could at least restore her body to a normal female's level. Shengsheng felt a bit lost. With whom? Where to? Hearing the wolf's words, the golden eagle shrank in size, landing a few paces away. This vast, sun-blocking forest was unsuitable for their winged beastmen to engage in battle. Yet, if they did not deal with this beast king, and it summoned a pack of ferocious beasts, their group would undoubtedly be the first to suffer an attack. They were all mere youths who had just come of age and had not yet awakened, along with fragile females. The highest ranked among them were only 5-star beast warriors like himself, which would surely lead to heavy casualties. Having a higher-level wolf beast to confront the beast king was the best option. Upon hearing the sounds, Shengsheng also saw the gentle man just a few steps away. Yet, the unfamiliar beast man left her feeling insecure. Seeing the small female's nose reddening with distress, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, the black wolf suddenly transformed into a strikingly handsome youth, his fervent aura overwhelming her delicate pink lips. "Be good. Wait for me to find you."
Akish.
Though not quite a kiss, alleviated some of Shengsheng's unease as she watched the black wolf's retreating figure, pressing a hand to her heart to calm her tumultuous emotions. "You will come to find me, right? Do not worry, he is a high-level beast warrior and will be fine," Jean Ling reassured, misunderstanding her concern as worry for her companion's safety. "Shall I take you to a safe place to wait for him?" His gentle and warm voice was like a comforting spring breeze, soothing her anxious thoughts. "All right," Shengsheng nodded softly. She felt powerless, left with no option but to comply. Nervously, Shengsheng knelt upon the back of the golden eagle. Not everyone possessed the courage to soar back into the sky after a harrowing experience. And she certainly did not. Shengsheng was utterly terrified. Although the golden eagle was large enough and had a broad back, she clung tightly to the sturdy feathers of her subordinate, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions. Sensing the young female's trepidation upon his back, Jean Ling silently reinforced the energy shield. Soon, Shengsheng found herself enveloped in a translucent barrier that gradually deepened from a pale gold to a richer hue. How marvelous! No wonder she felt no wind while flying so swiftly. Suddenly, she recalled the stability she experienced while riding on the wolf's back. Did that wolf also provide her with such a shield each time?
Thank you.
Having already experienced the formidable hearing of the beast men, Shengsheng whispered her gratitude, confident that the golden eagle could hear her. Indeed, upon hearing the soft, delicate voice of the young female, Jean Ling felt his heart soften. "Do not fear. I shall accelerate. We must swiftly inform our kin to evacuate."
Anzai, Shengsheng ziplit.
The beastman's voice was incredibly gentle, instinctively putting one at ease. The golden eagle flew with remarkable speed, soon navigating out of the depths of the sunset forest. As they traversed an area with sparse trees and rocky terrain, Jean Ling let out a long cry to alert the kin below. Hearing the call, the clan leader, Jean, solemnly issued the command to depart. "Quickly move." He observed the golden eagle soaring overhead, gathering the kin to follow. With the protection of the barrier, Shengsheng noticed a large wave of natives responding to the eagle's call and following them. Various flocks of birds flew behind them in groups of 3 or 5. It was a magnificent sight. She also caught a glimpse of the females of this world, seated upon their birds just like her. They were not unattractive, rather, they possessed a rounded, robust physique that exuded health. Comparing their large watermelons to her small orange, Shengsheng felt a pang of envy. Soon, another golden eagle flew through the flock toward them. "Jean Ling, what has happened?" The clan leader, having checked on the kin, approached. In truth, he was more curious about the small female Jean Ling had brought back, but given the urgency of the situation, his curiosity was secondary to the welfare of his kin. A fearsome beast king had emerged from the depths of the sunset forest. The clan leader's heart sank slightly. This was indeed a matter of great importance. If they failed to act before the beast king gathered its pack, they would suffer significant losses. How shall we proceed? Casting a glance at the small female on his back, the clan leader began to surmise. The young female's follower was a 6-star wolf beast. The beast king, still in its formative stage and not yet stabilized, should pose no significant threat. In response to the clan leader's inquiry, Jinling replied truthfully, his gentle voice carrying a soothing tone. There should be no issue. The clan leader cast a sidelong glance at the cunning little cub and, with intent to reassure the troubled female on his back, said, "Do not worry, little female. The wolf beast is agile, and your follower is a high-level beast warrior. Nothing will happen." His words were not only meant to comfort but were also grounded in truth. Let us continue along the original route. He'll catch up once he resolves the trouble. After a moment's thought, the clan leader added reassuringly, "Perhaps the next time you see him, he will be a 7-star beast warrior." This statement was purely meant to console. The clan leader understood well that the higher the level of a beast warrior, the more challenging it was to advance. 6-star beast warriors were still somewhat common, but 7-star warriors were exceedingly rare. And 8-star warriors were nearly exclusively found among a few beast kings. He had never even heard of a 9-star warrior, let alone those beyond that.
Thank you.
Aware that the clan leader was offering her comfort, Shengsheng felt grateful for the kindness of others and smiled politely, her brows arching. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the clan leader's gaze. This young female was indeed a rare beauty, albeit somewhat frail. Did Jinling have a preference for such a delicate creature? Perhaps he should lend a hand to his little cub? With that thought, the clan leader initiated a casual conversation. "Little female, I am the leader of the Feathers tribe. You may call me Clan Leader Jin. The golden eagle beneath you is our tribe's most promising cub, a 5-star beast warrior named Jinling. Hello, Clan Leader Jin. I am Shengsheng, and I will be in your care from now on." Shengsheng felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing she was lacking in skills and not in the best of health. "No trouble at all. It is an honor for a male to care for a female," Clan Leader Jin cheerfully replied, confident that there would be others willing to assist regardless. Casting a glance at the seemingly disinterested yet attentively listening golden eagle, Clan Leader Jin smirked inwardly. Jinling. It is rare indeed for you to find yourself in this position. Shengsheng, do you have only the wolf beast as your follower?" Hearing the clan leader's question, Shengsheng was uncertain how to respond. Was Mo her follower? Was he? Unaware of the young female's inner conflict, Clan Leader Jin continued. After the awakening ceremony comes the mate selection ceremony, where a female must choose 2 male beast men to form a bond. Do you have any thoughts on the other mate?
Mo didn't mention this to me, she thought.
Chapter 11. She was at a loss. Choosing 2 mates at once? How exhilarating. She mused. Well, I cannot help but feel that way. The elder awaited her response, and remaining silent would indeed be somewhat impolite, so she pondered briefly before replying. Perhaps one should choose based on mutual affinity? Otherwise, living together without a foundation of affection would be uncomfortable. It would be more soothing to select someone pleasing to the eye, wouldn't it? That won't do. You young females must heed advice. What use is it to be merely good-looking? Then, Clan Leader Jin, do you have any suggestions? I will consider them seriously.
Shengsheng sincerely inquired.
One should listen to the wisdom of elders. Sometimes, it can save you from decades of missteps. Oh, how delightful to hear that. Clan Leader Jin felt a sense of warmth in his heart and momentarily shifted his focus from matchmaking for his little cub. Appearance and character are secondary. One must also have high talent and formidable strength, and it is best to be well-rounded. For example, during the warm season, one needs ice and water types for cooling, while in the cold season, fire types are necessary for warmth. You must consider those who possess strong combat abilities to protect you, those who can fly in the sky and swim in the water. Clan Leader Jin rambled on, while Shengsheng listened attentively, nodding in agreement from time to time. There was indeed wisdom in his words, but according to Clan Leader Jin's criteria, how many would she have to find? Speaking of those who could fly, the golden eagle beneath her was quite impressive, handsome, strong, and good-natured. Clan Leader Jin's praise was somewhat exaggerated. It was acceptable, but he was always gentle in his speech, and while he could be fierce, that was only toward the males. With that thought, Clan Leader Jin managed to convince himself. What was wrong with being tough on the males? The young males could handle it. It was perfectly fine to be gentle with the females, wasn't it? However, reflecting on the little cub's attitude towards females, clan leader Jean began to have doubts. After a moment of contemplation, he looked again, only to see that the little cub had already accelerated away. Humph. Wasted thoughts. Jean Ling discreetly increased his speed. And by the time Su Shengsheng realized it, clan leader Jean had already fallen far behind. Why did he suddenly speed up? She wondered, glancing down at the golden eagle beneath her. Are you afraid? The soft voice instinctively caused the eagle to slow its flight. Upon hearing his gentle inquiry, Su Shengsheng shook her head, realizing he could not see her. She softly replied, "No, I'm merely curious." It was a relief to not feel fear. Jean Ling responded, noting her fragility, which always compelled him to treat her with utmost care. As for why she had distanced herself from the loquacious clan leader Jean Ling believed such words should never have escaped the leader's lips. If he was truly interested, he ought to treat her with sincerity. Seeking assistance from others to pursue a female was simply unacceptable. Was Shengsheng thirsty? Did she desire fruit? They had brought along many fruits favored by the females of the tribe. No, thank you, she declined with a shake of her head. She had recently consumed a variety of fruits that Mo had brought her. The thought of that black wolf elicited a silent sigh from Su Shengsheng. Would the wolf come looking for her? Would it be able to catch up? What if it couldn't? She felt hesitant to ask them to wait. If you wish to eat, just let me know, all right? Okay. Su Shengsheng turned to glance at the forest gradually receding from view, her heart heavy with melancholy. Jean Ling, unaware of her thoughts, heard her soft reply and chose not to pursue the matter further. A diverse flock of birds hurriedly departed from the sunset forest, flying swiftly towards the Beast God Mountain, finally arriving at their next destination just as darkness began to envelop the sky. Perhaps it was due to their habitual journey every 3 years. For the convenience of the females, this resting place featured several large tree hollows, ample enough to accommodate all the females with some space to spare. Jean led the hunt, while the remaining males stayed behind to keep watch. A dozen females gathered in the center, each accompanied by 2 or 3 males who remained close by. Surrounding them were younger males, and Su Shengsheng speculated that they must be newly matured orcs preparing to awaken their talents. The outermost ring consisted of older orcs, exuding a more formidable presence, likely serving as protectors of the group. Once settled, the orcs heeded clan leader Jin's call and congregated towards the nearby woods. A large bonfire was ignited, and Su Shengsheng sat atop the thick animal skins Jean Ling had laid out for her, curiously observing the clusters of females gathered around. It was evident that they were well cared for, their bodies healthy. Even the few who were slightly thinner were so only in comparison to the others. None appeared as frail as she did. Suddenly, a bony hand obstructed her view. She glanced at the fruit in Jean Ling's hand, accepted it, and offered him a friendly smile. "Thank you. Do you enjoy this fruit?" Jean Ling sat beside her, one long leg bent, the other resting behind her, creating an illusion of holding her in his embrace. Upon hearing his question, Su Shengsheng focused on the fruit in her hand. "I don't know. I've never tried it. Should I?" The orange-red fruit, fragrant and fitting into Jean Ling's palm, required both of Su Shengsheng's hands to hold. Tentatively, she took a small bite, and the rich sweetness enveloped her senses, her eyes lighting up in delight. "It's delicious. I like it." It seemed to be an orange that didn't need peeling. Indeed, the produce from the beast world was peculiar. "I'm glad you enjoy it. This is the unique orange fragrance fruit of the Feiyu tribe." Watching her struggle to bite through the fruit skin, he chuckled softly. Jean Ling mused that even a cub would have an easier time. After consuming a small portion, Su Shengsheng paused. This one fruit was enough to satiate her, leaving no room for anything else. Fruits could not fill her. She yearned for more substantial food, like meat. Before she could decide whether to save it for later or enjoy it now, someone snatched the remaining half of the fruit from her hand. The sight of Su Shengsheng's conflicted expression as she stared at the leftover fruit was clear to Jean Ling, who swiftly consumed it in just a few bites. Noticing her dazed gaze, he gently wiped the juice that had smeared on her lips and hands with a small piece of animal skin, speaking softly. "You may not be able to eat much after this." His overly affectionate gesture caused Su Shengsheng's cheeks to flush, and she murmured her response. Was his behavior inappropriate for an orc? Before she could react further, his warm voice resonated beside her again. "This forest is filled with small horned beasts. Which part of the meat does Shengsheng prefer? Roasted or boiled?" Jean Ling seamlessly shifted the topic, his demeanor entirely untroubled, as though these were merely his duties. This made Su Shengsheng wonder whether such interactions were typical in the beast world. Unable to comprehend, and with no one to clarify, She simply followed his lead. Anything is fine. She was unaware of what a small horned beast looked like or which parts were available, so her answer was limited. Then please wait here. I shall fetch you a piece if you don't mind? He inquired gently. That's fine, thank you. Su Shengsheng nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude with a polite demeanor, embodying her docile nature. Delicate and sweet-voiced, at that moment, Jean Ling's previously vague feelings began to crystallize. He reached out to gently stroke her long hair, gazing at her with warmth. Be good. I will return shortly.
Okay.
As the orc departed, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away with him, leaving her enveloped in an oppressive silence. Su Shengsheng instinctively edged closer to the fire, her gaze absent-mindedly fixed on the flickering flames. Night had fallen. Why had the great wolf yet to come find her? Having grown accustomed to the warmth of the wolf's presence, how would she sleep without it? Chapter 12. Is he beautiful? The firelight was blocked, and Su Shengsheng looked up to see an unfamiliar female approaching her. Is there something you need? Which tribe do you belong to? Where are your followers? Why are you following Jean Ling? At last, alone and with Jean Ling absent, Rosa rushed over to confront her. Jean Ling was the male she had set her sights on. It was one thing for a female with high reproductive value to take him, but for this weak female, whose reproductive value was evidently inferior, even weaker than Yuna, to capture Jean Ling's interest was an immense affront. Surely, someone so frail could not even bear offspring. With her barrage of questions, Su Shengsheng found herself at a loss for words. Oh, wait, if Mo did not object, she could answer the second question, she mused. She wondered whether that wolf would be willing to be her mate. She could not bear to be apart from him, for it would leave her feeling insecure, sleepless, and perhaps even lead to her demise. I am indeed her follower. Is there a problem with that? The towering orc behind her stepped forward and sat beside her, his gaze narrowing on the persistent female. His once gentle tone darkened considerably. Jean Ling, do you lack discernment? She is too weak to bear your young. Upon hearing Jean Ling's acknowledgement, Rosa's emotions erupted, her voice rising in indignation. She felt the scornful gazes of the surrounding females upon her. Su Shengsheng lowered her head in embarrassment, recognizing the truth in Rosa's words. It was likely she truly could not bear offspring, given her physical condition. Observing the small female's bowed head, Jean Ling gently stroked her hair. I can forego having young. This statement seemed directed at Rosa, yet also declared to all present, and perhaps even to Su Shengsheng herself. His voice, though tender, carried an unmistakable resolve. If it were merely for the sake of offspring, he would not have remained single until now. Any creature can bear young, but a compatible female is a rare encounter. Jean Ling, you will come to regret this. Rosa shot a fierce glare at Su Shengsheng, her anger boiling over as she pointed an accusing finger at him. She couldn't believe there existed a male who was indifferent to progeny. Not possible. Jean Ling's resolute and unwavering response met her challenge. Su Shengsheng turned in astonishment to the nearby beast man. In this world where the awakening of females is synonymous with their fertility, could it truly be that there were beast men who did not desire offspring? Wait, she seemed to have overlooked this matter before. Did that wolf even wish for young? Surely he must, right? Should she not selfishly attempt to draw him closer to her? Rosa, what on earth are you causing a fuss about? Hearing the commotion, the clan leader Jean hurried over to intervene. Ingli Kongji, why don't you take your female back? Listen, what kind of talk is this? How could one not desire young? He observed this little female and saw that she was not as weak as Rosa described, incapable of bearing offspring. The Rabbit clan and that other tribe's females were just as petite, yet they still managed to produce litters. In time, Jean Ling could simply seek out green crystals, and that would be that. Rosa, the meat is ready. Let us return to feast on it. It's your favorite, the tender belly of the little horned beast. Kong Ji gently took Rosa's plump hand, soothing her with a soft tone. I don't want to. Rosa intended to argue further, when she suddenly noticed the delicate female had lifted her head. Kong Ji's beast form was that of a peacock adorned with golden and purple feathers, a breathtaking sight. Su Shengsheng found him strikingly memorable. What are you staring at? Weak female. Rosa keenly sensed the delicate female directing her gaze behind her, resembling a startled creature that had stepped on its tail, and she immediately bristled. Su Shengsheng recognized that such behavior was impolite. After a moment's thought, she smiled warmly at Rosa and sincerely complimented. He is quite beautiful. You have an excellent eye. Rosa was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a statement. She opened her mouth, then proudly huffed, Humph, beauty is not yours to claim. With that, she tightened her grip on Kong Ji's hand and hurriedly pulled him away, not daring to look back, as if fearing he might be taken from her. Su Shengsheng thought to herself, surely not, that is not the case at all. It felt like a theatrical farce. The clan leader Jean scratched his head, watching her with a troubled expression. Little female Shengsheng, that one belongs to another. Look at the one beside you, isn't he also quite handsome? Having delivered this veiled advice, the clan leader shot Jean Ling a meaningful glance before departing with a pat on his leather skirt. Su Shengsheng thought to herself, truly, that is not the case. She merely found the peacock beautiful. Fuming, Rosa returned to her spot and accepted the roasted meat from Ming Li, chewing while casting glances at Kong Ji. He is indeed quite handsome? How had she not noticed before? No, she must keep a close watch and ensure that delicate female does not snatch him away. Jean Ling observed Kong Ji, who had settled back down, and made a mental comparison. Shengsheng. The beast man beside her spoke, pulling her attention back. She turned to find a face as smooth as jade hovering near her. Is he beautiful? Little female prefers handsome males. His features surpass those of Kong Ji, though she wondered if he resembled her ideal at all. Su Shengsheng earnestly examined his facial contours, nodding honestly, beautiful. His pronounced brow ridge, well-defined nose, and smooth jawline coalesced harmoniously, presenting an exquisite visage devoid of aggression, a striking combination. It was a beauty that made Su Shengsheng's hands itch. Well, as long as Shengsheng finds him beautiful, that is all that matters. Receiving the desired affirmation, Jean Ling's expression lightened, and he returned to his seat contentedly. He sliced the roasted meat into bite-sized pieces, resting them atop clean leaves before offering them to her. Give it a try. If you don't like it, I have more. Thank you. Su Shengsheng accepted the offering, her curiosity piqued as she noticed his previously empty hand seemed to have held a golden knife. Where had it gone? Just now were you looking for this? Noticing the little female's unbroken gaze on his hand, Jean Ling extended it forward. And Su Shengsheng watched in awe as the golden knife gradually materialized in his palm. How marvelous! Is this a talent of yours, perhaps related to the gold element? She reached out tentatively, her fingertips striking the surface, producing a delightful metallic clink. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it transform into a fork? She picked up a nearby twig and sketched a rough outline in the dirt, then looked up at him with bright, eager eyes.
Can you do it?
Jean Ling examined the drawing in the earth. Like this? In the blink of an eye, the small golden knife morphed into a petite golden fork, perfectly matching her sketch in both size and shape. Su Shengsheng gasped again. How astonishing.
Can this be used?
If it can, wouldn't that resolve our utensil dilemma? What is Shengsheng planning to do? Despite his confusion, Jean Ling's hands moved without hesitation, placing the fork into the little female's grasp. Su Shengsheng toyed with the small golden fork, tentatively spearing a piece of meat and bringing it to her mouth. Remarkably, it worked. How long can it last? Her sparkling eyes turned toward the gentle-faced beastman. What will happen once Shengsheng finishes eating? Understanding her intent, Jean Ling tenderly ruffled her hair and smiled softly. Clever little female, with such peculiar ideas. Thank you. Knowing the beastman grasped her meaning, Su Shengsheng beamed at him with gratitude. Hurry and eat. The meat will grow cold.
All right.
Su Shengsheng lowered her head, skewering the meat, savoring each bite with earnest deliberation. Jean Ling watched her chew thoughtfully, his gaze drawn to the rhythmic movement of her cheeks. Unable to divert his attention for quite some time. Would Shengsheng care about the words she spoke? Females take pride in their ability to bear young. Would she be saddened by any doubts cast upon that ability? Chapter 13, A Night Without Wolves, She Weeps. Hearing the beastman's inquiry, Su Shengsheng paused with the fork in hand. Perhaps what she said was indeed true. She wouldn't say she felt sorrowful, for she was well aware of her own condition and had long prepared herself mentally. Yet, the thought of that wolf left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Hadn't that wolf initially found her a bother? What I said is also true. The beastman's warm palm gently rested upon her head, prompting Su Shengsheng to look up at him with a puzzled expression. What is true? That I do not wish for offspring is true, and that I wish to be Shengsheng's follower is true. Jean Ling cradled her delicate face, gazing at her with tenderness and focus. May I have the opportunity to care for Shengsheng?
Why?
She did not understand. She felt inept, her body frail, incapable of bearing children. She thought she might not even withstand the embarrassment of such matters. What could he possibly want from her? With his hands securing her head, Su Shengsheng found herself unable to evade his penetrating stare, leaving her to gaze back at him in confusion. My future partner will resemble you, Shengsheng. Jean Ling smiled gently, as he had always held a vision of what his future companion would be like. until he stood at a short distance. Observing the little female with a flushed nose as she bid farewell to the wolf, a silhouette began to take shape in his heart. I understand now. You have a penchant for my type. A glimmer of realization flickered in Shengsheng's alluring peach blossom eyes. This, indeed, is an insurmountable dilemma. For each individual's tastes and interests are inherently diverse, seldom yielding to swift transformation. What should I do? Should I acquiesce? As an artist, she found beauty in all things lovely, and the thought of possessing such a stunning scene solely for herself stirred an irresistible longing within her. Yet no, Shengsheng. It was one thing before and another now. Jinling affectionately caressed her rosy cheek and earnestly corrected her. I have chosen you, Shengsheng. Once a male recognizes a female as his mate, he remains steadfast and loyal. You have already taken root in my heart. The gaze of the orc was sincere, and his tone solemn, as though declaring a vow. Will you accept me, Shengsheng? His amber-brown eyes, transparent like amber, brimmed with tenderness as he focused intently on her, awaiting her response. The seemingly calm facade belied the slight tremor of his long lashes, revealing the anxiety that lay beneath. An extended silence ensued. Jinling's brows dipped, and he experienced a fleeting moment of despondency. It was all right. He had been too hasty. He could wait. He possessed ample patience. May I ponder it for a moment? Shengsheng replied, her long lashes casting shadows upon her blushing cheeks, a hint of shyness in her voice. She had begun to grasp the orc's feelings. It was akin to having a framework, a concept, an elusive thread that one could never quite grasp, until one day, they encountered a scene that closely mirrored their vision in terms of lines, colors, and forms. What would one do then? Shengsheng no longer questioned the orc's heart. Yet she wanted to wait for that wolf, for she felt a dependence on him. If that wolf did not come seeking her, she would most likely find it impossible to refuse. The little female's delicate appearance compelled Jinling to gently kiss her forehead, the warmth of his lips brushing against her, sending a fluttering sensation through his heart, akin to a feather's touch. He spoke softly. It is all right, Shengsheng. This is your right. I was too eager. May I have a chance to prove myself? As long as the little female did not categorically reject him, there remained hope. After finishing the remaining roasted meat in her hand, Jinling tenderly enveloped her in his embrace, wiping her mouth and hands, and offering her water, attending to her with meticulous care. Observing the orc circling around her, Shengsheng could not help but respond softly. All right. That evening, Shengsheng was arranged to share a tree hollow with several unfamiliar females. Beneath her was a nest of grass lined with thick animal skins, courtesy of Jinling, soft yet devoid of any inclination for sleep. What had become of that wolf? Had he resolved the trouble he spoke of? Was he injured? Would he come looking for her? Deep in the sunset forest, the black wolf, dragging a body covered in wounds, ferociously clamped down on its prey's throat until silence fell.
And he collapsed.
Unbeknownst to him, hidden in the depths of the forest, beyond the beast king he had set his sights on, lurked a frenzied, irrational beast. The black wolf recognized this brown bear. It was the 5-star beast man he had inadvertently let escape, only to find it had now gone berserk and evolved. After he had dispatched the beast king, he found himself ambushed by the hidden monster, his remaining strength dwindling. Drawing upon the reckless spirit of his recent upgrade, the black wolf barely managed to defeat it at the cost of his own injuries. At this moment, he lay gasping on the ground, his wounds laid bare to the bone, particularly a gash across his throat that nearly severed it. The once glossy black fur had lost its sheen, sullied by blood and the corrupted energy of the beast king, leaving the black wolf marred with mottled scars. The ebbing of life caused his vision to blur. Night had fallen, and he wondered whether that little trouble, without his embrace, would weep. Inside the tree hollow, Shengsheng curled up, her tightly shut eyes soaked with tears. It felt as though she was ensnared in a dream, enveloped in darkness. In her dream, she found herself back in that cave, huddled in a corner, her heartbeat thunderous, as a hideous monster with bared fangs advanced towards her. There was no one to save her. She longed to flee, yet turning around revealed only an expanse of darkness, accompanied by an oppressive silence. The stillness allowed her to hear the amplified sound of her own heartbeat and the creature's heavy breathing behind her.
Mo, save me.
The muffled sobs awakened the nearby Yuna, who rose and approached the vulnerable yet beautiful little female. Leaning in closer, she could discern the incoherent sounds escaping the young female's lips. Was she crying? Yuna hesitated. Jinling, stationed outside, turned upon hearing the sound and saw Yuna standing there, softly calling for him. What is it? The female you brought back is crying, she reported, mimicking her mother. She gently patted the little female's back in an attempt to soothe her, only to find it ineffective. Upon hearing her cries, Jinling could hardly contain himself, yearning to enter and embrace her, to comfort her. He thought this and acted accordingly. Striding into the tree hollow, he found the small, helpless female curled up, and his heart ached. Carefully, he gathered her into his arms, whispering soothing words as he stepped out of the hollow. Shengsheng, be good, don't cry. There's nothing to fear. With other females still present in the hollow, he couldn't linger, so he carried the little female to a nearby, unoccupied tree hollow. Let's not cry anymore, all right? Be good. Gently wiping away her tears, Jinling cradled her, murmuring reassurances. The delicate little female calmed under his tender ministrations, falling into a serene slumber. Jinling pressed a kiss to her forehead, transforming into a great bird, enveloping her with his broad wings as she drifted into a shallow sleep. Shengsheng, it seems I must now depend on you. Chapter 14. The First Friend in Another World. The morning light streamed into the tree hollow, sensing movement beneath his wings. The golden eagle retracted his wings and transformed back into a young man with a gentle countenance. Have you awakened, Shengsheng? Jinling? Shengsheng looked around, noticing the altered environment from the night before, casting a puzzled glance at the young man lying beside her. How did I? She vaguely recalled being trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken, until a voice continually soothed her, leading her back into slumber. It seemed it was Jinling. Yuna mentioned you cried last night, so I brought you here to sleep. Did you have a nightmare? He reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, briefly explaining the events of the previous night. She lowered her gaze, reluctant to elaborate on the dream, not wishing to discuss the embarrassment of weeping due to a nightmare. Let us take Shengsheng out for breakfast. After we eat, we must set off. Noticing her flushed cheeks and disinterest in the topic, Jinling tactfully shifted the conversation.
All right.
After a quiet breakfast, the clan leader urged the group to commence their journey. Shengsheng cast a worried glance in the direction they had come. There was still no sign of the figure she longed to see. Let us go. Even if something has delayed him, he will strive to appear before the mate selection ceremony begins. Jinling distinctly recalled the wolf's aggressive kiss. He did not believe that the possessive orc would willingly relinquish Shengsheng's position as the first beast husband to another. Let us hope for the best, she thought, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Shengsheng nodded and climbed onto Jinling's back. A myriad of birds, each with their own distinct forms, have once again entered flight mode. Knowing that a protective canopy surrounds her, Shengsheng has managed to maintain her composure today. Yuna gently patted the golden eagle beneath her, signaling it to hasten its pursuit of the small female ahead. Shengsheng sat, idly gazing at the distant mountain peaks, when a phrase suddenly popped into her mind. A horse can die from running towards the mountain. Hello, little female, I am Yuna. A melodious and pleasant female voice emanated from her right rear. Shengsheng turned her head to find a charming female with short brown hair. Dressed in a reddish-brown strapless top and a skirt made of animal hide, she revealed a glimpse of her slender waist. Her proportions were exquisite, with a well-endowed bust and a delicate waist, yet her long legs, crossed beneath her, appeared somewhat forlorn. Yuna? Shengsheng recalled that Jinling had mentioned her name upon waking that morning. Cautiously adjusting her direction to face Yuna, she offered a friendly smile. Hello. My name is Shengsheng. Thank you for your help yesterday. No need to thank me. I tried to comfort you, but it seems I failed, as you still cried. Upon hearing Yuna's soft, delicate voice, Shengsheng felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, and she quickly waved her hand dismissively. Embarrassed, Shengsheng bit her inner lip, wishing to avoid recalling the incident, and hastily changed the subject. Does Yuna have only one follower? Naturally, when conversing with a female from the beast realm, the topic would inevitably turn to boyfriends. Shengsheng had observed this group of natives yesterday and remembered Yuna's situation well. Since arriving, she had only the golden eagle beneath her for company. The males in the tribe think I am frail. Yuna's voice brimmed with indignation.
What do they mean by that?
Are they merely concerned that I am not capable of sustaining myself and bearing offspring? A group of short-sighted individuals. Surely she was aware of her own physique. She was in excellent health.
How could that be?
Yuna's figure is splendid. It is undoubtedly their lack of discernment. Shengsheng genuinely believed this, as Yuna's physique was precisely what she had longed to possess. Yes, I too believe they lack vision. Jin E is the best. The Jin E Yuna referred to as the golden eagle beneath her, a rare 5-star beast warrior. You are beautiful, and your personality is delightful. Jean Ling possesses commendable taste. Particularly, Yuna's captivating eyes made Su Shengsheng's heart race whenever they met. Thank you, but I truly am not in good health. Being so openly complimented by a peer of the same gender made Su Shengsheng feel somewhat bashful, yet she was also quite pleased. What does that matter? Let Jean Ling hunt a few more green crystals for you. If that proves insufficient, then you could always take a shaman as a partner. Yuna seemed unconcerned, asserting that a truly unhealthy female would not have survived to this point. Once you participate in the awakening ceremony of the holy females, your health may be enhanced. If fortune favors you and you awaken as a holy female, your issues would be resolved. Does taking a shaman imply finding a doctor to serve as a boyfriend? It appeared that she was still struggling to adapt. Embarrassed, Su Shengsheng redirected the conversation away from herself. What are Yuna's requirements for a partner? Strength. A male with formidable abilities. As she spoke of her own preferences, Yuna clenched her fist, her enthusiasm palpable. Those who look down upon me will be envious. Su Shengsheng listened in a daze. A male with formidable abilities? Is it the strength I am thinking of? Observing Yuna's animated expression, Su Shengsheng felt certain her interpretation was correct. It was indeed that kind of strength. She opened her mouth, awkwardly offering her blessings. You will find one.
Certainly.
With so many males at the awakening ceremony, I shall choose several. Yuna declared. Then, recalling that she had only Jean Ling, she advised, you should also seek a few. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for the Grand Festival in Beast King City. Beast King City Grand Festival? Su Shengsheng's curiosity piqued, as this was something that the wolf had not mentioned to her. You don't know? How peculiar. Is there really a beast person unaware of the Grand Festival? However, she did not delve deeper, explaining, every warm season, Beast King City holds a grand festival. Many beast people participate, allowing for the exchange of beloved items and the chance to see many powerful males. You'll understand once you attend. However, we must wait until next year. This year, the awakening ceremony leaves no time for the grand festival. Su Shengsheng nodded, comprehending that it was akin to a bustling marketplace combined with a matchmaking corner. What kind of male do you wish to find? The topic circled back to her once more. I shall see when the time comes. She could only hope that by then, the great wolf would have come for her, perhaps sparing her from facing these awkward questions. Yes, make sure to choose carefully. Yuna responded, unaware of Su Shengsheng's evasion, nodding in agreement. Time passed as they chatted and laughed. The group merely paused briefly to rest before continuing their journey. Deep within the sunset forest, the black wolf abruptly awakened, having dreamt of that little troublemaker crying out for him. Contemplating the little female's temperament, he realized it was not entirely implausible. He must recover swiftly to find her, otherwise, he would end up with a weeping little nuisance. After a night of recuperation, his wounds had ceased bleeding, and most minor injuries had already healed, save for the fatal wound beneath his neck. The black wolf rose and finished the remaining half of the fierce beast king's meat from last night, consuming it while absorbing the energy flowing into his body to mend his injuries. Chapter 15. Just 4 husbands she can manage. The warm season sun was pleasantly warm. Su Shengsheng, who had not slept well the previous night, soon found herself squinting against the sunlight, dozing off atop the golden eagle's warm feathers. When she awakened again, it was nearly evening, and their next destination lay not far ahead, a gorge with numerous caves carved into the rock walls on either side. Jean Ling led her into one of the caves, which was small and contained only a pile of hay that had likely existed for ages. Shall I keep watch over you while you sleep tonight? Watching Jean E take Yuna into the adjacent cave, Su Shengsheng nodded in agreement. All right. It seemed she would not need to sleep in the communal dormitory tonight. Jean Ling gently touched her slightly flushed face, pointing to the animal skin he had just spread at the cave entrance. I will tidy the cave. Can you wait here for a moment? Okay. Su Shengsheng obediently walked over and sat down. After a moment's thought, she turned to the beast man and said, Thank you for your hard work. The small figure sat there, serious yet sweetly expressing her gratitude, causing Jean Ling to smile broadly. You are truly adorable. The golden eagle used its wings to gather the hay from the cave and toss it outside, returning shortly with a fresh, large nest of grass. Jean Ling placed the woven nest deep within the cave, covering it with thick animal skins and patting it. Come, try it out. Hearing her name called, Su Shengsheng stood up, leaning against the rocky cave entrance as she walked inside. The entrance was quite high, and, to be honest, she still felt a twinge of fear. It's very comfortable, thank you. Su Shengsheng settled into the grass nest, which exuded the fragrance of fresh grass, feeling as if she were in an oversized infant's cradle. She liked it immensely. From now on, you need not thank me, all right? It feels distant and may lead other males to believe I am not favored. Jinling squatted before the small figure, gently fixing her slightly disheveled hair from the wind at the cave entrance, gazing at her with tenderness and sincerity. I am not. Su Shengsheng shook her head in confusion, wanting to clarify her thoughts, yet finding Jinling's words ambiguous and not knowing how to articulate her feelings. Was that what she meant? That was not her intention at all. Besides, what incident had led the beast man to presume their relationship? Upon reflection, it could only be related to last night. Indeed, in modern times, when a man and a woman reside together, it often gives rise to misunderstandings about their relationship. And what about that wolf? Had it also assumed their bond? I understand Shengsheng's meaning. Perhaps we should not speak of it again next time, shall we?
All right.
The obedient demeanor of the little female compelled Jinling to pull her into his embrace. May I hold you, Shengsheng? Sitting upon the beastman's lap, she found herself nestled comfortably in his warm embrace. What more could Su Shengsheng say? Speechless, she could only respond with a soft agreement.
All right.
The gloomy expression on her face elicited a chuckle from Jinling. Indeed, he found himself increasingly fond of her. Su Shengsheng, inexplicably entangled with two boyfriends, felt an indescribable complexity in her emotions. Yes, she had come to understand. In the beast world, a solitary male and female sharing a cave would lead to the male being labeled as the female's possession by default. Having spent several nights with that wolf, it was clear that, by its nature, it would not vocalize anything but would implicitly acknowledge itself as her boyfriend.
Now,
with this one having confessed first, and then explicitly stating he was her boyfriend following last night, it seemed she no longer needed to fret over the patriarch of the Jin clan's requirement of finding 2 or more male partners during the awakening ceremony. Why was Su Shengsheng able to accept the notion of 2 boyfriends so swiftly? It was truly because of what Yuna had said today, which had profoundly impacted her worldview. Leaving aside the harsh seasons and the threats posed by savage beasts, a single male could hardly provide adequate care for a delicate female. Yuna mentioned that the beast god mandated that an adult female must seek out 4 or more males, while a holy female was required to find 6 or more. Otherwise, the beast god would reclaim the abilities bestowed upon her. What were these abilities granted by the beast god? While she didn't care much for the ability to conceive, the ability to strengthen her body was of utmost importance to Su Shengsheng. That had always been her wish, to free herself from the afflictions of illness and to possess a healthy body. So, what was the harm in seeking a few more boyfriends? Just 4, she could manage that. Consider it compensation for her previous lack of romantic experiences. Jinling, it's your turn to hunt today. A fleeting shadow of an eagle beast at the cave entrance interrupted their solitude. What would you like to eat? I can hunt something for Shengsheng. Anything is fine. She was uncertain about what prey was available or their names. However, speaking to her eager boyfriend in such a dismissive manner felt lacking, akin to saying, anything will do. Su Shengsheng pondered for a moment and made a modest request. I would like to try some fruits I haven't tasted before. Her experience with fruits was limited, and there were many she had yet to try, with each region likely boasting its own specialties. This request should not be too difficult, plus it would give her boyfriend an opportunity to shine. Upon hearing the little female's request, Jinling thought of the unique twin fruits of this canyon. These small, purplish-red fruits, sweet and tangy, were not large enough to fill her stomach. She would surely enjoy them. With that thought, he leaned down to kiss her smooth forehead and said, Then Shengsheng, wait here. I shall return shortly, all right? Su Shengsheng nodded earnestly. She had not spent much time with her boyfriend, and was unsure of what to say at such a moment. Previously, when she was with the large wolf, she would merely follow along. The last time was due to her fear prompting her request. After that, every hunting trip, the large wolf would instinctively take her along. Yet, with so many females waiting obediently here, she couldn't selfishly ask the beast man to take her along. Moreover, they were hunting in a team, and it would be inappropriate for her to impose herself. Thus, she could only nod and wait patiently. Good girl. Jinling set her down gently, stroked her head tenderly, and then transformed into a golden eagle, soaring away from the cave. The distance between the caves was considerable, and the sounds from outside could not reach her. For a moment, the cave felt rather lonely, with just her presence. Su Shengsheng rose and settled down on a piece of animal hide at the cave entrance. The temperature difference during the warm season of the beast world was significant, and the evening breeze felt somewhat chilly. She was still clad in the animal skins from yesterday, a black striped tube top, a half-length skirt, and a mid-length gray fur cloak that the large wolf had made for her. She wondered why that wolf had such a penchant for black, aside from the cloak. The various animal skin outfits he had crafted for her were all different shades of black, long-haired, short-haired, striped, and spotted. She felt the urge to bathe and change her clothes, though she was unsure if that wolf would come by. In a secluded cave, a massive wolf body was enveloped in an awe-inspiring purple energy. The black wolf feeling a sense of agitation as the advancement of his beast energy interrupted his plans. If he could not hasten his progress, he would miss the little troublemaker's awakening ceremony. Digging out the golden crystal hidden beneath his fur, he resolved that this would have to suffice. Absorbing the beast core of the Beast King would surely accelerate his advancement. If all went well, he might still have time to hunt another golden crystal for the little female. Chapter 16. Washing her clothes. Jean Ling returned shortly after, soaring back as a golden eagle, landing gracefully as a gentle-faced youth approaching her with a small animal skin pouch in his mouth. Twin fruits. I believe Shengsheng would enjoy them. Would you like to give them a try? The beast man held out the fruits to her, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Shengsheng felt her cheeks flush slightly under his gaze, but her attention was suddenly drawn to the fruits he held. The palm-sized red fruits, two joined together, one leaning towards pink and the other hinting at yellow, seemed oddly familiar. Were these the evolutionary variant of cherries in the beast world? With excitement, she plucked a cluster from the beastman's hand and sampled both colors. I truly love this, Jean Ling. You are so wonderful. The two fruits offered different textures. The pinkish one was sweet and tangy, while the yellowish one was crisp and sweet. Although they did not taste exactly like cherries, she genuinely enjoyed them, as long as Shengsheng is happy. Saying this, he placed the small pouch of fruits into her arms, reaching out to wipe the juice from the corner of her mouth, gently reminding her, eat them in moderation, save some room for the roasted meat later. Tomorrow morning, I will pick some more for you to enjoy on the way. To ensure she wouldn't fill up on fruits and be unable to eat the roasted meat, Jean Ling thoughtfully shared his plans. I understand. Her demeanor, akin to that of a child being coaxed, made Shengsheng smile brightly, playfully shaking his fingers as she obediently responded. Gazing at her delicate hand clasping his, Jean Ling's expression softened. Shengsheng was truly well-behaved, so endearing that he couldn't help but want to spoil her, to cherish her, to keep her close at all times. After consuming several fruits, Shengsheng suddenly recalled her earlier thought. Jean Ling, I want to take a bath. Tugging at the beastman's fingers, her cheeks slightly flushed, she expressed her desire. After speaking, her watery peach blossom eyes glimmered with anticipation as she gazed at him, leaving Jean Ling unable to refuse. I will go heat some water. Would it be all right for Shengsheng to wash in the cave? He contemplated for a moment before gently suggesting, stroking her long hair. Certainly. Shengsheng busily nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied. Then, will Shengsheng wait for me here?
All right.
Observing the smile in her eyes and her obedient response, Jean Ling also smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair before rising to exit the cave. While hunting, he had spotted some hollowwood nearby and decided to break off a section to fetch water for the little female to bathe. He also needed to obtain a piece of animal skin from Chief Jean to make a set of clean garments for Shengsheng. With these thoughts in mind, the golden eagle soared swiftly through the air. He first carved a section of hollow wood, smoothing it down before returning with it, filling it with stream water and placing it atop a pile of stones to kindle a fire slowly. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to roast the pieces of meat that Shengsheng would eat for dinner. Afterward, he acquired a beautiful piece of animal skin from Chief Jean to bring back to the cave. Shengsheng, I'm back. The gentle voice of the orc resonated from the cave entrance, prompting Shengsheng, who had taken refuge from the cold wind, to step forward a few paces to greet him. Jean Ling, let us eat first, and then we can bathe, shall we? As he spoke, he handed her the roasted meat, thoughtfully producing a small golden fork for her use.
All right.
Shengsheng nodded as she accepted it. She had just dragged the piece of animal skin from the cave entrance inside, and was now seated on it, delicately using the fork to take small bites of the roasted meat. Jean Ling sat beside her, cutting the animal skin in hand. Once he had achieved the desired dimensions, he began to sew with a golden needle, occasionally glancing at her with a gentle smile adorning his face. Shengsheng diligently finished the meat in her hand, and when she looked up again, Jean Ling had completed his task. Seeing her gaze, he smiled as he picked up the newly sewn animal skin and unfolded it for her inspection. Come, Shengsheng, see if it fits. As he spoke, he took the leaves she had used to wrap the meat and set them aside. tenderly retrieving a small piece of animal skin to wipe her hands and mouth before placing the garment he had made into her hands. "Did you make this for me?" Su Shengsheng gazed at the animal skin in her hands, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, realizing he had been crafting clothing for her all along. "It's just a temporary outfit for you to change into before your bath. It's not very well made, so please don't be upset," Jean Ling explained, looking at her with a hint of guilt. Had he known he would encounter her on this outing, he would have brought along some finer animal skins. Once they reached Beast God Mountain, he planned to hunt a few flat-beaked beasts. Their pelts were smooth and soft, vibrant in color. And he would make her several beautiful garments then.
How could that be?
"Jean Ling, you've put in so much effort. It's wonderful, and I truly love it." Su Shengsheng sincerely praised him. She was a person easily contented, with modest expectations. The fact that Jean Ling had thought to make her a change of clothes genuinely surprised her. Shengsheng is truly hard to dislike. Jean Ling chuckled softly, ruffling her hair again, stating that the more time he spent with her, the more he cherished her. "I'll fetch the water for your bath, Shengsheng." With that, he stood to tidy up the cave before stepping out with the items in hand. Su Shengsheng set the clean animal skin aside, ensuring it wouldn't get wet when she bathed. After a brief wait, sounds arose from the cave entrance, and just as she was about to step outside, she observed Jean Ling effortlessly carrying a half-human-height green wooden tub into the cave. He placed the large tub in a location far from the grass nest, sheltered from the wind. "All right, Shengsheng, you may bathe now." He smiled gently at her before turning to the cave entrance, transforming into a massive golden eagle to stand guard. Su Shengsheng reached out to test the water temperature. It was warm but not scalding. She glanced at the large bird that nearly blocked the cave entrance and smiled. So considerate. After a simple rinse, Su Shengsheng dried herself and donned the animal skin clothing Jean Ling had prepared for her, ready to clean her soiled garments. "Just leave them. I will wash them thoroughly." Upon hearing her voice, Jean Ling entered the cave to take the garments from her hand, placing the animal skin into the tub.
"I can manage this myself."
Surprised by his actions and recalling that her intimate undergarment was still inside, Su Shengsheng felt a flush on her cheeks and attempted to object. "That wolf beast expects Shengsheng to wash the animal skin herself?" Jean Ling's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of dissatisfaction towards that wolf beast. Before she could respond, he shifted his tone, his expression tinged with evident disappointment. "Or is it that Shengsheng doesn't wish to give me the chance to help?" Su Shengsheng was taken aback, instinctively loosening her grip as the animal skin slipped into the tub. "Good girl." Jean Ling tenderly dried her hands and hair with the animal skin, leading her to sit in the grass nest. "Wait here for a moment, I will be done shortly." Watching Jean Ling carry the tub out of the cave, Su Shengsheng felt somewhat dazed. She truly was just shy and unaccustomed to the situation. The wolf had denied her the opportunity to speak, while this eagle had left her no room for rebuttal. That night, she once again nestled within the wings of the golden eagle, fully accepting her circumstances. Chapter 17. The tribe gathers for the bonfire feast. The next day, Jean Ling rose early to gather the fruits she loved, and by the time she awoke, he had already returned. After breakfast, the group resumed their journey for the day. Thus, they continued this monotonous routine of traveling by day and resting by night for 3 more days. On the evening of the 3rd day, they gathered at their destination with another group participating in the awakening ceremony. Lion Chief, Tiger Chief. It seems this year your tribes have quite a number of cubs participating in the awakening ceremony. Chief Jean, clearly acquainted with them, approached with a smile after organizing his tribe, exchanging pleasantries. The Lion-Tiger tribe was a large tribe formed by the merger of the original Golden Lion and White Tiger tribes. The orcs of the Lion-Tiger tribe were predominantly lion and tiger beasts, along with later additions such as fox and wolf beasts. Hence, the Lion-Tiger tribe currently had 2 chiefs, the Lion Chief from the Golden Lion tribe and the Tiger Chief from the White Tiger tribe. "Greetings, Chief Jean." Chief Jean. "The Feather tribe is quite distant, and our people have flown for over 10 days and are weary. How about we rest for a day tomorrow? We could hold a bonfire feast tonight for the little cubs to get acquainted." The Tiger Chief enthusiastically suggested to Chief Jean. "Indeed, Old Sure's idea is quite good. What do you think, Chief Jean?" The Lion Chief pondered for a moment, recalling that there were quite a few females from the Feather tribe this year, which essentially provided opportunities for the single beasts in their tribe. Thus, he eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, why not?" Chief Lion's thoughts are not lost on Chief Jean. "I share the same sentiment. We are not far from Beast God Mountain. Taking a day to rest won't cause any delays." The 3 chiefs reached a consensus, and the lion chief and tiger chief went to notify their tribes, while Chief Jean returned. Cubs, let us go to the lion-tiger tribe for the bonfire feast. The moment these words were spoken, the weary tribespeople sprang to life with excitement. Shengsheng, let us go see if there are any strong males. Yuna eagerly took her hand, ready to depart. She had long heard of the strength of the lion males and wanted to closely observe them, hoping to select one or two high-ranking lion beasts.
Yuna,
You go ahead. Su Shengsheng had little interest in this, especially since Jinling had mentioned there was a hot spring nearby. She had not bathed in 2 days and now just wanted to soak and change into fresh clothes. Aren't you coming? Yuna gazed at her with curiosity. What an exquisite opportunity. How could Shengsheng remain unmoved? The invitation from her first companion in the beast realm was one she had no desire to decline. Yet, she whispered softly into Yuna's ear, I wish to take a bath. Friends are important, but cleanliness is paramount. A spark of realization flickered in Yuna's eyes upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, I shall go too. Let us cleanse ourselves and captivate that throng of males. Shengsheng blinked, seemingly oblivious to her companion's thoughts, but decided to join her nonetheless. Let us be off. She climbed onto the back of the golden eagle and spoke softly, Golden Wing, hasten. We must catch up. The 2 golden eagles soared out of the tribe, and the tribe leader, seeing that both were 5-star beast warriors, allowed them to depart without protest. The hot springs that Jinling mentioned were not far off. They were an outdoor retreat, with several scattered about. She casually chose one, bathed, and donned the beast skin attire prepared for her by Jinling, a white, short-haired strapless top paired with a skirt of the same material, complemented by a matching cloak. Is it cold? Jinling asked as he delicately arranged her long hair, brushing against her flushed cheeks that had been warmed by the steam. Not at all. She replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she watched the orc snugly wrap her cloak. We must return quickly. The bonfire feast is about to commence. Yuna's voice called out from a distance, and as she settled onto the eagle, it took flight. Jinling, with a calm demeanor, finished adjusting her attire and teased with a hint of seriousness, You wouldn't forsake me for another male, would you? The more time he spent with this delicate and obedient female, the more he cherished her. He was not ready for another orc to intrude upon their precious moments together.
how could that be?
Shengsheng replied, astonished as she regarded the orc. Did she appear fickle and prone to infatuation? If a male approaches you, leave it to me to handle if you please. Jinling had no intention of stopping her from seeking other males. He merely wished to gauge her feelings towards him. If she agreed, it would affirm her acceptance of him. If not, it would indicate that he had yet to win her heart and that he must strive harder. That would be splendid. She had not considered this matter earlier, but now felt a twinge of embarrassment. The prospect of Jinling resolving it for her was most welcome. With this thought in mind, she nodded eagerly, her eyes imploring him to assist her. Jinling smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Let us go. With her approval, he felt reassured and gained the right to ward off any undesirable males. Upon their return to the gathering point of the tribe, the bonfire feast was indeed underway. In the center lay a vast open space, where females sat in a circle, each surrounded by a pile of firewood, their followers eagerly attending to them. Shengsheng, over here. Quickly, the duel is about to begin. Hearing Yuna's call, Shengsheng pulled Jinling along, ducking her head as they navigated through the throng. The crowd was overwhelming, and she felt somewhat out of her element. You're too slow, Shengsheng. As she settled down, Yuna leaned in to speak softly. In the beast realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. Females revered the strong, and males were esteemed based on their might. Higher-ranking warriors garnered the affection of females more readily than their lower-ranking counterparts, leading to numerous duels whenever warriors gathered, either to vie for a female's attention or to challenge themselves. Yet most were simply to capture the gaze of the females, much like this battle. A golden lion and a white tiger leapt into the arena, engaging in raw, physical combat without the use of their innate abilities. Do you fancy any of them, Yuna? Shengsheng asked. The outcome was inevitable. Battles always resulted in casualties. And even without abilities, they were brutal. Shengsheng glanced once before averting her gaze, turning to chat with Yuna. What do you think of that lion? Yuna's enthusiasm surged as she pointed to the golden lion grappling with the white tiger. I can't tell. I'm too afraid to look, Shengsheng admitted. Yet she could always inquire. Jinling, is that lion formidable? Jinling, roasting meat beside her, briefly looked up and offered a candid assessment, not as powerful as the white tiger. He had overheard the exchange between Shengsheng and Yuna and discerned that it was not the little female who was intrigued. So, he returned his attention to the meat in his hands. Shengsheng nodded and conveyed Jinling's words to Yuna. He says that lion is not as strong as the tiger.
How can that be?
Yuna, skeptical, turned to Jinling, who was preparing meat for her. Indeed, Jinling is correct, Jinling confirmed. Deflated by this validation, Yuna's spirits waned. As anticipated, although the lion and tiger fought fiercely, the battle concluded with the white tiger pinning the golden lion by the throat, claiming victory. The white tiger, named Huya, possessed a striking appearance with short white hair and a sun-kissed complexion, exuding a charismatic charm. 4 silver stars adorned his collarbone, marking him as a 4-star beast warrior. Rosa, may I be your follower? Huya approached Rosa, his right fist resting on his left shoulder as he knelt to meet her gaze, a gesture of respect. In the beast realm, females only attained adulthood post-awakening and could directly seek to bond. For now, they could only request to be a male's follower. I accept, Rosa proclaimed proudly. Her head held high. She remained the most sought-after female, while Jinling's choice seemed questionable, favoring a weaker female. Upon hearing Rosa's declaration, Eagle Li, sitting behind her, stood and strode toward the combat arena. Shengsheng watched this perplexing turn of events. Why would Eagle Li enter the fray after Rosa's acceptance? The eagle and tiger clashed fiercely. Jinling handed her small pieces of roasted meat along with a tiny golden fork, smiling as he observed her puzzled expression. They are determining their future familial hierarchy. Oh, I see. Shengsheng nodded, accepting the meat as she grasped the concept. The one with the stronger fist calls the shots. It's quite fair. So, who is superior? The white tiger. He is likely on the verge of advancing. Upon hearing this inquiry from the little female, Jinling focused on the ongoing battle. Indeed, he is quite formidable. To conquer one battle and then challenge another 4-star beast warrior is impressive. Shengsheng pondered this. Shengsheng. Jinling felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing her praise another male. Oblivious to the hint of jealousy in Jinling's tone, Shengsheng swallowed her meat and tilted her head in confusion. I am stronger than he is. The orc's strange assertion left Shengsheng bewildered. I am aware. You have 5 stars, she remarked, glancing once more at the 5 silver stars at his collarbone. Clearly, he was superior in rank, thus more powerful. Yes, so you must not lower your standards. Understand? Jinling wiped the grease from her lips, seizing a moment to educate his little female. Standards? What standards? She inquired, perplexed. In the future, we shall not entertain any below 5 stars. There are not many single beasts rated 5 stars or above, but if one encounters such a being, it is certainly worth considering. This was Jinling's sentiment, and she imparted it as well. Shengsheng nodded in agreement. Whatever he said was fine, after all. She did not believe anyone would seek her out. The fact that those orcs were flocking towards Rosa and her companions was enough evidence that they favored voluptuous females. Even someone as perfect as Yuna had gone unnoticed by the orcs, let alone her, who appeared unfit for reproduction at first glance. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a tall, muscular orc, exuding an aura of strength, strode towards her. Yuna, I am Lion Sun, a 5-star beast warrior. May I become your follower? Yuna's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, clearly smitten, her excitement palpable. Lion Sun, I accept. With that, Genie rose and joined Lion Sun within the circle. Golden Eagle versus Golden Lion. 5 stars against 5 stars. What do you think, Shengsheng? Yes, just my type. Yuna eagerly shared her feelings. As long as Yuna is happy, Shengsheng affirmed with a nod. A lion, strong, of high rank, he possessed all the qualities Yuna desired, which was quite commendable. Once Yuna received her approval, she focused intently on the battle unfolding before them. Jinling, who is stronger between the two. The way the petite female called his name was almost like a playful coaxing, sending shivers down Jinling's spine, causing him to instinctively tighten the embrace of his arms around her. Jinling? Receiving no reply, Shengsheng turned to the orc behind her, who held her close. It's difficult to say for the two of them, Jinling replied somewhat absent-mindedly, his gaze on her deepening with intensity. Shengsheng. Shengsheng blinked, as if questioning what was wrong. Shengsheng, what should I do? I wish to kiss you. His large, well-defined hand caressed her long hair at the back of her head, and before she could respond, he suddenly closed the distance. His warm lips first brushed against hers, then melded together, growing increasingly passionate, inviting her to dance in this intimate embrace. The orc's kiss was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet the hand that held her head was scorching, exuding heat along with his breath and body. Sitting in his embrace, Shengsheng felt as if she were about to be set ablaze. letting out a soft whimper against his chest. Finally released, her body felt weak and boneless, relying on the orc's arm across her waist for support. Burying her face in his chest, unwilling to lift her head. This is too much. My face must be crimson. Never having experienced such a moment before, Su Shengsheng now felt an overwhelming shyness at the thought of facing others. Jinling, unable to resist, chuckled as he held her close, tenderly praising. Shengsheng's lips are so soft, and they taste so sweet.
Please don't say that.
Su Shengsheng, already overwhelmed with embarrassment, could hardly endure his words. So shy that her toes went numb, she instinctively curled them. All right, I want to speak of it again. Jinling gently combed her hair, an unremovable smile adorning his jade-like features. Understanding her shyness, he earnestly redirected her attention. Lion's son is about to win. Would you like to see Shengsheng?
Huh.
Has it been so long? Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng turned back to the circle, just in time to see the golden lion bite the golden eagle's wing and slam it to the ground, pinning it down with a paw. Roar. It was rare to witness two five-star orcs in confrontation, and some onlookers, unable to contain their excitement, let out a roar. This outburst completely enlivened the atmosphere, drawing even those orcs less eager to seek females to the circle to partake in the excitement. Lion's son, you are remarkable. As Yuna's follower, Lion's son naturally remained by her side, and when he and Genie arrived, they were met with enthusiastic compliments from the females. Lion's son had striking features, deep-set eyes, and an exotic charm, his smile radiating warmth. Genie, you are impressive as well. After praising Lion's son, Yuna did not forget to commend Genie, equally deserving of acknowledgement for his supportive role. The bonfire feast continued until midnight, leaving Su Shengsheng feeling utterly drained by the time it concluded. Shengsheng, my dear, rest assured and sleep, Jinling said softly, his heart aching as he looked at the listless female in his arms, gently patting her back. She had not anticipated it would get so late. Had she known, she would have heeded Jinling's advice and returned earlier. After a delicate yawn, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the warmth of his gentle voice, gradually losing consciousness. Chapter 19. The Big Wolf Approaches. The next day, the group took their time, not rushing to set off. Having gone to bed so late, Su Shengsheng found herself sleeping in. Upon awakening, she noticed Jinling sitting at the entrance of their tree hollow, diligently sewing a small piece of beast hide. Shengsheng is awake. Hearing the orc's question, she mumbled a response. Nearby lay a small red fruit for dental hygiene, which she picked up and began to chew, spitting the remnants onto the leaves beside her. After finishing the entire fruit, her voice was imbued with a sweet, fruity fragrance. Wrap the leaves up, and we'll bury them beneath the tree later. Jinling, what are you doing? She approached, curious about what he was working on, and when she caught sight of the small item, her face flushed bright red. Let me try. Observing the small female cover her blushing face, Jinling chuckled, placing the item in her arms before stepping out of the tree hollow. Shengsheng must be hungry. I will fetch her something to eat. Watching him depart through the gaps in her fingers, Su Shengsheng quickly turned and ventured deeper into the hollow to put on the clothing. It was a small garment that Jinling had discovered while washing her clothes previously, and he had finally found the opportunity to replicate it that morning. The small pants were crafted from the hide of small birds he had specifically caught at her request, tanned to be thin and soft, with ventilation holes left from feather removal, making them quite suitable for undergarments. Though termed small birds, they were actually 3 times the size of a chicken, known as color birds due to their vibrant and beautiful plumage. Each piece of color bird hide was uniquely colored. The fitted pants she had worn before were a bluish gray, while the new pair prepared by Jinling was a soft green. Today's meat was boiled, enhanced with a white crisp fruit, to see if she liked it. Jinling entered the hollow, carrying a bowl and placing it on the raised wooden stump inside. This is a locally unique hard-shelled fruit with a creamy fragrance. Shengsheng can try it. As she approached, Jinling offered her a small golden spoon. Not bad, Su Shengsheng thought, noting how, over the past few days, Jinling had not only learned to craft small golden forks but also spoons and chopsticks, instinctively creating appropriate utensils based on the food's form. The hard-shelled fruit was cream-colored, with one half containing its own flesh, while the other half held the boiled meat prepared by Jinling delicious. Kneeling on the beast hide, Su Shengsheng took a sip of the meat broth, finding the flavor pure and refreshing, perfectly suited to her tastes. The white crisp fruit was not sweet, reminiscent of white radish, but with slight variations. Su Shengsheng had long since given up any illusions about the produce of the beast world. If it's good, I'll eat more, and there's plenty. Each time Jinling witnessed the small female consuming so little food, he grew concerned, feeling she ate less than a cub, leading him to doubt the quality of his cooking, prompting him to consult with the clan leader Jin. I'm full. After consuming a bowl of savory meat soup and several pieces of rich, creamy fruit flesh, Su Shengsheng shook her head, indicating her disinterest in further food. Jinling gently caressed her rounded belly, a clear sign that the petite female could only manage such a modest meal. He sighed inwardly, uncertain of how to proceed, hoping that the awakening ceremony would enhance her physical condition. Otherwise, how would she endure the frigid season? Should he seek out a green crystal or find a fire element-endowed beast man? Countless thoughts flooded Jinling's mind. He wondered how the wolf beast, designated as the petite female's first mate, had arranged matters. It had been quite some time, surely he would come looking for her soon. Suddenly, a sharp and high-pitched alarm rang out from the periphery. What was happening? Su Shengsheng felt a tightening in her chest. It was the signal from the patrolling beast men. The last time she heard it, she had been separated from the great wolf, and she could only ponder what might transpire this time. A high-level beast man was approaching. It was a wolf beast. Murmurs arose outside the tree hollow. She discerned the mention of the wolf beast, and her heart skipped a beat, tears welling in her eyes. Mo, could it be Mo? Don't cry, let us go take a look, Jin Diao urged as he flew her out of the tribe. There, beneath the tree, lay a massive black wolf, indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes around him.
Montauk.
Upon hearing the familiar voice, the black wolf rose to see a petite figure rushing toward him. In an instant, he transformed into a stern-faced young man, swiftly stepping forward to catch her.
Don't run.
He had painstakingly nurtured his body back to health. He couldn't afford to faint again in a moment of excitement. Mo looking at that familiar face. Su Shengsheng melted into the embrace that filled her with a profound sense of safety. Her tears flowed freely, a torrent of worry, grievance, and joy overwhelming her. Don't cry. Mo tirelessly wiped away her tears, his cold voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, she was quite the little troublemaker, a weepy one at that. I thought you wouldn't come looking for me, Su Shengsheng mumbled, her face buried in his chest, her voice choked with sobs. Hearing her words, Mo's golden-hued eyes darkened with intensity. He suddenly turned and enveloped her in his shadow, gripping the back of her neck to tilt her head back. His heated lips pressed against hers, inch by inch, claiming her. Breath escaped her as her tear-filled, peach blossom eyes met his lustful gaze, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Her senses heightened, enveloped in his familiar scent, Su Shengsheng gradually lost herself. Her porcelain face, still marked by tears, flushed a deep crimson under his control, pushing him to the brink of losing composure. The arm encircling her waist felt unbearably hot, causing her to squirm uncomfortably, prompting the beast man to stiffen and retreat, burying his face in her hair, panting heavily. Don't move. His icy voice, now brimming with desire, was both a threat and a warning. Su Shengsheng, blushing with shyness, halted her movements, her small hands gripping his shoulders. It was not her intention to move. He was simply too warm. Regaining his composure, the beast man toyed with the nape of her neck, his stern face drawing closer, revealing the dark circles beneath his eyes. What gave you the impression that you could escape from me? Shengsheng? Thankfully, he had rushed over without rest after his advancement, or this little troublemaker might have been lost in her thoughts about him. Unbeknownst to her, she might even forget him entirely in a couple of days. I did not, Su Shengsheng replied, her nose reddening with grievance. This wolf was turning the tables on her. She had only feared he would abandon her. However, seeing his weary appearance, she felt a pang of sympathy for him and chose not to argue, softly stating, I missed you so much. After saying this, she felt a bit bashful, burying her face deeper into his chest. The petite female's words took him by surprise, stirring an undeniable pleasure within Mo. He chuckled softly, as if the fatigue from his recent endeavors had dissipated. Chapter 20. The Great Wolf advances. The arrival of a 7-star wolf beast sent the tribe into a frenzy. Though curious, the beast men instinctively distanced themselves from the tree hollow where he resided. Beast men possess a strong sense of territoriality, which intensifies with their rank. Originally, Jinling, as a rare 5-star beast warrior, was manageable. However, with the presence of a 7-star beast warrior, he was completely overshadowed. The great wolf had claimed her nesting spot, enveloping her in his embrace as she slept soundly beneath him. It was unclear what he had endured, but a long scar marred his neck, a mark that, had it been a fraction deeper, could have severed an artery. Reflecting on this, Su Shengsheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She should not have doubted the wolf's dedication to finding her. He had gone to such lengths despite his condition. No wonder he would be angered by her words. Nestled in the wolf's warmth, Su Shengsheng originally intended to keep him company, but she unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the great wolf was absent from the hollow, replaced by Jinling, who had been missing for a day. Where did Mo go? Panic surged within her as she realized the great wolf was not there, and she fleetingly questioned if it had all been a dream. He went hunting. Upon seeing her awake, Jinling tidied her hair and animal skin garments, wrapping her in a cloak before carrying her out of the tree hollow. Is it already dark? Had she truly slept that long? Did I sleep for so long? She asked in confusion. He fed you a green crystal, which is why you slept a little longer. Jinling explained, omitting details about her emotional turmoil that had led to her fainting. He also refrained from mentioning his anxiousness when he had tried to awaken her earlier. The wolf beast seemed unfazed as he produced another green crystal to feed her. Thinking of the petite female's obliviousness filled Jinling with an overwhelming sense of suffocation and despair. He had assumed she was merely a bit underweight. But the situation appeared much graver. At no other moment had he desired advancement more than now, wishing to hunt more green crystals to restore her health. He wished to avoid a repeat of the day's distressing events. Was I unconscious? Su Shengsheng asked uncertainly, feeling significantly better, but questioning why Mo would feed her green crystals if she were well. No, Jinling firmly denied, gently kissing her forehead to reassure her. Green crystals were specifically intended for the nourishment of females. Males had no need for them, and he would not withhold them from his female. It was their responsibility to ensure her health, and all she needed to do was maintain a positive mindset and be happy every day. Is that so?
Yes.
Jinling tenderly stroked her hair, his response unwavering. Upon receiving the beast man's affirmation, Su Shengsheng relaxed, her brows curving into a smile. She knew she felt much better. Shengsheng, Shengsheng. Just as she settled beside the bonfire, Yuna approached with an excited expression, eager to gossip. Is that wolf beast also your follower?
Yes.
Upon recalling the formidable wolf, Su Shengsheng arched her brows with a smile, now confidently able to answer that question. He is indeed quite remarkable, Yuna exclaimed, admitting that she had yet to encounter a 7-star beast warrior and was uncertain if an opportunity would arise on Beast God Mountain. Su Shengsheng nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the prowess of the great wolf. As they spoke, a young man with a stern demeanor approached them. Upon seeing him, Yuna instinctively fell silent and retreated slightly. While the wolf beast was undeniably powerful, his human form bore an icy countenance that she found difficult to endure. She preferred her 2 dear companions instead. After handing a piece of meat to Jinling, Mo drew closer and wrapped his arms around her. What are you discussing? Su Shengsheng was acutely aware of the keen hearing of beast men, and she doubted that the wolf had failed to overhear their conversation. Nevertheless, she never hesitated to offer her compliments. You are impressive, she said, tilting her face up to him with crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with praise. It had been a long time since he had heard the soft, delicate voice of this little troublemaker, and he responded with satisfaction. As if merely to hear those words, the beast man fell silent thereafter, focusing intently on playing with her small hands. After dinner, they returned early to their tree hollow, for they would continue their journey the following day. That night, the great wolf kept her company as she slept, while the golden eagle nestled just outside the hollow. Within her line of sight, it seemed they had reached a tacit understanding, adhering to this unspoken rule. Su Shengsheng saw no reason to object. Casting a glance at the golden eagle outside, she was caught off guard when the beast man, who held her, inquired, How are you getting along with that bird? Despite the question, his large hand resting against the back of her neck felt more like a threat as it tightened slightly. It's fine, she replied, sensing danger and shrinking her neck timidly. The warmth of his palm made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, causing her to nuzzle closer into his embrace, attempting to evade the large hand to her neck. Little did she know, this seemingly flirtatious action was perilous for a male. One misstep could ignite a fiery response. His arms suddenly tightened, bringing their bodies closer together, leaving her no room for movement. His cool voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, commanded, sleep. Should this little troublemaker continue to fidget against him, he could not guarantee that something untoward would not occur. All right, Su Shengsheng obediently replied, nestling into his arms, gradually losing consciousness under the soothing effect of the green crystal energy that had yet to fully integrate within her. Thus, She remained oblivious to the searing gaze he cast upon her, the emotions swirling in his dark golden eyes akin to a dormant volcano, waiting for the right moment to erupt. The journey from here to Beast God Mountain would take merely 5 days, and following the awakening ceremony, it would be their day of pairing. His large hand caressed her porcelain-white face, and Mo felt a twinge of concern. Unsure if she would be able to endure it all, he would strive to exercise restraint. Completely unaware of the beastman's thoughts, Shengsheng slept soundly, drifting into dreams of bliss. Perhaps due to the green crystal from the previous day, when she awoke the next morning, she felt a sense of unprecedented lightness, as if she could dash about joyfully. Of course, such a notion was impractical, and time did not permit her to indulge in it. After breakfast, a colossal procession of the two tribes set forth. The wolf's tail coiled around her slender waist as he placed her onto his back, the black wolf blending into the throng at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing her seated atop the wolf's back, Yuna abandoned her flight and chose to mount the golden lion instead, catching up to her. Shengsheng. Hearing the familiar voice, Shengsheng's eyes brightened as she turned to look. Yuna, I thought you were soaring in the skies. Initially, she had contemplated that, but upon seeing her there, she realized that without someone to converse with, the journey could become exceedingly dull. Indeed, Shengsheng agreed, acknowledging that having company made the passage of time more enjoyable. After an arduous 5 days, they finally reached the vicinity of Beast God Mountain. As the awakening ceremony was held every 3 years, each tribe had established a designated dwelling on the outskirts of the mountain. Thanks to Jinling, the chief of the Golden Tribe arranged for them to stay with the members of the Feathers Tribe, allowing them to participate in the sacred female awakening ceremony alongside the Feathers Tribe's females the following evening. The Great Wolf was busy organizing their cave, while the Golden Eagle had ventured out to hunt. Shengsheng sat on the animal hide at the entrance, gazing at the majestic Beast God Mountain. Rather than a single mountain, it resembled a sprawling mountain range, with the main peak of Beast God Mountain extending outward into countless branches. The mountain loomed high, its summit shrouded in clouds. Even when soaring high in the skies atop the Golden Eagle, the peak remained elusive. According to the Beastmen, the Beast God resided at the pinnacle of Beast God Mountain. The place designated for the awakening ceremony lay on the mountainside, carved out into a vast clearing. At the center stood a high platform adorned with peculiar symbols, serving as the sacrificial altar. Surrounding the altar were stone steps of varying heights, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of beastmen. Perhaps due to her improved health, Shengsheng felt particularly spirited at that moment. She pondered the nature of the awakening ceremony, questioning why it was held at night and whether the ceremonies for females and males were conducted separately. Lost in thought, she spotted the Golden Eagle soaring toward them, clutching 2 enormous avian creatures in its talons. Upon his return, the Great Wolf, having tidied the cave, approached, swiftly lifting her onto his back and leaping out of the hollow. Shengsheng, come see if you like them. Seeing her emerge, Jinling greeted her with a gentle smile, beckoning her as he lifted her down from the wolf's back. The cold-faced youth, now in human form, followed closely behind. The pelts of the flat-billed beasts from Beast God Mountain were highly sought after by the females, and Jinling had specifically selected 2 exquisite specimens. These birds are stunning. Shengsheng marveled, gazing in awe at the 2 large birds sprawled on the ground, each half her height. Their feathers were dense and plush, displaying a beautiful gradient of colors, one in white and red, the other in gold and purple. Such creatures, if encountered in the modern world, would undoubtedly be classified as endangered species, the kind one could only dream of seeing in a zoo. Gold and purple? Shengsheng blinked her peach blossom eyes, glancing at the gentle youth nearby. Noticing her gaze, he tenderly brushed a strand of hair from her face and asked softly, do you like them? I do, they're beautiful. Shengsheng nodded, realizing that Jinling also appreciated the captivating hues of gold and purple. As long as you like them, he said, ruffling her hair before taking 1 bird in each hand and walking toward the riverbank. Tomorrow, we'll use these 2 pelts to create 2 sets of garments for the little female so she can wear them to the awakening ceremony tonight. Let us go with the gold and purple one, so the little female's attention won't be caught by that peacock beast's form. Are we going to play tomorrow? The fruits here taste delightful. I believe you'll enjoy them. As he spoke, Mo lifted her from the ground and headed toward the open space by the river. Although the little troublemaker wore beast-hide boots, her skin was too tender. Walking too long would cause her feet to blister, so carrying her was far more sensible. Yes. Hearing this, Shengsheng joyfully leaped into his arms, eager not to miss the chance to respond. fearing he might change his mind. Having spent nearly a month in the beast realm, she had only ventured out with Mo and the awakening ceremony group on a few occasions. The rest of the time had been a long trek, and she had yet to properly observe the crops of this world. Ultimately, her curiosity remained piqued. Having grown up, she had never had the opportunity to venture out and explore the world. The only time she attempted to travel abroad to attend an art exhibition ended abruptly. One moment she was engulfed in darkness, and the next, she found herself in the sunset forest, within the territory of Mo were it not for Mo. She doubted she would have survived to this day. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shengsheng felt a surge of appreciation. Mo, thank you. Her small head nestled against the orc's neck, her soft voice whispering sweetly in his ear. Mo felt a delightful shiver run down his spine, his throat involuntarily constricting. No need. Tomorrow night, I will ask Shengsheng for the reward. The orc's warm lips brushed against her delicate earlobe, his cool voice laced with emotions she could not comprehend.
What?
Shengsheng's ears, sensitive to the touch, tingled at his words, and she looked up at him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. You will understand in due time. I hope Shengsheng can endure a little longer. Mo's gaze bore into hers, deep and enigmatic, his words shrouded in ambiguity. Though she did not fully grasp his meaning, an instinctive awareness of danger emanating from his eyes silenced her. Once Mo set her down, she dashed to the riverbank, clutching the scattered feathers that lay upon the ground. Examining the tanned beast hide, Jinling swiftly completed the tanning process and hung the hide to dry. When he turned to her, his expression softened. Which piece would you like to eat? Any will do. Shengsheng replied earnestly, devoid of any pretense. Her appetite was typically modest. Nevertheless, she knew that both Jinling and Mo always reserved the best portions for her. Indeed, without hesitation, Jinling sliced off the preferred leg meat of the flat-billed beast, wrapping it in leaves, while the remaining parts were treated with less care. Mo had already kindled a fire, and Jinling, with one hand holding the wrapped meat, took her by the hand and led her over. What shall we do?
Ah?
Shengsheng was caught off guard, a look of confusion clouding her porcelain-like face. How could she possibly offer any suggestions? After all, her memories of food were primarily of broths and soups. Let us use this. I like it. Before she could dwell too long on the dilemma, Mo produced a newly acquired item and handed it to her, gently pulling her small frame into his embrace. A piece of something sweet was tossed towards him. Jinling caught it, surprised. Honey syrup? The bee beasts of the Beast God Mountain were notoriously fierce. Their stingers laced with paralyzing venom capable of incapacitating even the mightiest warriors. This lone wolf had dared to gather it alone. Despite their danger, many orcs sought to provoke them, hoping to collect honey syrup to win the favor of the females. The wolf had only been gone a short while. Surely, hadn't he stolen another orc's catch?
Honey.
Shengsheng clearly spotted the enormous beehive, her eyes sparkling with delight. There must be so much honey in there. Seeing her genuine excitement, Jinling dismissed his concerns. After all, few orcs could best this wolf. Not far away, perched on a tree branch, a young boy with short white hair glared towards them, his expression brimming with resentment. He was still damp, evidently having just emerged from a recent endeavor. How infuriating! He had meticulously drawn the bee beasts away, only to have this wolf benefit from his efforts. This honey syrup was meant for his unseen mate. Since this wolf had seized his honey syrup, he vowed to reclaim it. Just wait. Chapter 22. The White Bear Boy. White Zhu, where have you run off to now? Upon returning to his tribe, the white-haired boy was immediately met with the stern questioning of the clan leader, his father. Haven't I told you to find a female? It's been 3 years. Where's the female you found? If you can't find one, you better go apologize to Yali. I won't go. If you want to, you go. I don't like her. White Zhu impatiently interrupted. The mere thought of the female from the tribe who continually pursued him was unbearable. He had rejected her multiple times, yet she persisted, seemingly oblivious to his disinterest, and even harming other females who showed interest in him. This time, she had gone so far as to attempt to use aphrodisiac flower pollen on him while he was to accompany the escort team to the Beast God Mountain. How malicious. Yali is a saint female. The clan leader barked angrily. He didn't even fancy a saint female. What kind of mate did he desire? Not wishing to endure his father's nagging any longer, and with his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to snatch the wolf's female, White Zhu instinctively blurted out, I found a female. Immediately regretting his words, he felt a pang of annoyance. What did you say? The clan leader froze, staring at him in disbelief. You've been searching for 3 years and found one in just a short while? Are you trying to deceive me? Yes, I found a female, the young boy shouted, then dashed away, his handsome face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment. He couldn't tell. Seeing his reaction, the clan leader began to believe him, running a hand through his hair. You found one? Just like that? The white-haired boy lay in a tree hollow, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind oscillated between how to steal the wolf's female and flashes of that delicate face. Eventually, he drifted into a restless sleep, only to dream of that malicious female attempting to use aphrodisiac pollen on him. Desperately resisting, he was taken aback when that vile female's face morphed into the exquisite visage of the wolf's female. He was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist as her beautiful face wept throughout the night. Before dawn, the agitated white bear hurled a large block of ice aside, then dove headfirst into the icy depths.
How could he?
Such acts were reserved for when he had bonded with the female. As White Shoe emerged from his hollow, the tribe was enveloped in silence. The orcs were still asleep. Nervously, he climbed to the tree where he had spotted the cave yesterday, peering towards the entrance. The wolf stood sentinel at the cave's mouth, obscuring his view of the interior, simply sitting there, lost in thought. It wasn't until dawn that sounds emerged from the cave. Upon hearing that soft voice, White Shoe's heart skipped a beat, his pulse racing wildly. Excited for the day of exploration, Shengsheng's spirit soared. She donned the gradient gold and purple beast hide attire that Jinling had specially crafted for her, twirling in front of the two orcs with keen interest as she stepped out of the cave. How do I look? The petite figure, with her beautiful brow arched in a smile, exuded a sweet fragrance with her graceful movements. The two orcs exchanged glances, their eyes deepening with admiration. Yes, you look lovely, Mo replied, his usually cool demeanor softened with a hint of warmth. Shengsheng looks beautiful no matter what, Jinling complimented with genuine tenderness, a gentle smile gracing his features. What had started as a casual inquiry turned into earnest compliments from both, leaving Shengsheng feeling a bit bashful. Let us hurry and set off. She touched her flushed cheeks, attempting to dispel the warmth with her cool hands, but to no avail, and hurriedly urged them forward. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, a warm wolf tail wrapped around her waist, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself seated upon the black wolf's back. It's a bit far. It would be better if you didn't walk, Jinling explained as he walked alongside her. During the awakening ceremony in the evening, they must stand for an extended period, unable to assist the little female by her side. It is best to remain stationary if possible to avoid sore feet later. Very well. Shengsheng is someone who primarily adheres to advice. Upon hearing Jinling's words, she immediately perched herself upon the wolf's back, remaining silent and undemanding. Her compliance was so striking that it inevitably sparked some unwelcome thoughts within him. Jinling's smile deepened, concealing the thoughts that lay beneath his gentle facade. In the forest, Shengsheng joyfully traversed the underbrush, carrying a handmade wicker basket, occasionally plucking fruits within her reach. The two beast men trailing behind her followed her every step, occasionally sent by her to retrieve fruits from higher branches, even indulging her when she picked inedible ones. This one's not ripe yet. It's astringent and inedible, she remarked. Jinling plucked a fruit from the tree she indicated and handed it to her, his smile tinged with exasperation. It's sour, Mu replied, his expression as cold and emotionless as ever. All right. Shengsheng held a fruit in one hand, feeling somewhat disheartened upon hearing that it was inedible. Why not? One red, one purplish red. They clearly exuded the color of ripeness. Should she rethink her approach? What about that one? She tentatively pointed at a green-skinned fruit on a nearby tree. Following her gesture, Mu's face exhibited no reaction, while Jinling maintained his usual softness. It was impossible to discern the answer from their expressions. That fruit is edible but not palatable. Perhaps it is best if the little female refrains from trying it.
Huh.
Startled by an unfamiliar voice, Shengsheng turned to see a white-haired youth leap down from the tree she had pointed to. Is someone there? She glanced at the beast men flanking her. Their lack of reaction suggested they were already aware of the youth's presence. As he approached, she realized he was quite tall, nearly 2 meters, towering over Mu and the others. Hello, little female, I am Baizhu. The youth's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke, his gaze towards her brimming with affection. Shengsheng felt a bit flustered and could only respond stiffly, hello. She appeared so small and adorable, her voice melodious. What to do? The more he looked, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but recall the dream he had the previous night. All the edible fruits are in this basket. They're for you. Bai Zhu attempted to maintain his composure as he extended the basket toward her. The basket was a translucent, icy blue, resembling ice. Thank you, she stammered, engrossed in examining the material of the basket when she suddenly found herself enveloped in his embrace, the contact pleasantly cool. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she instinctively expressed her gratitude, but by the time she regained her senses, the youth had already dashed away, moving with remarkable speed. Glancing at the basket of fruits in her hands, a thought struck her. Could she accept this? Would it lead to complications? Perhaps, like another boyfriend? She looked at Mu, her expression pleading for guidance. What should I do? Accept it, he replied, recognizing her confusion. Noticing her lack of aversion towards the male, he added, his talent is commendable as well. Indeed, an ice attribute talent. It would be beneficial for Shengsheng during the hot season, Jean Ling remarked, considering the matter more comprehensively. Su Shengsheng was momentarily taken aback. Thus, when Mu spoke of acceptance, he was not referring to the fruit basket but rather to the beast man who had delivered it. Chapter 23. The Awakening of the Holy Females. Bai Zhu sprinted out of her line of sight before turning to perch on another tree, gazing at her from a distance. He pressed a hand to his heart, which was racing from their close encounter. He had made up his mind. He would claim this little female belonging to the wolf beast. As for the question of whether to accept or not, Su Shengsheng did not linger on it for long. It was better to let things unfold naturally. Rejecting one offer would only lead to another, and she could not perpetually decline. For she dared not gamble her health against the rules of the beast gods. This beast realm might indeed harbor true deities. After a tiring day of play, Mu carried her back for lunch, and after a brief nap, she was informed that the awakening ceremony was about to commence. The night had fallen unusually early, casting an air of the extraordinary. Su Shengsheng rode upon the wolf's back alongside 15 other females from the Feiyu tribe as they made their way to the sacrificial altar. Perhaps due to the solemnity of the occasion, the atmosphere within the procession was particularly grave. Even the usually talkative Rosa wore a solemn expression. A few steps from the altar, Mu set her down. Go on. Don't be afraid. We will wait for you here. Jean Ling gently patted her head, his soothing voice bringing her comfort.
All right.
Su Shengsheng nodded obediently, walking alongside Yuna towards the center of the sacrificial altar. The females gathered from the 4 continents, east, west, south, and north, who had reached maturity in the past 2 years, were present. Su Shengsheng cast a cursory glance, counting barely 200 females, while a throng of over 1,000 male beastmen stood behind them, apart from the tribe leaders and their respective followers. The remainder comprised the escorting team of single beastmen seeking females. This did not even account for the batch of newly matured males set to awaken their talents the following evening, nor the single males from the tribe, who had not attended. A rough estimate suggested a male-to-female ratio of about 1 to 10, or even several dozen. This meant that even if each female accepted 10 males, there would still be a substantial number of bachelors. It was no wonder the laws of this beast realm stipulated that females must accept 4 or more partners, while holy females must accept 6 or more husbands. However, Su Shengsheng was curious about how these regulations came to be and how they were enforced. She was soon to discover the answer. As the clouds dispersed, the 4 resplendent silver moons ascended majestically into the sky, imposing and seemingly oppressive. It was said that the mysterious Linglu tribe resided upon Beast God Mountain. They were rumored to be the apostles of the beast gods, and the priest conducting the ceremony for the beast men was the leader of the Linglu tribe. The elder, who had long seated himself upon the sacrificial altar, stood as the clouds parted, revealing the full moon. He bowed respectfully towards the pinnacle of Beast God Mountain. His face bore strange symbols drawn with a special liquid, akin to those on the sacrificial altar. He scanned the 2 stone steps where the female stood, a sigh escaping him.
So few.
As a series of incomprehensible incantations from the priest began, it seemed as though the silver moon cast its radiant light upon them. The females standing on the adjacent stone steps were enveloped in a gentle white glow, some brighter than others, with over 20 glimmers of silver light among them. A gasp arose from the distant crowd of beastmen. This time, an astounding 26 holy females had awakened. The last time, there had been fewer than 20. With 26 holy females, it was certain that some would lack sufficient followers. This presented an opportunity for them to form pairs. The beast men buzzed with excitement, the males cracking their knuckles and preparing for action. Bai Zhu, inspired by the atmosphere, thought that males should indeed be spirited. Otherwise, how could they attract and protect females? Unlike his own offspring, who had not sought a female for 3 years, had this little one not claimed to have found one yesterday? Where is the female you found? Up there. As he gazed upon the luminous orb, Baizhu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His little female was on the verge of awakening as a sacred female. What nonsense! Was this truly an adequate response? All the females at Beast God Mountain were above. Had that scoundrel truly found a female, or was he merely deceiving him? Enraged, the clan leader, Bai, struck him with a palm. I am off to find my little female. Baizhu deftly evaded the blow from his father and darted out of the clan. Observing him merge into the throng of single males awaiting their mating opportunities, clan leader Bai ran a hand through his hair, pondering if he had genuinely found one. Amidst a cacophony of incantations, Shengsheng involuntarily closed her eyes. She soon felt as though she were returning to the tender embrace of infancy, enveloped in her mother's warm hold. In her slumber, a force seemed to penetrate her heart, guiding her as it coursed through her body. With each passage, she felt her body lighten, until it ultimately swept away her ailments and joyfully flowed towards her abdomen. When Shengsheng opened her eyes, the surroundings appeared unchanged, just as they had been upon her arrival. Yet, she distinctly sensed a transformation within her. Her lower abdomen remained warm and pleasantly soothing. She glanced down, her attention suddenly drawn to the crimson marks flanking her navel. What could this be? Curiously, she reached out to touch what resembled natural birthmarks, extending from her navel to her sides, 3 on each side, forming 6 circular red imprints the size of her fingers. What is this? A vague realization began to dawn on her. Shengsheng, wonderful news. You too have awakened as a sacred female. Yuna's exultant voice chimed from her right. To confirm her thoughts, Shengsheng turned to glance at Yuna's abdomen, and indeed, there were 6 red marks as well. Humph. Who would have thought that you 2 feeble females could awaken as sacred females? Rosa's voice interjected from their left, laced with a mix of disdain and pride. Upon hearing Rosa, Shengsheng shifted her gaze to her abdomen, noting the 6 distinct red imprints. It seemed evident. This must be the origin of the requirement for sacred females to find 6 males. But what of the ordinary females who had not awakened as sacred females? Did they bear merely 4 red marks? Moreover, was the probability of awakening as a sacred female truly so high? It was no wonder she pondered this. Both her neighbors were sacred females, and even she, with her frail constitution, had become one. What of those females in better health? You 2, stop dawdling. We must move forward, Rosa declared, casting a haughty glance at them before solemnly ascending the stone steps closest to the sacrificial altar. Confused by the proceedings, Shengsheng muttered, What now? Come, Shengsheng. Rosa's mother is a sacred female. We should heed her guidance, Yuna quietly advised her. Indeed, a call from the elder resonated from the altar, his voice as tranquil and gentle as moonlight. Sacred females, step forward. Yuna grasped her hand, urging her to follow Rosa's lead up the stone steps. Subsequently, 23 more sacred females ascended. Were there truly only 26 sacred females? Shengsheng found it hard to believe, yet no others made their way up. Had she truly been one of the 26, a mere 10% chance? Let us commence with you. The elder's gaze was filled with affection as he pointed to the female to the left of Rosa. His kindly voice instilled a sense of calm, devoid of suspicion. Chapter 24, 3 Beast Husbands. She has emerged. What are we beginning? Shengsheng soon discovered. She observed as the 2 followers of the indicated female approached her side, taking their place. Hadn't these followers been below? How had they made their way to the back of the altar? Following her gaze, she noticed Mo and Jean Ling among them. The 2 beast men had likely been keeping a watchful eye on her, and their eyes met just as she looked over. She smiled at them, her lovely brows arching, yet quickly returned her attention to the altar upon hearing the elder's words. Do you have only 2 followers? What did this mean? Were 2 insufficient? Hadn't clan leader Jean stated that this time only 2 would suffice? The elder soon provided her with an answer. This sacred female had only 2 followers, leaving 1 position available. There was no need for further words. The roars of the single beast men below conveyed everything. Following a brief commotion, a few higher-ranking beast men stepped forward, awaiting selection. It shall be him. The female on the altar pointed to the male who had emerged first from the fray. Once chosen, he swiftly approached to stand beside her and her 2 followers. So, clan leader Jean had meant that ordinary females required 2 beast husbands, while a sacred female needed to choose 3. Shengsheng, quick, look. You 2 have only 2 followers. Let us choose together. Yuna exclaimed excitedly. Su Sheng, lost in thought regarding the bonding ceremony on the altar, was abruptly jolted back to reality by Yuna's enthusiasm. Which one had Yuna set her sights on? In this situation, Su Sheng found herself at a loss for alternatives. She resolved to maintain a calm demeanor and began to chat casually with Yuna. Shengsheng, you're ahead of me. Have you made your choice? Very well, Yuna replied, displaying a knack for conversation, while Su Sheng remained momentarily stunned, her anxiety mounting. The female swiftly completed the bonding ceremony and descended from the altar, hastily whisked away by her 3 beast husbands. Next came Rosa, who already possessed 3 followers. The lack of a selection process would expedite her bonding significantly. Shengsheng, it's your turn now. All right, no more words. I understand. Su Sheng felt her heart racing, instinctively casting her gaze towards Mo and Jinling, who had already moved to the back of the altar, awaiting her. Little sacred female, it is your turn. Please ascend. Su Sheng snapped back to attention, seeing the elder smiling at her. Had Rosa completed her bonding already? Before she knew it, Mo had scooped her up and leaped onto the altar, with Jinling following closely behind. Observing her with 2 beast men, the elder reiterated, this little sacred female has only 2 followers, and your opportunity has arrived. Though petite, her awakening as a sacred female clearly poses no issue. A thunderous roar erupted from below as she spoke. Su Sheng turned to see a massive, striking white bear barreling through the crowd of beasts, positioning itself prominently with intent. This bear? Noticing her hesitation, the great white bear transformed into human form and waved at her. Little female, look at me. Choose me. Suddenly, the white-haired youth from the morning burst into her view. His face flushed as he urgently called out from below. He desired not just to share dreams with the little female, but upon waking, he wished even more to leave his beast mark upon her. Bai Zhu thought to himself. Seeing her nod in assent, Bai Zhu excitedly dashed forward, leaping onto the altar beside her. Let us begin. We must commence swiftly, he urged, standing anxiously next to her, fearful she might change her mind. Upon finishing his words, the elder appeared, holding a palm-sized, jade-green bowl made of an unfamiliar material, filled with a translucent liquid. He approached Mo, delicately touching his fingertip to the air above Mo's heart, from which a drop of silvery liquid mixed with blood flew forth, landing in the bowl nestled in the elder's palm, swiftly merging with the liquid inside. Subsequently, both Jinling and Bai Zhu followed suit, their heart-extracted liquids also joining the elder's bowl. At last, the elder brought forth the bowl containing the 3 drops of shimmering silvery liquid to her. Was it meant to be consumed? Tentatively, she raised the bowl to her lips, and the moment the liquid touched her mouth, it transformed into energy that flowed into her body. 3 marks, burning momentarily on her abdomen, revealed the totems of 3 beast men, a slumbering black wolf, a soaring golden eagle, and a resting white bear. Su Shengsheng could not help but boldly speculate that these were the essence of their concentrated energy and heart's blood. There was no time for contemplation. As the bonding ceremony concluded, Mo's scorching arm was already around her waist. The 3 beast men clustered around her and swiftly distanced themselves from the sacrificial altar. Below, the elder of the Bai clan noticed his offspring's departure, and with a satisfied gesture, he tousled his hair. His child had indeed found a female, and a sacred one at that, faced with 3 pairs of piercing beastly eyes. Su Shengsheng's heart fluttered. She was indeed astonishingly remarkable, having spent 20 years single without a love, and now, in less than a month in the beast realm, she had acquired 3 beast husbands. Confronted by such fierce gazes, Su Shengsheng's heart began to race. What would follow the ceremony? Without prompting, she knew the answer. The distance that had seemed far on her way here now felt alarmingly short on her return. As she was placed on the stone bed within the cave, she found herself in a daze, staring blankly at the 3 beast men standing opposite her, all fixated upon her. They couldn't possibly be preparing to engage together, could they? Let me see, Shengsheng. Bai Zhu's tall figure lunged toward her, his voice brimming with excitement. What are you looking at? Su Shengsheng found herself helplessly pinned against the beast hide, lying on her back as though she were a mere plaything. A beast man poked her belly, causing her to flinch slightly. This prompted the other 2 beast men to mistakenly believe that Bai Zhu had hurt her. Be careful, Jinling warned disapprovingly. Mo, however, took a more direct approach, kicking Bai Zhu away from her. After all, he was a 5-star beast warrior. Such a kick was hardly significant. Unfazed, Bai Zhu chuckled. This beast mark looks just like my beast form. It's as if that dream truly occurred. Indeed, it is your beast mark. Unaware of Baiju's innocent intentions, Jin Ling, with a hint of exasperation, reminded him. Su Shengsheng, still pinned down, felt somewhat speechless. Was all this anxiety simply for a glimpse of a beast mark? Couldn't he just say so? Are you hungry? A cool voice interrupted, as Emo lifted her from the stone bed, cradling her in his arms. His heated fingers grazing over her beast mark. The black wolf insignia looked particularly pleasing on her. Later, he would infuse it with his soul. I am hungry. Su Shengsheng rubbed her empty stomach, perhaps due to her body's improvement. She felt a familiar pang of hunger. Go hunt.
Montag nutzt Baizu.
Who was still playing with his beast mark on the stone bed. Sure. Baizhu replied eagerly. As the newly inducted member was obliged to showcase his hunting prowess to the female. Shengsheng, wait for me, I'll be back soon. With that, he leapt off the stone bed and dashed out of the cave. Should you eat a fruit first? Upon hearing her mention hunger, Jin Ling gently inquired. Producing several fruits he offered to her.
All right.
She noticed that the fruits in Jin Ling's hand were the very ones she had expressed a fondness for earlier that morning. Touched, Su Shengsheng picked her favorite fruit and brought it to Jin Ling's lips, who also took a bite. Go ahead and eat. Males do not favor fruits. Jin Ling smiled tenderly, guiding the fruit to her mouth. Wasn't he wrong? Males often preferred energy-rich meat, and fruits, being small, hardly filled them. Thus most males did not wish to waste time consuming them. Is that so? Su Shengsheng tilted her head, glancing at Emo. Do you want to eat fruit? No. Emo shook his head in response. I am a wolf. Why would I eat fruit? Su Shengsheng withdrew her hand, nibbling slowly on the fruit that was nearly the size of her face. Perhaps their aversion to fruit stems from their carnivorous beast forms? Have I finished? It wasn't tea until she had devoured an entire fruit that Su Shengsheng realized, looking skeptically at the pit in her hand, that she had consumed all of it. Had she really eaten it all? The two beast men beside her had watched her eat an entire fruit. Are you full now? Jin Ling asked, his eyes gleaming with evident delight, as if seeking confirmation.
Not really.
Emo gently touched her belly, answering for her. It was hard for her to believe. After consuming a fruit as large as her face, she still felt hungry. Ordinarily, she would only dare to eat half, and a full one would surely be overwhelming. It seemed that Shengsheng's body had indeed improved significantly. Jin Ling's face radiated evident joy, feeling considerably relieved. Shengsheng, I'm back. Baizu's bright voice echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by his towering figure. Quick, look at what I caught. Without allowing Su Shengsheng a moment to react, he whisked her from Mo's embrace and excitedly dashed out of the cave. Mo did not intervene, instead following along with Jin Ling. Shengsheng. Look. The four-wheeled silver moon still hung in the sky, illuminating the outside world, allowing Su Shengsheng to clearly see the three fallen prey on the ground. The heads were round like balls, and the tails resembled balls as well, with the massive bodies connecting the heads and tails appearing as gigantic spheres, completely obscuring their limbs. What is this? A fur ball? Or are there three differently colored fur balls? Flying fur beasts, they run incredibly fast, Bai Shu explained, still brimming with enthusiasm. He held her close, pointing out each one. White, pink, red, do you like them? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, akin to a child seeking praise. Su Shengsheng's eyes crinkled with a smile. She understood his intention. He had caught these specifically for her to make clothes. I like them. They are beautiful. You've worked hard. With that, she bestowed a gentle kiss on his cheek as a reward. The kiss from the little female was soft and sweet, causing Bai Zhu's cheeks to flush slightly as he shyly nuzzled against her neck. It's not hard work. Hard work. If you kiss me, I could catch 10 more. Bai Zhu thought with spirited determination. Go take care of it. Mo's cold voice rang out from behind, as he took the small female from Bai Zhu's arms and placed her into Jin Ling's embrace, giving Bai Zhu a nudge. With that, he picked up one of the prey and headed toward the riverbank. Understood. Bai Zhu responded promptly, picking up the remaining 2 items to follow suit. Why did this wolf beast always kick him? Could it be that it resented his favored status? She couldn't shake the feeling that Mo's kick carried a hint of emotion. Su Shengsheng pondered. Could it really be? Shengsheng?
Huh?
Jin Ling's voice pulled her attention back. She turned to face him, only to hear his slightly sarcastic remark. Do you still like the beast skin garment you're wearing? If not, how about switching to another set tomorrow? Jin Ling's gaze was filled with a sense of grievance, his tone tinged with melancholy. The beast skin garment? Observing his expression, Su Shengsheng suddenly grasped the implication of his words. She wrapped her arms around the orc's neck and offered him a playful smile. Jinling thought to himself that he could have simply asked for a kiss directly. Her enchanting demeanor ignited a spark in him, who had initially intended only to tease her for attention. He pulled her close, his large hand resting behind her head, and kissed her. Their breaths intertwined. Jinling's kiss was tender, akin to a delicate spider's web, patiently luring her into surrender. A soft whimper of discontent escaped her lips. It was too much, too overwhelming. She felt as though she could hardly breathe. When Jinling finally released her, Emo stood by the fire pit, holding a meat parcel wrapped in leaves. Observing them, Su Shengsheng's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson, along with her neck and ears, as if she had been thoroughly cooked. Just as she was curling her toes in embarrassment, Emo handed the meat parcel to Jinling, casting a deep gaze her way before turning to leave. In that moment, Su Shengsheng suddenly understood the profound meaning behind Mo's glance. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of anticipation, worry, and fear regarding her first experience. It wasn't until Jinling presented the roasted meat before her that she snapped back to reality. Was this perhaps excessive? The portion before her was twice what she typically consumed, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment. Not too much. Shengsheng should eat first. Jinling's expression softened as he conjured a small golden fork and handed it to her, encouragingly saying, "This is just the appropriate amount for a normal female. You've been eating far too little. Now that you've awakened as a holy female, your body requires more sustenance, and that meager amount before could hardly suffice."
All right.
Since Jinling said so, she decided to comply. Any leftovers would simply be shared with them, ensuring nothing went to waste. It was only after consuming that hefty chunk of roasted meat that Su Shengsheng felt satiated, exclaiming her realization that she should indeed heed advice. "Are you full?"
Montag approachet.
Lifting her and gently patting her belly, which felt pleasantly round, indicating she had eaten her fill.
Perfect.
Without waiting for her answer, he cradled her and began to head back to the cave. Su Shengsheng felt a momentary panic, her small hands patting his arm to halt him.
Wait.
Meeting the orc's smoldering gaze, she shyly leaned closer to his ear and whispered a suggestion: "We should bathe. Otherwise, it isn't hygienic." Though she had not experienced it firsthand, she possessed some theoretical knowledge.
All right.
Emo nodded. The little troublemaker had always valued cleanliness, and it was only natural for her to request such. He happened to know of a secret cave on Beast God Mountain, which contained a hot spring. The black wolf, carrying her, changed direction and dashed toward the mountain's rear. Where was he taking the little female? Baizhu, who had just finished handling the prey and hides, noticed the black wolf whisking her away and cast a puzzled glance at Jinling. "Don't worry about them." Jinling trusted that the wolf beast knew its limits. Hence he harbored no concerns. In a concealed cavern, the entrance obscured by a massive stone and draped with hanging vines, nothing unusual could be discerned from the outside. Moonlight streamed through a carefully left gap, faintly illuminating two figures within the cave. "Shengsheng, I've come to claim my reward. Are you prepared?" Fiery arms enveloped her, pinning her against his heated chest as he whispered in her ear, his once cool voice now saturated with desire. Chapter 26. A monthly warning. As dawn broke, the moonlight retreated, replaced by the gentle rays of morning sunshine. Delicate exchanges echoed from the depths of the cave.
"Kiss me."
The cool voice seemed almost commanding, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a hint of jealousy. "Emo, please don't tease." The response came in a soft, slightly husky tone.
All right.
Words may say one thing, but actions often tell a different tale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the satiated orc gathered her into his embrace, curiously caressing the beast mark on her abdomen. The mark seemed to pulse with life, as if infused with a soul, and the drowsy black wolf momentarily opened its eyes before closing them once more. A faint purple glow surrounding it, hinting at the presence of lightning. Indeed, this looks much more pleasing, Emo thought to himself. He stepped out of the hot spring, using his beastly energy to dry her off, before picking up the scattered beast skins on the ground to wrap around the now oblivious figure in his arms and carry her out of the cave. The two orcs, who had waited by the cave for an entire night and day, finally spotted the figure before sunset. Shengsheng. Upon seeing Su Shengsheng, wrapped in beast skins with only her small, dark head exposed, Baizhu quickly leapt down from the cave to greet her. "Be quiet." Emo evaded his outstretched hand, placing her gently into Jinling's embrace. He was concerned that this bear might wake her. Jinling received her and, with a single glance, noticed her swollen lips and the marks of affection on her delicate neck, knowing without a doubt that the sights below her neck must be even more severe. "You've gone too far," He cast a disapproving look at Mo, who stood there. The little female's body is just right. How could she possibly endure such treatment?
Well,
I couldn't help myself, Mo admitted, acknowledging that he had indeed crossed a line, driven to the brink by the stimulation of those 2 kisses yesterday. I'm going hunting. With that, the black wolf dashed into the forest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Give me a hug. With the black wolf temporarily subdued, Bai Zhu sprang back to life, reaching out to take the small figure emitting a rich, sweet aroma from Mo's arms. Is your beast skin garment ready? Jinling sidestepped his hand, gently cradling the little female in his arms as he made his way back to the cave. You're too clumsy. Don't wake Shengsheng. Better to find him something to do. Indeed, Bai Zhu was easily distracted. Not yet. The little female hasn't he returned. How can I focus on making it? I'll get right to it. Imagining the moment the little female awakens to don the beast's skin garment he crafted, Bai Zhu rushed off to retrieve the hides. Jinling carried her back to the cave, delicately laying her on the stone bed. He brushed aside the hair that clung to her cheek, unable to resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. A wave of sweetness washed over him, momentarily rendering him dazed. Shengsheng truly smelled delightful. When this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sense of unease. Logically, having just bonded with that wolf, her scent should have been masked by his. Yet now, he could scarcely detect the wolf's presence, the air thick with the sweet aroma of the little female. Seeking confirmation, Jinling lifted the beast's skin that enveloped her, leaning in to sniff beneath it. No more teasing. In her dreams, Su Shengsheng sensed the hand resting on her leg and instinctively shrank away. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of sweetness surged into his heart, causing Jinling to feel a rush of blood, nearly losing his senses. How intoxicating! Bai Zhu, returning with animal skins, was immediately captivated by the rich aroma upon entering the cave. He hurried over, drawn by the scent, and, in a swift motion, covered the corner of the animal skin that Jinling had lifted. A cascade of crushed ice enveloped them, alleviating the heat that clung to their bodies, including that of Jinling. The gentleness on Jinling's face was almost lost. If uncovered, he would surely feel cold while asleep. Oh, how delightful! Bai Zhu, feeling a twinge of guilt, retracted the crushed ice from the ground, having forgotten that the young female was sleeping and must not be exposed to the chill, lest she fall ill. Is she about to come into heat? Shouldn't a female's estrous cycle occur during the rainy season? Why is it arriving early for her? Could it be an illness? It certainly seems so. Jinling concurred, noting that this situation bore a striking resemblance to the onset of a female's heat. During the rainy season, most beast men would seek refuge in caves, and the scent of a female in heat would be washed away by the rain, dispersing it without causing significant impact. The current state was perilous for her. What shall we do? This situation is far too dangerous. Bai Zhu appeared equally distressed, pacing anxiously. Most beast men from Beast God Mountain were single males, along with a group of young ones awakening their abilities at night. These young ones lacked the self-control typically found in adults, especially under the influence of the awakening ceremony, where their primal instincts surged. Although the beast god had decreed that harming females would lead to their fall into the realm of evil beast men, controlling such impulses in this context proved challenging. Bai Zhu was unconcerned with their potential to become evil beast men. His sole fear was for the safety of the young female. We must wait for the wolf beast to return for a discussion. It would be best to leave this place before nightfall, while the ferocious beasts outside Beast God Mountain have yet to gather. Jinling thoughtfully suggested. Even if they possessed considerable strength, they could not fend off such a multitude of beast men, and a moment's inattention could result in harm to the young female. They should find a secluded spot to wait until she passes through her heat before making further plans. Agreed, Bai Zhu responded, preparing to venture out in search of the wolf beast. Before he could step out of the cave, Mo, who had returned from hunting, entered upon hearing the commotion. What are you discussing? Before the question was fully formed, she caught a whiff of the potent scent of estrus, her gaze landing on its source, the young female, exhausted, resting soundly on the stone bed. His eyes darkened slightly. Let us proceed to Beast King City. He had initially planned to take her to settle there after the awakening ceremony. Whether they departed a day earlier or later would make little difference. The journey from here to Beast King City would take 10 days. They were not in a hurry, allowing themselves to enjoy the journey while circumventing the route of the awakening ceremony. By the time they arrived at Beast King City, the young female's heat should have passed. The city was divided into inner and outer sections, with single males residing in the outer city. The inner city housed only females and their partners. as well as untransformed young. Even if a minor inconvenience arose from an early heat, it would pose little concern within the city. Jinling and Bai Zhu had no objections to Mo's words. As established mates, their loyalties lay with the females, irrespective of their immediate clan. Unbeknownst to Su Shengsheng, still lost in slumber, her 3 beast husbands had devised a plan. When Mo wrapped her in animal skins and placed her on the back of the golden eagle, she remained blissfully unaware. The great white bear, carrying a hefty animal skin bag, trailed behind the black wolf, the trio swiftly making their way beyond Beast God Mountain. Chapter 27. Have they been taken? Outside Beast God Mountain, Bai Zhu was startled to see clusters of ferocious beasts charging towards them from various directions. Had the feral beasts begun to gather this early? A congregation of males awakening their abilities emitted tremendous energy, drawing ferocious beasts from around Beast God Mountain. This was also an opportunity for the newly awakened young to undergo their trials. Such occurrences were commonplace during awakening ceremonies, and the beast men were accustomed to it. Bai Zhu was among the last group to experience the awakening. Before reaching adulthood, he had already been a 4-striped beast man. Upon awakening, he ascended directly to the rank of 4-star beast warrior. He vividly recalled the night he successfully emerged from the awakening ceremony to hunt feral beasts, surrounded by a throng of them. The following day, when the beasts retreated, he successfully advanced to a 5-star beast warrior. He had not anticipated the ferocious beasts would congregate so early, with the sun not yet fully set. As Bai Zhu pondered this, Black Wolf's purple lightning struck the approaching feral beasts. The violent purple lightning, imbued with the pressure of a 7-star beast warrior, sent the lower-level beasts scattering, while the higher-level ones became even more frenzied in their assault. The feral beasts possessed a degree of intelligence. They were not mindlessly charging forward, but were cautious of lower-ranking beasts attempting sneak attacks while higher-level ones led the charge. Few feral beasts could fly, and Black Wolf used his purple lightning to cleave a path through the air. You go ahead. The golden eagle, safeguarding the young female on its back with its beast energy, followed the path cleared by the Black Wolf, occasionally launching golden feathers to strike down any flying feral beasts attempting to close in. As long as they distanced themselves from Beast God Mountain, these creatures would cease their pursuit. With the golden eagle flying away, Black Wolf felt unrestrained, unleashing purple lightning to carve a path ahead. The great white bear, coordinating with Black Wolf's assaults, swept through the rear, occasionally collecting high-level beast crystals. Such wastefulness. The great white bear lamented as he gazed at the fallen feral beasts behind him, lamenting their bodies that had not been excavated for beast crystals. Previously, he had not made a habit of storing beast crystals, using them solely for his own advancement. But now, circumstances had changed. He had a female to support, and accumulating more beast crystals was prudent. He could not afford to be in a position where, when the young female desired something, he could not even produce a single beast crystal. That would be a tremendous embarrassment. After dispatching several flying feral beasts that had rushed to join the fray, the golden eagle accelerated its flight, quickly leaving the confines of Beast God Mountain. The ferocious beasts in the vicinity had been drawn away, leaving a serene quietude. In her dream, Su Shengsheng suddenly felt a sensation of fullness in her lower abdomen, followed by a surge of warmth flowing from beneath her. Is my period starting? She jolted awake, and with her movement, another wave of warmth surged. Forced to open her eyes, she was greeted by the soft glow of the moonlight and the seemingly close presence of a silvery full moon. Where am I? Am I flying in the sky? She attempted to move, but her body was tightly wrapped in animal skins, leaving her unable to even free her hands. Could I have been kidnapped? No, that seems unlikely. The beast world has laws protecting females, and even evil beast men would not dare intrude upon Beast God Mountain. Jinling? Su Shengsheng tentatively called out in a whisper. It's me, Shengsheng, don't be afraid. Upon hearing the stirrings of the young female behind him, Jinling found a suitable tree hollow to descend, shifting back to his human form to cradle her in his arms. Where are we going? Su Shengsheng gazed at him in confusion. Is there such urgency that we couldn't wait for me to wake up? To Beast King City. Upon hearing her question, Jinling replied, not offering any further explanation but rather shifting the topic to inquire about her condition. As he held her close, he caught a whiff of the sweet scent entwined with the metallic tang of blood. Even through several layers of animal skins, the aroma of her heat remained potent. As the beastman's hand rested on her lower abdomen, Su Shengsheng felt the warmth intensifying. No, don't rub. She hastily grasped his wrist, halting the orc's unwelcome ministrations upon her abdomen. Very well, no more rubbing. Shall we take a moment to rest here? With that, Jinling gathered a few large leaves to cushion the ground before placing her at the entrance of the tree hollow while he busied himself within. But where were Mo and Bai? Cautiously adjusting her sitting position, Su Shengsheng noted that although she was atop what seemed to be a layer of bee skin, the quantity was overwhelming, rendering it insufficient to shield her from the discomfort. She could distinctly feel the blood pooling in her legs. Perhaps this was the natural state of affairs. Previously, her body had been unwell, resulting in only a couple of days with minimal flow. They are behind us. They will surely join us shortly. Do not fret, Shengsheng. Jinling's gentle voice echoed from inside the hollow. Su Shengsheng nodded, contemplating that he might not see her, and was about to respond when suddenly a pair of eagle claws appeared. Ah! The owner of those claws moved with lightning speed, snatching the beast's skin that enveloped her and lifting her into the air. Shengsheng! Upon hearing her exclamation, Jinling reacted swiftly, pulling her back, but it was ultimately too late. The beast's skin slipped from his grasp, and he cast a dark look at the vulture that had appeared. It was a creature of the wind attribute, explaining its silent arrival. Jinling. Suspended in midair by the eagle's talons, Su Shengsheng struggled to breathe. The rushing wind whipped against her face like a barrage of blades. Pain surged, tears streamed down her cheeks, the salty droplets aggravating the tiny wounds they encountered. But she could not stem the flow. The golden eagle pursued closely behind, its powerful beast energy surging as its sharp feathers shot toward the vulture ahead. However, with its mate in its grasp, it hesitated to inflict serious harm. The vulture, enveloped in a murky gray energy, was evidently a savage beast that did not care for females. An injury to Shengsheng would be disastrous. Jinling's attacks were cautious. He feared the vulture might drop her from the heights, though he could catch her. What he truly dreaded was the beast's primal instincts overtaking it, leading to her destruction. The more the battle dragged on, the more anxious he became. The vulture was of a higher level, endowed with the swiftest wind attribute, and Jinling was reluctant to engage fully, watching helplessly as the vulture's speed increased. Suddenly, the eagle's grip loosened, and Shengsheng's petite form began to plummet. Shengsheng. Witnessing this unfold, Jinling's eyes widened in horror, his beast energy thrumming with agitation as he surged toward her falling figure. Chapter 28. She sweetly called him husband. Jinling, I feel I cannot endure any longer. The large bird gripping her suddenly accelerated, and Su Shengsheng, already struggling to breathe, was engulfed by a rush of wind, the air being choked from her lungs. In an instant, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. Screech! A pang of alarm struck Jinling's heart. In response, the golden eagle let out a mournful, furious cry, its beast energy erupting violently as it charged forward recklessly. The small female dangling from its claws grew limp, prompting the vulture to click its tongue in disappointment. It had never toyed with such a delicate creature before and found it utterly useless. If she could perish so quickly, it deemed her unworthy of its time. Releasing its grip, it allowed her body to cascade downward, turning to confront the approaching golden eagle. The golden eagle, possessing notable talent, would serve to enhance its abilities, eliminating the need for a wasted effort. The frenzied beast energy of the golden eagle, charging without regard, nearly caught the vulture off guard. Just as Jinling aimed to catch the descending figure, he was obstructed by the insidious vulture, letting out a piercing cry. Screech! Ignoring the slicing winds battering against him, he transformed his beast form into a formidable blade, surging forward once more. The vulture, having targeted him, was unwilling to let him escape. Time and again, the golden eagle bore wounds, its cries laced with sorrow as blood tears streamed from its eyes. Shengsheng, I cannot hold on much longer. Suddenly, the blood-soaked gaze of the golden eagle fell upon the vulture intent on tearing him apart, and with a fierce roar, it transformed into a golden avian, charging at the beast. A colossal surge of beast energy erupted from him, mingled with a hint of bloodlust. If something happens to Shengsheng, I shall follow her to meet the beast god. Su Shengsheng, unaware of the golden eagle's sacrificial thoughts, found her body considerably improved. Perhaps it was the aftermath of her earlier fainting spell that had allowed her to acclimate to this sensation. Thus, her unconsciousness was fleeting, and as the eagle's claws loosened, she awoke. Unfortunately, it was futile. She witnessed Jinling being hindered by the vile beast, and her thoughts turned solely to self-preservation. Below lay a dense thicket, where the trees of the beast realm grew luxuriantly, their branches expansive and leaves numerous. Would they serve to cushion her descent? The tumultuous winds carried the potent scent of her heat from above. A black wolf, having just concluded a battle and resting, lifted its head to see a figure plummeting from the sky. Realizing she was about to crash into the trees, a gust of azure wind surged forth, catching her body with steady grace. Shengsheng mustered her courage, preparing to control her descent using the broad, flourishing branches of the great tree. Suddenly, she was enveloped by a gentle current, and in a daze, she found herself safely grounded. Looking up, she was met with the familiar visage of the black wolf, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Mo." She sprang to her feet, throwing herself into the wolf's embrace, sobbing against his head. She yearned to ask where he had been, to tell him of her abduction by a great bird and how she had been dropped from the sky, expressing her fear of death. Yet, overwhelmed by emotion, she could only cling to him and weep in distress. "I thought I was going to die," she sobbed, her voice quivering. Before the black wolf could inquire further, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich, sweet fragrance. The scent jolted his senses, scattering the residual energy from their earlier combat. Caught off guard, the black wolf stood, transforming into human form, and Shengsheng, who had been clinging to his neck, found herself suspended in midair. "Ah!" she gasped, instinctively lifting her legs to grasp his waist, but was hindered by the tightly wrapped beast's skin. Hold me," she panicked as her arms slipped down. Her soft plea did not go unheard, his sturdy arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her again. "Oh, you wicked wolf," she murmured, nestling into his embrace, tears streaming as she lightly chastised him. In no time, her tears dampened his shoulder, and upon hearing her gentle reproach, he chuckled softly. "Wicked? Do not cry. Look at me." With that, his cool fingers gripped her nape, lifting her to meet his gaze. Her tear-streaked face, with eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoked an unbidden urge within him to destroy. A shadow flickered in his golden eyes as he met her confused and questioning gaze, teasingly inquiring, "Who am I? Mo?" The question left Shengsheng perplexed. His face was still that familiar one, yet the expression bore an unusual quality that unsettled her. The discontent evident in his features indicated that her answer did not suffice. She scrutinized him repeatedly, her gaze drifting down to the 7 silver-white stars beneath his collarbone. Could it truly be Mo? What did his question imply? Her response seemed to leave him unsatisfied. Shengsheng racked her brain for an eternity. Yet she could not decipher his meaning. Could it be partner? Beast husband? Tentatively, she called out, recalling that this was how partners were addressed in the beast realm. The petite female clung to him, lifting her delicate, beautiful face, her voice soft and laced with a playful tone as she referred to him as her partner and beast husband. A warmth surged through his heart, and his body's reaction was so intense that it could not be ignored. Should he reject it? No, he had no reason to decline. This title was rather delightful. "Repeat it once more. Who am I?" He playfully caressed her slender, smooth neck, his deep voice tinged with a casual amusement. "My partner, beast husband. Now stop teasing me." The movement of his hand caused her cheeks to flush with an involuntary embarrassment as she struggled to break free. She pleaded with a hint of desperation. "Say it again. Just once more, and I'll let you go." Yet, his actions grew more mischievous, his fingertips teasingly playing with her dainty earlobe. "No!" She trembled, instinctively rejecting his advances. Her emotions stirred into a flurry, entirely oblivious to the thoughts of the person before her, let alone anything else. Shengsheng could only conclude that this wolf had become increasingly wicked since they bonded. "Husband." She unwittingly clung to him, cooing and pleading, completely unaware of any oddity. After all, Mo, this wolf, was well aware that she was not from this world, and she called out without a shred of hesitation. He suddenly leaned in, capturing her lower lip with his teeth, licking it with a playful air. "From now on, that's what you'll call me." His deep voice brushed against her ear, hoarse and laced with desire, making a cheeky demand. Although he was unsure where this form of address originated, the way she said it nearly made him lose his composure. He found it delightful. Regardless of whether she had mistaken him, the titles of partner and beast husband were his, and what did it matter if she was wrong? He thought nonchalantly. Chapter 29. The Ascension of the Golden Wing. The golden eagle, having lost sight of its partner, was driven to madness, disregarding its injuries as it sought to inflict a vicious bite on its adversary. The beast man with the metal attribute saw his attack and defense enhanced, and the more he fought, the more the vulture found itself at a loss. He was a level above the golden eagle, and he had initially believed that dispatching this irrational beast man would be a simple task. To his surprise, it was he who began to consider retreat. Noticing the vulture's intent to create distance and escape, the golden eagle became enraged. As its beastly power surged, it transformed into a sharp blade, charging at him. The vulture's brown eyes widened as it instinctively tried to evade, only to realize that the direction of the attack was precisely where it sought refuge. In the sky above, the massive vulture had its neck severed by a beam of golden light, its head plummeting to the ground, its beastly eyes filled with disbelief and terror. His body, propelled by inertia, flew forward a few paces before tumbling down into the dense forest below. The golden wing, disregarding its own wounds and the surging beastly energy within, hastily flew towards the forest below. "Come, let me take you to a safe place." The tall beast man cradled her in one arm while dragging a nearby prey with the other, leading her deeper into the woods. An unseen breeze swirled around them, dissipating her scent. It was at this moment that Shengsheng finally recognized the true form of the massive creature beside her, a creature adorned in pitch-black scales, with sharp beak and fangs, terrifying in appearance. Is this truly prey? The fallen creature, lifeless beneath them, was colossal, towering over 4 meters and occupying nearly a dozen square meters. Shengsheng had little concept of weight. She mused that it must weigh several tons. How could this wolf carry such a mountain-like prey with such ease? In that instant, she realized her understanding of the beastman's strength had been woefully inadequate. Sensing the petite female quivering in his grasp, Yi halted, meeting her gaze with a raised brow. "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" He turned to glance at the monstrous prey behind them, acknowledging its rather unattractive visage. No wonder it might have startled her. "If you're afraid, we can leave it." After all, the beast crystal had already been absorbed. He had no need for the energy from this beast king's flesh. Declaring it unnecessary, he casually released his hold and began to walk away, cradling her in his arms. Shengsheng was taken aback. Why would she be afraid? Oh, perhaps just a bit. Yet, she had merely been astonished by the beastman's might, not truly frightened. How could he simply abandon it? Alarmed, she quickly called out to him, "Don't go. How can you just leave it? You worked so hard to hunt it down." She knew that the larger the prey, the greater the energy contained within. This unknown creature, capable of growing so large, must surely be a high-level beast, right? It could not be wasted. "Didn't you find it ugly and frightening?" Surprised by her response, Yi smirked. Clearly, she respected the fruits of his labor. "I merely expressed my admiration for your strength." Shengsheng et lai, so me what helper. When had this wolf become so audacious? He had never asked her if she was afraid before. "That's music to my ears." His large hand caressed the back of her neck, playfully biting her lip as he carried her away with long strides, cheerfully declaring, "Forget it. Leave it for that bird. We'll all be family from now on, so it's not a waste." Bird? Golden Wing? What about Golden Wing? It was only at his words that Shengsheng realized, feeling a twinge of regret. Earlier, consumed by fear and grievance upon seeing this wolf's unstable emotions, she had forgotten to inquire about their situation. "And how did you end up here? What about Baizhu? Wasn't he with you?" "That bird is about to ascend." He first answered her previous question before responding ambiguously. "They will find their way here. There's no rush." A shadow flickered through his golden eyes as he uttered a cryptic remark. Whether they could find their way here, or when they would arrive, depended solely on them. With that, he did not give her a chance to speak, transforming into a massive black wolf and tossing her onto his back. Darting into the depths of the forest like a gust of wind, the breeze swept past, leaving no trace of their presence in the thicket. The golden eagle descended through the treetops into the dense forest. Golden Wing advanced a few steps, tracing the scents in the area, which were somewhat chaotic, indicating there had been a clash between high-level beastmen and ferocious beasts. He remembered Shengsheng had fallen here. How could there be no trace of her? The stench of blood from nearby ferocious beasts was overwhelming, and there were signs of dragging on the ground. Following these traces, Golden Wing soon stumbled upon the body of the Beast King carelessly discarded not far ahead. He quickly approached, detecting the scent left by the high-level beastman. A wolf beast? The scent was both familiar and foreign. Golden Wing could not be certain if it belonged to his wolf. However, there was no trace of that bear nearby. Had they encountered some situation that caused them to become separated? How had the wolf managed to mask Shengsheng's scent during her estrus? They had just bonded, and the mating ceremony had not been fully completed. Thus, he could feel that Shengsheng was safe, but he could not sense her location through the bonding mark. After all, the bond between them was incomplete. The golden eagle intended to soar into the sky to search, yet the surging beast energy within him suddenly broke free from his restraint. Just as he ascended, the eagle's wings lost balance and crashed straight to the ground. A fierce golden light erupted from his body, transforming into sharp blades that scattered outward, severing the neatly aligned trees in the vicinity. He must find a place to ascend first. Having burst forth from the beast god mountain, the black wolf and white bear, who were following the predetermined route, suddenly sensed that something was amiss. A crisis had arisen. Bai Zhu felt an unsettling tremor in his heart. It was the emotional response triggered by his partner encountering danger, a visceral fear coursing through him. Mo's perception was even more acute, as his bond was intact, allowing him to clearly sense the fluctuations in his partner's emotions and movements. He abruptly changed direction and quickened his pace, racing towards the dense forest. Hurry, faster. The great white bear lagged behind the black wolf, striving to keep up, his heart in turmoil. They were not too far apart previously. They had been hindered by a pack of ferocious beasts, and now, with the obstacles removed, their speed would only increase. Almost simultaneously with the golden eagles landing in the thicket, the black wolf and great white bear followed closely behind, darting into the woods. As the golden light surged towards them, both the black wolf and great white bear instinctively harnessed their beast energy to defend themselves. Was that the golden feathers ascending? Bai Zhu asked uncertainly, gazing at the beast man enveloped in golden light not far away. Originally intending to follow the beast imprint to locate his partner, Mo halted his steps and approached the ascending golden eagle. Beside the eagle lay the body of the beast king. The black wolf glanced over and suddenly caught a whiff of the deliberately left scent of a wolf beast. Was it him? How could he be here? Realizing something, the black wolf flicked his tail in irritation. That little troublemaker wouldn't he have mistaken his partner? Would he? Chapter 30. Force bonding. The black wolf carried her as they dashed out of the thicket, emerging at the entrance of a valley. They did not stop until they reached a cave deep within the valley. Night, cradling the unusually quiet little female in his arms, entered the cave and felt the small figure stiffen in his embrace, prompting a chuckle from him. What's wrong? Have you discovered something? Shengsheng could clearly discern the teasing tone in his deep voice, which left her feeling somewhat distressed. How had she not noticed before?
You and Mo?
Shengsheng earnestly scrutinized that familiar handsome face, curiosity bubbling within her. How could they resemble each other so closely? While she couldn't recognize him in beast form, he looked identical in human form, and their ranks were the same. In her emotional turmoil, it was no wonder she had failed to recognize him. Originally mere womb brothers, they had now truly become brothers. Knight deliberately emphasized the word brothers, his tone laced with mockery. Shengsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, her face flushing a deep red as her toes curled, wishing she could disappear into the animal hide boots she wore. She wanted to say she had simply mistaken him for someone else. Little one, don't you think it's too late to claim you made a mistake? Knight seemed to sense her impending words, raising an eyebrow, a shadow flickering in his gaze, his deep voice tinged with an undercurrent of danger. Look where we are. His cool fingers gently cupped her chin, directing her gaze toward the dim cave, the implied threat unmistakable. What might occur between a female and a male in the same cave? Shengsheng's heart raced, and she dared not contemplate it. She could only perceive that this wolf was far too mischievous. Let me ask you again, who am I? Seeing the little female visibly startled by his question, Knight smirked, pinching her face and capturing her lips with his sharp teeth, teasingly nibbling until her delicate lips flushed a rosy hue, reluctantly releasing her afterward. The playful intent in his words was all too apparent, and Shengsheng finally realized he was merely toying with her. Humph! She shot him an indignant glare, refusing to respond. This wolf's temperament was exceedingly vile, completely unlike her own. Yet, she couldn't withstand his pressure for more than a second. Knight let out a light chuckle, taking a few steps into the cave while still holding her, laying her down on the stone bed and leaning over her. When do you think they will come looking for you? The aura of the beast man enveloped her beneath him, causing Shengsheng to panic. Before she could fully push him away, he whispered maliciously in her ear, "How many times do you think I can have you before they arrive?" Shengsheng was taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she stared at the face so close to hers, disbelief filling her peach blossom eyes.
Beast.
Wicked wolf. Could she truly be in such a situation? Could he truly go that far? He could, but she wouldn't allow him to do so. Hence, what should you call me? Knight, one arm propped on the stone bed while lying on his side to admire her expression, firmly held her in his embrace with his other arm. He accepted her accusations entirely, even responding with a semblance of good humor. Su Shengsheng bit her lower lip, averting her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly uttered the term of endearment, husband. I like that. Say it again. Knight's long fingers grasped her chin, turning her face to meet his gaze, a light laugh escaping his lips as he made his request. I'm tired. She cast her eyes downward, avoiding his serious gaze, grasping at an excuse. She couldn't bear this wolf-esque nature. Could she endure being teased and suppressed by him every day? One wolf was already enough, Su Shengsheng naively thought. Tired? The smile faded from Knight's face, the golden hue of his eyes darkening. She had provoked him, teased him, and now he would not allow her to escape. Su Shengsheng keenly sensed the danger in his tone, her heart racing as she instinctively softened her voice, adopting a conciliatory tone. Husband. Yes, I heard you. Unfortunately, it was too late. Knight, with his inherently unruly nature, was resolute in his determination. He no longer sought to cultivate any feelings. If he disliked her, he would destroy it.
What?
Before Su Shengsheng could voice her confusion, Knight, who had been lying beside her, suddenly leaned in, sealing her lips with his kiss. This time, it was not a playful nibble, but an opening of her lips and teeth. Saliva quickly evaporated, leaving Su Shengsheng feeling parched and uncomfortable, yet at that moment, something was thrust into her mouth, and she instinctively swallowed. A familiar energy surged into her body, coiling around her abdomen, the mark on her stomach igniting with a fleeting warmth. What was that? Su Shengsheng's peach blossom eyes widened in shock as she met his wicked gaze, utterly astounded. Knight released her, planting another kiss on her slightly swollen lips, savoring the taste as he licked the corner of his mouth. His claws tore through the animal hide on her abdomen with a sharp sound, snapping Su Shengsheng back to her senses. You. Did he even realize what he was doing? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Knight took her hand and placed it on her stomach, where a beast mark had unmistakably appeared. The black wolf lounging nearby appeared languid, his half-closed wolf eyes filled with disdain. Do you dislike it? If you do, just tear it. Knight guided her hand, which rested on her abdomen, suddenly extending his sharp wolf claws, testing the mark with a gentle scratch.
Su Shengsheng the guy in shock?
Attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp. To no avail, she angrily exclaimed, Are you insane? You can't just force a beast mark on me without my consent. And now you want me to tear it apart and abandon you. What for? To test my attitude? The wolf is utterly deranged. Does he not fear that she might truly sever his beast mark? Sever it, or else you shall never escape from me in this lifetime. Do it now. Knight's deep, resonant voice whispered in her ear, laden with temptation, and his actions were equally unhesitating. Su Shengsheng could distinctly feel the sharp claws piercing her abdomen.
Ah!
The moment the wolf mark oozed beads of blood, the orc embracing her emitted a soft, fragmented groan of pain. Su Shengsheng was startled and hastily interjected, No. Please don't. I never intended to sever it. He had triumphed. She was too tender-hearted, too timid, unwilling, and afraid. Almost as soon as her words fell, the gash in the wolf mark miraculously healed, as if nothing had transpired. The pain in her chest dissipated, and Knight buried his face in her neck, laughing unabashedly. Even if you sever it, you shall not rid yourself of me. Freed from constraints, he would become even more unrestrained. His deep, seductive voice whispered in her ear like a devil's murmur, sending shivers down Su Shengsheng's spine. She knew. Here it was just the two of them. If she severed her beast mark and abandoned him, he would transform into a monstrous beast. What good could come of that? What manner of wolf was this? Not only wicked but utterly unhinged. Now, this wolf had become a part of her life, and she was filled with trepidation, overwhelmed by panic. In her flurry, Su Shengsheng eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. What had she endured in just one day? Chapter 31. The purely natural plant-based menstrual pad of the beast world. Noticing the little female in his arms had grown still, Knight looked down to find her peacefully asleep. A smirk graced his lips. It seemed she was genuinely fatigued. His fingertips traced the beast mark on her abdomen, lingering over the first wolf mark to the right of her navel, intending to infuse it with soul in a few days. He had not anticipated that such a delicate creature would be a wholly female. Had he known earlier, he would have made a trip to the Beast God Mountain. Nevertheless, this was quite satisfactory. Primarily, Knight could not guarantee whether she would have chosen him back then. Likely, she would not have. However, Whether or not mattered little now, for she could not escape him. With this thought in mind, Night transformed into a black wolf, cradling her beneath his belly, and together they drifted into slumber. Exhausted, Shengsheng slept soundly until midday the following day, showing no inclination to awaken. Night remained by her side, vigilant. Her scent of estrus was too potent for him to leave her even for a moment. Suddenly, a surge of warmth jolted through her, rousing her from her dreams. She shifted uncomfortably, realizing that the beast's skin beneath her was damp, likely soaked through. This sensation was far from pleasant, and Shengsheng furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with discomfort. Her previous menstrual cycle had been irregular, causing her to overlook this matter. The abruptness of yesterday's events had likely led to this situation, exacerbated by the many occurrences that had transpired since. It was utterly dreadful. "What is it?" Upon seeing her awake with a distressed expression, Night sat up and pulled her into his embrace.
No.
His swift motion caught Shengsheng off guard, and before she could protest, she found herself seated on his lap. In an instant, her face resembled a spilled palette, a riot of colors that was utterly captivating. She stiffened, feeling both embarrassed and awkward. "What, have you changed your mind? Now you won't let me hold you?" Noticing her resistance, Night raised an eyebrow, gazing down at her with playful mockery. This wolf was teasing her. She refused to believe he was unaware of it. In retaliation, Shengsheng plopped down more firmly, playfully rubbing against him and then feigning innocence as she looked up at him. "So wet." "Yes, I'm aware." Night chuckled at her antics, pinching her chin as if to chastise her by nibbling on her lips, yet his tone remained indifferent. He retrieved the beast-skin skirt he had modified that morning, along with some clean pieces, and handed them to her. "Change quickly. Once you're done, I shall take you to find the white cotton flower." The males would seek a particular white, fluffy, fragrant flower for their females to use during their estrus before the rainy season arrived. Night was uncertain if the white cotton flower bloomed in the season, but he knew where in the valley it could be found. It was a perfect time to check. White cotton. Shengsheng looked at him with surprise, finally hearing a familiar name for a crop, stirring excitement and anticipation within her. Yes, I will be ready shortly." She took the beast-skin skirt from his hands, which had been repurposed from the cloak that had originally wrapped around her, though it was not well made due to Night's reluctance to leave her side. Shengsheng cared little. She was simply grateful to have something to change into. She had not expected this wolf to create clothing for her. "Do you wish to turn around?" Observing his complete lack of intention to move, she bit her lips shyly, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she made her request. She did not expect him to wait at the cave entrance, but surely he could turn around. His unwavering gaze was making her uncomfortable. "If I turn around, I can still hear you, and even more clearly." Upon hearing her request, Night's lips curled into a smirk, his deep voice laced with a hint of meaning. Whether by sound or sight, both stirred his restlessness. "You wicked wolf, so shameless." Shengsheng glared at him, turning away to shield herself with a cloak as she quickly wiped the beast's skin, changing out of the soiled skirt. As she lowered her head, she caught sight of the brazen wolf mark on her abdomen and poked it in frustration. "I can feel it." His deep voice echoed softly in her ear, startling Shengsheng. She turned to find Night's familiar face looming behind her, bending down to observe her actions. She had no idea when he had approached. Feigning innocence, she blinked at him, acting as though she did not comprehend his words. "Humph." Night scoffed, unwilling to engage in further banter with her. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the small, bloodied beast's skin she had discarded into fragments that blew far away from the cave. Shengsheng's heart raced, and she wisely turned to leap into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, her tone sweet and soft as she coquettishly requested, "Husband, hold me." His cool fingertips grazed her waist, and his long hands wrapped her cloak securely around her. Night tightened his grip around her slender waist, lifting her into his arms as he turned to exit the cave. His tone bore a semblance of warning as he stated, "I offered you an opportunity yesterday. Do not harbor any thoughts of it again." The he referred to was his beast mark. Shengsheng, clinging to his neck, weakly retorted, "I would never." In modern times, marriages could end in divorce. If he treated her poorly, why could she not have thoughts about it? That would be for the best. Night bit down on her duplicitous lips, gazing deeply into her eyes. Whether or not it was acceptable, he would not grant her another opportunity. Upon leaving the cave, the wolf's tail coiled around her waist, securing her upon his back as the black wolf raced toward the opposite side of the valley. There lay a thicket which, despite being called a thicket, was still a relative term compared to the towering ancient trees of the beast world. Passing through this thicket, Su Shengsheng beheld the distant white flowers blooming. Perhaps it was not the season, as only a few tenacious blossoms defiantly thrived. The cotton flowers were pure white, and Su Shengsheng reached a conclusion. The black wolf moved with remarkable speed, and before long, it was no longer distant, but right before her eyes. Su Shengsheng suddenly realized that the flower patch was quite tall. The black wolf stood over 2 meters high, and the flowers had already concealed its belly. She could hardly find anyone as she dove into the blossoms. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. What if she burrowed in to see if the wolf could find her? Yet, this notion was destined to remain unrealized. Not only did the beastmen possess an acute sense of smell, but this wolf also had wind attributes. Even if it held onto her tightly, she would not have the opportunity to escape. Moreover, she was too afraid to try. There were only a few flowers. Would that be sufficient? Night carried her into the patch and plucked the pure white blossoms, resembling clouds, before turning to her with a questioning gaze. How do we use these? Su Shengsheng curiously observed the large white flowers in his hand, squeezing them gently. They were soft and fluffy, bouncing back when pressed. Akin to perfectly fermented bread, yet infused with a delicate floral fragrance. She was perplexed. Was this merely a beautiful flower? Soon, Night elucidated. He carried her out of the flower patch and sat down on the nearby grass, enveloping her in his embrace. Holding the flowers in one hand, he gently pressed down on the fluffy blossoms with the other, quickly flattening them. Su Shengsheng was astonished. The flower calyx served as the base, while the soft petals formed the top. Was this the beast realm's natural version of a sanitary napkin? How wondrous! Chapter 32. A meeting of wolves, a duel of wolves. This should suffice, Su Shengsheng remarked, observing the thick bundle in Night's hand. Although there weren't many flowers, there were still a dozen or so. If their absorbency was good, they would last quite a while if used sparingly. Yet she felt a twinge of concern. She feared that now that her health had improved, her monthly visitor would arrive punctually. Could she stockpile a bit more under certain conditions? Were those unbloomed buds unusable? She fixated on the stubborn pale pink buds that refused to bloom and turned to Night, who was cradling her. Night smirked, offering her a meaningful glance without responding directly. He simply lifted her and paused before one of the flower buds. Want to know? Open it and see for yourself, he urged in a low, enticing tone. Su Shengsheng was puzzled. It was just a flower bud. What could it possibly contain? Contemplating this, she reached out, tugged it down, and squeezed it. With a sudden burst, a cloud of pink pollen enveloped her. Night reacted swiftly. A gust of wind dispersed most of the mist, but a small portion still found its way into Su Shengsheng's lungs. She coughed, the rich floral scent overwhelming her senses, causing tears to brim in her eyes. You're so wicked. Too wicked, she accused him, her eyes glistening with moisture, a pitiful expression on her face. Is this wicked? Night chuckled, gazing at her adorable, vulnerable demeanor with darkening eyes, adding mischievously, what if I told you this pollen has aphrodisiac properties? What? Su Shengsheng was taken aback, the bud slipping from her grasp as she stared at him in shock. This wolf, his nature was truly mischievous. Do you think that's how the males discovered these flowers? Night raised an eyebrow, flicking the flower bud before it released another puff of powder, which was again scattered by the wind. The blooms themselves were of little importance. It was the unbloomed buds that mattered. Next time you encounter a male offering you something strange like this, don't touch it, Night advised seriously. She was now an adult, prior to reaching maturity. Females wouldn't come into contact with such things, but after, it was uncertain. One could easily encounter a male beast man with a nasty temperament, much like himself. Su Shengsheng was taken aback, understanding his intentions. Did she really need to experience it firsthand? But I inhaled it. What should I do? She murmured, her lips pouting in uncertainty. Night dismissed her concerns. There's nothing to worry about. The amount is minimal, and it won't have severe consequences. At most, you might feel inclined to embrace and kiss me, which I find quite delightful. How do you feel? Night lifted her chin, quietly awaiting her response, admiring her delicate posture. Teaching her was merely a whim. His true desire was to witness her in such a captivating state, making it hard for him to resist the urge to tease her. Su Shengsheng felt a warmth rising in her heart, her body restless, her rationality slipping away. It was akin to being intoxicated, yet distinctly different. She craved a kiss. Leaning in to nuzzle his lips, her demeanor dreamy as she whispered, In an instant, his golden-hued eyes glimmered with suppressed emotions, darkening with desire. "Say it again. What do you want?" Knight teased as he playfully nipped at her lips, coaxing her further. "Husband," she cooed sweetly, wrapping her arms around him and offering her lips. Knight could no longer resist her allure, deepening the kiss, prying her lips apart, enveloping her in his breath. Unlike the purposeful kiss of the previous night, this one was merely a wild indulgence. The tall, robust beast man pressed the petite female onto the grass, kissing her fiercely when Mo arrived just in time to witness the scene. "What have you done to her?" His icy voice held an accusatory tone as the black wolf lunged at Knight. Regrettably, Knight released the little female from his embrace. Having expected Mo to arrive a bit later, he quickly straightened her disheveled beast-skin clothing and, with a gust of wind, sent her into the waiting arms of the large white bear, instantly transforming into the black wolf to confront Mo. Mo's attack was merciless, unleashing violent purple lightning strikes one after another. Understanding Knight's nature, Mo knew he must have done something to her. Otherwise, the timid female wouldn't be so recklessly frolicking with him. Knight was unyielding, summoning a gust of wind to fiercely counter Mo. The two wolves clashed fiercely. "Shengsheng,
How are you?
Bai Zhu reached out to take her, gently brushing her flushed cheeks, his tone laced with concern. "Big white bear, kiss." Shengsheng's consciousness felt like a kite floating in the sky, adrift and somewhat uncontrollable. She vaguely understood her actions but couldn't rein them in. Her delicate, pale hands wrapped around his neck, her sweet lips pressing against his, her pearly teeth lightly biting his lips. That wasn't enough. Her tongue, as delicate as a lilac, traced the contours of his lips, ensnaring him in a state of limbo. Shengsheng. Bai Zhu's face flushed crimson. What had that wicked wolf done to her? Suddenly, his gaze swept over to the flower patch nearby. Wasn't that the aphrodisiac flower that the malicious female intended to use on him? That wicked wolf had actually used the aphrodisiac flower on Shengsheng. How despicable! In an instant, a cold ice pack was pressed against her cheek, startling Shengsheng back to her senses as if the kite had been yanked down to earth. "Quick, take it away. It's too cold," she exclaimed, quickly avoiding the icy touch and seeking warmth from him. Almost simultaneously with her words, Bai Zhu withdrew the ice pack and transformed into the large white bear, enveloping her in his fur. "Shengsheng, is this warm enough?" Shengsheng was completely enveloped in a plush embrace. Her mood relaxed as she buried her face against him and inhaled deeply. The great white bear was remarkably clean, exuding a pleasant scent reminiscent of sunshine. Responding with a soft her tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden crash. Startled, she turned to see two black wolves fiercely battling it out. The ferocity of their conflict left no room for brotherly sentiments. Jingfeng and Zile clashed in the air, indistinguishable amidst their tumultuous fight. After observing for a moment, she noted their mutual desire to annihilate one another, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Reassured that they would come to no harm, she turned her attention back to the great white bear, suggesting, "Bai Zhu, I am hungry. Let us seek something to eat." Having slept until noon, she had yet to consume anything. Moreover, she felt an aversion to encountering wolves. Any sight of them made her uneasy and embarrassed. "Whatever you wish to eat, I shall take you to it," Bai Zhu immediately replied, without a moment's hesitation. How could he refuse her request, especially when she had expressed her hunger? Without delay, the great white bear scooped her up, and in no time, they vanished from sight. Chapter 33. Earth Fruits? Purple Sweet Potatoes? Almost as soon as they departed, the two wolves simultaneously halted their struggle and followed at a distance. "Rein in your temper," Mo Qing's cold voice warned. If this wolf wished to join their ranks, his undisciplined nature would surely become a nuisance. Defiant and unruly, with considerable strength yet impossible to subdue, he posed a threat to their unity. How can you deny it? Knight scoffed disdainfully at the warning. Regardless of whether he was accepted or not, his beast mark had already been left behind, even if he did not wish for inclusion. What could be done? What have you done to her? Did you force a bond? Picking up on the implications in his words, Mo's golden-hued eyes chilled with frost, piercingly directed at him. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Mo was aware of Knight's insanity, but he had not anticipated such recklessness. During the forced bonding process, even a moment's resistance from the female would result in Knight suffering a severe backlash from the compressed beast energy within him, leading to heavy injuries. In the best-case scenario, he would regress in level and be unable to advance. In the worst, His beast lifespan might dwindle to a mere 2 or 3 years, not long for this world. Even if the bond succeeded, he would always be at risk of being cast aside by the female, reduced to the status of a rogue beastman. Fortunately, Shengsheng was unaware of these dire implications. Otherwise, any other female would hold him accountable for his actions. What is there to ponder? Knight dismissed the concern with indifference. He had succeeded. He had won his gamble. Had he not? He acted according to his whims, never contemplating the aftermath. What was done, and he would accept whatever consequences arose. I will heed your arrangements, as long as you do not interfere with my relationship with her. Knight's statement signified his capitulation. He would not contest Mo's authority in the household. Yet he equally desired to keep Mo from meddling in his interactions with the little female. With no other intentions in mind, his sole desire was to stay close to her. I will inquire about her thoughts, Mo replied in a cool, emotionless tone. He wished for a high-ranking male to join their ranks to better protect her, yet he could not ignore the fact that Knight had forced a bond with her. He did not want to impose any discomfort upon her, wishing for her happiness. If she were unwilling, he would not hesitate to assist her in discarding him. You want her to abandon me? Knight's heart darkened with malice upon hearing this, his golden eyes narrowing as he glared at Mo, harboring thoughts of exterminating the wolf. It is not my desire, but rather hers, Mo stated, undeterred by Knight's hostility, his voice as composed as ever. He would not allow personal feelings to cloud his judgment. Despite his distaste for Knight's demeanor, he recognized his strength. If Shengsheng did not reject him, he could be a favorable choice, and Mo would hold no objections. Knight fell silent, resolved not to grant her the opportunity to abandon him again. He had already given her a chance, and she had relinquished it, had she not? Shengsheng remained blissfully unaware of the wolves' negotiations behind her, oblivious to their presence trailing her. Perhaps startled by the recent events, the great white bear prudently refrained from venturing far, instead meandering nearby within the valley. Before long, Bai Zhu unearthed several large, dark purple tubers from beneath the sprawling, purplish-red vines. Presenting them to her, he inquired, Shengsheng, do you want to eat this? It's called purple earth fruit. When roasted, it is sweet and tender. Remembering that the females in his tribe relished this delicacy, he hoped she would enjoy it as well. Purple earth fruit? Shengsheng gazed at the sizable root with curiosity. Uncertain, this looks somewhat familiar. Is it sweet potato? Purple sweet potato? Have you not tried it? Would you like to give it a taste? Noticing her intrigue, Bai Zhu pulled away some of the purplish-red vine leaves, cleaning off the soil from the fruit surface. He peeled away the skin and cut a small piece, offering it to her mouth while cautioning, just a small bite to savor the flavor. Consuming too much raw purple earth fruit may upset your stomach. Eating it roasted eliminates that discomfort. Roasted purple earth fruit is sweet and soft. Following his feeding gesture, Shengsheng took the small piece into her mouth, astonished by the flavor. It's sweet? The sensation was peculiar. It was not the subtle sweetness of starchy foods, nor did it possess the fibrous toughness of sweet potatoes. It was almost akin to compressed bread, the kind suitable as a staple. While this description may seem perplexing, it aptly captured the essence of the experience. Had Bai Zhu not warned her against overeating it raw, she might have indulged further, as it was quite filling. Do you like it? Then let us roast it now. It will taste even better when cooked. Seeing her enjoyment, Bai Zhu's eyes lit up with delight as he held her close, carrying the cluster of sizable purple tubers. He sought out a clear patch of ground, preparing to set the stage for their meal. Laying down a thick piece of beast hide from the large pouch at his waist, he patted it down and beckoned her. Shengsheng, come sit here. Shengsheng, gazing at Bai Zhu's busy hands, could not help but smile, responding, all right. The beast hide was laid beneath her, and she settled down without needing to shift at all. Once she was comfortably seated, Bai Zhu offered her the fruit again, saying, enjoy the fruit while I quickly prepare it. After ensuring she was settled, he busied himself with kindling a fire to roast the purple earth fruit. Shengsheng glanced at the fruit in her hand, recognizing it as one of the varieties she had mentioned enjoying on Beast God Mountain. The fruit appeared fresh, as if just picked. Did you just harvest this today, Bai Zhu? She inquired. Not quite. This fruit is unique to Beast God Mountain. Seeing that you liked it, I picked extra to save, Bai Zhu replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers, a cheerful smile adorning his face. His bright eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he explained, rest assured, Shengsheng, I have been preserving it with my beast energy, so it will not spoil. Bai Zhu's straightforward affection for her was evident in every action he took, each one conveying his fondness. Much like the youthful Mu AI from her school days, shy yet fervent, she should have felt insecure. However, The societal norms of the beast realm regarding partners alleviated her concerns. Upon reflection, marrying in the beast realm seemed devoid of significant disadvantages in matters of affection, aside from the lack of preventative measures that might lead to the birth of several offspring. Having come to this realization, Shengsheng found herself at ease. After all, having 6 husbands was merely a trivial matter. She was not at a loss, not at all. Baizhu, upon hearing his partner call him, lifted his gaze towards her direction. He was greeted by a radiant smile from the petite female, her eyes seemingly shimmering with delicate warmth. A beauty so profound it appeared to drain the colors from the world around them, leaving Baizhu in a serene silence, only aware of the rapid thumping of his own heart. Chapter 34. Should we keep the night? Shengsheng, do not tease me. I lack self-restraint and may not withstand it, Baizhu remarked, his eyes flickering as a faint blush crept upon his cheeks, displaying a remarkable self-awareness. At least in her presence. Otherwise, he would not have been so captivated by her mere glance that night, leading to that vivid dream. Shengsheng blinked, suddenly recalling the harrowing day and night she spent under Mo's influence. No, she could not succumb, though she did not suffer in emotional terms. Her physical endurance was another matter. Baizhu's words effectively quelled her restless heart, forcing back the timid bird within that longed for submission. She yearned to share her feelings with them, yet they seemed more preoccupied with the quality of their shared bed. Shengsheng, the purple earth fruit is ready. You must taste it, Baizhu announced, approaching her with a large, puffed-up piece of roasted fruit, tearing off a piece, blowing on it and offering it to her. Shengsheng's attention was drawn to the enticing roasted purple fruit in his hand. It resembled a large loaf of bread. The once modest-sized fruit had swelled to twice its size, its purplish-black skin splitting open to reveal its violet flesh, akin to a freshly baked loaf. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight as she savored the soft, sweet texture, reminiscent of cake yet flavored like roasted sweet potatoes. Aside from the purple fruit, there were also yellow, red, and white earth fruits, each offering a unique taste. Seeing her relish the food, Baizhu smiled, joyfully feeding her while saying, I wonder if there are more varieties here. Shall I seek them out and bring back a bounty for you? Curiosity piqued, Shengsheng asked, aren't we heading to the Beast King city? Didn't Jean Ling mention they were going there? Also, that mischievous wolf said Jean Ling was advancing. I wonder how he is faring? With concern, she turned to Baizhu. Have you encountered Jean Ling? I am worried about him. I saw that wicked bird turn to attack him when I fell. We met. He is unharmed and has indeed advanced. Males can endure injuries, provided they are not fatal. Baizhu reassured her, noting her concern for the male. However, that bird feels it failed to protect you and is hiding, too ashamed to face you. Then why hasn't he come to find me? Shengsheng's voice wavered with disappointment. Did Jean Ling resent her for following that wicked wolf, for not waiting for him, or for neglecting his well-being? She realized her errors, yet in her moment of fear, she had lost her resolve. Did he not wish to see her? Biting her lip, tears began to fall uncontrollably, her heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. Not at all. Shengsheng, please do not cry, Baizhu exclaimed, hastily discarding what he held to wipe her tears in a fluster. A male who could not safeguard his female partner had no right to avoid her. This sentiment was shared by the 2 black wolves lurking nearby and even the golden eagle, Jean Ling, perched in the sky. Before the wolves could redirect their gaze towards him, Jean Ling descended from the sky, landing beside her. He knelt on the animal hide, gently wiping away her tears with his hand, his tender face etched with remorse. Jean Ling, I am so sorry, Shengsheng cried, her self-reproach erupting as she flung herself into his embrace, her tears flowing even more fiercely. Do not cry, Jean Ling murmured, cradling her in his arms, soothingly running his fingers through her long hair. The sight of her distress only deepened his guilt. Shengsheng, it is I who have wronged you. I should have protected you better. Had it not been for that wolf, I cannot bear to think what might have transpired. You know, I was thinking that if you were to meet the beast god, I would follow you without hesitation. Then why could you die for me, yet not wish to live to see me? Shengsheng retorted, rubbing her tears away in frustration, looking up at him with a sense of grievance. What kind of reasoning is that? Jean Ling paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly, gently drying her tear-streaked cheeks. Yes, I was wrong. I should not have avoided you, and I should have come to see you immediately. Do not be angry and do not cry, all right? Shengsheng belonged to that rare kind of person who, once her emotions had been expressed, felt better. Slightly embarrassed, she nestled closer to him, softly responding. She was not someone who cried easily. Truly, she was not a weeper. Reflecting on their predicament, she recognized that it all stemmed from her oversight in forgetting her cycle, which had disrupted Mo's plans and led to this turmoil. Otherwise, according to Mo's design, they might have spent 2 days enjoying the Beast God Mountain before departing to join the procession to the awakening ceremony in the Beast King City. Yet her cycle. Su Shengsheng felt it essential to disclose her circumstances, so they might be mentally prepared. Glancing around, she turned to Jean Ling and asked, "Are Mo and the others nearby?" "The big white bear didn't carry me far. The sounds of the wolves fighting have ceased. Didn't they come looking for me?" "They're here." Almost simultaneously with Jean Ling's words, the 2 black wolves that had dashed down from the trees approached her. The 2 identical black wolves transformed into nearly indistinguishable young males before her. Standing side by side, Su Shengsheng could easily discern who was who, yet she would have been unable to recognize them as wolves even standing together. "Come here." A cool voice beckoned as Mo waved to her. Su Shengsheng felt an instinctive sense of reliance on him. Upon hearing his voice, she was already rising to rush into his embrace. Mo wrapped his arms around her as she sat down, his long fingers pointing to the beast emblem on Ye's body. His voice devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to keep him?" Yi sat opposite them, silence enveloping him. Yet if Su Shengsheng had not seen the storm brewing in his eyes, she might have thought he had changed his nature. She had no doubt that should her answer displease him, he would unleash fury upon them. After all, this wolf was quite mad. Yet, Mo was equally stubborn at heart. She understood his intent. He likely knew of the forced bond between Yi and herself, and did not wish for her to feel unhappy because of it. Hence his inquiry into her feelings. "Do I wish to keep Yi?" Su Shengsheng gazed at Yi, a gentle smile gracing her face as she extended her hand towards him. In that fleeting moment, Yi could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly seized her hand, pulling her into his embrace, firmly encircling her waist. His deep voice, laced with a suppressed chuckle, whispered into her ear, "You have indeed made the right choice." She was not a capricious individual. Her promise was steadfast. Gently prodding the arm that encircled her waist, she introduced herself in a soft tone. "I am Su Shengsheng." Before her, a cerulean barrier rose, isolating them. Ye's voice, playful yet earnest, brushed against her ear. "Your husband, Yi." This wolf was truly something else. Chapter 35, The Monthly Cycle. "Stop teasing. I have something to share with you all." Su Shengsheng tapped Ye's arm, gesturing towards the azure barrier that muffled their voices. Ye's mood was buoyant. He obediently withdrew his beastly energy, caressing the wolf mark on her abdomen, awaiting her words. For a moment, Su Shengsheng was at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. She cast her gaze towards Mo, the only one who understood her uniqueness, bit her lip, and bashfully confessed, "I may, every month, experience menstruation, what you refer to as the heat period. Once a month?" The few beast men present were somewhat taken aback by her words. "Shengsheng, won't you be in distress from losing so much blood each time? Shouldn't you eat more to replenish?" Bai Zhu inquired, concern etched on his face as he scrutinized her complexion. He had heard from the males in the tribe that females often exhibited a particularly irritable demeanor during their heat, and some even experienced abdominal pain. This was indeed a burden for Shengsheng. "It's nothing to worry about. It's a normal physiological response. As long as I avoid cold things, I'll be fine." Unexpectedly, Bai Zhu was the first to consider her well-being, prompting Su Shengsheng to smile softly at him, her eyes twinkling. "Cannot touch cold things?" The assembled beast men collectively etched this statement into their memories. Bai Zhu, preoccupied with his thoughts, failed to notice her unusual condition. Jean Ling, however, was perceptive but chose to remain silent, keeping his observations to himself. He understood that Shengsheng was his partner, and it was his responsibility to make provisions for her. "This season, I wonder how many white cotton flowers are blooming. Given Shengsheng's situation, we should stockpile some reserves," Jean Ling pondered, thinking of soaring into the skies to seek out blooming white cotton flowers to gather. "Once a month?" He echoed, holding her close, his chin resting in the crook of her neck as he chuckled softly. "You truly cannot be without me. If you were without a wind element partner to mask your scent during your heat, with such a potent aroma, who knows what might be attracted?" Mo was not overly surprised. He understood that she was unlike the females of this land. Her monthly cycle likely contributed significantly to her potential as a holy female. The beast deity had bestowed upon her a healthy body, perhaps with the intention of encouraging her to bear numerous offspring. Mo glanced at the males present and then at the petite female nestled within Ye's embrace, contemplating. He realized that, including himself, It seemed none of them were drawn to her solely for her reproductive value. However, he recognized that he must be more discerning in selecting males for future partnerships. We depart for the Beast King city tomorrow. Let us look for white cotton flowers along the way, Mo instructed in his cool voice. Casting a glance at Yi seated across from him. You stay with her for now, and we'll make further plans later. Yi tightened his hold around the small female, remaining silent, his desires fully realized. Seeing no objections, Mo turned his gaze to her, silently inquiring for her opinion. Do you have any objections, Su Shengsheng? No, she did not. With Mo having made the arrangements, she acquiesced. Su Shengsheng smiled sweetly at him, her eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Whatever Mo decides is fine. I will be obedient. Observing the compliant female, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo's eyes. Is there any female who listens so attentively to a male's words? Have you had enough to eat, Shengsheng? I will go roast another purple earth fruit. Only after concluding their discussion did Bai Zhu remember that the small female had barely touched the food before he had discarded it aside. Upon hearing Bai Zhu's words, Su Shengsheng glanced at the leftover fruit he had tossed aside, puzzled. Is that one not edible anymore? It can no longer be eaten. It is cooled and hardened. Shengsheng cannot bite through it, Bai Zhu replied, tapping the purple earth fruit in his hand, producing a firm sound. It had turned too hard to consume, and even if roasted again, it would only become more rigid. Noticing that the small female had enjoyed it, he assumed she liked it. With that, Bai Zhu hurriedly stood to rekindle the fire, preparing to roast another purple earth fruit. Bai Zhu, you are so kind. I appreciate your efforts, Su Shengsheng said, touched, offering him a sweet smile. Shengsheng, it is my duty as a male to care for my partner, Bai Zhu responded, lifting his head to smile at her. Pride gleaming in his bright, dark eyes. Does Shengsheng only eat purple earth fruits? I will go hunt. Shall we have some roasted meat later? Jean Ling inquired, kneeling before her, gently stroking her head and softly seeking her opinion. Sounds good. Su Shengsheng nodded, her gaze inadvertently meeting the 6 silver stars beneath his collarbone. She reached out to touch them, her lips curving into a smile as she praised, Jean Ling, you are amazing. You have leveled up. Jean Ling chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, masking his inner worries with a playful tone. Then, as a reward, may I ask you to complete our bond in a few days? Complete our bond? Su Shengsheng blinked, her eyes wide with confusion. Had they not already formed a bond? Perhaps her puzzled expression was too apparent, as Jean Ling pointed to the beast mark on her abdomen, explaining, this is the complete beast mark after the bond is finalized. Can you see the difference? Su Shengsheng followed Jean Ling's finger, exclaiming in surprise. When had Mo's wolf mark gained a ring of purple? Suddenly recalling something, Su Shengsheng's face flushed crimson. So, when Jean Ling spoke of completing the bond, he meant that matter. She quickly glanced at Jean Ling, who was gazing at her with gentle anticipation, and bashfully lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she nodded softly. Why yes, I can. Almost simultaneously, Bai Zhu, who had been attentively listening, suddenly perked up, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her, excitedly exclaiming, Shengsheng, don't forget about me. Su Shengsheng shyly responded, her fingers fidgeting in embarrassment. Behind her, Yi chuckled softly, his large hand caressing her waist, gently pinching the soft flesh at her side, silently but strongly reminding her. I know, Su Shengsheng stammered, her body trembling slightly at his touch, murmuring, I will await your response, Shengsheng. With her affirmative reply, Jean Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding with a gentle smile. And I too, Bai Zhu interjected, eager to assert his presence before the small female. I look forward to it. Ye's deep voice whispered close to her ear, his cool lips deliberately brushing against her flushed earlobe as he chuckled lightly. A cool, distant voice resonated, igniting a boundless anticipation within Su Shengsheng's heart as her pleading gaze was cast upon the stern-faced orc. Until Mo uttered the words, take turns. A profound glimmer flickered in the depths of his dark golden eyes, disregarding her pitiful expression. While he could yield to her whims in most matters, this was one that necessitated contention. Moreover, the more she looked at him with those beseeching eyes, the more he yearned for her. Su Shengsheng, feeling despondent, curled up in the embrace of the night, wishing she could weep without tears. She suddenly realized that her monthly cycle was akin to a miraculous remedy for her woes. Chapter 36. She was about to turn mischievous. Jean Ling returned from hunting, and after devouring a piece of roasted meat with the purple earth fruit that Bai Zhu had prepared, she felt her hunger satiated. Noticing her fondness for the food, Bai Zhu earnestly sought out more earth fruits in the afternoon, in addition to the purple earth fruit they had for lunch. He returned before dinner with the yellow and red varieties. "Bai Zhu, you're back," Su Shengsheng exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of what he held. "Sweet potatoes." "Alas, not quite," he replied. The texture before roasting and the state after were entirely different. The resemblance was only present when freshly unearthed. "I couldn't find the white earth fruit. Perhaps it's not available in this area. If you like, we can search for it on our way to the Beast King city." Bai Zhu displayed a different colored earth fruit to her, a hint of regret in his demeanor for not bringing back a complete assortment for his partner. "That's all right. I'm merely curious. If we can't find it, we can't find it," Su Shengsheng reassured him with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with an idea. "What if we boiled it? How about that?" Bai Zhu was taken aback, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. "It would turn into a sticky mush, Shengsheng. It's inedible." "How sticky?" Su Shengsheng's curiosity intensified as she gazed at him with wide, inquisitive eyes. "I wonder if we could try boiling it," she suggested. Just as Jinling approached with a stone pot he had freshly polished, looking at her tenderly. Crack! A sound interrupted, as Mo adeptly snapped some dry branches and stacked them, igniting a small flame with a crack of lightning. "All set," his cool voice announced as he looked up. "Water." Yi returned with a bucket, setting it down before moving back to embrace her, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "How do you wish to play?" "I'll wash the earth fruit." Observing their actions, Bai Zhu instinctively went to wash the fruits, a flurry of competitive instincts igniting within him. He could not allow them to outshine him in affection, nor lose his favor. Su Shengsheng chuckled at their indulgence, realizing that she might become quite mischievous. "You're pampering me so much that I might just turn bad," she teased, lifting her delicate face and playfully tilting her chin, embodying a sense of playful arrogance. She was quite adept at being spoiled. "How bad can you be, Every facet of the little female in his arms piqued his interest.
예시밌겠.
His cool fingertips brushing against her waist. "Is it this bad, or perhaps this bad?" As she glared at him, flustered yet lacking any real intimidation. Ye's mischief escalated as he playfully tormented her, laughing softly as he asked, "Demo?" Su Shengsheng struggled, unable to escape his grasp, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she called for assistance. The sight of her teary eyes, coupled with her soft, delicate voice, sent a tremor through Mo's heart. Yet his countenance remained as stern as ever. "Enough," he interjected coldly, stepping forward to extract her from Ye's clutches and pulling her into his arms, his fingers brushing against her side absent-mindedly. Su Shengsheng instinctively shivered, her hazy, confused gaze meeting his.
Mo?
Mo settled her into his embrace, right beside Jinling and Bai Zhu, who were busy cooking the earth fruit. What is wrong?" he inquired, glancing down at her.
Su Shengsheng hesita.
Taking in his usual cold demeanor. After a fleeting moment of uncertainty, she concluded, Mo certainly did not mean any harm. With that thought, she nestled deeper into his embrace. Pointing an accusing finger at the now sitting Yi, "Yi is so bad. He bullied me, and you did nothing to help." "Humph." Yi scoffed at her complaint to Mo, his voice laced with mockery. Did she really believe that Wolf was anything but trouble? He had seen the antics that had unfolded just moments ago, clearly intentional. "What do you think of the males you've chosen?" Yi scoffed, surveying the other orcs present. Did she truly believe that they were any better? Each of them harbored thoughts of making her cry, for the more she wept, the more they wished to comfort her. Su Shengsheng blinked in confusion. "What did you mean?" Surely, wasn't he suggesting dragging others into this mess? As she cast her gaze across the group, Bai Zhu's expression shifted, his eyes darting back to the stone pot. The little female was simply adorable, he thought. Jinling appeared far more composed, offering her a gentle smile. "Shengsheng, it's ready. Would you like to take a look?"
Yes.
Su Shengsheng nodded obediently, rising from Mo's embrace to approach him. How gentle Jinling was, how innocent Bai Zhu seemed. Only Yi, the wolf, was the true troublemaker.
Su Shengsheng muset naiverli.
As her eyes fell upon the thick, glutinous mass simmering in the pot, she lost her composure, nearly shattering years of cultivated restraint. "What is this?" she asked, pointing at the sticky concoction that clung to the wooden spoon, her expression one of sheer disbelief. "Is this a pot of glue?
Can we eat it?"
In a panic, Bai Zhu nearly dropped the pot, shaking his head vigorously. No, Shengsheng, don't even think about trying it." Bai Zhu was terrified. This was no joking matter. There had been orcs who had attempted such things before, only to find themselves choking. "Perhaps we could roast it until it cools, then grind it into powder for preservation? We could mix a little with water to make a paste?" Su Shengsheng pondered, her thoughts becoming increasingly convinced that it might actually work. First, let us eat, then sleep. Once we reach Beast King City, you can do as you please. Yi interrupted her whimsical ideas, drawing her back into his embrace as he tore off a piece of roasted meat to feed her. These nights belonged to him, and although her current state rendered her less than capable of much, he would not forego any advantages he could take, nor waste his time. Right, Shengsheng? Let us eat first. Once we reach the Beast King City, we'll accompany you, and you can do whatever you wish. Jean Ling chimed in softly. Yes, yes. I'll look for earth fruits then. Perhaps we might even find white earth fruits. Bai Zhu added eagerly, nodding in agreement. Relieved as long as she didn't entertain any reckless ideas. All right, Su Shengsheng conceded, temporarily abandoning her newfound ambition. After dinner, at her behest, she took a simple bath before being drawn into the stone bed by the mischievous wolf named Yi. Don't go too far. Mo warned Yi before stepping outside the cave to keep watch. What's too far? Su Shengsheng had yet to fully comprehend before Yi's hand on her pulled her thoughts away. Chapter 37. Departure for Beast King City. Humph. As dawn broke, Su Shengsheng found herself still preoccupied with the indignities she had suffered the previous night. With a sigh, she opened her eyes and cast a disapproving glance at Yi Jiao, who lay beside her, observing her with an amused expression. A muffled groan escaped her throat, eliciting a low chuckle from him. Shameless. You are utterly shameless, she accused him, her eyes wide with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. All right, enough of that. We must be on our way. Came the cool voice of Mo Qing from the cave entrance. Noticing the heavy scent of Yi's presence within the cave, he frowned slightly and shot him a warning glance. This wolf was equally excessive. The memory of how Mo had disregarded her pleas for mercy flooded her mind, and she glared at him in frustration. Mo? He dodged Yi's attempt to embrace her and reached out to Bai Zhu, pouting, Big white bear, hold me. At that moment, Su Shengsheng felt a certain simplicity in Bai Zhu. After all, Jean Ling had inquired about this matter yesterday. Shengsheng, Bai Zhu said, his heart melting as he gathered her into his arms, using ice to alleviate the swelling on her hands. That wolf over there is too wicked.
See?
He is the most obedient, she replied, nodding in agreement while nestled in his embrace, casting an indignant glare at Yi. Indignant? Yi couldn't discern her anger. He merely felt her gaze igniting his own impulses once more. Let us move, Jean Ling said, casting a lingering glance at Su Shengsheng, whose face was flushed as if she had suffered greatly. He suppressed his thoughts and spoke gently. She is my partner. In a few days, she will wear this enchanting expression because of me, and I look forward to it. Oblivious to the companion's unspoken thoughts, Su Shengsheng, after savoring the breakfast prepared by Jean Ling, was ready to embark on their journey. The golden eagle soared above them, paving the way, while Su Shengsheng perched upon the back of the great white bear, flanked by two black wolves, one on each side. Yi's beastly aura surrounded her, forming a verdant barrier that shielded her from the scent of her estrus. They set off towards the Beast King City on the eastern continent. The Beast God Mountain was not far from the city. It would take the males approximately 10 days to reach their destination. With her presence, however, the journey would extend to about 15 days. As it was only the mid-season of warmth, they still faced the impending drought of the hot season, which would arrive after the late warm season and early hot season. By the mid-hot season, females could no longer remain outdoors and would have to hide to avoid succumbing to the heat. The phrase heat death here was literal, not hyperbolic. During the drought, if a female lacked a partner with water or ice attributes, she might not survive. Thankfully, she had encountered Bai Zhu. Reflecting on Mo's words, Su Shengsheng caressed the great white bear beneath her, sighing as she pondered what her previous home might have been like. And Mo had not intended to inquire, but now he felt a sudden curiosity to understand her living environment, eager to learn more about her. He wished to know what kind of place could nurture such a petite and fragile troublemaker into adulthood, hoping to provide her with a life akin to what she had previously known. Upon hearing Mo's question, the other males leaned in, ears perked to listen intently. As she reminisced about her former home, an involuntary smile graced Su Shengsheng's face as she softly described her world to them. In summer, there is air conditioning. In winter, heating, travel is by airplane and accommodations are in hotels. When ill, there are hospitals. In conclusion, she wistfully summarized, it was a prosperous and peaceful place, filled with wondrous colors. I was truly fortunate to live in that era, in that vibrant country. Surreal, Mo thought, remaining silent for a time before his cool voice finally broke the stillness. If possible, Shengsheng, you should return. His words were soft, almost as if they could be whisked away by the breeze. Yet they bore the weight of a mountain upon the hearts of the other males, rendering them breathless. Could they truly provide for her? Su Shengsheng was taken aback by Mo's statement. His gentle words stirred ripples within her heart, akin to a stone cast into still waters. Came Jinling's gentle agreement from above. He had suspected that the little female hailed from an extraordinary background, yet he had not anticipated it to be so profound. He feared her departure, yet he also feared her remaining in a state of discontent. Did such a place truly exist for her? Beneath her, the great white bear emitted a low, muffled sound, suppressing some unexpressed emotion, clearly distressed. A gust of wind swept her up, carrying her to the back of the black wolf, whose tail wrapped tightly around her waist, conveying his inner turmoil. He longed to say something, to act in a way that threatened her not to leave. Yet ultimately, he did nothing and said nothing. Seeing their expressions, Su Shengsheng's tears fell, yet she smiled through them, her eyes gleaming. I was joking, it's all fabricated. Where could there be such a splendid place? She had never heard of anyone returning with a ticket. Was she the center of the universe? Coming and going at will? She was merely a speck of dust among countless beings. To encounter Mo and the others, who treated her with such kindness, was already a stroke of luck. Perhaps due to her illness, Su Shengsheng cherished the present moment and never dwelled on those ephemeral dreams. She leaned down, embracing the black wolf beneath her, rubbing her tears against Ye's fur, and softly asked, "Yi, will you take care of me?" "Of course," he replied fiercely. "What do you wish for? Aside from the unattainable, I will bring you everything this continent has to offer." At that moment, Yi was unperturbed by her actions. Upon hearing her question, he resolutely declared his intent. There was a fervent obsession within him. He could not allow her to leave without a fight. He would do everything in his power to keep her close. Even if she were not to remain in this world, he would still cling to her side. Mo, Jinling, Baizhu, you all will take care of me, right? Su Shengsheng lifted her head, gazing at them with a pouting expression. Of course. Baizhu nodded without hesitation. As long as Shengsheng doesn't find us unworthy. Jinling replied gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. Mo, you promised you wouldn't abandon me, Su Shengsheng pouted, directing her gaze at the only silent one among them, Mo. Yes, I won't abandon you. He feared she might leave him, uncertain of what he might do then, and whether he could maintain his composure. Chapter 38. Encountering the malevolent beast men once again. With ample time at their disposal, they pressed on without haste. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, they found a clearing to rest. Nearby, a small stream flowed, and in front of it lay a convenient open space. Though they would need to excavate a cave. Shengsheng, I'm going to hunt. I'll be back shortly. Today it was Baizhu's turn to hunt. After settling down, he called to her, and the great white bear hurriedly dashed away.
All right. Su Shengsheng zponde.
Her gaze following the fleeting white figure before she turned back to watch Mo and the others dig the cave. The beast men were remarkably swift in their excavation. Jinling chiseled through the rock, while Zile struck down boulders, and in no time, they had carved out a sizable cave. Yi carried her over, and the azure wind whisked the debris outside, rendering the cave neat and tidy in an instant. Su Shengsheng gazed in wonder, unable to contain her admiration as she exclaimed, "You all are truly amazing. The excavation machine cannot compare in speed."
Ha!
Yi chuckled softly, casting an enigmatic glance her way. What is so remarkable about digging a cave? She could boast about it. Jinling also shot her a helpless look, for truly, there is not a single male beast man who cannot dig a cave. She was merely expressing her sentiments. Su Shengsheng shifted her gaze, which had been fixed on her, to Mo, raising her lips in a somewhat exaggerated manner as she declared, "Then, they must surely be no match for you." Mo regarded her playful demeanor with a gentle glimmer in his eyes, remaining silent. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance, a sound oddly familiar. Su Shengsheng froze for a moment, redirecting her gaze towards the source. What was happening? Baizhu seemed to be in that direction. I'll go take a look. Jinling's smile faded, transforming into a golden eagle as he soared towards the commotion. The warm season was precisely when wild beasts evolved and ferocious creatures proliferated. Most beastmen typically hunted ferocious beasts for sustenance during this time. Aside from him, there were 3 other males in their family, so Baizhu needed to hunt 4 or 5 ferocious beasts to satisfy their needs, unknowingly wandering farther away. After the great white bear took down a ferocious beast, he was preparing to return closer to his partner to continue hunting. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds nearby. accompanied by the chaotic scent of male beast men and the odor of mating. Bai Zhu paid little heed, as such occurrences were commonplace. Where the mood struck, anything could happen. However, the wilds during the warm season still posed some danger, necessitating constant vigilance against beast attacks. In a thicket not far away, two small, adorable females curled up in fear, dragged out by merciless hands. Surrounding them were 3 to 5 male beast men, occasionally laying hands on them. "Isn't this what you enjoy?" The mocking and derisive words were unbearable. Their expressions were filled with despair, and the imprints of slaps rendered their cheeks red and swollen. This was clearly not the typical mating ritual Bai Zhu had envisioned. Suddenly, a hideous, venomous flower python appeared before them. No, no, no. The pink eyes widened in terror, and the females on the ground began to struggle desperately. "No, let me go." The females emitted piercing cries of agony, sharp and grating. "Help, help me." They screamed in terror, seeking salvation. The onlooking male beast men wore twisted smiles, their expressions reveling in the sight of the female struggles. The flower python soon lost interest, suddenly opening its maw to reveal 2 sharp venomous fangs. It struck down fiercely, leaving 2 puncture marks on the snow-white skin, dark blood oozing faintly. Bai Zhu, who had caught the sounds and movements from a distance, sensed something was amiss, and fury etched across the great white bear's face. This was clearly not a normal mating ritual between males and their partners. It was a male beast man forcing himself upon the females. In the throes of anger, he contemplated rushing in to tear apart the male beast men, but then he remembered his partner was not far from here. Bai Zhu turned to return and notify them. Devising a plan, the flower python, capable of swallowing a female whole, slithered out of the thicket. "There are beast men." The snake's tongue flicked out, detecting the unfamiliar scent of beast men, alerting its oblivious companions engaged in their revelry. The first to emerge in a panic was a gray figure, hastily saying, "Stop him. We can't let him return to warn his tribe." They had only 6 companions, and if this beast man informed his tribe, given their disdain for male beast men, they would undoubtedly be doomed. Moreover, they had just seized 2 females, newly matured, from Beast God Mountain amidst the chaos, not only harming the females but also having killed one. The beast men would surely not let them escape unscathed. Bai Zhu, whose anger was palpable, halted upon hearing the voice. Among the male beast men, the most formidable was this python, a 6-patterned beast man, who had yet to awaken his innate abilities. Bai Zhu felt no fear. He tossed the captured prey to a corner where it wouldn't be an obstruction, preparing for the impending skirmish. His scent bore that of a female. The canine beast men in the air sniffed eagerly, a look of intoxication on their faces, as one remarked with a salivating tone, "This female smells delightful. I long to play with her." The previously calm Bai Zhu felt an overwhelming surge of rage at these words. "Roar!" The great white bear bellowed in fury, slamming his paw down as his beastly energy surged towards the hyena. Enveloped in icy energy, the canine beast man felt as if he had fallen into a frozen lake during the cold season. In the blink of an eye, his body was encased in ice, shattering into fragments as the ground trembled beneath him. Bai Zhu scoffed disdainfully, thinking, what sort of creature dares to covet Shengsheng? They are not worthy of even a glance. When Jinling heard the roar and flew over, Bai Zhu had already engaged the male beastmen in combat. The great white bear fought fiercely against the flower python and the gray figure, while a leopard lurked in the shadows, occasionally launching ambushes. Soaring in the air, Jinling caught sight of the trembling females huddled in the thicket, clearly having endured mistreatment, and he surmised the actions of these male beastmen. He unleashed a flurry of golden feathers, diving down sharply to claw at the flower python, tearing away a chunk of flesh at a vital point. Hiss! The flower python, enraged, flicked its tongue, its head raised, its reddish-brown vertical pupils fixating on the golden eagle above. With a wide mouth, it suddenly spewed a noxious spray of venom. The most treacherous flower python was drawn away by Jinling, allowing Bai Zhu to focus on the remaining 2 male beastmen. Not the least bit concerned about the python's venomous spray, Bai Zhu knew Jinling possessed a metal attribute talent and was a 6-star beast warrior. The python's venom could not breach his defenses. Among the remaining 2, one was a 5-star while the other bore 5 patterns. The great white bear found them no challenge at all. With his beastly energy in motion, the ground became scattered with ice shards. Resembling a blossoming expanse of icy blue flowers, one could easily become lost within them and freeze entirely. Chapter 39. The Pink Drooping-Eared Rabbit. By the creek, outside the cave. Su Shengsheng frequently glanced in the direction of the commotion, her tone laced with concern as she remarked, I wonder what is happening with Baizhu. Jinling hasn't returned either. Knight, who had been holding her beside the fire and tending to the flames, stood up upon hearing her words, saying, Let us go take a look. Mo, having approached, placed a pot of water on the flames and silently followed Knight, who was eager to join the fray. Is that wise? Su Shengsheng began, but before she could finish, she found herself atop the back of the black wolf as Knight leisurely strode towards the source of the disturbance.
Oh well.
If we're going, then let us see what is going on. She resignedly ruffled the wolf's fur.
Bang.
The flower python's vital point was pierced by the golden eagle's claws, crashing to the ground. As Jinling prepared to assist Baizhu, he spotted a figure rushing towards them. The figure soared up, delivering a kick that sent the leopard tumbling, then dropped a stone that rendered the leopard motionless after a token struggle. Su Shengsheng, arriving late, happened to witness this scene. A gigantic pink drooping-eared rabbit had leapt up, kicking the leopard over and mercilessly crushing it with a stone, then disdainfully tossing the bloodied stone aside. A pink giant rabbit? She exclaimed, bewildered by this fantastical sight. The disillusioned pink rabbit turned its gaze towards her upon hearing the female's voice, its lifeless pink eyes flickering. Shengsheng. Upon hearing her voice, Baizhu turned his head and greeted her joyfully. After swiftly dispatching the gray elephant, he conjured shards of ice to wipe away the blood that had unintentionally splattered on him, eagerly running toward her. Su Shengsheng waved at the approaching giant white bear. As Jinling reverted to human form and walked beside her, he inquired with genuine concern, Are you both unharmed? I'm fine, Shengsheng, don't worry. Baizhu replied hastily, shaking his head while offering her a reassuring smile. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he bore the lingering scent of blood and the cold aura of beastly energy, deciding against embracing her for the moment. It's nothing, don't fret, Shengsheng. Jinling added, his face adorned with a gentle, soothing smile. I encountered a few brutish beast men who had captured females, and in my anger, I inadvertently attracted their attention. Baizhu pointed towards the direction where his kin had come to their aid, explaining how a female had stumbled from the underbrush. As for the actions and words of those brutish beast men, it was best for Shengsheng to remain unaware, as it was rather unpleasant. Su Shengsheng's gaze shifted to the direction Baizhu indicated, where a petite female, clad in tattered furs that barely concealed her modesty, stumbled towards the pink giant rabbit. Young clan leader, the fluffy creature exclaimed, reaching out to grasp the pink-eared rabbit, only for it to evade her grasp. Your companion is behind you. Casting a quick glance at the nearby female, he promptly diverted his gaze, explaining in a languid tone, eager to say no more. Su Shengsheng returned her attention to Baizhu, initially praising him with a bright smile. Baizhu, you are magnificent, saving a female. Then, her expression turned serious as she admonished gently, however, you mustn't act recklessly. Your safety is of utmost importance. Only when you have the strength should you assist others. She did not wholly endorse the notion of sacrificing oneself to protect others. While such selflessness was admirable, it also brought grief to loved ones. Baizhu was now her family, and her selfishness prevented her from wanting him to risk his life for someone unrelated. Rest assured, Shengsheng. Baizhu nodded without a moment's hesitation. Now that he had formed a bond, the safety of his partner was paramount. This was merely an accident. As they spoke, the pink giant rabbit approached her. Its skin was a soft pink, with hair to match, and its eyes glimmered like rose-tinted glass. I thank your companion for rescuing a female of our clan, it said. The rabbit transformed into a slender youth, tall yet not frail. His demeanor was somewhat world-weary, and though he expressed gratitude, there was little emotion in his tone. However, the way he looked at her stirred some turbulence within him, which quickly settled back into calmness. There's no need, Su Shengsheng replied, shaking her head candidly. It was evident from Baizhu's words that his act of saving the female was unintentional. If it was not deliberate, then there was no reason to accept the rabbit as gratitude. The pink-eared youth murmured in a lackluster manner. He lifted his gaze to regard her once more with those pink eyes before lowering his head and turning to leave. Ignoring the female rabbit that approached him, he found a large tree to lean against and fell into a daze. What a peculiar rabbit, Su Shengsheng mused, casting a baffled glance at the youth before redirecting her attention. Let us return, she said, stroking the black wolf beneath her, who appeared bored and lazily squinted his eyes. She turned to the companions surrounding her, who had remained silent since the arrival of the pink-eared rabbit, and proposed, Shall we? A cool voice responded from behind. It was Mo all right, followed Jinling's gentle tone. I'll fetch the prey, Bai Zhu said, darting to the corner to drag out the fierce beast he had hunted. Fortunately, he had wisely set the prey aside, ensuring it remained unsoiled. Having caught two, he figured another two would suffice for their return journey. As he spoke, Yi ambled back slowly. His deep voice, laced with jest, chimed. I thought you were going to keep that rabbit. Su Shengsheng's eyes widened in surprise as she gently tugged at his sleek wolf fur, her tone filled with curiosity. Why would you think that?
Huh?
Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to answer. He wouldn't disclose that the rabbit's gaze towards her was anything but innocent, to avoid complicating matters for himself. Humph. Su Shengsheng dismissed his teasing, pulling at his fur with a playful huff. As her delicate figure retreated, the youth beneath the tree lifted his gaze to glance at her again. He found himself somewhat fond of her gentle stature, beautiful face, and soft voice. However, given the companions surrounding her, he felt he could scarcely compete with even the lowest-ranked white bear. Ultimately, he had no desire to vie for her attention. Resuming his previous demeanor, he leaned against the tree in contemplation. Pang Mu. Su Shengsheng had not been gone long when a group of pink-eared rabbits rushed toward her. The foremost rabbit dashed eagerly towards the small figure curled up not far from Pang Mu, enveloping her in an embrace. Pang Mu, how are you? Are you all right?
Wah!
The previously quiet Pang Mu suddenly burst into tears, furiously pounding her fists against the larger rabbit that held her, venting her emotions. Yang Mei is dead. She was devoured by brutish beast men, and I nearly perished too. Why couldn't you be stronger? If you were like that female's companion, I wouldn't have been captured. That female? The larger rabbit mused, though unsure of what Pang Mu meant. Nevertheless, it held her tightly, allowing her to vent her frustrations while softly apologizing and soothing her. Let us head back, Pang Mu said glumly, rising from her spot beneath the tree and departing in the direction they had come. Chapter 40. Is it merely her illusion? Su Shengsheng was unaware of what transpired after her departure. Upon returning to the creek, Bai Zhu and Jinling were busy processing their catch, while Mo and Yi were tanning the animal hides nearby. She squatted beside Yi, playfully poking at the fish in the creek with a small twig. Whether it was due to their inedibility or simply the disdain of the beast men for the scant flesh on the fish, the aquatic life here grew exceptionally vibrant. However, she had never encountered these particular fish or shrimp, which shimmered a brilliant silver and displayed aggressive tendencies. For instance, the fish she was currently prodding showed no fear. Even after two pokes, it paid her no mind, fixating solely on snatching the scraps Bai Zhu and Jinling had discarded. Perhaps tired of her prodding, it turned and snapped at the twig with its sharp teeth, breaking it with a crack.
Ah!
Su Shengsheng exclaimed in surprise before swapping for another twig, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she continued to tease its companions. The shrimp in the creek had a rather irritable temperament. As soon as the twig made contact, its tail flicked sharply, sending the broken piece of twig flying far away. That fragment fortuitously struck another shrimp, which promptly retaliated by snapping it in half with its pincers. With laughter bubbling forth, Su Shengsheng bent her eyes in delight, retrieving yet another twig to poke into the water, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside her, its slender fingers dipping into the water with a swift flick. The fish she had been poking at with a branch sank beneath the surface, and, when it resurfaced, lay belly up. Su Shengsheng turned her head to discover Yi, who had finished whatever task he was engaged in, smiling at her with an amused expression. Humph. She tilted her little face and let out a playful huff at him, feeling she still hadn't had her fill of fun. Yi chuckled and pinched her puffed-up cheeks, perhaps to coax her, while Qingfeng summoned a few fish and shrimp, tossing them onto the grass. He raised an eyebrow at her and inquired, "Would you like to eat?" Looking at the lively fish and shrimp on the shore, eager to escape back into the water, Su Shengsheng tilted her head in surprise and glanced at Yi, asking whether they were edible. She had assumed that these fish and shrimp, with their unattractive appearance, were poisonous and therefore inedible. They are edible. Though removing the small bones can be a hassle, Yi replied, understanding her curiosity. He swiftly knocked unconscious a few of the fish and shrimp attempting to flee, nodding in affirmation. However, they're often disregarded by beast men due to their small amount of meat and the trouble they pose. Their taste is quite delightful, nonetheless. I would like to try them, she said, her eyes sparkling at his confirmation. She blinked and directed her gaze towards a school of fish and shrimp in the stream, nodding with interest. She was keen to discover how their flavor differed from the fish she had tasted before. Upon hearing her words, her companions sprang into action. The unsuspecting fish and shrimp in the stream soon faced their doom. A purple lightning bolt struck the water, flipping numerous fish and shrimp onto their backs. Ice flowers blossomed on the surface, instantly freezing those that had yet to escape. Qing foam swept out, tossing the stunned fish and shrimp onto the shore. Enough, enough, Su Shengsheng said, her beautiful eyes momentarily wide with astonishment as she waved her hands in a flustered manner, hastily urging them to cease their actions. Yes, Mo responded, halting his movements. However, Bai Zhu's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Is this really all we need? I haven't yet had the chance to showcase my skills before the little female. That's sufficient. Far too much, Su Shengsheng replied helplessly. In truth, the few that you had initially caught were more than enough. The excess was almost overwhelming her. Just then, Jean Ling gently stated, "It's all right, we're here. Nothing will go to waste." As he spoke, he approached and began to pick through the shrimp, discarding the shells into a stone pot to cook. While the remaining fish were piled by the stream for gutting, Yi, with a smirk, lifted her up and followed to sit by the fire, keeping her company as they tended to the pot of shrimp. Jean Ling was quick in his actions. Before long, he approached with several meticulously prepared fish, softly asking for her opinion. "How about I make a fish soup for Shengsheng?" "That sounds great. Thank you, Jean Ling," Su Shengsheng replied, her gaze shifting from the pot of shrimp, which was beginning to change color, to him, smiling brightly and nodding obediently. "Will Shengsheng still eat grilled meat?" Bai Zhu inquired, bringing over a chunk of meat he had prepared for her. Su Shengsheng glanced at the pot of shrimp and the large pot of fish soup that Jean Ling was preparing, and with a hint of distress, she shook her head in refusal. "No, I don't think so. It's too much. I can't possibly finish it all." Bai Zhu tossed the meat aside and pulled out a small, pale yellow fruit, offering it to her. "How about this fruit? It's something Shengsheng hasn't tried before." His handsome face radiated a sunny smile, playfully enticing her attention. "Sure," Su Shengsheng said, taking the fruit and playfully pinching his cheek, unable to resist his bright smile. Under his expectant gaze, she opened her mouth and took a small bite, exclaiming, "It's very sweet. I like it." Hearing her praise, Bai Zhu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he cheerfully replied, "If Shengsheng likes it, I'll go pick a few more tomorrow for the journey." "All right," she responded with a smile, not wanting to see him disappointed. "Now, let us eat," came a cool voice from the side as Mo placed a plate of peeled shrimp meat before her, reminding her. Su Shengsheng turned to see that the pot of shrimp had been cooked without her noticing. Mo sat beside her with an expression of calm aloofness, skillfully peeling the shrimp shells and placing the meat into the stone platter before her, repeating the motion. "Mo is wonderful," she smiled in response. Then picked up some shrimp meat from the plate and tasted it, her eyes widening in surprise. "This shrimp is truly delicious," she exclaimed, sharing her delight with her companions. To her astonishment, this seemingly ill-tempered shrimp tasted incredibly sweet, without a hint of fishiness. "Eat more, there's plenty," Mo replied, his eyes warm with affection as he placed freshly peeled shrimp meat onto the stone platter in front of her. "The fish soup is ready. Shengsheng should try it." Jean Ling's gentle voice brought her attention back as he approached with a bowl of creamy white soup. He scooped a spoonful, blowing on it to cool it before offering it to her. Su Shengsheng tilted her head slightly, drinking the spoonful of fish soup. Its rich flavor made her squint in enjoyment. Unable to contain herself, she looked up at him, praising, "Jean Ling, this fish soup is really good. Did you add something special?" "Yes, I added a few sour leaves. If Shengsheng likes it, please drink more," Jean Ling said with a tender smile, eagerly serving her another spoonful. Under the attentive care of her companions, Su Shengsheng soon found herself leaning against Yi, rubbing her belly, feeling quite full. She couldn't quite understand why they all seemed so eager tonight. Was it merely her illusion? Chapter 41. The White Cotton Flower Thicket. As dawn broke the following day, Su Shengsheng tidied herself up a bit and, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Jean Ling, mounted the wolf's back, swaying as they departed from the small stream. While savoring the fresh fruits Bai Zhu had picked early in the morning, she relaxed and admired the scenery along the way. The absorbent quality of the white cotton flowers was excellent, proving far more convenient and comfortable than beast skins. Thus, after using them once, Su Shengsheng had discarded the small beast skins, finding them stifling and non-breathable. With a better option available, she naturally chose the superior one. She wouldn't settle for less. However, the white cotton flowers had only yielded a little over a dozen blooms, and her current menstrual flow was evidently heavier than she had anticipated, causing the flowers Yi had collected for her to deplete quickly. Fortunately, with only 2 days left in her cycle, Shengsheng was not overly concerned. The flora and fauna of the beast world were lush and abundant, with scarcely any bare land. The rare open view not far ahead made her feel as if the sky had brightened considerably. Soaring in the air, the golden eagle had a wider perspective, and Jinling's gentle voice drifted down from above. There's a thicket of white cotton flowers ahead. Really? Surprised, Shengsheng's heart leaped at the news. And she squinted into the distance, looking up to the sky and asking, are there many blooming? She truly wished to avoid reverting to the discomfort of using bee skins. Quite a few, Jinling replied, knowing well her needs and paying special attention to this matter. Perhaps with the approach of the warm season, the white cotton flowers had begun to bloom more abundantly. Hold on tight. We're speeding up. Understanding her urgency, Yi called out a reminder and swiftly dashed forward like a gust of wind. Jinling had spoken and already soared ahead, with Mo and Bai Zhu closely trailing behind. The emerald beast energy enveloping her created a barrier against the wind, while Shengsheng's small hands clutched the wolf's fur tightly, the scenery around her racing backward. The vista ahead gradually broadened, the light becoming ever more radiant. At last, the patch of white cotton flowers that Jinling had mentioned came into view. It resembled clouds descending from the heavens, or perhaps an entry into a realm of cotton candy. From a distance, it appeared as a vast, fluffy expanse, evoking an irresistible desire to leap in and roll about. Wow, so many have bloomed.
Shengsheng gleam.
A bright smile illuminating her face as she slid down from the wolf's back and joyfully scampered over to embrace a cotton flower, rubbing her cheek against its softness. Fluffy and gentle, it also carried a faint floral fragrance. She truly adored these enchanting flowers that were both practical and beautiful. She could gather enough of these white cotton blooms to last her a long while. Be careful, don't touch the buds again, Bai Zhu cautioned, his cheeks flushing slightly as he recalled the last time's incident with the little female. Although he cherished her in that way, it was crucial to wait until her heat had passed, otherwise, it could be detrimental to her health. Bai Zhu's reminder brought forth memories that Shengsheng had intentionally pushed aside, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I didn't, she retorted softly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Should she confess to Bai Zhu that it had been Yi, the wolf, who had deliberately led her on last time? Alas, her face had already been embarrassed enough. Revealing the truth wouldn't change anything. With that thought, she cast a reproachful glance at Yi. Clearly, Yi had also recalled the incident, or perhaps it was still fresh in his memory. Shengsheng turned to meet his fervent gaze, and Yi smirked, his lips curling into a teasing smile. His mouth clearly formed the words, "Darling, kiss." How outrageous! Teasing me, she huffed, pointing an accusing finger at the flowers as she commanded him. Pick them all. In response, Yi raised an eyebrow, strode toward her, and with a cool touch, gently grasped her chin before bestowing a swift kiss upon her lips, followed by a playful nibble on her lower lip. All right, he acquiesced, not at all unfair. I want in too, Bai Zhu exclaimed, having keenly observed their exchange. He immediately rushed over, scooping Shengsheng up from the ground and planting a kiss on her lips, the force of which produced an audible pop as they parted. Shengsheng's face flushed instantly, and she shyly averted her gaze to her toes. Covering her cheeks with her hands, she felt utterly embarrassed. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she raised her head, only to meet Mo's profound gaze. Her heart raced, and she instinctively shifted her gaze, only to collide with Jinling's gentle, smiling eyes. Shengsheng felt as though her cheeks might melt away. In a moment of impulsiveness, she dove into the flowers like an ostrich trying to hide from their gaze. This tactic proved effective, but suddenly a large hand, poised like a predator awaiting its prey, reached out and pulled her into a searing embrace. Before she could react, a scorching kiss descended, stealing her breath away. Shengsheng's small hands clung to his shoulders, her body arching backward involuntarily. She managed to utter, her soft whimpers escaping through their entwined lips, conveying her desperate need for air. The aroused male was not easily appeased. Mo's heated hand on her waist instinctively tightened, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Shengsheng winced at the pain, letting out a soft gasp. Only then did Mo reluctantly release her, his cool voice laced with desire asking, "When will it end?" Shengsheng paused for a moment, realizing the implication behind his words. She answered truthfully, probably in 2 days. She dared not lie in front of a beast man with such unfulfilled desires. The consequences would surely be beyond her endurance. I'll wait, Mo replied, releasing her and gently nudging her toward the flower patch's edge before turning to continue gathering white cotton flowers. Su Shengsheng dared not linger there. The flowers towered above her, obstructing her view, and she feared the potential for overwhelming stimulation. Shengsheng, a voice, tender yet laced with a hint of longing, came from behind her, causing her to shiver. The moment she felt his grip around her waist, Su Shengsheng felt her legs grow weak. On the brink of tears, she thought, what if Jinling closed in? Not allowing her a moment to escape, his long, elegant fingers grasping her chin and turning her gaze toward him before their lips met. Again and again. Their kiss was filled with a lingering, passionate intensity. After the kiss, Jinling rested his chin on her cheek, breathing softly. 2 days. I heard you. And I will await a complete bonding ceremony from you, all right? Su Shengsheng, her heart racing wildly, nodded in response, realizing that having already formed a bond, there was no reason to withhold a complete ceremony from him. You're so obedient, he remarked, pleased by her affirmation. Releasing her, he tenderly arranged her disheveled hair and said, let us wait outside. We'll be done soon.
All right.
This time, Su Shengsheng dashed out of the flower patch in one breath, not daring to pause for a second, fearful of what might happen. Chapter 42, she trembled uncontrollably. Just as she emerged from the flower patch, she was caught by Yi, who had been waiting outside. Under his penetrating gaze, Su Shengsheng shivered, instinctively covering her slightly swollen lips while warily eyeing him.
You just kissed me.
After kissing, one shouldn't he kiss again? Yi's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with mischief as he replied in a deep voice, is that so? I don't recall. You're being unreasonable, bad wolf.
Su Shengsheng dito ao stili.
Her beautiful eyes widening in indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Unbeknownst to her, this very gesture played right into Yi's hands. In an instant, he seized her wrist, drawing her into his embrace. Her hands were secured behind his waist with one of his hands while the other cradled the back of her head. A torrent of kisses rained down upon her, and Su Shengsheng felt herself swoon, her body melting into his strong arms. As he cradled the soft female who had nearly collapsed into him, Yi savored the taste of her lips, a satisfied chuckle escaping him. A mere touch cannot be deemed a kiss. This is what a kiss truly is. His cool fingers caressed her warm cheeks as he spoke earnestly. You bad wolf. Su Shengsheng glared at him in accusation. You're just making excuses. Exhausted, she leaned against him, playfully pouting. Carry me. My legs are weak.
Ha.
Yi couldn't help but laugh, complying with her request as he tightened his grip on her slim waist and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Ignoring his teasing, Su Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck. As Jinling had noted, their movements were swift, and soon they emerged from the flower patch. Leading the way was Baizhu, who approached with a large beast-hide bag, displaying its contents for her to see. Shengsheng, look, are these enough? Upon catching the gaze of Mo and Jinling, who trailed a few steps behind Baizhu, Su Shengsheng instinctively recoiled, her face flushing crimson once more. Shengsheng, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Did you touch those flower buds again? Baizhu's concerned voice snapped her back to reality. She cast her gaze downward, evading the profound stares of the two orcs behind her, and focused instead on the towering figure of Baizhu before her.
No.
She shook her head, diverting from that topic, and looked at the large animal skin bag in his hands, filled to the brim with tightly packed white cotton. A smile graced her face. So much. It should suffice, and when the hot season arrives and the white cotton blossoms, she could store even more. As Jinling approached, he glanced at the animal skin bag and assessed its contents, stating, the hot season is the blooming period for white cotton. Most will be in full bloom then, allowing for ample storage. Are you hungry? Mo inquired, raising his gaze to the sky, where the sun now hung high, signaling that the little female should have her lunch. In the beast realm, males typically consumed only 1 meal a day, while females partook in 2. However, due to Su Shengsheng's previous ill health, she could not eat much, necessitating smaller, more frequent meals. Thus, since her arrival in the beast realm, she had retained the habit of 3 meals a day. Mo had never voiced any objections, always accommodating her routine, inquiring at mealtime if she was hungry. Had she not witnessed the daily habits of other females later on, Su Shengsheng would not have realized that the females in the beast realm were accustomed to 2 meals per day. Reflecting on these matters, Su Shengsheng felt a sense of acceptance. Those issues were merely trivialities, yet Mo's kindness towards her was genuine. I'm fine. Not very hungry, she replied, though her well-established routine made her feel as if skipping lunch would leave something amiss. Thus, she suggested, "Why don't we simply roast some earth fruits? I'll prepare it. Let me." Bai Zhu responded eagerly. The earth fruits were what he had gathered for the little female, and he could not allow that wolf to take this opportunity from him, especially since the wolf was already favored by her.
With that,
Bai Zhu thrust the animal skin bag into Jinling's hands and hurried off to gather dry twigs. Mo said nothing, instead clearing a patch of ground, laying down some animal skins, and sitting with his partner and the other two family members, watching as Bai Zhu busily tended to the fire to roast the earth fruits. Observing the three of them surrounding her in a state of idleness, and then glancing at Bai Zhu, Shengsheng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Compliments slipped from her lips. "Bai Zhu, you're so diligent. You've worked hard, love you." She arched her beautiful brows, smiling brightly as she sent him a heart gesture. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhu blushed slightly and rushed over, cupping her face and planting an unabashed kiss on her lips, joy radiating from his expression. "Shengsheng, I love you too, very, very much." His affection surged, a desire to express his masculine charm before her at every moment, longing to repeatedly demonstrate in reality what he had dreamt of. I see, she replied, caught off guard by Bai Zhu's forthrightness. Feeling a touch of embarrassment at having inadvertently provoked the orc, she bit her lip shyly, then quickly changed the subject, reminding him, "Aren't the earth fruits almost ready?" "Almost, Shengsheng, just a moment," Bai Zhu replied with a beaming smile, assuming she was simply hungry, and he hurried back to the fire with a light-hearted bounce. "Do you only like that bear?" A deep voice resonated from behind, tinged with a foreboding tone. A large hand that had been resting on her waist tightened in a silent warning. "Shengsheng has never mentioned anything to us about this." Jinling seldom agreed with Yi, but his gentle voice carried a hint of melancholy as he looked at her, making Shengsheng feel like a fickle-hearted woman. "That's unfair," she exclaimed, feeling wronged. Her passive nature in love did not allow her to be capricious. Her gaze shifted to the silent Mo, unexpectedly meeting his profound eyes. He replied coolly, evidently displeased with her apparent favoritism, wishing for her to be equitable. To put it plainly, he too desired to hear the little troublemaker sweetly profess her love to him.
Shengsheng, gone foot.
Scanning the room, she encountered several pairs of expectant eyes and suddenly felt her tension ease. With a radiant smile, she declared, "I love you all, my dearest companions." Not merely companions, but her family. "Indeed, as your partner, I hope in a few days you can meet my needs, and of course, I shall strive to fulfill yours as well." Yi was ever adept at seizing the opportunity, leaning close to whisper in her ear, unabashedly making his demands. He heard it. The mischievous wolf was listening. Shengsheng cast a suspicious glance at Bai Zhu, who was approaching with the roasted earth fruits. Surely, this bear hadn't he overheard as well? Chapter 43. Who does she wish to sleep with? With that thought, Shengsheng felt a shudder of panic as she voiced, "Bai Zhu, you didn't hear anything."
"Did you?"
"Hear what? What's Shengsheng saying?" Bai Zhu, the clever bear who was attuned to his partner's moods, noted her demeanor and chose to feign ignorance. His bright eyes wide with confusion, completely oblivious. He made no mention of having heard everything clearly, secretly awaiting this moment. "The earth fruits are ready. Let me feed Shengsheng," he said, holding out a still warm roasted earth fruit with an innocent smile. "That's good." Shengsheng, relieved, leaned closer to him, trusting him, and was soon embraced by Bai Zhu. What male wouldn't he employ tricks to vie for attention in front of his partner, as long as it remained within reasonable bounds? Yi refrained from intervening, though he couldn't help but internally scoff. He had said this little one had not chosen a single decent male. After their meal and tidying up, they resumed their journey. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of several orcs, both overt and covert. Another day passed, and surprisingly, her menstrual cycle ended prematurely.
Shengsheng.
That evening, when they paused, Shengsheng felt anxious and trembled. During dinner, she spoke cautiously, making every effort to avoid the topic, secretly hoping the males would forget about it. Whether or not they sensed her unease, the males tacitly refrained from mentioning it, hunting, tending to the fire, and cooking as usual. Shengsheng observed them closely, noting their expressions showed no signs of change, and her taut nerves gradually relaxed. After dinner, the males, as if in silent agreement, gathered around her, their attention fixed upon her without a word. Meeting those deep, dark eyes in the night, Shengsheng felt her heart tighten. Forcing a strained smile, she asked with a quivering voice, "What's wrong?" Mo noticed her nervous fidgeting, and a flicker of amusement crossed his gaze. However, this time, he would not allow her to evade the matter. Females were often too passive in such situations, and with the males at home employing their wits to compete for opportunities, it was bound to become chaotic, leaving her overwhelmed. It was best to address such matters all at once. Mo drew her into his embrace, gently holding her reddened hands, and with a softened tone, asked, "Who do you wish to sleep with?" "I don't know." She had never encountered such an experience. Wasn't it a predicament for her?
Shengsheng.
Feeling somewhat at a loss, nestled into his embrace, gazing up at him with her enchanting, misty eyes that seemed to plead for assistance. Mo's heart skipped a beat as he tightened his hold on her, nearly succumbing to tenderness. However, before he could relent, Yi Senran's voice emerged, firm and unyielding, declaring, "You must choose." "I refuse." The words barely escaped her lips when she found herself ensnared by Ye's chilling gaze. He let out a derisive snort, half menacing, half threatening, and said, "Or, do you wish for us all to accompany you?" Without affording her any chance to retort, Yi raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Jinling and Bai Shu, who were eagerly awaiting the outcome. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips as he added, "I certainly wouldn't mind. Would you?" "No, no, no." Su Shengsheng was taken aback. Shooting a furious glare at Yi before hastily shaking her head, every strand of her hair signaling her refusal. That wicked wolf. What was more disconcerting was that the males nearby did not voice any objections. Where was their integrity? It wasn't that the males were unwilling to protest. Rather, in their perception, it was quite common for several males to serve a mate together.
No.
Seeing the nonchalant expressions on the faces of the other beast men made it clear that they lacked any sense of propriety. Su Shengsheng steadied her resolve. She must not allow herself to descend to such depths. Her keen eyes caught sight of an unburned stick, and she suddenly picked it up from the ground, placing it among them. "How about we spin the stick? Whoever it points to is chosen, purely by chance. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Bai Zhu was the first to respond, intrigued as he reached out to poke one end of the stick. It spun a few times before stopping, pointing directly at him. A flicker of joy crossed his face, and a light smile emerged. "Which end do we take as the reference?" The stick had two ends, one pointed at Bai Zhu. While the other indicated Mo observing the outcome of Bai Zhu's turn, Jinling quickly identified a flaw and posed a question. "Let's use the burned end as the reference." "I'll spin." Su Shengsheng raised her head to glance at them, placing her hand on the stick, and inquired once more, "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" "If not, I shall begin." Mo remained silent, evidently having no objections to her proposed solution. Jinling shook his head, secretly hopeful. Bai Zhu's eyes were fixed nervously on her hand movements. Ye's gaze shifted slightly. Was this truly a matter of luck? His fingers, resting at his side, twirled a strand of azure wind, which then dissipated. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, the stick began to spin with anticipation. Su Shengsheng applied a gentle force, and after a few revolutions it gradually slowed, moving languidly to the right, suggesting that it might ultimately point to Jinling. Just as it seemed poised to stop, an unexpected gust of wind swept in, nudging the stick towards Yi. Jinling's gentle smile faltered, and he cast a disapproving glance at Yi, realizing that this wolf was resorting to underhanded tactics in plain sight. Yi merely smiled, ignoring the discontented gazes of the other males, his eyes fixed intently on her. Where did that wind come from? Su Shengsheng felt both vexed and helpless. Could he not be a bit more subtle? Did he perceive everyone else as fools?
Yeah.
You must not disrupt the rules. Let us try again. With that, Su Shengsheng spun the stick anew. This time it revolved several times before coming to a smooth halt, the burned end pointing directly at Yi. "This time it isn't me." Meeting the skeptical looks from several pairs of eyes, Yi innocently spread his hands in explanation. "So, are you implying that you admitted to manipulating the previous result?" Bai Zhu retorted angrily, refusing to accept this outcome and insisting, "I don't believe it. Let us do it again. Do you wish to be punished?" Ye's cold gaze shot toward him, his tone decidedly ungracious, as he threatened. Would they not realize whether he had made a move? Oh, he had forgotten. This bear was of such low rank that perhaps he truly did not know better. Yi cast a disdainful glance at Bai Zhu's paltry 5 stars, sneering. "What kind of look is that?" Bai Zhu instantly bristled, affronted by the wolf's disdain. Did he look down on him? Yes, he might be of lower rank, but he was still young. This wolf was nearly a decade older and merely 2 stars above him. What was there to be so proud of? "I still don't trust this wolf. We either do it again, or find another way. Chapter 44. Who to bond with first. As Ye's expression grew increasingly grim, Baizhu continued to provoke him, prompting Su Shengsheng to quickly intervene to defuse the escalating tension. Stop, let us change the game. She gestured to separate their gazes and proposed anew. How about we do a hand game? There's no way to cheat in this. With that, Su Shengsheng extended her hand, flipping it over to demonstrate the game. Explaining the rules, whoever matches my gesture gets chosen. Those who don't are out. If there are 2 or more matches, we proceed to the next round until we select one. After ensuring that the males understood and had no objections, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she concealed her hand behind her back, readying her fist to eliminate any possibility of them seeing her gesture and cheating. I said we must extend our hands when I say start. Those who are slow will be out. As she said this, she deliberately glanced at Yi, clearly addressing him, who had a history of misconduct. Yi raised an eyebrow, evidently displeased with her glance, yet he said nothing, merely urging, "All right, I understand. Let us get started." Begin. With the command, Su Shengsheng extended her small hand, her pale, rosy fingertips splayed open, palm facing upward before the eyes of the males. This time no one cheated. After all, the penalty for cheating was elimination, and none of the males wished to squander their chance. One by one, they extended a hand, all with palms facing up, as though issuing her an invitation. Su Shengsheng stood there, dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. This can't be real? It must be a coincidence. She refused to believe it. Puffing her cheeks, Su Shengsheng defiantly declared, "Let us do it again." This time, she did not give them a chance to react. As soon as her hand was down and not yet behind her back, she shouted, "Start." Her small hand shot out quickly, palm facing down, as if she were certain they would be caught off guard, her fingers even wiggling triumphantly. However, as she looked at the 4 hands before her, all maintaining the same gesture, Su Shengsheng blinked in confusion. Upon witnessing her expression, smiles spread across the faces of the 4 males. Yi chuckled softly at her, while a hint of amusement flickered in Mo's eyes. Jinling affectionately ruffled her hair, and Baizhu, unable to contain himself, looked at her with an expression of exasperation. Explaining, "Shengsheng, you're too easy to read. Your gestures are written all over your face." That little expression of hers practically shouted the answer. If they still couldn't comprehend it, they were either foolish or blind. "Do I really?" Su Shengsheng, uncertain, turned her gaze to the other 3 males, seeking their confirmation. Mo replied, his cool voice tinged with unmistakable mirth. What should one do when their partner is too innocent? While he could indulge and cooperate with her normally, regrettably, in such matters, no male would willingly step aside. Jinling wore a gentle smile, and upon meeting her inquisitive gaze, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet he nodded sincerely. "Otherwise, you might as well turn your face away." Ye's lips curled into a teasing smirk, his tone laced with a hint of mockery at her naivety. Nevertheless, he genuinely offered her a suggestion, fearing that if they continued this way, the dawn would break, and no one would be able to sleep afterward. Su Shengsheng, feeling somewhat disheartened, let her expression droop and accepted Ye's proposal. Nodding, she replied, "All right then." With that, she turned her back to them, seemingly not content enough, and used her other hand to shield her face. A muffled voice drifted from the small female, "Start." Unable to see her expression, the several males could only act on their own interpretations. Su Shengsheng, keeping her wits about her, deliberately delayed them by a beat before raising her hand. Before she could discern the outcome, she was abruptly pulled into an embrace. Her feet lifted off the ground, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around the neck of the orc who had scooped her up, a strand of soft golden hair brushing against her face. "Jinling? Is it me? Would Shengsheng be unhappy?" Jinling's gentle voice whispered in her ear as he posed this question. He could sense that his partner might favor the 2 wolf orcs more and wondered if she would feel discontent simply for having chosen him. If that were the case, what should he do? All he knew was that he did not wish to let go. How could that be? With a resolution forming, Su Shengsheng felt a weight lift off her heart, leaning against Jinling as she clung to his neck. Her tone brightened with a playful lilt, teasingly stating, "I didn't expect Jinling to be so eager." In her memory, Jinling had always been a gentle and understanding male, his lack of aggression allowing her to unconsciously lower her guard. She hadn't anticipated he would display such urgency in matters like these. Not sensing any resistance or discontent from his partner, it was unexpectedly the case that the small female seemed to accept it quickly. Her tone now light and filled with mirth. Ling's heart relaxed, his pace quickening as they approached the tree hollow. His large hand caressed her long, silky black hair. Like satin, as he playfully remarked, I suppose waiting for a while has made me a bit anxious. This wasn't my intention, I didn't mean to. Shengsheng lightly bit her lip, casting an innocent look in his direction. She was unaware that Mo would summon her monthly visitor that time, though she secretly felt a degree of relief. After all, it granted her a few extra days to come to terms with it. Little did she expect that it would also result in another night owed. Yes, I understand, Ling replied thoughtfully, but as a male, he inevitably had to consider certain benefits in front of his partner. So, if Shengsheng feels unwell later, would you be able to show me a bit more understanding? Shengsheng gazed at him in astonishment. Was this really what her gentle Ling would say? Of course, I will try to restrain myself and not make Shengsheng uncomfortable. He feared there might be moments of loss of control, and at that time, she could simply remind him not to let her disdain him because of it, alright? Sensing a change in his partner's expression, Ling quickly added, his amber eyes reflecting a hint of caution. As if genuinely afraid she might come to dislike him over such matters. Shengsheng felt a lump in her throat, wondering if this thought had effectively extinguished her desire to call a halt. If she were to call for a stop, he would likely wear that heartbroken expression, his face clearly conveying, Shengsheng has grown weary of me. This thought caused her to involuntarily gasp, her expression difficult to read as she looked at him, pleading pitifully. Ling, could you be a little gentler? At least don't let it last so long. So if Shengsheng feels uncomfortable, you can voice it, and I will adjust. Ling responded with a smile, offering his solution. Adjust what? The position? This answer made her heart race. Chapter 45, Bonding with Ling. The bright, silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a giant tree swaying in the forest, its branches rustling as the leaves whispered. The branches were sturdy and resilient, while the leaves were soft and delicate, their interplay harmonious. Shengsheng, call my name. That gentle voice had taken on a new tone. In that moment, Ling was the orc who easily captivated her heart, feeling warmth surge within him, as reason slipped away and things began to spiral out of control. The orc's acute hearing was attuned to the world around him. Outside the tree hollow, the three males were not only physically restless, but also emotionally agitated. The great white bear lay atop an ice block, frequently glancing back toward the tree hollow. The last time, Mo had taken the small female away for mating, and he had felt tormented. Now, with the small female so close, his discomfort was magnified. When would it be his turn to embrace his tender, delicate partner and hear her call his name? What are you looking at? Staring won't change anything. Knight, sharpening his claws against the tree, noticed the great white bear's actions and felt his mood darken further. Especially when recalling his earlier provocation, Knight's voice dripped with sarcasm. If it weren't for this bear, perhaps it would be me in an embrace with the little one now. The more he thought about it, the more his frustration grew. Just then, Baizhu brought up the issue again. That wolf orc's scheming is of no use, is it? Baizhu retorted without reservation. Don't think I don't see that wolf orc trying to take advantage of the situation, hoping to sneak in a lesson while the partner is away. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Seemingly not satisfied, Baizhu stood up and pointed a finger at him, taunting, Old wolf orc. You're over a decade older than me and only have 2 more stars. What's there to be smug about? Clearly, Baizhu still remembered Knight's earlier mocking gaze regarding his lower rank, adopting an arrogant and reckless attitude. You're asking for it. Knight was thoroughly incensed, and now he could no longer remain seated. With a dark expression, he leaped down from the tree and struck Baizhu with a powerful paw. The blow was merciless, sending the great white bear crashing to the ground. Did I say something wrong? Baizhu quickly scrambled to his feet, continuing his reckless provocation. Or perhaps it was intentional. Both Knight and Baizhu were using this as an excuse to vent their frustrations. Knight wasted no time in pouncing on him. This great white bear had an incessant mouth. He was only 29, merely 6 years older than Knight. Only 2 stars? Did he even understand the significance of those 2 stars? 5 stars marked a turning point. Ordinary orcs could live to be 150 without mishap. After breaking through 5 stars, each rank would add 20 years to their lifespan. Mocking him for being old? Why not mention that he had lived longer than this bear? This time, the great white bear was prepared. When the black wolf lunged at him, he sidestepped, ready to retaliate. Keep your distance. Mo's cold voice admonished them, his dark golden wolf eyes glinting with icy disdain. Mo was already feeling irritable, and seeing their thoughtless antics only deepened his frown. Knight, with his unruly nature, took Mo's words as mere background noise and was about to act recklessly. Don't let her hear. Upon hearing Mo's statement, he instinctively halted his movements. Mo understood the temperament of the knight, recognizing that he was not one to heed advice. With a restrained temper, he elaborated further, knowing that with her disposition, she would inevitably feel embarrassed afterward. He suggested that none of them should dwell on it any longer. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Bai Zhu, pondering how it could be that they wouldn't care. If they truly didn't care, would they engage in a scuffle? Bai Zhu, more amenable to counsel than Yi, harbored some resentment towards Mo, who had pilfered his achievements. Upon hearing Mo's words, Bai Zhu scurried away, not forgetting to deliver a surprise strike at Yi before he fled. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, Yi's temper flared, and he charged after the white bear. Within the tree hollow, Shengsheng, abruptly alerted by the commotion outside, regained a semblance of her senses. With her peach blossom eyes tinged with red, she gazed dreamily at Jinling, inquiring, "What has happened?" This question jolted Jinling from his chaotic thoughts as he noticed the glistening tear streaks adorning her flushed cheeks. A pang of guilt washed over him. He had failed to exercise restraint. Gently kissing away her tears, he coaxed her in a raspy voice, "Do not cry." The disturbances outside resumed almost immediately. Listening to the delicate sounds, Mo's thoughts became tumultuous. Jealousy nearly overwhelmed his reason. He felt an urge to burst in and reclaim her, to erase the scent of other males from her, to imprint his essence upon her from head to toe. Clearly, he was not an exemplary first beast husband. He would become jealous, would spiral into madness, and even entertain violent impulses towards them all. Yet, he still retained a sliver of rationality. The beastly world was perilous. Not merely due to its environment, but also because of ferocious beasts and malevolent beast men lurking in the shadows, along with those ill-intentioned male beast men. Despite his remarkable talents, he was not the highest ranked, nor the strongest. Even with his capabilities and confidence, he could not escape the inevitability of oversight and neglect. What awaited them, or rather, what awaited her? Mo dared not gamble. Moreover, the beast god had decreed that females must accept a sufficient number of males, otherwise, the powers bestowed upon them would be revoked. The little female yearned for a healthy body, and he could not selfishly strip her of her hopes. A sudden wave of despondency washed over Mo. If only he could enter her world, could he not selfishly claim her for himself? The cacophony within the tree hollow persisted throughout the night, as Yi pummeled Bai Zhu, while Mo vigilantly kept watch over them. As dawn broke, Jinling placed a lingering kiss upon his sleeping partner's smooth forehead before stepping outside. A bucket of steaming water slipped from his fingertips and landed beside Jinling's feet. "Clean her up," he instructed, lifting his gaze to meet Mo's bloodshot eyes, his expression radiating warmth. Without a word of rebuttal, he picked up the hot water and returned to the tree hollow. His intention had been to prepare warm water to cleanse the little female, allowing her to refresh herself after a long night, ensuring she could enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 46. She favored the wolf beast. With his distinctly knuckled hands, he immersed a piece of animal skin into the hot water, wringing it slightly before approaching the slumbering female, gently wiping away the traces left on her. His porcelain-like fingers glided over her delicate, pale skin. Jinling caressed the golden patterns adorning her abdomen, his smile softening, eyes filled with satisfaction. Tenderly, he draped the animal skin over her, brushing aside the hair that had fallen across her face, tucking it behind her ear, gazing at the increasingly enchanting visage that was his partner, reluctant to divert his gaze. She was his companion. How wonderful! Shengsheng, he called her name in a voice filled with tenderness, as if he held a piece of candy upon his tongue. Jinling. The little female stirred, as if she had heard his affectionate summons, her lips parting to utter a vague murmur. In that moment, sensing her response, Jinling pressed his hand against his heart, feeling it swell as if filled to the brim. At that instant, he perceived that their beastly existence had reached a sense of completeness. "Shengsheng, look at me. Won't you favor me a bit more?" he implored. "Do not favor those two wolf beasts. If you must favor someone, let it be me. I too wish to win your affection." His fingers lingered, tracing the contours of her delicate face. At this moment, no one was privy to the yearning that dwelled within his heart. When Shengsheng awoke again, it was already the afternoon. Jinling had been watching over her with affectionate eyes, unaware of how long he had kept vigil. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, his face broke into a gentle smile. "You're awake, Shengsheng." Su Shengsheng bit her lip, her cheeks reddening as she shyly averted her gaze. She found herself hesitant to call his name, for it summoned memories of the previous night's wildness. She had not anticipated that the usually gentle Jinling would exhibit such dominance when engaged in that sort of affair. I truly delight in it when Shengsheng calls my name. Are you satisfied with me, Shengsheng? His smile radiated warmth, yet his words left Su Shengsheng's cheeks aflame. Jinling had been sitting beside her, contemplating a revelation. The little female might indeed favor Mo, the wolf beast, more. However, the attention she bestowed upon you was solely because he was sufficiently proactive. Just as his initial connection with the little female had been a result of his own initiative. Was it not? Jinling? Su Shengsheng's lips parted in surprise as she gazed at him, her face flushed with embarrassment, fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the animal skin beneath her. What was peculiar about Jinling? Did males awaken a second persona after intimate encounters? Are you dissatisfied, Shengsheng? Please voice your concerns, and I shall heed them next time. Noticing her unconscious, fidgeting fingers, Jinling took her hand, gently squeezing her fingers to check for any signs of distress. Satisfied with her calm demeanor, he refused to release her hand, fearing she might hurt her nails, instead intertwining his fingers with hers, playfully toying with them. This little hand had rested upon his body throughout the night, on his shoulders, chest, back, and waist. At times, when unable to grasp anything, it would flail about in the air in sync with his movements. Jinling was utterly enamored with this sensation. He drew the person beside him into his embrace, placing a kiss at the corner of her reddened eyes, and persistently asked, "What are you dissatisfied with, Shengsheng?" Jinling, the animal skin slipped, exposing intimate marks that left Su Shengsheng flustered as she hastily attempted to cover herself, casting a reproachful glance at the instigator. Her voice bore a mournful lilt, winding like a melodious tune. "I cherish the way Shengsheng appears now," he replied. Her body bore the traces of his affection. Every flicker of her displeasure and every emotion she felt were drawn forth by him. Jinling could not help but tighten his embrace around her waist, leaning down to capture her luscious lips in a kiss. With his other hand seemingly inadvertently brushing against her sensitive spot, Su Shengsheng immediately melted into his arms. She shut her eyes tightly, her long lashes quivering with agitation, soon glistening with unshed tears from the lack of oxygen. Too excessive. Su Shengsheng's small hands instinctively grasped at him, the sensation sending her into a momentary stupor. What is this? Feeling her movements, Jinling's breath hitched. Not only did he fail to release her as she wished, but he also suddenly deepened the kiss, forcefully invading her territory and claiming the space that belonged to her. The moisture on her long lashes gathered, eventually forming tears that rolled down her cheeks. Feeling her back once more against the fur, Su Shengsheng was startled, beginning to struggle in mild resistance. Why? That wolf beast had clearly dominated her for a day and a night. In his heart, Jinling, who had been preoccupied with this very matter, felt as if his heart were shattering upon sensing her reluctance. After questioning her, he felt a pang of regret. As a male, he should not have voiced such sentiments in front of his partner, nor should he have addressed her in such a tone. Yet, the words born of jealousy had already escaped his lips, and Jinling could only maintain a facade of unwillingness and desolation in her presence. Did Shengsheng dislike me? Su Shengsheng, feeling uneasy, shrank back slightly. She could not decipher the emotions concealed deep within Jinling's eyes, only perceiving the forlorn gaze of a beast man, unsatisfied in his desires. Moreover, she felt that males possessed a peculiar sense of competitiveness in certain aspects, as if everything had to be a contest. In the end, wasn't she the one who suffered? Upon hearing the question laced with jealousy, though somewhat puzzled, she responded, "Yes, I like it. I am satisfied." If only the time could be shorter, it was much better than the first time. The embarrassment of expressing these feelings for the first time made Su Shengsheng's voice barely a whisper. Were it not for the beastman's acute hearing, Jinling would not have caught her timid murmur as she buried her face in his embrace. At her response, Jinling felt the tension in his body ease. His hand resting on her relaxed as if granted a pardon, inadvertently brushing against her skin and causing her to tremble. Her small hand suddenly grasped his large one, and her delicate face nuzzled against his chest, her tone a blend of pleading and coaxing, "But I am hungry." Her soft, timid voice brought him back to his senses, momentarily overwhelmed by desire. Hearing the gurgle of her stomach, Jinling felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, nearly laughing at himself. "Do not laugh at me, or I shall become angry." Feeling the tremor of his chest, Su Shengsheng playfully slapped him, flustered. This was all his fault. How dare he tease her?
All right.
I did not laugh, Shengsheng. He was merely mocking himself. Jinling rose and stepped off the bed, taking the fish soup that had been prepared nearby. Feeling its coolness, certainly not suitable for the female to drink. It was all his fault. The soup had cooled. Should he bring it to Shengsheng? Or would she prefer to join him downstairs for a meal? He turned to the small female who had sat up, gently inquiring. I will go down.
Su Shengsheng ziplit.
As she had no habit of eating in bed. Chapter 47. The males at home are fighting. Upon arriving at the open space below, Su Shengsheng instinctively leapt into Mo's embrace, only to notice the weariness etched on his face. Mo, what is wrong?
Did you not sleep well?
With a pang of concern, she tenderly touched the dark circles under his eyes, suddenly realizing the bloodshot hue in them. Su Shengsheng vaguely recalled the unusual noise from the previous night. Had something occurred then?
Yes.
Her warm hand caressed his face, and feeling her affection, Mo's heart softened, his usually cold voice tinged with an unrecognized hint of grievance. He should have hidden her away. Why had he failed to do so? Mo's gaze darkened, thoughts flitting through his mind. Shengsheng. If Mo's grievances went unnoticed. Baizhu was eager to express his own. Upon seeing her, the first thing he noticed was the subtle fatigue in Mo's demeanor. Yet he failed to see the pronounced bruises on his face. Baizhu adopted a pitiful expression, approaching her and seizing her hand to claim her attention. Baizhu.
What happened to you?
He bore a noticeable bruise on his cheek that did not detract from his looks. Rather, it resembled a battle-worn youth from the internet. Hearing the small female's inquiry, Baizhu leaned in, embracing her and burying his face in her neck, seeking her sympathy. That wolf beast ye hit me, it hurts so much. Having aired his grievances, he cautiously looked up at her, asking, I couldn't defeat him. Will Shengsheng think less of me for being useless?
How could that be?
Does it hurt? Su Shengsheng genuinely felt a pang of sympathy, carefully avoiding his wounds as she cradled his face in her hands, gently caressing it. She even stood on her tiptoes to blow softly on his injuries, coaxing a smile from him before asking, But why did he hit you? Shengsheng, could you kiss me? A kiss will make it hurt less. Being treated with such care by his partner filled Baizhu with joy. Nuzzling her palm and making a request that sounded almost like a plea. He refrained from mentioning why Yi had struck him. Su Shengsheng, her heart softening, could not resist. After all, granting a kiss to her partner was not a difficult thing. Without hesitation, she stood on tiptoe and placed a light kiss on the corner of his mouth. All right, does it still hurt? She rubbed his face again, inquiring, unable to suppress the smile that crept across her features. Childlike, yet filled with affection. Baizhu, emboldened, leaned closer and pecked her lips, his expression one of satisfaction as he shook his head, replying, It no longer hurts. Are you hungry? It is time to eat. Seeing Jinling reheat the fish soup, Yi prepared a piece of roasted meat, while Mo lifted her up and carried her over. Su Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed his lips, smiling radiantly at him. Though I do not know what happened last night, I am certain it was resolved by Mo. Thank you for your hard work. Mo met her gaze, distinctly feeling the affection and reliance emanating from her eyes. It is all right. He leaned in to return her kiss, equally gentle, yet it felt as though a vow had been made. Mo solidified his resolve. This was sufficient. She wished for a healthy body, and he would unwaveringly support her in safeguarding that desire. Today, I added some shrimp to the fish soup, Shengsheng. Give it a try and see if you like it. As she settled down, Jinling approached with a bowl of richly aromatic fish soup, scooping a spoonful to bring to her lips. He had ensured the soup was neither too hot nor too cold, just right for her to sip. I like it. It is delicious. Without disregarding his efforts, Su Shengsheng drank the soup he offered, then reached to take the bowl from his hands, smiling as she requested. It is not too hot. I can manage it myself. Starving, she felt that being fed was too slow. She could drink it faster on her own. All right. Understanding her needs, Jinling did not insist further, allowing her to take hold before gently reminding her, be cautious of the bones. Although he had removed most of the fish bones, they were not like bones with a specific count. He could not guarantee there were no oversights. He could only advise his partner to be careful. I know. Su Shengsheng lowered her head, sipping slowly. Hearing Jinling's reminder, she felt a hint of exasperation. Did he think she was a child? Yi, following Jinling's lead, cut the roasted meat into small pieces and placed them on a plate lined with leafy greens, walking over to her. Eat more. If you gain a little weight, it will feel better to touch, though those words turned in his mouth and were swallowed back down. Strangely, he had the discretion not to say them. He gently pinched her chubby little face, which had puffed up from drinking soup, nearly causing her to spill the contents from her mouth. Receiving a glare from the little female that was both annoyed and resentful, Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Humph, bad wolf. Shengsheng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, taking a piece of roasted meat from his hand and biting down fiercely. This futile act of retaliation only deepened Ye's amusement, while even Jean Ling couldn't suppress a laugh. Shengsheng, you're so adorable. I like you immensely. The affection in Bai Zhu's eyes was beyond mere words, as if he saw a goddess in her every move, every expression captivating him to the core, making him yearn to embrace and kiss her immediately. Suddenly, Bai Zhu poked her unexpectedly, causing Shengsheng to freeze, her fierce demeanor faltering as she looked at Bai Zhu, who had leaned in closer. Don't hover over me while I eat. She nudged back a bit, creating some distance. Normally, it was tolerable for him to observe her, but his proximity made her uneasy. She feared that should he touch her face again, it would be too embarrassing if she lost her composure. Are you deciding who to sleep with tonight based on a game? Bai Zhu, unfazed by her actions, returned to his spot, his gaze intensely fixed on her. Although he posed the question, his bright, eager eyes clearly conveyed, choose me, choose me. Upon hearing this, Shengsheng nearly dropped her chopsticks. Had she just awakened? And they were not even allowing her a moment to gather herself? Fortunately, Mo's voice intervened, wrapping her in his embrace and gently rubbing her abdomen, allowing her time to compose herself. Noting the fleeting look of resistance on her face, Mo's voice turned cold as he stated that she must not develop any aversion to the matter. Let us proceed in the order of the beast marks. Shengsheng let out a sigh of relief, pressing her sore lower back. She was truly exhausted, utterly drained. Chapter 48. Bai Zhu accompanies her to sleep. According to Mo's arrangement, tonight would be spent with Bai Zhu. As for whether Yi had any objections, Shengsheng was unaware, for they had already entered the tree hollow, with Bai Zhu lying beside her. Yi indeed had reservations, but the decision to take turns accompanying the little female to sleep had been made long ago, and he had agreed. Knowing that the bear could do no harm, he refrained from expressing his discontent. This was the first genuine moment where she and Bai Zhu shared an intimate space. Though they could not act on it just yet, Bai Zhu was still bubbling with excitement. Shengsheng, Shengsheng, I'm so happy. He snuggled against her, repeatedly whispering her name, his enthusiasm nearly overwhelming Shengsheng. Bai Zhu was overjoyed, holding the fragrant, soft little female who was his partner. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a kiss on her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Much like a large cat indulging in catnip. Was Bai Zhu treating her like catnip? Shengsheng felt somewhat helpless, acquiescing to his whims. Ultimately, the male's strength was considerable, leaving her powerless to resist, and what he did was merely affectionate behavior between lovers. Yet, she never anticipated that this closeness would transform in nature. Shengsheng. Bai Zhu's fair skin flushed with pink as he drew near, his dark eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Shengsheng, I feel so uncomfortable. A handsome young man, radiating sunshine, was now acting coyly, wearing down her resolve with each word. Shengsheng found herself utterly defenseless. Her keen eyes detected a softening in the little female's expression. Bai Zhu's gaze brightened, realizing an unexpected delight, and he clung to her even more. Mo had insisted on not allowing the little female to develop aversion. But what if she consented? Shengsheng, do you not like me? You only say you do to tease me, don't you? Otherwise, that bad wolfie has been sleeping with you for several days, and I haven't had a chance at all. Bai Zhu's bright eyes accused her, growing increasingly aggrieved. And soon, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Shengsheng could no longer bear it. How could she let such a typically sunny boy feel so wronged? Then Bai Zhu added, Shengsheng, please, just this once. Just once? Once? Shengsheng's face twisted with conflict as she hesitantly looked at him for confirmation. It wasn't that she felt unwell. It seemed she had awakened an extraordinary self-healing ability. The evident marks from the morning had vanished after a single night of sleep, leaving her with no unusual sensations, much like the last time. This time, Shengsheng realized, as she rarely had opportunities to validate this, perhaps she should try again? Little did she know, Bai Zhu was equally shameless. Seeing her lack of resistance, he eagerly leaned in, employing the methods from his dreams upon her. The sounds echoing from the tree hollow startled the three males stationed outside. The potent scent of the bear stirred Ye's instincts. With reddened eyes, he leaped up, ready to charge into the tree hollow, furious at the bear's audacity. Stop! Mo swiftly intervened, with Jinling blocking the entrance to the hollow. If you were to burst in today, their chances would be severely diminished for a long while. They absolutely could not allow him to go in and wreak havoc. Get away, I'll kill that bear. Knowing he couldn't do anything, he had agreed to let the bear accompany her to sleep. Had he known earlier, he would not have easily relinquished this opportunity. She consented. Mo's expression remained cold, unwavering. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would observe a deepening hue in his eyes, subtly tinged with red. Regardless of Ye's intentions, he could not allow him to enter now. Moreover, if the little female did not agree, that bear would not dare to proceed. By the order of the bond, you should have been behind Baizhu, Jinling remarked, noting that had it not been for the little female's sudden heat, they would have completed their bonding long ago. Yi halted, his intentions unclear. Whether he had resigned or was merely brooding, he cast a dark glance at the two of them before turning and running off. The black wolf vanished into the woods, leaving no trace. Mo indifferently returned to his perch in the tree, resuming his watch. Jinling glanced back at the tree hollow before flying back to a branch to rest lightly. The night in the beast world felt interminable. The sounds within the tree hollow continued throughout the night, and it was only at dawn that Shengsheng finally fell asleep, unaware of Ye's absence, who had not returned all night. However, deep within the hollow, she remained oblivious, having been tossed and turned by Baizhu all night, feeling utterly worn out. The only thought before she drifted off was that one could not trust what male said in bed. Baizhu's exuberance had not yet waned. Gazing at the beast mark encircling her abdomen, which bore a hint of icy blue, he could not resist showering her with kisses. With his big white teeth bared in a grin, his large eyes squinted joyfully. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. I have finally fulfilled my wish. It is no longer a dream, it has come to fruition. Get out. Hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing from within the hollow, Mo's low voice echoed from outside. Upon recalling the events of yesterday morning, Baizhu swiftly rose from his bed, conjuring a leather skirt to modestly cover his lower half before stepping out of the tree hollow. Awaiting him was a bucket of warm water, akin to the golden feathers from the day before, which narrowly grazed his feet before tumbling to the ground. Humph, that wolf must be envious of him. In an exceptionally good mood, Baizhu chuckled softly as he hoisted the wooden bucket back into the tree hollow, entirely oblivious to his own earlier predicament. When jealousy had led to a confrontation with Yi, as the leather became damp, Baizhu gingerly wiped down the innocent little female sleeping soundly on the bed. Although it was a seemingly simple task, he perspired profusely, only exhaling a sigh of relief upon completion, fearful that his movements might rouse his partner. She was clearly exhausted, and he did not wish to disturb her further. Such a wonderful companion was a rare find. He must cherish and adore her properly. Tenderly, he draped the leather over her body before rising to exit the tree hollow, his face betraying an irrepressible smile. As he glanced back at Baizhu's departing figure, the black wolf, who had vanished for an entire night, emerged from the shadows. With a leap, he entered the tree hollow, enveloping the sleeping little female in his embrace before darting out of the cave and into the forest, disappearing from sight. A green barrier rose, and Shengsheng remained blissfully asleep atop the wolf's back, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around her. Chapter 49. Madness. Where is Shengsheng? Upon returning to the tree hollow and finding the bed empty, Baizhu felt a moment of panic. He rushed to the entrance and called out to the two males outside. Have you seen Shengsheng? Where did she go? Strangely, there was no response. Mo and Jinling seemed to have vanished. Sensing something amiss, Baizhu gradually calmed himself and, from the strong scent within the tree hollow, caught a whiff of wolfish musk. Who took her? Mo or Yi? He leaned towards the wicked wolf Yi, deducing that Mo and Jinling must have pursued them. Sensing his partner's location through the scent of their bond, Baizhu transformed into a great white bear and pursued. Shengsheng was roused from her slumber by the oppressive heat enveloping her, and upon opening her drowsy eyes, she was greeted by a sea of fluffy clouds. You're awake? Yi stood beside her, a sly smile gracing his lips as he regarded her with inscrutable eyes.
Yeah?
Seeing his demeanor made Shengsheng shiver involuntarily, confusion clouding her expression. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be sleeping in the tree hollow? This is the place where we are to consummate our bond, one I discovered. Do you like it? Ye's heart seethed with jealousy, his smile tinged with darkness as a flicker of shadow passed through his gaze. He had run away in anger the previous night, circling for hours until he found this place, utterly secure and free from any disturbances. His impatience grew. a tumult of panic and fury igniting the flames of jealousy within him. Perhaps deep down, he knew this was all a deception, and his heart remained adrift. Unable to settle, he could not distinguish between mere desire and the longing for a tangible commitment. His fear of being easily cast aside by her loomed large. Unbeknownst to Shengsheng, who felt an unsettling madness radiating from the wolf beside her, she instinctively shrank back. Yi was indeed a wolf. Softening her tone, she gazed at him with a gentle, pleading look, negotiating. "Can't we wait until evening?" Yi chuckled softly, his hand brushing against her cheek. His gaze rich with an enigmatic depth she could not comprehend. "I can wait, but I fear you may not be able to." Caught off guard by his words, Shengsheng's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes growing hazy as they met his. Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His fingertips glided gently down her face, raising an eyebrow as he leaned closer. "How does that feel?" His cool touch against her skin sent waves of comfort through her, and she squinted her eyes in bliss, relishing his caress. "Humph." Yi chuckled lightly, his voice laced with delight. He adored her current state, with her gaze solely on him, her body craving his presence. No. Something was amiss. The familiar wicked smile he wore jolted her back to reality, and she forced her eyes open to gaze at the clouds above. They were white cotton flowers, gently exuding a faint pink mist, blossoming in abundance. She lay amidst the white cotton flowers, enveloped in a soft, rosy haze.
Yeah.
She had intended to shout at him, but suddenly a surge of warmth coursed through her body, and her voice morphed into a honeyed whisper, laced with an unintended flirtation. "There's no rush. I will wait for Shengsheng to plead with me." Yi, brimming with patience, was acutely aware of his own desperation, yet a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. She needed him, just as she had in the past days. Wicked wolf. Shameless. The pollen from these flowers would soon lose their aphrodisiac effects after the male and female had mated, not to return until the next rainy season. Thus, Yi had no fear of losing control and harming her. He was like a hunter, patiently waiting for his prey to willingly fall into the trap.
Yi.
The melodic, alluring sound that escaped her lips made Shengsheng instantly close her mouth. She could not help but wonder if that enchanting voice truly belonged to her. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she felt a pang of frustration, uncertain how to find relief. Yi, already agitated, felt his eyes redden. Upon hearing her voice, he suddenly pounced, kissing her fiercely. When Bai Zhu followed the trail of scents, he found Mo and Jean Ling guarding a narrow crevice. The gap was tightly woven with vines, making it difficult to detect. Upon seeing Bai Zhu, the two males merely cast him a cursory glance before resuming their vigil. Bai Zhu did not catch the scent of mating, but his keen ears easily picked up the faint sounds of the little female from within. Although he was furious at Ye's actions, he felt powerless to intervene, resigning himself to a corner to join them in their watch. After all, he had employed his own tactics to achieve his desires the previous night and held no ground to condemn Ye's actions. Yet the anger simmered within him. Did that wicked wolf truly understand how to cherish a partner? The little female was already so fatigued. Couldn't he wait a little longer, until evening at least? Chapter 50. The Beast King's City. As all matters settled, their journey, delayed for several days, finally resumed. Mo had chosen a safe route, and with Jean Ling scouting the skies, they shielded her from nearly all hazards. Their travels felt leisurely during the day, stopping to rest by evening. And for the past 10 days, Shengsheng had enjoyed a blissful existence. As they approached the latter part of the warm season, with the heat rising, the weather was pleasant and windless. Shengsheng discarded her leather cloak, donning instead the pink leather bustier and short skirt Bai Zhu had prepared. Her long hair was loosely braided with matching leather strips by Jean Ling, cascading down her chest. In good health, nourished by her partner, and having experienced a variety of sights over the past few days, her mood was buoyant. Her once pale face, a remnant of her previous illness, had transformed into a rosy, charming visage, so beautiful it could make one's heart flutter at a mere glance. Shengsheng, look. The Beast King's city is right ahead. The great white bear lifted her onto its shoulder, standing tall as it gestured towards the imposing stone walls that loomed in the distance, introducing them to her. Since walking was unnecessary and the beast-hide boots were stifling, Shengsheng sat comfortably atop the bear, occasionally swaying gently. When suddenly hoisted by Bai Zhu, she did not panic. Instead, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the bear's head, her small hands grasping its ears, and straightened her back to peer ahead. "Where is it? I cannot see," she remarked, her enchanting peach blossom eyes straining to catch a glimpse. Despite the orc's exceptional eyesight, she remained unable to spot anything and feeling somewhat disheartened. She settled back down, playfully pinching the bear's ear in retaliation. This prompted a loud yelp from Baizhu. Ow. Although he had mentioned that only a mate could touch the male beast's ears, such caressing was hardly appropriate. Shengsheng, you mustn't do that. Tonight. It is my turn to share a bed with you. Are you not interested in a good night's sleep? He admonished. For a female touching a male's beast ears was an overture of courtship. Meeting Baizhu's piercing gaze, Su Shengsheng sheepishly withdrew her hand, turning away to feign nonchalance. Previously, her health had prohibited her from interacting with small creatures, so she was pleasantly surprised by how delightful the soft fur felt to the touch, making it quite addictive. Especially since the pets at home were all clean, bathing themselves without shedding. Even someone like her, who was not particularly fond of fluffiness, found it to be a blessing. Have we arrived soon? Can Shengsheng now see the stone wall ahead? Jean Ling inquired at an opportune moment, kindly diverting the bear's attention. His gentle voice instantly capturing her focus. Upon hearing Jean Ling's words, Su Shengsheng looked up and indeed spotted a corner of the stone wall. How tall it is! She exclaimed in awe. As they drew nearer, the magnificent stone wall gradually revealed its entirety. The wall towered over 3 orc forms, and the gate, wide enough for 2 orcs to pass through simultaneously, indicated that its thickness allowed orcs to stand atop it in their beast forms. At that moment, several orcs were stationed on the wall, lying in their beast forms. Among them, the most striking was a particularly massive and muscular white tiger, exuding an aura of authority that was palpable even from a distance. Su Shengsheng's gaze lingered on the majestic creature for a couple of seconds until she heard a sarcastic voice from Yi. So, you have taken a liking to it? Su Shengsheng tilted her head towards him, her expression a picture of confusion. Was it not human nature to be drawn to more prominent figures or objects? This mischievous wolf always had a way of making light of things. She pouted slightly, huffing in discontent in response to Ye's jibe. Ignoring him, she turned to Mo and gently inquired, what are the requirements for entering the Beast King City? Noticing her disregard, Yi felt somewhat dissatisfied and imitated her huff, retorting, what conditions must a female meet to enter the city? They would be more than happy to welcome you. Recalling how she had been staring intently at the tiger on the wall, Yi could not suppress his jealousy, adding, if you were to take that white tiger as your mate, they would welcome you even more. Yi, if you say that again, I will be angry. Su Shengsheng raised her chin defiantly, her words a threat, yet her tone betrayed a hint of playful affection. Yet Yi, despite his mock disdain, succumbed to her charm and fell silent.
Mo.
After inadvertently provoking Baizhu and retorting to Yi, Su Shengsheng instinctively leaned closer to Mo. A flicker of warmth crossed Mo's expression as he regarded the petite female reaching out to him, and he gently wrapped his wolf tail around her waist, lifting her onto his back. As they walked, he explained, there are no specific requirements for a female to enter the Beast King City, especially for one like you. With too few mates, you are regarded as a holy female. As Yi mentioned, the Beast King City will only welcome you. However, to reside in the stone houses of the inner city, a payment of beast crystals is required. Alternatively, the males of the household can construct the dwelling themselves. Though our family lacks earth attribute males, making it a bit complicated, but we have no shortage of beast crystals. In due time, we will simply need to pay a sum of beast crystals to acquire a spacious stone house. You need not worry, we have plenty of beast crystals, Baizhu interjected, shaking the beast hide bag slung over his shoulder. After acquiring a mate, males naturally tended to accumulate more beast crystals. The males at home had each saved a considerable amount. Even Yi, the wolf beast, was no exception. As they conversed, they had already reached the foot of the Beast King City, approaching the city gates. The alluring female immediately captivated the attention of a group of orcs stationed atop the stone wall as she drew near. Her radiant complexion seemed to emit light, akin to the luminous pearls cultivated by the merfolk. Her exquisitely beautiful visage, rosy and delectable, silently beckoned the orcs, compelling them to yearn to taste her sweetness. The white tiger on the stone wall also sensed the lingering gaze of the female upon him, instinctively following her petite figure with his eyes. He then chastised himself internally, wondering what business he had gazing at the female when he had not awakened his talents, rendering him unremarkable in her eyes. Did he truly expect her to take notice of him? How absurd! Yet, despite his thoughts, his body acted on its own, leaping down from the wall to approach her. The once ferocious white tiger now strode toward them with an impressive aura. Although Su Shengsheng knew that the orc males would not harm her, she still felt a twinge of nervousness at the tiger's commanding presence. Sensing her unease, Mo comfortingly wrapped his tail around her waist, perhaps attuned to her emotions. The white tiger immediately softened, saying, "Follow me." Chapter 51, The Inner City. Once she had moved further away, the orcs atop the wall exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their breaths easing as they exchanged glances, murmuring, "She is truly beautiful. That little female is a holy female, and she has only 4 mates. I wonder if we have a chance." Joining the Beast King City Guard team offered a unique advantage to the males. They earned an additional opportunity to mate with a female. Before the arrival of each rainy season, the Beast King City would host a bonfire feast exclusively for the warriors who defended their homeland. The 10 strongest male orcs would even be granted the privilege to freely choose a female as their mate. Naturally, females would generally accept such offers, as the males in the guard team were all of high status and formidable strength, especially those ranked among the top 10. For females, having a powerful mate was a source of pride. Is he interested in that little female? This question abruptly interrupted the discussion, and the orcs exchanged glances, the subject of their inquiry obvious. The white tiger was a unique figure in the Beast King City, the younger brother of the current city lord, born of different mothers. He was indeed a powerful orc, having achieved an 8-stripe level at a young age, surpassing the majority of orcs. Yet, he had not awakened any talents, reportedly due to some unforeseen incident. Shengsheng remained blissfully unaware of these details, for they had already followed the white tiger into the Beast King City. Outside the city, many vacant stone houses stood, reserved for orcs from tribes or other continents during the grand festivities of the Beast King City. Most of the single males residing within the Beast King City inhabit the vicinity of the inner city. Shengsheng smiled gently, recalling the adage, "The pavilion by the water receives the moonlight first." The thoughts of the beast men are often refreshingly straightforward. The white tiger led them towards the inner city, where females resided, occasionally offering insights about places that caught her gaze. Whenever the white tiger spoke, Shengsheng gracefully diverted her attention, listening intently. The 4 males accompanying her remained silent, choosing to absorb the information without interjecting. The Beast King City sprawls over an extensive area, and the outer city is quite vast. It took a considerable amount of time for the white tiger to guide them to the entrance of the inner city. As she approached, several male beastmen peeked out from the sparsely scattered stone houses, their gazes fixated on her. Some males, eager to approach, were deterred by a mere glance from the white tiger. It was only upon entering the inner city, shielded from those penetrating stares, that Shengsheng exhaled in relief. Being scrutinized by so many eyes was somewhat disconcerting. The white tiger continued to lead them deeper into the inner city, though not as expansive as the outer city. The stone houses here were significantly larger, with greater distances between them. Will you build your own stone houses, or will you exchange them for beast crystals? Although the question was directed at them, her gaze remained fixed on the white tiger. After all, the decision ultimately lay with the females, and the males often aligned with their partner's wishes. Listening to the implications in the remarks of the males, Shengsheng discerned their preference for exchanging beast crystals. Yet she refrained from making a direct decision, instead turning her gaze toward the 4 males. After all, whether they built or exchanged, it was they who would contribute. Exchange. Mo spoke up. The remaining males voiced no objections. The white tiger was somewhat surprised to discover that the decision-making rested with this wolf beast. She observed Shengsheng's face, which bore no signs of reluctance. Instead, her gaze towards the wolf was imbued with a sweet smile. Casting another glance at the black wolf beneath her, the white tiger pondered as she led them further, wondering if this wolf beast was indeed favored by the female. This time coincided with the female's afternoon rest. Throughout their walk, Shengsheng had yet to encounter a single female. Instead, several bonded males were busy with tasks outside their stone houses, merely casting indifferent glances as the beastmen passed by. Eventually, the white tiger halted before a spacious stone house, announcing, "We have arrived." The stone house before them was quite large, comprising 2 levels. The first floor was expansive, flanked by 2 small rooms on either side, with a sizable central area resembling a living room. Ascending the stone stairs to the second floor, there was a larger room on the left, presumably the master bedroom, along with 5 smaller rooms. Aside from the stone beds in the rooms on the second floor, the house was devoid of furnishings. They would need to procure their own items. Nevertheless, it appeared quite satisfactory overall. Once settled, she would gradually acquire the items she desired, arranging the stone house to her liking. "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" As the males accompanied her, surveying the stone house, It was only after she finished her inspection that Mo inquired about her opinion. It's quite good, Su Shengsheng nodded, responding honestly. She was relatively pleased, though she wondered if other stone houses bore similar characteristics. Then we shall choose this one, Yi interjected, decisively making the decision. Aren't all the houses similar? What is there to deliberate? How long does she intend to meander with that tiger? If Shengsheng desires anything, she can voice it. We shall start preparations this afternoon. Jean Ling added gently from the side. All right, with Jean Ling's affirmation, Su Shengsheng set aside her thoughts of comparing other stone houses and nodded in agreement. I will go exchange for the beast crystals. Upon receiving her partner's approval, Bai Zhu swiftly descended the stone steps, hurrying away with the beast skin pouch. When they entered the stone house, the white tiger remained outside, refraining from following them in. As a single male, it would be inappropriate for him to enter a female's dwelling. Although, strictly speaking, this stone house had yet to be designated as a female's residence. The white tiger chose not to intrude. When Su Shengsheng emerged, Bai Zhu had just completed the exchange for the beast crystals. Shengsheng. Upon seeing her, a bright smile instantly illuminated Bai Zhu's face as he rushed to her side. Su Shengsheng responded with a twinkle in her eye. The young man transformed from the white tiger possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, thick brows, and bright eyes, exuding an air of integrity and composure. As she approached, he clasped his fists before his chest and inclined his head slightly, saying, Should you require anything, seek me out. My name is Bai Chen. He was the captain of the guard, fully entitled to make such statements without any issue. Thank you, Su Shengsheng replied politely. Bai Chen did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Once he was out of sight, Yi, who was about to re-enter the stone house to tidy up, remarked with irritation. Do you want me to chase him down for you? Su Shengsheng, feeling somewhat helpless, found her curiosity piqued. Why did Bai Chen not have stars beneath his collarbone, but rather 4 silver white lines on each side? However, Ye's interruption dissipated her curiosity. Turning to enter the stone house, she found the males already unpacking their belongings. Mo and Jean Ling had laid the animal skins on the stone beds in the rooms they would occupy on the second floor, while Bai Zhu and Yi were busy cleaning. Unable to assist, Su Shengsheng circled the stone house, quietly contemplating the items she might require. The left room on the first floor would serve as the kitchen. The interior would be partitioned for food storage, near the entrance. A larger stove would be constructed for chopping, cooking, and boiling water, along with a sizable stone vat for water storage. The right room on the first floor would function as a storage area. Eventually, a few shelves would be set up to hold miscellaneous items. In the central living area, she planned to place a long table along with several stools. The second floor would remain as is for now. The males would handle their own rooms, and she preferred not to clutter her own space too much. As Su Shengsheng ascended the stone steps to the second floor, she suddenly realized she had overlooked personal hygiene. Having spent so much time outdoors, it had not seemed an issue, but now it appeared rather challenging to resolve. What are you pondering? Mo, having just finished tidying up, emerged to find her lingering on the steps with a conflicted expression. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he approached and lifted her into his arms. I was considering how to manage if I need to use the restroom, she admitted candidly, resting her head on his shoulder. After experiencing such matters frequently, it no longer felt awkward. Let us first check your room. I will prepare the rest later, Mo said as he carried her towards the largest room inside. The second floor contained 7 rooms, with 4 smaller ones on the left side of the central staircase, and 2 smaller rooms along with 1 large room on the right. The large room was situated at the far end on the right. The stone house lacked doors, allowing a clear view into each room as they passed. Fortunately, the stone beds were not positioned directly opposite the entrance. The 2 small chambers have been meticulously cleaned, and their interiors are strikingly simple. Su Shengsheng could only discern a corner of beast skin laid upon the stone bed, with no other items in sight. In stark contrast, the room prepared for her boasts a beast skin curtain at the entrance, adorned in a shade of light green that she particularly favors. Green, a color that evokes tranquility, embodies vitality and life itself. Su Shengsheng recognized the beast skin as originating from a large avian creature procured by Jean Ling. The skin bore the remnants of feather holes, allowing for both air and light to permeate, yet the openings were modest enough to maintain her privacy from prying eyes. It truly was an excellent choice for a door curtain. Although her privacy had already been significantly compromised in their presence, a little concealment was still appreciated. Mo cradled her as they entered, revealing Jean Ling inside the room, busily organizing her beast skin garments. Previously, she had merely cast a cursory glance at the room's layout, but now, upon closer inspection, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The large stone bed was now cushioned with a woven mat of soft hay, topped with a thick layer of hide, with the softest white beast skin resting atop, designated for her slumber. Surrounding the stone bed, additional beast skin had been laid down to provide her with comfort beneath her feet. Above the stone bed, a wall niche had been created, housing several of her clean beast skin garments, also concealed with a beast skin curtain, resembling decorative wall fabric. The furthest corner from the stone bed had been partitioned into a square space, containing a large wooden tub for her bathing needs, with its entrance similarly draped in beast skin. "How do you find it?" Mo inquired softly, gazing down at her for her opinion. Shengsheng scanned the room for any points of discontent. After arranging her garments, Ling approached her, gently asking for her thoughts. Having spent so much time in the wild without a fixed abode, they had been unable to create a more suitable living environment for their female companion. Now that they had settled, they were determined to meet her needs to the best of their abilities. "This is splendid," she replied, her delight evident in her beaming smile that lit up her face. She nestled against Mo's neck, placing a gentle kiss upon the corner of his lips, her eyes sparkling with joy as she expressed, "Thank you for your hard work." Before he could respond, she slipped from his embrace and leapt into Ling's arms. Standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss upon his chin, wrapping her arms around his waist, her forehead resting against his chest as she playfully said, "You worked hard too." "It's no trouble at all, as long as Shengsheng is happy," Ling replied, his gaze softening as he embraced her, tenderly stroking her long hair. "Indeed," Mo echoed, his sentiments mirroring Ling's, "as long as you are content." "Let us descend and see how they are faring," Mo suggested, turning to leave the room and making his way downstairs. "All right," Ling replied, bending down to scoop her up in his arms to follow suit. The first floor was also spotless, and as they descended, they found Bai Zhu and Yi hard at work constructing a stove. Stones were strewn about, requiring only to be gathered and smoothed for use. The mortar for the stove was a mixture of a highly adhesive tree sap and wood ash, exuding a faint woody fragrance. Shengsheng glanced over, impressed by their efforts, realizing they had exceeded her expectations, deciding it best not to offer her opinions and complicate matters. Shengsheng, step back a bit. You might get dirty," Bai Zhu exclaimed, quickly kicking aside the mud beneath his feet and retracting his hands, fearful of splattering her. "Go over there and see if they need anything," Yi instructed, his hands continuing their work as he glanced up at her, gesturing toward Mo and Ling. Understanding she did not wish to hinder them, Shengsheng quickly planted a kiss on each of the male's cheeks, her smile radiant as she said, "Thank you for your hard work." Just as she intended to step back, Yi called out to her, his gaze questioning. "You kissed the wrong spot," he remarked, raising an eyebrow as his eyes fell upon her lips, the implication clear. Kisses should be sincere, not mere pecks on the cheek. Shengsheng huffed lightly at him. Yet her body betrayed her as she leaned in to peck his lips briefly before pulling away. Yi licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness of her kiss, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Tomorrow night would be his turn, and the thought excited him. "Shengsheng, I want one too," Bai Zhu chimed in, moving closer to her, eagerly awaiting her next move. Shengsheng quickly brushed her lips against his, wishing to avoid any grudges, as she preferred a peaceful night's rest. Chapter 53. Neighbors. Prompted by Bai Zhu, Shengsheng left the kitchen and approached the other two males in her household. Mo and Ling were at the entrance of another room on the first floor, engaged in discussion. Upon her arrival, Mo pulled her into his embrace, holding her small hand as he inquired about her thoughts on the room. "What do you think of this space?" "Ling and I plan to use it for storage. Do you have any ideas?" Ling's gaze was always gentle and affectionate as he softly detailed their plans and sought her input. Knowing that their companion enjoyed fruit, they intended to gather more during the late warm season to preserve them with ice for her enjoyment, while also ensuring they stored enough firewood for 2 seasons before the rainy season arrived, along with ample thick hides for warmth before winter. "I was thinking the same." Shengsheng smiled at them, pleased that their ideas aligned. However, judging by the improvements made in her room and the kitchen stove, she felt her suggestions might not contribute much. Yet, since the storage room was not an immediate concern, she decided to prioritize the need for a dining table and chairs. "Shall we place a table here?" She led Mo and Ling to the center of the stone house, releasing them as she circled the designated area, gesturing as she spoke. She no longer wished to eat while sitting on the ground or perched on stones, even under the challenging conditions of the wilderness. "What kind of table?" They inquired, eager for her vision. Perhaps Shengsheng could draw it out for us, and we can make it accordingly, Jinling suggested. Knowing her artistic skills would help them create exactly what she desired. That sounds wonderful. Su Shengsheng agreed enthusiastically, appreciating the idea. She could also sketch the style of chairs for them. The table could be simply constructed of stone pillars topped with a stone surface, as it wouldn't require moving. However, the stools should be wooden for convenience, and she was familiar with basic mortise and tenon joinery. Let us go find some wood, she declared. Realizing there were no drawing tools at home, and since the stone house floor was paved with stones rather than soil, she would need to venture outside to sketch. Very well, Mo replied, lifting her once more as they exited the stone house, while Jinling and the other males bid them farewell and followed in their footsteps. The inner city, ensconced within the protective embrace of the outer city, necessitated passing through the outskirts to reach the Beast King city. After spending considerable time within the stone dwelling, the midday repose of the females was largely coming to an end. As the Black Wolf guided her out of the inner city, Su Shengsheng beheld numerous females within the Beast King city. They were not all of a single kind. Their heights, weights, and body shapes varied greatly, and their hair colors were equally diverse. Contrary to the portrayals found in novels, their appearances were not grotesquely ugly. While some were indeed less than pleasing, the majority of the females possessed ordinary features, neither striking nor unattractive, merely lacking in distinctiveness. Given the striking looks of the males, the females' appearances inevitably paled in comparison. However, there were indeed many attractive females, one of whom was her neighbor, standing a fair distance from her stone dwelling. As she emerged, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Uncertain of her breed, the female was tall and voluptuous, with alabaster skin and a cascade of fiery red hair that naturally curled. Her features were vibrant and striking, exuding an almost aggressive beauty. To describe her in contemporary terms, a quintessential femme fatale. Su Shengsheng couldn't suppress an exclamation of admiration. What exquisite beauty! She herself was not devoid of charm. On the contrary, she had inherited her parents' splendid genes, her brother and she perfectly embodying their lineage. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were paragons of beauty. Her features, when combined, should evoke a sense of allure, yet her smooth face lacked angularity, imparting an air of innocence. Moreover, her frail health rendered her physique somewhat delicate, giving rise to her current appearance as a fragile beauty. Much like a porcelain figure in a display case, exquisitely beautiful yet easily breakable, she required tender care. However, now that her health had improved, she would likely blossom into a captivating beauty akin to her mother, one brimming with charm and charisma. The Black Wolf led her swiftly past the stone dwelling, while the lovely Jiao Yu gazed at the receding silhouette with a wistful expression. Such a beautiful young female. When did Beast King City come to possess such a stunning creature? Jiao Yu's gaze shifted towards the direction from which she had come, and through a considerable distance, she could faintly discern male beastmen entering and exiting the adjacent stone dwelling. A newcomer? Residing in the stone house next to hers? Pondering this, she turned back to her companion and said, "Take me to that stone house over there. I wish to see if my suspicions hold true." If indeed it was as she surmised, that would be splendid. She would seek out the young female upon her return. As the stove was assembled, and Yi began to tidy up the area, he happened upon a leopard beast man escorting a female to their stone dwelling. He vaguely heard the female utter something, but he paid it no heed and turned back to the interior. Observing Yi's complete disregard for her departure, Jiao Yu tossed her long hair in frustration and addressed the black panther beneath her, saying, "Let us head back." What sort of male was this? With such a foul temperament, to ignore a female's words? Surely that lovely and gentle young female would not choose such a male as a partner. What did it matter if he was strong? With her beauty, would she lack for a powerful companion? Returning to her stone dwelling, Jiao Yu instructed her mate, "Fetch me a cushion. I shall await the return of that young female at the entrance. She ought to play with a female as exquisite as I." Bai Zhu was admiring his handiwork within the stone house, contemplating whether he might request a kiss from his maid upon her return, when he suddenly heard a female voice outside. Just as he was about to investigate, Yi entered. Curiously, he inquired of Yi, "Is a female seeking Shengsheng to play?" He had overheard the unfamiliar female inquiring about their female. Uncertain, perhaps, Yi replied nonchalantly, "I think I heard her say something earlier, but I paid it no mind." As the stove was properly arranged, Yi ascended to the second floor, discovering that the two cunning beast men had indeed claimed the two rooms closest to the young female. He took the animal hide and casually spread it across the stone bed in the rightmost room. indifferent as long as he was not sharing a space with the young female. By the time Bai Zhu caught up with his thoughts, it was too late. He grumbled inwardly. 3 scheming beast men. Chapter 54. Self-made rocking chair. The trees in the beast realm were remarkably large. A single tree could furnish all the benches and chairs Su Shengsheng desired. They had chosen black wood, identifiable by its black cross-section once the bark was stripped away. This wood was exceptionally sturdy, resistant to deformation, and impervious to insects. Her bathing tub had been carved from this very timber. Its only drawback was its weight. The entire tree had been reduced to a robust trunk, while the remaining branches were cut into similarly sized wooden segments for drying and use as firewood. Su Shengsheng approached the felled trunk, curiously measuring it against her height. In this forest, it was relatively young, with countless larger, taller trees surrounding it. Sitting on the tree stump that Emo had prepared for her, she watched as the 2 males began to chop and split wood according to her sketches and verbal instructions. They had prepared 6 small stools and chairs, one for each of the 4 males and herself, with an additional one kept as a spare. However, they could not stop at just 6 pieces of wood. It was prudent to prepare extra to prevent splitting during the drying process. Nevertheless, gazing at the hard stump beneath her, Su Shengsheng felt that such hardness would make cracking unlikely. The stump was straight and lacked curvature, devoid of a backrest. Sitting for long periods made her back ache and her bottom sore. Suddenly recalling the sofa at home, an idea sparked in her mind. Given the thickness of the local trees, she could carve an appropriately curved shape and layer it with thick animal hides to serve as a sofa. Moreover, she could fashion the base into a half-spherical shape for use as a rocking chair. As her idea took shape, a sense of joy propelled Su Shengsheng towards her 2 mates. "What is it?" they asked. "Are you bored, Shengsheng?" The 2 busy males instinctively paused their tasks, turning to her, ready to prioritize her wishes. "What do you think about making something like this?" Su Shengsheng picked up a small branch and sketched her thoughts in the dirt, her gaze filled with anticipation. Emo glanced down, noting that this was far simpler than the stools and chairs they had been working on.
"Certainly."
He stood, walked to the spot where she had been seated, and effortlessly hollowed out a cavity in the stump with a few swift motions of his claws, meticulously smoothing it out. The curvature beneath was quickly fashioned. A rough polishing sufficed. The stump transformed into a rocking chair. Emo set it back down, tested its stability, and then retrieved the nearby animal hides to place on it, saying to her, "Give it a try." Although it had originated from her idea, Su Shengsheng felt a thrill of novelty and excitement as it materialized. Tentatively, she settled onto the chair, her body sinking into the hollowed section, comfortably leaning against the elevated backrest. So delightful. A gleam of joy sparkled in her eyes as she relaxed and swung her delicate white feet, causing the rocking chair to sway gently. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her face, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes in bliss.
"Montag."
"Would you like to give it a try?" As the rocking motion diminished, Su Shengsheng, in high spirits, playfully wiggled her feet to set it rocking once more, her brows curving upwards in delight as she looked at Emo standing before her. Gazing upon her, the icy clarity within his obsidian eyes began to thaw, as he regarded her with a gaze imbued with affection, softening the contours of his expression. Hearing the sound, Emo shook his head gently, crouching before her to assist in rocking the chair, which immediately began to sway once more, eliciting a deepening smile from her. "Is it enjoyable?" Witnessing her delight, a hint of a smile unconsciously graced Mo's face. "Indeed." Su Shengsheng nodded, her eyes sparkling with mirth, rediscovering a sense of childlike joy that felt rather lovely. "Let us keep a spare, what do you think?" Jean Ling suggested softly, presenting a larger version of the same rocking chair before her. The little female, in her current demeanor, resembled a lazy cub, utterly adorable. Su Shengsheng's mouth parted slightly in surprise as she beheld the oversized rocking chair. "Ah, a double rocking chair. How wonderful!" She couldn't help but nod enthusiastically. It was indeed splendid, perfect for curling up and napping. "I shall use it for my afternoon naps." Placed at the entrance of the stone house to bask in the sun, it will be most comfortable. "Still playing?" Jean Ling inquired, halting the rocking chair's motion, while Mo's hands rested on either side, waiting for her to finish speaking. "You've all done so well. It's impressive." Only after the rocking ceased did Su Shengsheng notice the numerous bundles of wood bound together by vines nearby, unable to suppress her admiration. "The males at home are remarkably capable, making me feel increasingly like a mere decorative item." However, she was unfazed by this, her thick skin allowing her to dismiss such thoughts. "If we're not playing anymore, shall we return?" Su Shengsheng grasped Mo's arm for leverage as she stood, throwing herself around his neck, and he naturally embraced her.
All right.
Shengsheng can play again later, Jean Ling remarked, before transforming into his beast form, lifting her chair and other items as they flew back toward Beast King City. The items were easily manageable for the Beast Man, while the Black Wolf guided her in another direction. Noticing that Mo was not heading toward Beast King City, Su Shengsheng curiously asked, "Aren't we returning to Beast King City?" "We're off to find something," Mo replied. "What are we looking for?" "I could assist in the search. White palm flowers." He explained that the inner city, where the females resided, would typically have a small patch of these flowers planted behind their stone houses, presumably for the females. The white palm flower grows to about half the height of a beast man, blooming with white flowers resembling a hand, and its pollen can eliminate unpleasant odors. Moreover, the white palm flower is remarkably resilient, blooming even after being buried under snow during the cold season, flourishing again with the arrival of warmth. Thus, they are ubiquitous and easy to find. Indeed, after walking a short distance, Mo soon spotted several thriving white palm flowers. "Is this the plant we are searching for?" The name is quite fitting. Watching the Black Wolf excavate a few rooted plants with his paws, Su Shengsheng felt puzzled. "Are we bringing these back to plant?"
Yes.
"They can help eliminate odors," Mo patiently answered her inquiries. "Eliminate odors? That sounds rather beneficial." Upon hearing this, Su Shengsheng nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, her mind not venturing into certain implications. Mo continued to uproot the nearby cluster of white palm flowers before he paused, tearing a sturdy vine from the side to bind them together for easier transport. "Let us head back."
All right.
After exchanging a brief greeting, Mo led her back without lingering in the wilderness. Chapter 55, A Visit from Neighbors. A beautiful little female. As Su Shengsheng rode on the back of the Black Wolf, nearing a nearby stone house, she suddenly heard a female's voice calling from within. Instinctively, she turned her head to see the strikingly elegant female she had encountered before, waving at her. "Jiaoyu has been waiting. I was just about to come over," the female exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she approached. Upon closer inspection, this little female was indeed stunning, so exquisite that Su Shengsheng felt hesitant to reach out, fearing she might somehow ruin such beauty. "Hello, little female. I am Jiaoyu. What is your name? Have you just moved to Beast King City? Where do you live? May I visit you?" Her slightly upturned, fox-like eyes narrowed in delight, her vermilion lips curling into a charming smile. Su Shengsheng realized that Jiaoyu was genuinely greeting her, and with a smile, she replied, "Of course. My name is Su Shengsheng. I just moved in today, residing in the stone house right over there." As she spoke, she pointed toward her dwelling. Upon seeing the direction Su Shengsheng indicated, Jiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration welling within her, almost causing her to pout. The ill-tempered male was indeed associated with this beautiful little female. What could she possibly be thinking? Or perhaps, due to having a mate, he maintained distance from other females, yet treated his partner differently? No, she had to investigate this further. She wouldn't be able to enjoy her evening if this remained unresolved. With this in mind, Jiaoyu asked for permission. "May I come to your house?" Su Shengsheng pondered for a moment, recalling that her home was bustling with activity, yet realized it was primarily the males who were busy, leaving her with little to do. With this in mind, she readily agreed, "Sure." Upon receiving her consent, Jiaoyu called for her partner, Xing. Xing was the Black Panther, who emerged from the stone house holding a small bamboo basket of fruits, intended for his partner. There was no reason to visit another female's house and be served food prepared for her by that female's partner. "Let us go." As they prepared to leave, Su Shengsheng gently stroked the Black Wolf's fur beneath her, her small hand gliding through the thick coat to lightly scratch at his skin, a reminder of their bond. The wolf's tail brushed against her waist in silent admonition. Su Shengsheng quickly retracted her hand, patting him apologetically. Sensing her small gesture, Mo chuckled softly to himself. Finding her playful, the Black Wolf led her, with the Black Panther carrying Jiaoyu following closely behind, toward their stone house. In Su Shengsheng's perspective, the stone house seemed quite distant, but under the beastman's strides, it was merely a few steps away. "Here we are." Arriving at the stone house, Su Shengsheng introduced Jiaoyu to the surroundings. Upon her return, the three males, having completed their tasks, emerged to greet her. Spotting the aloof male who had turned away from her earlier, Jiaoyu felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, it was here. Shengsheng, Bai Zhu, the most lively of the companions, stepped forward to lift her off the Black Wolf's back, boasting, "The stove in our home is set up. Would you like to see it?" Su Shengsheng was well aware of his intentions, and with a resigned smile, she ruffled his short hair, reminding him, "We have guests."
Oh.
"All right then. We'll wait until evening." Bai Zhu replied, feigning disappointment, before his gaze shifted briefly to the female beside her, and then back to the panther trailing behind her. Lu Xing, that tiger beast is an 8-pattern beast man, while this panther is a 6-pattern. Only he is a 5-pattern. Bai Zhu felt a sudden urgency welling up within him. It appears he is determined to advance. Otherwise, what will happen if the young female loses interest in him and is captivated by another cunning beast? Su Shengsheng was oblivious to his thoughts. With a playful smile, she pinched his cheek, questioning why he would voice such sentiments. As if they were appropriate to be shared at this moment. "Be good, don't cause trouble," she gently chided, wrapping her arms around his head that sought to nuzzle against her. With guests present, it was unbecoming of him to tarnish his dignified image. Only then did Bai Zhu reluctantly release her, prompting Su Shengsheng to shyly smile at Jiao Yu and beckon, "Please come in." It was exceedingly rude to block the guests at the entrance. Upon entering the stone abode, the large stone table was already set in the central position, though the benches would not be ready for a couple of days. Jean Ling brought over her small rocking chair, along with a larger double rocking chair he had crafted. Both cushioned with thick animal hides, one white and the other black, complementing each other beautifully. "Sit down and play," he encouraged, recalling her joyous demeanor from outside. After uttering those words, he discreetly departed to attend to other matters, leaving the space for the two females. Yi placed a small round stone table before her, perfectly matching the height of her rocking chair. Before departing, he lightly tapped the stone table with his fingertips and remarked, "I made this." Su Shengsheng responded, "All right, I understand." Mo arranged the freshly washed fruits atop the stone table and advised, "Have fun. I'm going to plant the white palm flowers in the back. Call me if you need anything." Su Shengsheng nodded obediently in agreement. After giving her cheek a gentle pat, Mo's expression softened further, a faint smile gracing his lips before he took his leave. "If you need anything, call me. I'm off to plant the white palm flowers," Bai Zhu said from the doorway, receiving her acknowledgement before departing as well. Su Shengsheng returned her smiling gaze to Jiao Yu, inviting her, "Please take a seat." Jiao Yu was still contemplating the insufferable male who had entered before and the somewhat aloof one who followed. They must be siblings. She nearly mistook them for one another. However, the thrill of it all excited her. She relished the prospect. At the upcoming bonfire feast, she hoped to encounter two such high-quality males to consider as potential partners. The charming young female's soft voice snapped Jiao Yu back to reality, prompting her gaze to shift to the nearby rocking chair. She had never seen such a contraption. Would it be stable enough to sit on without toppling over? Seeing the petite female already settled in, energetically swinging her feet to make it sway even more. Clearly enjoying herself, Jiao Yu boldly took a seat as well. "What is this called? I want Xing to make one for me too." Initially, she felt a bit awkward. Yet before long, Jiao Yu found herself comfortably reclining, her fox-like eyes squinting in delight as she swayed and inquired, "What a beautiful sight. Is this a painting of a lovely maiden?" Hearing the enchanting voice, Su Shengsheng snapped back to attention and smiled. "This is a rocking chair. How does it feel? Comfortable. Hasn't it? So comfortable." The exclamation made Su Shengsheng feel a little dizzy with delight. The tone was too soothing and alluring, causing her cheeks to flush. If she were in her own world, she would undoubtedly spoil such a charming lady, casually lounging while doing nothing, and those fox-like eyes would leave her utterly enchanted. Su Shengsheng adored all things beautiful, whether dynamic or serene. "Your little face is truly lovely. If I were a male, I would shamelessly pursue you as a mate." Clearly, Jiao Yu harbored similar sentiments, watching the young female nestled there, her delicate feet swaying with the rocking chair, filling her heart with affection. Particularly when the little female cast her gaze at her, her cheeks flushed even more adorably. No, there's no need to pursue. She can do it herself. If a male had said such a thing, Su Shengsheng might have hesitated. However, hearing it from such a stunning female, she felt it would be a disservice to her beauty to hesitate. "Really?" Jiao Yu was somewhat taken aback by the young female's straightforward response, leaning in closer, her excitement palpable. "Of course," Su Shengsheng replied with a gentle smile, knowing she couldn't actually become male, but simply enjoying the moment. "Do you like my face?" Jiao Yu asked, recalling how the young female looked at her with the same admiration. Jiao Yu is very beautiful," Su Shengsheng replied candidly. It was a simple compliment, yet it sparked an idea within Jiao Yu, leading her to extend an invitation. How about joining me in the West Continent Beast King City for the grand festival next warm season? The West Continent? Shengsheng tilted her head, puzzled by the sudden proposal. Did you originally reside in the West Continent, or are you merely inviting me to join you for leisure? Yes. I recently ventured out with the Awakening Ceremonies group, hoping to find a few partners here, Jiaoyu explained. She had a preference for males with fur in their beast forms, and while the West Continent had some, they were far fewer compared to the East Continent.
What is the West Continent like?
Shengsheng inquired with curiosity, eager to explore if circumstances permitted. Having never had the opportunity to travel in her own world, she was determined to fulfill that desire in this one. The West Continent has seas, and the trees are different from those here. The cold season isn't as harsh, but the heat season can be quite sweltering, Jiaoyu described, unsure how to articulate it, as she hadn't spent much time in the East Continent either, being preoccupied with seeking partners.
The sea?
So the East Continent doesn't have one?
Shengsheng Muset?
She had been to the seaside before, but could partake in none of the activities, only dipping her toes in the water, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret.
Now,
the thought of returning to the beach filled her eyes with yearning. She longed to experience it once more, even without any activities. For her current state of health would surely enhance her enjoyment. How about it? Are you interested? If you wish to know what the West Continent is like, why not see for yourself? Jiaoyu leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, adding a touch of encouragement. Had she not refrained from going herself, her aspirations would likely have been unattainable. Let us discuss it later. There's still plenty of time. Shengsheng shook her head, not ready to agree immediately, knowing she needed to consult with Mo and the others before making a decision. Moreover, there was indeed a considerable amount of time ahead. The warm season had only just entered its latter stages, followed by the heat season, rainy season, and cold season. The grand festival in the Beast King City wouldn't commence until mid-warm season. All right, Jiaoyu nodded in understanding, not pressuring her for an immediate decision. From the bamboo basket placed on the stone table, she selected a fruit and offered it to Shengsheng. This is from the West Continent. Give it a try. Thank you. Shengsheng accepted it with slight astonishment, her eyes lighting up in gratitude. Not only was she beautiful, but her character was also generous. This was the kind of friend she cherished. No need for pleasantries. I was hoping to befriend you. Go ahead and eat. I have plenty more, Jiaoyu said, casually picking up a fruit for herself, reclining back comfortably, and enjoying her snack. So delightful. The little female certainly knows how to indulge herself. Recalling the grass mat she had previously sat on, Jiaoyu couldn't help but express her disdain. No, when I return, I must have my partner make one for her as well. Here, Jiaoyu can freely savor the fruits. Shengsheng pushed the platter of fruits in Jiaoyu's direction, signaling her intent. Friends should learn to share. She was not a stingy person. As she held the fruit Jiaoyu had offered, Shengsheng mimicked her posture, reclining back in the rocking chair and taking a small bite. The moment she sank her teeth into it, she was astonished by the familiar texture. She glanced at the fruit in her hand. It was yellow, with one end curved and pointed, the other plump and round, exuding a sweet, rich fragrance. This is a mango. Yes, indeed, it looks like one, and tastes like one too. Shengsheng was overjoyed. Finally, something that resembled what she had known appeared before her. Was it merely a coincidence? Lost in thought, Shengsheng couldn't help but excitedly gaze at the leisurely Jiaoyu in the opposite rocking chair. What is the name of this fruit? Honey fruit. Delicious, isn't it? I absolutely adore it, Jiaoyu replied. The name was as fitting as ever. Upon hearing this response, Shengsheng felt a bit disheartened, though she couldn't quite place the feeling. Did Jiaoyu have any other fruits from the Western continent? Jiaoyu, who had been troubled by her own unfulfilled desires, instantly perked up upon learning of Shengsheng's interest in the fruits of the Western continent. Yes, wait a moment. I'll have Xing fetch them. Without giving her a chance to decline, she promptly instructed the Black Panther stationed at the door of the stone house. Xing, go bring me all the fruits I collected from the Western continent. Jiaoyu had a clever plan. If the little female truly enjoyed the fruits she brought, wouldn't she willingly follow her to the Western continent? Surely, her wishes would come to fruition sooner or later. No, it's too much trouble. Taken aback by Jiaoyu's enthusiasm, Shengsheng quickly waved her hands in protest. Not at all, Jiaoyu said nonchalantly. Noticing Shengsheng's evident embarrassment, she glanced at the platter of fruits on the table, pointing to some unfamiliar ones. How about you get me a few of these fruits? I haven't tried them.
All right. Shengsheng zelentet?
The Black Panther had already obediently departed to retrieve them. Seeing that she could not refuse, Su Shengsheng ultimately acquiesced, pushing the platter toward Jiao Yu, saying, "You try some first. Whichever you like, I'll have my partner pack a few for you to take home." "All right." Jiao Yu nodded without hesitation. Chapter 57. The Desire to Visit the Western Continent. The two of them rocked in their chairs, indulging in fruits and enjoying a leisurely afternoon chat until Jiao Yu finally stood up, preparing to leave before dinner. Why not stay for dinner before heading back?
Su Shengsheng,
Still reluctant to part ways, had thoroughly enjoyed hearing about many amusing tales from the Beast King city in the Western Continent. Seeing her about to leave, she extended an invitation for dinner. "No, I'll come back to play tomorrow." With that, Jiao Yu took the fruits she had prepared and left with the Black Panther, likely heading home to a male who had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting her return. Eating early meant sleeping early. She was still contemplating having a few fluffy little cubs to play with. After bidding farewell to Jiao Yu, Su Shengsheng joyfully held several varieties of fruits from the Western Continent that Xing had brought her. Large mangosteens, substantial loquats, and others. "Oh, I don't recognize this one. I've never seen it before." Though Jiao Yu called it something different, many of these fruits are indeed familiar to me. I long to visit the Western Continent. Do you like these fruits?" Several males entered and found her standing by the small stone table, pondering over the fruit in her hand, her small face radiant with delight. Mo approached her, took the mangosteen from her hand, gently squeezed it open, and fed her the tender, white fruit. In his cool voice, he inquired, "What do you think?" Su Shengsheng snapped back to reality and opened her mouth to relish the fruit he offered, experiencing the sweet yet slightly tangy, smooth texture. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Mo, her tone brightening with excitement as she exclaimed, "I recognize this fruit." She then pointed at several others, her eyes gleaming with joy as she introduced them to the males in the room. This one, and this one. I know them all." Although her words were somewhat incoherent, the four males easily grasped her intent. "Next warm season, I'll take you to the Western Continent." Knight was always spontaneous in his actions, free from excessive concerns. Understanding her meaning, he readily agreed. Is it not merely a desire to visit the Western Continent? What is there that cannot be fulfilled? Mo, who always prioritized her wishes, would arrange everything to ensure her safety and happiness. Really? Su Shengsheng was pleasantly surprised that they understood her thoughts and agreed so readily. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at them. "Mo, you are wonderful." Playfully, she leaped into Mo's embrace, her fluffy little head nudging against his chest as she sweetly expressed words that warmed his heart. Knight raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit miffed. Wasn't he the one who had agreed first? He let out a soft huff, reminding Mo of the ungrateful little female in his arms. Su Shengsheng, of course, could not ignore Knight's imposing presence. Otherwise, she might have to endure his teasing. Hearing his movement, she lifted her gaze and smiled at him, stepping out of Mo's embrace and playfully lunging toward him. Knight reacted swiftly, catching her small figure in midair, one hand supporting her petite bottom while the other grasped her slender leg. His large hand nervously squeezed her thigh as he teased. "Are you not afraid I might not catch you?" "Not afraid," Su Shengsheng replied with a bright smile, shaking her head. "How could you not catch me? Besides, even if you couldn't, there are Smo, Jinling, and Baizhu nearby. I don't believe they would genuinely let me fall. Even if she did fall, it wouldn't matter. She wasn't afraid of pain. She could heal herself. She wasn't proud. She might just cry a little and playfully whine to them. What else could she do? Fine, I never thought Knight would fail to catch me. I'm actually quite afraid of pain." Her decisive response sent a warm flutter through Knight's heart, and all his little grievances seemed to vanish. Noticing her slight nervousness from his words, Knight leaned in and playfully bit her lip, reassuring her. "How could I not catch you? Even if I couldn't, I would lie on the ground to cushion your fall. You have nothing to worry about." As a 7-star beast man of the wind attribute, the thought of failing to catch his partner and letting her fall was simply absurd. What would that say about his dignity? Watching as the two cunning wolf beasts garnered their partner's attention and affection, Baizhu felt a pang of jealousy, lamenting his missed opportunity. Was it too late to ask for a hug and a kiss from their partner? With the two highest-ranking wolves in the household having already agreed, Jinling had nothing more to say. However, he couldn't just watch. He felt a twinge of envy rising within him. Therefore, he interjected. "What does Shengsheng want for dinner? The kitchen at home has been set up, and the dishes and utensils are all prepared." With the thought that the three males in the house have yet to taste her cooking, Su Shengsheng, in high spirits, proposed. "How about I cook? You can all sample my culinary skills." Seeing her enthusiasm, the four males refrained from voicing any objections. Mo was aware of her culinary abilities. He recalled the fortunate occasion when they had first met, and he had the pleasure of tasting her food, a smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. Had he known she would become his partner, he would have embraced her the moment they met, caring for her diligently, thus preventing her from succumbing to heat-induced faintness. In a sense, Yu was even more indulgent than Mo, as he would not utter a word even if she accidentally set the kitchen ablaze. Jinling's thoughts were simpler, pondering that when she would say he should cook, it would count as a meal prepared by the little female. Bai Zhu, on the other hand, had a straightforward thought. Even if it tasted awful, he could swallow it without batting an eye. After all, which female cooks for the males? His female does. Thus, despite their differing thoughts, the four beast men unanimously agreed. What do you need? I shall prepare it, Bai Zhu eagerly replied, excited that his little female would cook for them. What pray shall I catch? I will bring it, Yi echoed, ready to hunt, vowing to capture several animals for her amusement. How about the tusked beast? Su Shengsheng suggested after pondering. The tusked beast, referred to as the foul tusked beast by the beast men, had tender meat in its young. The males of the household had previously caught some, and Su Shengsheng had seen them. They resembled a mutant version of wild boars. There were also the crispy fruits left from the soup Jinling had made for her, and she imagined preparing a stir-fried dish with the crispy fruits, naturally opting for the most commonly used and fragrant pork. All right, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Yi responded before transforming into his beast form and swiftly disappearing into the wind. Jinling had already moved to the kitchen to heat water and clean the stone stove. I will fetch water. In the house, there were two large stone jars, one filled and the other nearly empty due to Jinling's earlier use. Bai Zhu, with a diligent spirit, hoisted the larger jar and set off. Chapter 58. Steamed Eggs. What are you preparing to make? Seeing her animated demeanor, Mo's cold eyes softened with a hint of a smile as he fed her the last piece of fruit flesh, asking, Do you want more? Su Shengsheng shook her head, indicating she was no longer hungry. Having already contemplated her dish, she replied, Stir-fried crispy fruits with meat. This crispy fruit resembled a radish but was not quite radish in flavor. Since it could be stewed with meat, it surely could also be stir-fried. Remembering something, she approached the kitchen doorway and peered inside at Jinling. Jinling, do we still have crispy fruits at home? If her memories served her right, there should be some left. After cleaning the pot and stove, Jinling dried his hands with a small beast skin and, hearing her question, smiled back at her, saying, Yes, how many does Shengsheng need? I will fetch them. Su Shengsheng was not quite sure, as the appetites of beast men were like bottomless pits, and she had no idea how much the males could consume. If she were to fill them up, she would have to cook until she could no longer rise. Not wanting to overexert herself, she decided to let them taste the flavor, saying, Then let's have 5, one for each of you. All right, I will get them. Jinling nodded, stepping out of the kitchen to the storage room across the way to select 5 large, round, crispy fruits. Instead of handing them to her, he gently said, Whatever Shengsheng wants to make, just tell me, and I will do it. The skin of the crispy fruit was thick and hard. Su Shengsheng had tried to peel it before but was unable to, so she did not insist. With a beaming smile, she looked at Jinling and said, Then please help me peel and slice them. Her face tilted up towards him, radiating joy, causing Jinling's smile to deepen, becoming increasingly tender. With his hands occupied, he leaned closer to her, their faces drawing near until their noses almost touched, their breaths intertwining. Watching her long eyelashes flutter and her cheeks flush without a hint of retreat, Jinling's heart softened immensely. Gently rubbing her delicate nose, his voice softened with affection. You can do whatever you wish. I do not find it troublesome. Su Shengsheng felt a tingling sensation at the tip of her nose. The words, though not romantic, resonated more sweetly than any love confession. Jinling, he was too gentle, like the caress of a spring breeze against her face, utterly enchanting. This sweet call made Jinling's heart flutter, his pupils constricting as the formerly gentle gaze turned deep and intense with an undercurrent of aggression. However, this fleeting change was quickly concealed, unnoticed by the person before him. Jinling brushed against her soft lips, casually stepping back, saying, I will go prepare the crispy fruits. Just tell me what you need, and I shall handle the rest. Isn't that inappropriate? We agreed that I would cook, she protested, feeling that if she left everything to Jinling, it could hardly be counted as her own cooking. But Jinling did not give her a chance to refuse. Taking the crispy fruits into the kitchen. Behind Beast King City flowed a sizable river, and given the pace of male beast men, a round trip did not take long. Before long, Bai Zhu returned, carrying a full jar of water. Shengsheng, I'm back. Is there anything else you need me to do? He placed the stone jar back in the kitchen and approached her, asking. Nothing else, Su Shengsheng replied, shaking her head, unable to think of anything more to do. Glancing at Jinling, who was busy in the kitchen, she realized he did not require assistance. Su Shengsheng exited the stone house. Mo was not outside. He had gone out while she was looking for Jinling in the kitchen, and she had no idea what he was up to. With nothing else to occupy her, she returned to the stone house and settled into a rocking chair. This time, she sat in the double rocking chair made by Jinling, which was quite heavy and difficult for her feet to move. Baizhu, come here and sit. She called to Baizhu, who was preparing to peel fruits for her, her eyes lighting up as she patted the space beside her.
Coming.
When his partner summoned him, Baizhu happily set down the already peeled fruit and sat beside her. Without considering the weight, as soon as he sat down, the rocking chair tilted sharply toward him, causing Su Shengsheng to tumble into his embrace unprepared. Baizhu chuckled. His partner had willingly leapt into his arms, and he unreservedly pulled her closer. Realizing she wanted to play, Baizhu crossed his long legs and leaned back, causing the rocking chair to sway instantly, with Su Shengsheng snugly nestled against him. All right, this works too. However, next time, she would prefer to sit in her own little rocking chair. Embracing her, Baizhu began to appreciate the charm of the rocking chair. No wonder the little females could play in it for an entire afternoon. After a brief while, a series of thuds sounded from outside the stone house. Curious, Su Shengsheng looked out to see Yi returning, a pile of prey scattered upon the ground, roughly estimating there were more than 10. Did he stumble upon the nest of the tusked beasts? Yi dropped the prey and stepped into the stone house, holding a small basket woven from grass stems. Approaching her to present it. Would you like to eat? Su Shengsheng looked into the small basket in his hands, and her eyes brightened at the sight of 10 palm-sized oval eggs speckled with brown spots, bird eggs. Ever since he discovered her fondness for fish and shrimp, Yi is taken to surprising her with delightful little gifts each time he ventures out, a blend of astonishment and joy. Clearly, the bird eggs were among those joys. To his surprise, she seemed quite pleased when he sought them out again, her eyes lighting up as she asked him, "Have you ever tried steamed eggs? I could prepare some for you." With that, she stood, taking the small wicker basket from his hands and waving them off. "You all go ahead and stay busy." She then made her way to the kitchen, cradling the bird eggs. Since Jinling forbade her from cooking, she decided to make a simple, minced meat steamed egg dish instead, easy and effortless, yet a way for the males in the household to savor her culinary skills. With Jinling guarding the home, Baizhu and Yi felt at ease taking their catch to the riverbank for processing. Su Shengsheng entered the kitchen to find Jinling already finished slicing the crisp fruit and drying his hands. Upon seeing her enter with items in hand, he quickly approached to take them from her. "What are you planning to do?" "Let me handle it," he insisted. Jinling merely wished to observe. It was a simple task after all. "I promised to let you all taste my cooking. How could I possibly let you do everything?" Su Shengsheng playfully hooked his fingers around his outstretched hand, her sparkling eyes pleading for his cooperation. "All right then." Jinling captured her mischievous little hand, placing the basket on the stove. "What does Shengsheng need? How about I assist you?" "That sounds good." Su Shengsheng gently shook his hand, realizing she couldn't chop the minced meat herself, thus not refusing his offer. Her eyes twinkled as she nodded in agreement. In Chapter 59, the purpose of the white palm flower is revealed. The household was prepared with enough provisions for each person, even though the males were not present for dinner. They still arranged the utensils in consideration of keeping her company. Su Shengsheng retrieved 5 stone bowls, dividing the bird eggs evenly, cracking 2 into each bowl. She then whisked them with chopsticks, adding a suitable amount of water and a dash of salt, continuing to mix until well combined before placing them in the steamer. Jinling had already added water to the pot and had kindled the fire, assisting her in placing the bowls inside. "Is this sufficient?" "It should be fine once it boils, I suppose?" At Jinling's inquiry, Su Shengsheng suddenly felt uncertain. While she understood the steps and the process, she had never used a stove like this before, having only utilized a timer pot. Perhaps Jinling could supervise? Unsure of how long the steaming would take, she decided to leave that concern to him.
"All right."
Observing her troubled expression, Jinling responded with indulgence, ensuring she felt at ease. "Shengsheng, I'm back." Baizhu's vibrant voice echoed from outside the stone house. Upon entering, he noticed the absence of her familiar figure and glanced towards the kitchen, locking eyes with her. A smile broke on his face as he approached her. "Shengsheng, do you think this is enough?" He lifted a large, clean piece of meat for her to see. Its vibrant red and white hues momentarily obstructing her view. That should suffice. Though, to say it was sufficient was rather inaccurate, as it was hardly enough for a male's appetite. Yet if one claimed it was insufficient, there wouldn't be room for any more in the pot. Could you help me slice it into pieces? That hefty chunk of meat was beyond her capability to lift, let alone cut. But with Jinling occupied tending to the fire, Su Shengsheng had no choice but to blink up at Bai Zhu, silently pleading for his assistance. Of course. How could anyone resist such a pleading gaze? Bai Zhu, unable to withstand it, felt as though he would gladly offer his heart to her, fearing she might soil her hands. Moreover, the fact that his partner sought his help filled him with joy. He was elated. When a partner asks for assistance, it signifies their reliance on him. The day she no longer sought his aid would be the day he truly would weep, fearing there would be no place to cry. Noticing Ye's absence and pondering the multitude of game he had brought back, she inquired of Bai Zhu, "Have you finished your tasks?" Bai Zhu placed the meat on the designated cutting area of the stove, wielding an ice blade formed from beast energy with dexterity as he sliced the meat into manageable pieces. Responding to her question, he replied, "Everything has been taken care of." He mused about Ye's peculiar behavior, capturing so many foul-smelling beast fangs that it nearly suffocated him. Fortunately, the hides were unusable. And Yi? Typically, he would linger by her side, so it piqued her curiosity that he had not returned to find her today. He and Mo are behind the stone house. Bai Zhu explained. Originally, he intended to help out, but it seemed you required him more here, so he stayed back to assist you. What's behind the stone house? Suddenly, Su Shengsheng recalled that afternoon when she played with Jiao Yu, and Mo had mentioned planting white palm flowers behind the stone house. Had they not finished planting? Moreover, what purpose did the white palm flower serve, and why was it necessary to plant it behind the stone house? Initially, she had thought Mo simply wished to beautify the area, planting greenery for fresh air, but it appeared her assumptions were mistaken. After all, who would decorate a place that was out of sight? I'll go take a look. With curiosity piqued, she bid farewell to the two males in the kitchen and stepped out of the stone house, making her way to the back. The stone house was expansive, and it took her considerable time to navigate around it. As she rounded the corner, a neatly arranged patch of white palm flowers came into view, blooming vibrantly, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. The setting sun cast a warm glow, blending red and white across the landscape. As the evening sky and blossoms intertwined in a breathtaking display, the scene evoked a sense of tranquility within her. In the center of the flower patch stood a small stone house under construction. Perhaps sensing her presence, Mo and Yi, busy at work beside the small house, turned their gazes toward her. Mo, Yi. Upon spotting them, Su Shengsheng's face brightened as she waved, her petite figure weaving through the flowers toward them. The white palm flowers were not tall, only reaching her cheeks, their soft yet resilient petals brushing against her as she walked, swaying gently before returning to their original position. The small stone house was not far off, and Su Shengsheng soon arrived at their side, peering curiously into the structure and asking, "What are you doing?" "Come see," Mo replied, taking her hand and leading her inside the small stone house. The space was modest, measuring perhaps a dozen square meters, with small windows cut into 3 stone walls near the ceiling and a door at the front allowing the glow of the sunset to illuminate the interior, preventing it from being too dim. The floor was laid with stone tiles, and the interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a simple wooden toilet.
Su Shengsheng paused.
Realizing they were constructing a toilet for her, glancing at the rudimentary wooden toilet, her eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. "Did you make this?" She had only mentioned her embarrassment about using the bathroom outdoors once, yet Mo had remembered. "It's not very well done, so don't mind it," Mo replied, squeezing her small hand gently, his gaze downcast, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. He had done his best to bring her vision to life based on her descriptions, but as for the automatic flushing and other features she had mentioned, he was unable to achieve those, leaving her to make do. "No, it's already wonderful." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Su Shengsheng threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Her mind was a whirl of thoughts, unsure of how to express her feelings. In the midst of blooming flowers, constructing a restroom, does this serve her convenience while also embodying a certain artistry? It is utterly excessive, beyond measure. Do not weep. Did you not claim to be indifferent? Sensing the dampness against his chest, Mo tenderly embraced her in return, nuzzling her hair with his chin, offering solace. Observing the two entwined in each other's arms, a pang of bitterness surged within Yi as he plucked a flower and tossed it into the toilet, subsequently turning to exit the stone dwelling. For the first time, he reflected upon himself, Should he not exhibit more patience, refrain from such rigidity? Casting a detached glance at Ye's departing figure, Mo withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention to his partner in his embrace. As he lowered his eyes, the icy fade melted, overtaken by affection. He pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips, urging, "Come, it is time to return for dinner." Su Shengsheng's still slightly reddened eyes sparkled as she clung to his neck, responding softly and sweetly. Scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of Yi, she inquired, "Where is Yi? Has he gone back?" Mo replied coolly, cradling her as they stepped out of the flower patch, making their way toward the entrance of the stone house. Chapter 60. Is it fun? Sizzle. Using fatty pork to wipe the hot stone pot, extracting a hint of oil, he tossed in a fragrant bay leaf to eliminate the fishy odor, added the meat slices, stirring until they reached a tender 7 or 8 parts cooked. Seasoning it with salt, he stirred thoroughly, then incorporated crispy fruit slices, finishing with a squeeze of sour fruit juice for flavor before plating. A dish of crispy fruit stir-fried meat was thus prepared. Of course, all these actions were executed by Jinling. As Su Shengsheng had attempted but found herself unable to flip anything with a wooden spatula, regrettably conceding defeat. The steamed egg had long been prepared, topped with minced meat, and was now on the table. Jinling served a plate of crispy fruit stir-fried meat before her, asking, "How does it taste, Shengsheng?" He had never made it before and was uncertain if it would suit her palate. Su Shengsheng felt a twinge of anxiety, given that Jinling had followed her verbal instructions. In this beastly world, there were scant seasonings. She could only apply everything Jinling had utilized, leaving her unable to fathom what the dish might taste like. She picked up her chopsticks, sampling a slice of crispy fruit. Its crunchy sweetness mingled with the savory aroma of meat and a perfect hint of acidity. Her eyes brightened. "It's delicious. Jinling, you should try it." Saying this, she offered a piece of meat to Jinling's lips. Under her expectant gaze, he smiled and ate the morsel she had fed him, softly affirming, "It's delicious," regardless of whether he truly tasted it. "Let us eat outside." Su Shengsheng felt a sense of satisfaction, although she had not prepared it herself. The method and ingredients were indeed aligned with her own, thus she could claim a share of the culinary credit. This is what one might call a technical investment.
All right.
Jinling responded, carrying the plate of crispy fruit stir-fried meat as he followed her out of the kitchen to place the food on the long table outside. "Dinner time." Su Shengsheng called out to the few males busily constructing a rack in the storage room. "Coming, coming." Bai Zhu replied cheerfully, emerging from the storage room and approaching her. Upon seeing the spread on the stone table, he praised, "The food Shengsheng made smells wonderful. It must be delicious." Regardless of whether it was genuinely tasty, it was certainly delightful, as it was prepared by the little female. Noticing Bai Zhu's somewhat exaggerated expression, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him. "You haven't even tasted it yet. How do you know it's delicious?" Hearing this, Bai Zhu, already at the stone table, promptly scooped a generous spoonful of steamed egg into his mouth, beaming at her as he said, "Shengsheng's cooking is indeed delicious. Quite good." Unexpectedly, Yi also took a bite, then earnestly added his own assessment. Mo concurred, a hint of amusement dancing in his cool gaze as he reminisced about the time when he first met her. Indeed. Jinling smiled gently at her, echoing the sentiment. Su Shengsheng could not suppress her laughter. Had she not been eating herself, she might have almost been swayed by their words. Thus, the evening meal commenced and concluded within this warm atmosphere. The gentle breeze of late spring caressed her face as Su Shengsheng sat outside the stone house, rocking in the chair beneath her, gazing up at the starry sky. Bai Zhu was inside preparing hot water for her bath, while the black wolves lay on either side, occasionally wagging their tails to sway the rocking chair, with Jinling quietly keeping her company across the way. This life was indeed quite pleasant. There was no need to overly long for her family, for she would eventually have to part from them. Consider it an early departure. The evening breeze brushed softly against her cheeks as Su Shengsheng closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift away. "Shengsheng, the water is ready. You can bathe now." Bai Zhu had mixed the bathwater and carried the tub upstairs to her room before coming down to call her. Without waiting for her reply, he approached her and effortlessly lifted her from the rocking chair, carrying her back inside. The 3 beast men nearby raised their eyelids at their direction, then closed their eyes, remaining motionless. Su Shengsheng, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, suddenly became alert at the urgency in his demeanor, feeling her waist and legs grow weary. "I haven't had enough fun yet," she pouted, hoping to concoct an excuse to delay their return for as long as possible. Yet, Bai Zhu never fell for such antics. He continued his steady pace, unyielding. His gaze flickered momentarily, inconspicuously glancing at the double rocking chair they had occupied earlier that afternoon. We'll play with it later. All right. Unaware of his subtle caution, Shengsheng nodded in agreement, merely desiring to prolong their time together and avoid further exertion. Their energy levels were simply too high. Upon returning to the room, Shengsheng entered the space shielded by animal hides. The steam from the bathwater wafted invitingly. She tested the temperature with her hand. It was just right for a soak. Beside her lay a small cleansing herb, and after shedding her animal hide clothing, she stepped into the warm water, allowing it to envelop her chest, exhaling a contented sigh. Indeed, the sensation of bathing at home was incomparable to that of the wild. It was far more relaxing. After washing her hair and body, using 2 small herbs, Shengsheng finally ceased her scrubbing, contemplating indulging in a longer soak when Bai Zhu's voice called out from outside. Shengsheng, don't soak too long. The water will get cold. Ever watchful of her movements, Bai Zhu reminded her, aware that the little female might linger until the water turned tepid. I know, Shengsheng responded reluctantly with a huff, stepping out of the tub and wrapping herself in a soft hide before parting the animal skins and stepping outside. Leaning against the stone bed with an intense gaze fixed upon her, Bai Zhu stipulated, you promised to let me play for a while. Fine. I'll go get Shengsheng's chair. Bai Zhu, unusually agreeable, nodded and stood, walking over to retrieve her bathtub before exiting the room. Shengsheng sat on the stone bed, waiting for a brief moment before Bai Zhu returned, carrying the rocking chair. She blinked in surprise at the sight of it. A double rocking chair? Setting it down, Bai Zhu excitedly took a seat, patting his lap and beckoning, Shengsheng, come, let us play together. No. I suddenly don't want to play anymore. Let us rest early. Witnessing this scene, Shengsheng instinctively shrank back towards the bed, her little head shaking vigorously. She dared not contemplate whether his notion of play was innocent or not. In either case, she was too apprehensive to find out. Very well then. Bai Zhu's tone was tinged with a hint of regret as he rose and approached her. Then let us mate, he declared. His face bore a sunny, innocuous smile. Yet his words left Shengsheng feeling a pang of discomfort in her waist. This time, he afforded her no opportunity to refuse. Chapter 61. Jiao Yu comes to visit. The following day, Shengsheng awoke from her slumber, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the rocking chair in the room. It was as if she had been scalded, and she quickly averted her eyes. Shengsheng, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. Bai Zhu's voice resonated from the doorway, growing closer. As he entered the room, he caught sight of the little female's timid glance fixed upon the rocking chair. His eyes darkened, and his smile blossomed even brighter. Shengsheng, may I take this rocking chair to my room? Take it, she replied, her thoughts racing. She had been pondering how to dispose of the chair, and upon hearing Bai Zhu's request, she agreed, without a second thought. However, she promptly added a warning, but you must not bring it back to my room. She feared that if they did not establish clear boundaries, Bai Zhu might play such tricks again. She could hardly tolerate it. How embarrassing! If this continued, would she retain any dignity? Bai Zhu's eager gaze lingered on her, as if he sought her affection. When he realized he would receive none, he sighed. Then it shall remain in Shengsheng's room.
Shengsheng,
Take it away and go outside. With a delicate glare, she attempted to assert herself. But it lacked any real intimidation, only prompting Bai Zhu to resist the urge to lean in and kiss her rosy cheeks. Ultimately, he refrained, stifling his laughter as he carried the rocking chair out of the room. Shengsheng gently patted her slightly flushed face, donned the fur garment left on her bedside, and stepped out of her room. The fiery red fur skirt she wore concealed her innocence, while her small face radiated allure. Particularly captivating were her peach blossom eyes, which seemed to glimmer with unspoken affection as they swept over anyone, leaving the onlookers eagerly anticipating what stories might unfold between them. As she descended the stone steps, several males who were already aware of her beauty stood momentarily entranced. At the entrance of the stone house, a simple wash basin was set up, and seeing her descend, Yi had prepared water for her to wash her face. Mo approached, tidying her long hair into a simple updo, whispering softly in her ear, "You look lovely." Shengsheng beamed, her eyes curving with delight. Being praised by someone she admired brought joy to anyone, and she was no exception, even if she had 4 admirers instead of 1. As she approached to wash her face, just as she was about to take the fur cloth, a hand gently lifted her chin, wiping her face clean with the fur. Yi placed the used cloth back on the rack and tenderly kissed her lips. So beautiful. With such beauty, Tonight belongs to me. Hearing this, Su Shengsheng's smile, which she had barely managed to suppress, brightened again. Oh, dear. Are they secretly indulging in honey behind my back today? Such sweet words. Shengsheng, it's time to eat. Jinling called from the kitchen, bringing a bowl of steamed eggs and a plate of fried meat to the stone table. He gestured for her to sit as he pulled out a high stool he had assembled that morning. Su Shengsheng's attention was drawn to the stool, and she looked up at Jinling in surprise. Is it all assembled? No, just this one is completed for you, he replied. He couldn't bear to see her standing at the long table to eat as she had the night before, fearing she would be fatigued. After all, being a male, he understood the vigorous nature of male mating. Thus, he had selected similarly dried wood and, based on her description, assembled a stool for her use. The remaining materials, exposed to the afternoon sun, would be usable later in the day. Understanding his intentions, Su Shengsheng's cheeks flushed, and she shyly averted her gaze, unable to muster the courage to compliment his thoughtfulness. She still found herself unaccustomed to such attentions. Upon sitting down and accepting the small wooden spoon he offered, she buried herself in her meal. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jinling's eyes sparkled with amusement. Even after all this time, she still possessed that irresistibly adorable quality that made one want to tease her. With a gentle smile adorning his face, he softly praised, Shengsheng, you look wonderful today. As her shyness subsided, Su Shengsheng's lips, which she had previously tried to keep downturned, involuntarily curled upward once more, and she cast him a glance filled with warmth. As if seeking his approval, Bai Zhu, having washed and hung her discarded clothes outside, stepped inside and exclaimed, Wow, Shengsheng looks exceptionally beautiful today. His enthusiasm only heightened her spirits. Su Shengsheng swallowed her food and turned her smiling gaze toward him, teasingly asking, Was I not beautiful yesterday? Bai Zhu, unabashedly candid, replied, You are beautiful, especially in the evening. That timid demeanor of yours captivated me. Just thinking about it excites me. Su Shengsheng's smile froze on her face as she glanced at the three males nearby, their expressions shifting. She was taken aback. She had not anticipated Bai Zhu's boldness and frankness. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger, as it was interrupted by the sounds from outside the stone house. Shengsheng, would you like to go out and play? Jiao Yu's voice called as she entered the stone house, approaching her. Her gaze casually swept over the little rocking chair within, and she narrowed her fox-like eyes, relishing. This is quite nice. Yesterday, Xing made a larger one, and it's so comfortable, it has truly opened a new world for me. She had come to see what other novel items the little female possessed, making plans for her own fluffy offspring. Hearing Jiao Yu's words, Su Shengsheng felt her face flush and hesitated to respond, especially when she caught sight of Bai Zhu's sparkling eyes at the doorway. She quickly shifted the topic. Jiao Yu, have you had breakfast? Not yet. I brought some fruit. Today, the Beast King City is organizing an outing for the underage females. I wanted to see if you would like to join, Jiao Yu explained. The Beast King City organized such events every few days for the young females, as they lacked many partners and their followers were not of high rank. Going out alone posed dangers, and they feared the females would become bored staying in the city. In essence, it was a day of fun, with a team of guards assigned to protect them. Some adult females, who had already formed partnerships, would also accompany them, for safety and, of course, in search of mates. Chapter 62. Enjoying the offer. What are you eating? Jiao Yu inquired, leaning closer to examine the unfamiliar dish before Su Shengsheng. The aroma of eggs wafted enticingly, and she looked uncertainly at the bowl. Bird eggs? Steamed eggs. Would you like to try some, Jiao Yu? Su Shengsheng asked, glancing at her bowl, which had only a spoonful left, hesitating on whether to offer it. No need. Let my partner learn from your male and prepare some for me at home. Jiu shook her head in refusal. After all, it was merely a few bird eggs. Her male companions were not in short supply, and there was no need to pilfer the food of the younger females. Very well. Let your partner seek out the golden-feathered scholar, Su Shengsheng remarked, her brows arching in amusement as she finished the last spoonful of her meal. Wiping the corners of her mouth with a small fur, she slid down from her chair and declared, I have finished eating. Let us depart. Today, Jiu had brought along 2 partners. Besides the Black Panther beastman Xing, whom Su Shengsheng had met yesterday, there was also a striking silver fox named Inja, whose beast form was exceptionally beautiful, eliciting a second glance from Su Shengsheng. Isn't he stunning? Jiu observed, noticing the admiration in Su Shengsheng's gaze directed at her partner. Unfazed, she reached out to stroke the silver fox's ears, seeking affirmation. Her taste was indeed exquisite. Su Shengsheng nodded earnestly, agreeing that he was indeed handsome. Without a doubt. He is beautiful, she mused, contemplating whether Inja appeared as striking in human form as he did in beast form. The black wolf beneath her felt the shift in her attention and, perhaps slightly jealous, flicked his tail against her waist with a gentle sweep. Su Shengsheng blinked in surprise. How had Yi detected her subtle movements? Did wolves possess eyes on the back of their heads? Juyu, however, remained oblivious to the small gestures exchanged between them, laughing lightly as she engaged Su Shengsheng in conversation. As they approached the inner city gate, Su Shengsheng noticed clusters of females accompanied by their partners, all heading towards the outskirts of Beast King City. The wavering line of creatures set off towards the nearby forest. A closer inspection revealed that the number of females was merely a couple of dozen, while the males vastly outnumbered them, being 4 times as many, most of whom were their partners or admirers. Among them, there were only about 10 immature females, the majority of whom had only recently reached adulthood. Within the forest lay an expanse of open grassland, adorned with unknown wildflowers and a crystal-clear stream flowing nearby. With plenty of fruit-laden trees not far off, a perfect place to unwind. Su Shengsheng casually found a spot downstream to sit, dipping her fingers into the clear water to gauge its temperature before comfortably soaking her feet in it. The warm breeze carried the scent of fresh grass and a hint of floral aroma, refreshing her senses. She squinted at the rising sun, leaning back against the black wolf. Feeling at ease, a great white bear scurried off to pick some fresh fruit, returning to place it beside her before lazily flopping down next to her. Juyu, who had been surveying potential partners, turned around to find Su Shengsheng absent. After searching briefly, she discovered her nestled at the periphery. Hearing movement nearby, Su Shengsheng opened her eyes and turned her head to see Juyu sit down beside her, mimicking her posture as she leaned against the silver fox. With a glint in her eye, Juyu inquired, "Aren't you going to seek out a partner?" She recalled Juyu mentioning the pursuit of partners. "Aren't you?" Upon hearing the question, Juyu gazed at her with curiosity. The young female had only 4 partners and still needed 2 more. It seemed she had no inclination towards this. "I'm not looking. I prefer those who come to me willingly," Su Shengsheng replied half-jokingly, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, she truly had no intentions, as she was unsure of what she desired, believing in the natural course of events. With 3 more years until the next opening of the Beast God Mountain, there was no rush. Juyu, however, did not perceive her evasiveness. Contemplating Su Shengsheng's words, she asked, "Are you hoping to wait for the bonfire feast before the rainy season?" The more she considered it, the more she found her assumption plausible. With such a beautiful young female, there would surely be no shortage of suitors at that time. "What bonfire feast?" Su Shengsheng asked, bewildered. "Is there a bonfire feast before the rainy season in Beast King City?" Juyu questioned back, her expression reflecting uncertainty. Was it possible that the young female was not aware of this custom? "You don't know?" Juyu's brow furrowed in confusion. Did the young female not share this thought? Upon seeing her shake her head, Juyu felt compelled to explain. The competition among males was fierce. Those who could join the guard team were all high-ranking and powerful beastmen. The rainy season coincided with the female's estrus period, and hosting a bonfire feast during this time served to promote the breeding of offspring with superior talents. The stronger the father beast, the greater the potential of the offspring, representing a natural selection process within the beast world. Listening to Jiyu's explanation, Su Shengsheng nodded. When she heard that the strongest males could select the females they desired, she couldn't help but ask, can females refuse? What if a strong male chooses one they do not like? Must they accept him? Why refuse? Juyu had never contemplated this question. Wouldn't having an additional strong partner be beneficial, providing better protection for the females? What if they don't like him? It seemed only Su Shengsheng would ponder such matters, given that she had not been raised in this environment, leading to a divergence in thought. In the beast world, regardless of their temperament, males took it upon themselves to care for the females, while females predominantly chose powerful males, seldom considering whether they liked them. After all, once they partnered, the males would treat them well and care for them, making it natural to choose someone strong who would also be kind. If a female fancied a lower-ranking male, she would simply seek out several strong males before accepting him. Why would they not like him? Juyu questioned, perplexed. Which female would not appreciate a strong male? Su Shengsheng's partners were all quite capable, especially the 2 similarly appearing wolf beasts. Moreover, what did personal preference matter? Wasn't another powerful partner advantageous? Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat troubled, unsure how to convey the nuances of personality and preference. Her gaze swept over the silver fox behind Juyu, and suddenly enlightened, she offered an example. For instance, what if you dislike his beast form? Understanding dawned on Juyu as she petted the large fox behind her. She herself had come to Eastern Continent in search of partners because she was not fond of the hairless beast forms from the Western Continent. However, at that time, she had not considered refusal, as she felt indifferent towards their beast forms, neither hating nor particularly liking them, yet their human forms were undeniably attractive, each one more handsome than the last. Refuse? If it comes to that, just let your partner fight him off, Jiyu suggested, pointing at the black wolf behind her. Yet, she also acknowledged that no female had ever refused, leaving her somewhat uncertain about the matter. Generally, if a female firmly declined, males would respect her wishes. After all, they did not wish to have a partner who despised them. However, there were indeed domineering males who would not heed refusals, and in such cases, having a strong partner at home to subdue him would suffice. Thus, it was essential to have a powerful partner at one's side. What if they cannot win? Shengsheng was unsure how the strength of her family males compared to that of the Beast King City's guard team. She had never seen the beast men transform into their human forms and was unaware of their rankings, so she asked, if you cannot win, would you still refuse him? Jiyu stood up in excitement, fully aware of the strength of the two wolf beasts in Shengsheng's family. They were rare 7-star beast men. If they could not win, wouldn't that imply an 8-star opponent? With such strength, how could one even consider refusal? The young female should want him. Aside from her father, Jiaoyu had yet to encounter many male beast men of 8 stars or above, let alone those who were still single. If she didn't claim him, what was she waiting for? The black wolf, who had not intended to interject, flicked its tail in displeasure against the ground, stirring up a gust of wind that rustled the grass. This little creature was utterly oblivious to the strength of its potential mate. Observing the intensity of their reactions, Shengsheng prudently closed her mouth, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. It seemed that the male beast men of Beast King City were not significantly different in strength from those outside, which reassured her greatly. She found herself somewhat looking forward to the bonfire feast. Surely it would not resemble the gathering of tribes she had attended previously? While they conversed joyfully, a pair of ethereal blue serpentine eyes from a nearby tree fixated on their every movement. The seemingly dormant black wolf suddenly opened its golden-hued eyes, keenly scanning the direction of the aggressive gaze. That area was designated for the Beast King City Guard, where a number of male gazes casually swept in their direction. Not sensing any immediate danger, the black wolf lazily turned back, listening to the soft voice of the little female leaning against it. By the time the serpent's gaze was drawn away from the tree, it had already slithered down, navigating through the crowd of beast men and shrinking its form to stealthily glide into the downstream waters. So, Jiaoyu already had 6 partners? As they chatted, their conversation meandered towards their respective companions, and Shengsheng was taken aback by the implication of Jiaoyu's words. Given Jiaoyu's fervor for finding partners, she had assumed her situation was similar to her own, not realizing that she had already amassed 6. Since their first meeting, Jiaoyu had adorned herself in simple, lightweight sundresses that fell just above the knee, perfectly concealing the beast markings on her abdomen. Thus, Shengsheng had not delved into her circumstances, as it felt inappropriate to inquire about a stranger's partners so soon.
Now,
she learned that Jiaoyu had 6 partners. Besides the Black Panther and Silver Fox who accompanied her, she had 4 males at home. One named Qi Yuan and another named Ding, while the identities of the other 2 remained unknown. I also have 2 litters of cubs, Jiaoyu declared. Noticing Shengsheng's wide-eyed surprise and chuckling, her eyes narrowing into playful slits. She was one of the batch of females that matured 3 years ago, having been bonded with her first 3 partners for 3 years, making it unsurprising that she had offspring. Are Jiaoyu's cubs at home? May I meet them? Shengsheng inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to see what their offspring would be like. Unfortunately, they are all left in the Beast King City on the Western Continent. You would need to accompany me there to meet them, Jiaoyu replied, leaning in closer with a smile. So, do you wish to see them? She hoped to entice the little female to the Western Continent. Absolutely, Shengsheng nodded, eager to agree, as she had been contemplating a visit to the Western Continent herself. And you plan to go to the Western Continent? Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight at the little female's swift agreement. This was splendid news. She had feared she might not see her again after returning home. Perhaps her hopes could indeed materialize. She adored the little female's face, imagining how beautiful their offspring would be. Yes. My partners are planning to take me to the Western Continent for a visit. As she spoke, Su Shengsheng unconsciously curled her lips into a smile, while gently scratching the black wolf she leaned against. She was uncertain how other females were treated by their partners, but hers were exceptionally kind, indulging and pampering her. In moments of joy, she would absent-mindedly sway her ankles, playfully splashing the stream water with her toes. Unbeknownst to her, a small serpent hidden beneath the water surface was drawn to her delicate feet, extending its scarlet tongue to explore her soft, rounded toes. The blue serpent's eyes brimmed with a sticky emotion. Su Shengsheng remained oblivious until her toes accidentally brushed against something slick, sending a shiver up her spine. As her gaze swept through the water, she caught sight of the red and blue striped creature, and with a startled gasp, she exclaimed, "Ah, snake." The black wolf reacted instantly, scooping her up as a gust of wind swirled into the water, revealing a flash of crimson blood rising to the surface. When they looked again, the water had returned to calm, with the blood gradually dissipating in the current. It appeared to be a beast man, likely of the water attribute, drawn by the little one in his arms. Such voyeurism was indeed a lowly tactic. He probably hadn't anticipated frightening a female. "Are you all right?" Bai Zhu asked with genuine concern upon seeing her pale expression. Which male was it? How despicable to scare the little female. He better not find out or else. "Don't worry, it was just a beast man," Yi reassured her, cradling her in his arms. His large hand gently gripping the nape of her neck as he nuzzled her cheek and placed a tender kiss at the corner of her mouth, speaking softly to comfort her. A beast man? Upon hearing Ye's words, Su Shengsheng felt her tension ease. As long as it was a beast man. She had feared it might be a wild snake. The one she had glimpsed had looked venomous, and she wondered if she would survive a bite. "I'm fine now. Don't worry." As she descended from Ye's embrace and met the concerned gazes of her companions, warmth filled her heart, and she smiled at them. Chapter 64, 1. The small serpent maneuvered through the water, transforming into a massive blue python, licking its crimson tail, which had turned red from irritation. "She truly startled me," it mused, recalling the panicked expression on her face. The blue python's eyes sparkled with infatuation as it thought to itself, "She's exquisite, even more so than the most beautiful female." Qiling, in the Beast King city of the Western continent. As it recalled the female who had rejected its proposal, a fleeting glint of malice crossed the blue python's gaze. However, that was inconsequential. She had already faced her punishment. This time, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. With his 7-star strength, he was confident he could win the heart of a female. With this thought, the blue python slinked into the nearby woods, completely unaware that beast men were watching from the shadows. Su Shengsheng soon regained her composure. Perhaps her previous encounters with beast men had been too peaceful, leading her to lower her guard. She did not fear them, believing they would not harm her. She regarded the incident as a mere interlude, something that had come and gone without consequence. Fearing further surprises, Yi chose to remain in his beast form, sitting on the ground with her nestled in his arms. Listening to her light-hearted conversation with Jiaoyu, he was not only vigilant against danger, but also wary of any beast men that might appear. The great white bear continued to lounge nearby, its massive paw swatting at the small fruits in the basket, occasionally offering them to the little hand that reached out. Its gaze, however, remained fixed on the group of male beast men not far away, scrutinizing them for the culprit who had startled the little female. After finishing the fruit in her hand, Su Shengsheng reached out to her side, only to grasp at empty air. Turning her head, she noticed Bai Zhu's gaze fixed on the distance, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Bai Zhu, what are you looking at?" Following his line of sight, she lifted her gaze and beheld a swift, blue shadow approaching her direction. Remembering the startling blue figure from earlier, Su Shengsheng instinctively shrank closer into Ye's embrace. Although she was aware that it was an orc and unlikely to harm her, the surprise had indeed rattled her. Before the blue shadow could come any closer, a gust of wind surged towards it, and Ye's deep voice, laced with menace, admonished, "Get away. Can't you see that the little female in my arms is frightened?" Caught off guard by the sudden confrontation, the blue python halted its advance, raising a watery barrier before it. The serpent lifted its head, its vertical pupils locking onto Yi, as if eyeing prey, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, it merely flicked its tongue and refrained from making a move. Gazing at the striking blue python with its crimson-tipped tail and head, Su Shengsheng felt an undeniable unease, despite knowing it was an orc. Its vibrant colors hinted at potent venom, and she suspected its toxicity was formidable. The blue python halted several meters away, transforming into human form, its gaze fixed upon her, clutching something mysterious in its hand. Just as it took a couple of steps closer, it was halted by the swirling wind at its feet. Blue Yin glanced towards Yi, a flash of resentment flickering in his eyes, concealed from others. With a somewhat awkward smile, he addressed her, "Greetings, little female. I am Blue Yin. I apologize for startling you. These fruits are a gift I picked for you." Su Shengsheng regarded his smile, without responding. The male before her was tall and slender, with half-short blue hair tipped in red, his skin a pallid hue, and his features somewhat effeminate, exuding an air of melancholic fragility. Yet, his smile struck her as unsettling, inciting a sense of dissonance. Being someone who placed immense value on first impressions, Su Shengsheng found herself unsure if her current discomfort was influenced by that initial encounter. Blue Yin was undeniably handsome, perhaps more so than most males she had encountered, yet she felt no inclination to appreciate his appearance, lacking even a desire to admire him. She remained silent, and it was Baizhu who could no longer contain himself, abruptly rising to his feet and pointing accusingly at Blue Yin. "You scared Shengsheng." Observing the large ice ball in Baizhu's hand, Su Shengsheng's eyelids twitched, and she quickly grasped his furry arm to restrain him. "Baizhu, we mustn't resort to violence. It would be too disadvantageous for us." After all, she had noticed the 7 stars beneath the orc's collarbone.
Ouch.
"Shengsheng, don't pull. You're ruining my fur." Though Baizhu was uncertain of why the little female wished to stop him, he was the kind of male who listened to his partner. He abandoned thoughts of reprimanding Blue Yin. He didn't question his own confidence. After all, he had faced 7-star orcs before, and besides, they had 2 males on their side. How could they possibly lose to just one? Hearing his exaggerated faux howl, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but chuckle, releasing her grip and playfully patting the spot she had tugged, smoothing his fur back into place. She then raised her gaze to Blue Yin, her smile polite yet distant. "It's quite all right." This response was in regard to his earlier apology for frightening her. She didn't hold a grudge, knowing he hadn't harmed her. Not bothering to glance at the fruit in his hand, she declined, "I don't need the fruit. My partner has gathered plenty." Upon hearing her refusal, Blue Yin's smile almost faltered. He contemplated stepping closer, but the wind at his feet prevented him. Reluctantly, he set the grass basket down on the ground near her, casting her one last lingering look before turning to leave. The imposing figure of the blue python soon vanished from sight. Su Shengsheng glanced at the fruit on the ground, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Before she could react, the wind swept in, shredding the basket of fruit into fragments and carrying them off into the water. Unable to suppress her laughter, she playfully poked Yi's chest, teasing him. "Why are you so jealous? Not even leaving me the fruit scraps." Although she had no use for them, it didn't hinder her from indulging in the thought. Seizing the little hand that disrupted his composure, Yi brought it to his lips and gently bit down, eliciting a delicate gasp from her. He chuckled softly, seemingly jesting, "Because I desire to claim you all to myself, yet cannot." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he grew serious, warning, "Do not accept anything from him. That serpent orc is not right." Yi sensed the hostility directed at him was unlike the rivalry typically seen among males. It was a chilling, abnormal enmity. "Indeed, I also find that serpent orc rather peculiar." Baizhu concurred. "There's just something off about the impression he gives, yet I can't pinpoint what it is. I feel as though I've seen him before." Jiao Yu interjected, her tone laced with uncertainty. She had been observing the male closely, and the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed, as if she had encountered him somewhere. You've seen him in Beast King City?" Su Shengsheng looked at her, puzzled. Since Blue Yin was still part of the guard in Beast King City, it wouldn't be surprising if Jiao Yu had crossed paths with him. Why mention it again? "No, it was in the Western continent." Jiao Yu clarified, dismissing the idea. If she remembered him, it had to be from the Western continent, as she had not encountered him in Beast King City. "Never mind, let us not discuss him any further. He is inconsequential." Chapter 65, Earth Fruit Powder. As noon approached, Su Shengsheng returned home early, knowing 2 males awaited her. She wondered if Mo and Jinling had finished assembling the shelves in the storage room. Jinling. Upon approaching the stone hut, she spotted Jinling outside, and her eyes brightened as she waved at him. "Shengsheng is back." Jinling was just outside the stone hut assembling a small stool. Hearing her voice, he brushed off the wood shavings from his hands and walked over to her. "Yes. It's so boring without you guys," Su Shengsheng sweetly replied, naturally opening her arms to him. "Is that so?" Hearing her, a smile crept onto Jinling's face as he gently lifted her from the large white bear, tenderly stroking her long hair while softly saying, "Lunch is ready. Come in and eat." After seeing Blue Yin smile, Jinling's warm demeanor was all the more pleasing to Su Shengsheng. Unable to resist, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the chin, beaming as she said, "Thank you for your hard work, Jinling." Don't ask her why she kissed his chin. She had her pride. Jinling's smile deepened, appreciating the little female's unusual enthusiasm today, though lamenting that it wouldn't be him accompanying her in the evening. Upon entering the stone hut, Su Shengsheng found Mo busy in the kitchen. She approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and affectionately nuzzling against his back. "Mo, was it fun?" Mo wiped his hands and turned to embrace the clingy little female. Whenever he saw her, a smile would unconsciously grace his usually cold eyes. Su Shengsheng wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully rubbing her cheek against him. Hearing his voice, she looked up with smiling eyes. That place was quite nice. There were flowers, grass, streams, and fruit trees. "Next time, let us bring you and Jinling along to have fun together." Upon hearing her words, Mo, who was holding her and walking towards the kitchen, couldn't help but smile faintly. But as she recalled the serpent beast man encountered earlier that day, Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow, confiding her troubles to him. She found the orc peculiar for reasons she could not quite articulate. Despite his handsome appearance, an instinctive repulsion arose within her at the thought of him drawing near. This recollection reminded her of the frightful red-blue python, which still bore a grudge, and she couldn't resist whispering a remark into Mo's ear, noting that his beast form exuded an unmistakable toxicity. Although she had claimed to let bygones be bygones, she never stated she would forget. She would nurture her grudges unless he could alter her initial impression. However, her aversion to his proximity suggested that such a transformation was unlikely. Toxic beast form? A serpent beast man? Mo ventured a guess upon hearing her description. Su Shengsheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she met Mo's cool and attractive gaze. Astonished at how he could deduce so accurately from her scant words, a flicker of amusement danced in Mo's eyes as he observed the little female's astonished expression, finding her utterly endearing. Perhaps he truly is toxic, he mused, lifting her effortlessly to a chair by the long table, placing a dish of food before her.
"Give it a try."
"What is this?" Su Shengsheng inquired, gazing curiously at the bowl of thick porridge before her. As she accepted the wooden spoon Mo offered and took a mouthful, a subtle, sweet aroma filled her mouth. "Ground earth fruit, prepared as you suggested. I tested it, and it turned out well, which is why I felt comfortable serving it to you." He had felt somewhat out of sorts without her presence, and while tidying up the storage room, he had come across several earth fruits and decided to experiment. To his delight, the method she described actually worked. He had tried various types. The red earth fruit was overly sweet, the yellow too rich, the white lacked flavor, and the purple fell short on sweetness. After grinding them into powder and blending them, he had achieved several palatable flavors. Glancing at her flat stomach, Mo thought he would take his time introducing her to more, as she could hardly consume too much at once. Su Shengsheng felt a warmth swell within her, her nose tingling slightly. She blinked, suppressing the tears threatening to spill, and stuffed a generous mouthful in, declaring, "It's delicious. I like it." "Good," Mo replied, pleased that she enjoyed it. He then returned to the kitchen and brought forth a plate of peeled shrimp and stir-fried meat, setting it before her. This was prepared by Jinling MM. Su Shengsheng responded softly, delicately picking up a shrimp and savoring it, but her mind wandered. "We don't have any shrimp stored at home. Did Jinling catch these fresh? Where could he have found them? Are there shrimp in the river behind Beast King City?" As she pondered, she picked up a slice of stir-fried meat, noting its distinct flavor, enhanced by vegetables she had never seen before. She resolved never to leave them behind for outings again. They must always accompany her. Accompanied by the bowl of earth fruit porridge, Su Shengsheng finished every morsel on the table. Mo, watching with concern, gently touched her rounded belly. After gathering the dishes, he contemplated not serving her the fish soup. Su Shengsheng followed him into the kitchen, glancing at his long, elegant hands submerged in water, lamenting inwardly that such beautiful hands should be washing dishes. She recalled her brother's hands, capable of sealing contracts worth millions, slicing fruit for her instead, and reassured herself that it was no big deal. On the countertop lay unprocessed earth fruits. Su Shengsheng walked over to examine them and announced, "I want to go out to play this afternoon. I'll stay home and help Mo with the earth fruit powder." She felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of being without two beast men by her side. "It's time for a nap," Knight declared as he entered, lifting her to carry her outside. Previously, she had slept on their backs in the wild, but now that they were not traveling, she could enjoy a proper nap on the stone bed. I want to sleep now. You cannot do anything else, Shengsheng warned, tugging at his short black hair. Hearing her, Mo cast a cool glance at Knight, his gaze laced with a warning. Knight met his eyes but said nothing, simply carrying the little female up to the second floor. Once in the room, he placed her on the stone bed, and seeing her wary gaze, Knight chuckled softly, playfully nibbling her lip in defense. Is this how you see me? When have I ever forced you, aside from the first time? You woke up almost immediately. And if you had pushed me away, I would have stopped. I was merely eager to leave my complete beast mark upon you. Shengsheng did not grasp his intentions and merely huffed in response. While he did not coerce her, he certainly knew how to tease her. That wolf was quite mischievous. As she nestled against Knight, Shengsheng fell into a deep slumber. Mid-nap, she felt an uncomfortable heat and instinctively swatted away from the source. Knight glanced at her tiny hand resting on his chest, his larger hand squeezing her waist in irritation. A cool breeze swept through, lowering the temperature, and the little one unwittingly turned back, snuggling into his embrace. Shengsheng relaxed, her features softening, sinking deeper into sleep, feeling the warmth of her cheek against his chest. Knight could not help but smile, withdrawing his hand from her waist. He lay on his side, watching her, his fingers toying with her hair scattered across the bed. He resolved never again to act without considering the consequences. At most, he would employ only those methods she did not dislike. He could not bear the thought of her loathing him, for even the mere possibility sent waves of pain through him. After a rejuvenating nap, Shengsheng awoke, true to her word, and did not venture out to play that afternoon. Instead, she periodically checked on Baizhu and Mo as they roasted earth fruits, dried them, ground them, and jarred them, while occasionally stepping outside to observe Jinling and Knight assembling chairs and small stools. Perhaps due to the approaching warm season, Shengsheng felt the oppressive heat growing increasingly unbearable, stirring a sense of agitation within her. It's so hot, she complained while seated on a small stool. She could not shake the feeling that the sun appeared larger in the sky. Was it merely an illusion, or had the sun truly drawn closer? Just as her words faded, a breeze swept by, bringing a welcome coolness. Glancing at Knight, who continued his work with unwavering focus, Shengsheng smiled. The warm season is nearly over. It will only get hotter from here. If you feel unwell, you must speak up, all right? Jinling cautioned her earnestly, lifting his gaze. The warm and cold seasons were notorious for illnesses among females, and having witnessed Shengsheng's previous health issues, Jinling was particularly concerned for her well-being. I understand. Jinling, please don't worry, Shengsheng replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile, grateful for his concern. She felt that her body had truly recovered, perhaps due to the deeply ingrained perception of her previous frailty, which led others to treat her with utmost caution. After spending some time outside, Shengsheng returned to the kitchen, where a small compartment held an abundance of fruits. Among them was a basket of fresh produce that Baizhu had just picked that morning. As she grabbed 2 fruits and stepped outside, she heard Baizhu call out to her, "Shengsheng, come here. What's the matter?" Upon meeting Baizhu's bright and cheerful face, she couldn't help but smile, her eyebrows curving as she walked toward him. As she approached, Baizhu reached out to touch the fruits in her hands, and in an instant, a layer of frost enveloped them, exuding a refreshing chill. Wow, Baizhu, you're amazing, Shengsheng exclaimed, astonished by his unexpected talent. She couldn't help but think to herself how truly marvelous it was. Receiving praise from his partner filled Baizhu with immense pride. His smile widened as he said, I just heard Shengsheng mention feeling hot. The keen hearing of beast men had picked up her earlier complaint about the heat, prompting him to do this thoughtful gesture. How considerate. Shengsheng replied with a smile, playfully curling her fingers around his. Gazing at the frosty fruits in her hands, she was suddenly reminded of the fruit smoothie she had longed for during her childhood. Regrettably, back then, her frail health prevented her from indulging, and her brother, concerned for her well-being, had only dared to let her take a tiny taste. Remembering her brother's tender expression at that time, she smiled softly. But now I'm healthy. What are you thinking about? Mo turned around just in time to catch a glimpse of the sadness hidden behind her smile, and it felt as though his heart had been seared. He felt compelled to interrupt her thoughts. Are you thinking of your family? He wished to prevent her from wallowing in sorrow, fearing that it would cause her pain and make her contemplate leaving him. Unaware of the complex emotions swirling in Mo's eyes, Shengsheng quickly pulled herself from the depths of her memories and looked at him with twinkling eyes, playfully asking, Mo, Could you help me cut these into smaller pieces? As she spoke, she handed him the fruits, eager to see if she could create her beloved smoothie. Of course, Mo replied, lowering his gaze to her, observing her uplifted spirits as he concealed his own feelings, accepting the fruits from her hands. Shengsheng, I can cut them too. Bai Zhu, feeling a pang of jealousy as he watched her seek assistance from the wolf beast Mo, felt quite aggrieved, his eyes drooping with emotion.
Oh.
But I have other things I need Bai Zhu's help with, Su Shengsheng thought, stifling a laugh at his puppy-like demeanor. Seeing his forlorn expression, she quickly remedied the situation by taking his hand and giving it a gentle shake, her voice laced with affection. Bai Zhu, could you help me get half a bowl of crushed ice? Of course. Just wait a moment. Bai Zhu's face brightened instantly as he fetched a bowl, placing his hand over it before lifting it to reveal just the right amount of crushed ice. Here you go, but what does Shengsheng need ice for? You're not planning to eat it, are you? He recalled her mentioning that she shouldn't consume anything too cold. I'm making a fruit smoothie, Su Shengsheng replied, taking the bowl from him and glancing inside to confirm it was indeed finely crushed ice. She couldn't help but laugh, thinking how perfectly it would work. What is a fruit smoothie? Bai Zhu asked curiously, familiar with fruits, but puzzled by the concept of smoothie. I'll let you taste it once it's done, she assured him, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Since that is the case, I'll make a bit more, so that the males at home can all try it. With that thought, she returned to the compartment to gather several suitable fruits and a generous amount of sweet berries. Then I'll trouble Mo to cut a few more, she said, handing the fruits to him with a sweet tone. All right, Mo accepted, his eyes glimmering with indulgence. She mused over how to prepare it, deciding to mash the berries into a puree to layer over the smoothie, then placing the diced fruits that Mo had cut atop. What else do I need? Maybe some honey? I can't think of anything else, so let us leave it at that. After stirring it all together with a wooden spoon and dividing it into 4 small portions, she handed one to the eagerly watching Bai Zhu, saying, give it a try. She then handed another portion to Mo with a smile, adding, Mo, you should try it too. It might not taste very good. After all, she wasn't an expert cook. She merely threw in whatever came to mind. Delicious. Bai Zhu protested upon hearing Su Shengsheng's comment about it potentially being unappetizing. How could anything made by Shengsheng taste bad? Yes, it's quite good, Mo concurred, his eyes shining softly as he regarded her. How could anything she makes be anything but delightful? Noticing that the 2 males hadn't yet taken a bite, Su Shengsheng felt a bit awkward. Surely, they should taste it before showering her with compliments, as it would lend credibility to their praise. All right then, as long as they're happy. Just as she was about to serve the remaining portions, she spotted Jinling and Yi entering the room. Her eyes brightened as she waved, perfect timing. Come and taste the fruit smoothie I made. Hearing her call, Yi approached with a smirk. That's why I came in. You shouldn't indulge in too much cold food, Jinling cautioned, noticing the large portion in her hands. He took his own smaller serving and exchanged it with hers, gently stroking her long hair as he explained, females shouldn't eat excessively cold foods as it may cause abdominal pain. All right, she acquiesced, having not intended to finish it all anyway. Upon hearing Jinling's advice, she willingly swapped portions. I'll take this one, Bai Zhu exclaimed, seizing the larger portion meant for her and handing his smaller serving to Jinling. He was determined to savor the one made by Su Shengsheng. Jinling didn't argue and accepted it without complaint. After many years, and across the expanse of time, Su Shengsheng finally savored the smoothie she had long yearned for. The combination of fruit and icy texture was refreshingly sweet, a delightful contradiction of flavors. It was not entirely unpalatable, yet not entirely perfect either. Chapter 67 That night. After consuming the icy treat, Su Shengsheng felt an unsettling ache in her stomach. Whether it was the shock of the cold or some other cause, she couldn't tell, but the discomfort was undeniable. Yi had just drained the bathwater and was about to hold her close for sleep when he noticed her curled up, clutching her abdomen. Her complexion pale. His expression turned serious as he embraced her. What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? He gently placed his hand over her abdomen, applying light pressure. Yes. It hurts, Su Shengsheng complained, wrapping her arms around his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whimpered. Yi, it hurts so much, my stomach feels terrible. Perhaps it was the comfort of being in her partner's presence, knowing he cared for her deeply, that made her more dramatic. As she displayed this vulnerable side he adored, Yi felt only tenderness, and any fleeting desire vanished. Is it better now? He asked, his hands continuing their soothing motions. If it didn't improve, he would carry her to the shaman. It's not as painful now, Su Shengsheng replied weakly, relief washing over her. Your hands are a bit cold. Could you warm them up a bit? Yi paused, caught between a dilemma. As a wind elemental, his body temperature was naturally lower. How could he make them warmer? Mo could indeed manage it. He possessed the power of the lightning attribute. However, as he gazed at the discomfort etched on the little female in his arms, Yi reluctantly set her down and uttered, Wait here. Where are you going? Noticing his intent to leave the stone bed, Su Shengsheng grasped his hand, unwilling to let him depart. Those who are unwell often harbor fragile emotions. She felt a mix of grievance and sorrow. Was she to be disregarded? I'm not going anywhere. Don't cry, he said, feeling a pang of heartache as he wiped away the tears pooling at her eyes. With no other recourse, Yi scooped her back into his embrace. He descended from the stone bed and made his way toward the stone wall that separated them from Mo, who resided just 2 rooms away, carrying the whimpering little one. He knocked gently on the wall. Come over and rub her belly. Mo was indeed in the room and certainly heard him. The reluctance and barely concealed irritation in Ye's voice unmistakable. Mo had been attentive to the commotion from the very start, ready to take her to the shaman at the first sign of trouble. In the very next moment after Ye's words fell silent, Mo entered the room. Approaching the stone bed, he regarded her wan little face with eyes full of compassion. His warm hand rested gently on her belly, his tone softening considerably. Do you feel any better? Shall I take you to see the shaman? Mo's large hand felt like a warm compress upon her abdomen. And Su Shengsheng found herself relaxing slightly. It was indeed comforting. Upon hearing that Mo intended to take her to the shaman, she quickly shook her head. No need. I feel much better. She was reluctant to visit the healer, not out of stubbornness or fear of illness, but because such places were often filled with sorrow and pain for her. Besides, she had a lingering apprehension that the concoctions brewed by the shaman would be exceedingly bitter. Seeing her color improve, Mo did not press further. Instead, he half squatted beside the stone bed, diligently rubbing her belly. After a considerable time, Su Shengsheng felt significantly more at ease and noticed Mo's posture. She shifted slightly to offer him some space, suggesting he might as well sit beside her, as that position would surely make his legs numb. Without hesitation, Mo lay down on the portion of the stone bed she had vacated, catching the glint of concern in her eyes. A flicker of amusement danced in his gaze. Yi, somewhat displeased, leaned closer and playfully nipped at her earlobe, wondering if she had forgotten he was still present. How dare this little creature act so carelessly? He had no intention of leaving. Tonight was designated for him to be by her side, and he certainly did not believe that Mo would relinquish his time with her the following night. Sensing a slight sting on her earlobe, Su Shengsheng turned to shoot him a playful glare. Fine, it's your fault for being so cold, he conceded, reclining back and idly toying with her hair. As long as she didn't push him away, he was content. Mo's large hand moved with tenderness and strength, and gradually, Su Shengsheng relaxed her body, drifting into a sleepy haze. Hearing the steady rhythm of calm breathing beside her, Yi turned to observe her serene sleeping face. He cast a glance at Mo, silently urging him to leave. Mo, his expression impassive, ignored Yi's silent plea and remained steadfastly by her side, his hand softly warming her belly. He was not at ease with leaving her alone. Seeing this, Ye's eyes darkened with dissatisfaction, a hint of mockery glimmering in his gaze. Who could fathom Mo's intentions? Completely oblivious to the rivalry between the two males, Su Shengsheng enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Whenever she felt warm, she nestled towards the cooler side. When chilled, she sought warmth once more. She awoke refreshed, her back no longer aching, and her stomach free of pain. Yi lay on the inner side, and Mo did not depart. The small figure on the bed was flanked by 2 towering beast men. Ye's arm draped possessively around her waist, cradling her from behind, while Su Shengsheng's delicate legs rested atop Mo's, her arms wrapped around his neck, their breaths intertwining as they slumbered sweetly. Morning sunlight filtered through the small window draped in animal hides, illuminating the stone bed where long lashes fluttered, hinting at awakening. Yet, before she could stir, Mo opened his eyes first, gently extricating her tender arms and legs, casting a glance her way before quietly slipping off the stone bed to leave. Yi caught sight of Mo's departing figure, scoffing softly as he tightened his embrace around her, nestling her deeper into his hold, and affectionately rubbing his cheek against her fluffy little head, content to close his eyes once more. Chapter 68. The Flowers Outside the Stone House. When Su Shengsheng awoke, only Yi remained by her side. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted off to sleep last night, completely unaware of when Mo had left. Perhaps he had departed after she had succumbed to slumber, she mused. How are you feeling? Does your stomach still hurt? The moment her eyes fluttered open, Ye's deep voice resonated beside her, his large hand resting on her abdomen as he inquired with concern. It's no longer painful. Hearing his caring words, Su Shengsheng smiled softly, shaking her head as she turned to snuggle against his chest, playfully rubbing her cheek against him. She had not anticipated such tenderness from him last night. It seemed he was changing, perhaps for her sake? The thought made her heart flutter as she playfully nudged him. The warmth radiating from her actions ignited a spark of frustration within Yi. Was this little creature testing her resolve? Realizing she had begun to feel better, he grasped her slender waist, pulling her enticing form away from him and warning, behave yourself. His self-control, when it came to her, was hardly robust. It would be an understatement to claim otherwise. Upon hearing his admonition, Su Shengsheng not only refrained from restraint, but grew even bolder. Aware that he would not take any drastic measures at the moment, she seized the opportunity to push the boundaries and retaliate. With a mischievous smile, she poked at his well-defined chest, her tiny hands exploring his firm abdomen. Seizing her teasing hands, Yi leaned forward and fiercely pressed his lips against hers, releasing her only when tears welled in her eyes from the intensity. Feeling braver, are we? I may not wish to take you, but I can still make you cry. What do you say? Shall we continue? Yi licked her damp lips, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he released the grip on her wrists, slightly rising to expose his chiseled abdomen. Perhaps due to their frequent interactions, Su Shengsheng had become accustomed to such exchanges, no longer feeling shy. Despite Ye's words, she still mischievously pinched his waist, her eyes glinting with challenge, silently questioning, "What will you do about it?" Yi found himself at a loss. All he could do was bide his time for a future opportunity to retaliate. For now, he could only grasp her petite hands, lifting her from the bed and reluctantly attending to her morning routine. Come now, I've prepared some medicinal soup below. Medicinal soup? Su Shengsheng felt a wave of resistance at the mere mention, but alas, Yi had already scooped her up and was descending the stairs. She hadn't even conjured a valid reason to refuse before they reached the ground floor. Drink up, it's still warm. Once you finish, you'll feel better, Jean Ling said gently, presenting her with a bowl of steaming bitter concoction. He felt remorse, knowing that she should not have consumed cold food. Yet he had allowed her to indulge yesterday. Hearing her discomfort, he had felt equally distressed and, upon learning of her reluctance to visit the shaman, he had taken the initiative to procure some herbs. However, by the time he returned, she had already fallen asleep, and he had refrained from disturbing her. Only brewing the medicinal soup that morning, she longed to express that she was already feeling well, but faced with the concerned gazes of the several males around her, Su Shengsheng had no choice but to graciously accept their kindness. Obediently, she opened her mouth to sip the potion Jean Ling offered, and with just a single taste, the bitterness nearly overwhelmed her senses. How dreadful! Su Shengsheng furrowed her delicate brow, unable to resist the urge to stick out her tongue, attempting to disperse the unpleasant taste lingering in her mouth. It was truly dreadful, an indescribable flavor that was not merely bitter, but also numbing, spicy, and astringent, lingering in her oral cavity for an extended period. Shengsheng, I have prepared honey water for you. You may drink it after taking your medicine. Be a good girl and take your medicine first, Bai Zhu coaxed her gently as he set the cup of honey water beside her. Observing her discomfort after swallowing the medicine, he suddenly lowered his gaze, a shadow of self-reproach crossing his features. It's all my fault. I and T have given you that crushed ice. It's caused the little female to have a stomachache. Don't say that. How can it be your fault? It's my own issue, Su Shengsheng interjected, wishing to dispel his guilt. It was clearly her own miscalculation, as her body had recovered, yet her stomach had not yet adjusted, leading her to indulge in something cold. With a smile, she continued, as the weather grows hotter, I was actually thinking of asking Bai Zhu for ice to cool down. Will he refuse me in the future? Of course not, Shengsheng. I will always provide it for you, Bai Zhu declared with conviction, emphasizing that he would give it to her regardless. For the last thing he wanted was for the little female to fall ill from the heat. Such matters were no trifling matter. I can manage it myself, she said, taking the spoon from Jean Ling's hands as he attempted to feed her the medicinal soup. She preferred to endure the discomfort in one go rather than prolonging the agony. Taking a deep breath, she embraced the bowl and poured its contents into her mouth in one continuous motion. After downing the entire bowl of soup, she felt her stomach churn, and by the end, her tongue was even numb. The honey water could not mask the lingering taste. and she could only sip a small amount to wash away the bitterness. As she stepped outside to expel the remnants onto the ground, she caught a glimpse of an unexpected burst of color from the corner of her eye. Shengsheng approached to investigate, discovering a basket adorned with vibrant flowers, woven from lush green stalks, which only accentuated the bouquet's brilliance. How curious! Where could these flowers have come from? She mused, recognizing that they were clearly picked and delivered with intention. Who could have sent them to her? The stone houses were spaced far apart, and hers was the only one nearby. The flowers were placed at her doorstep, suggesting they were intended for her rather than a partner. "What's the matter?" Mo inquired, noticing her lingering outside. He placed breakfast on the long table and approached her. "There's a bouquet of flowers here. I don't know who left them," Shengsheng replied, gesturing toward the flowers. Following her direction, Mo's gaze fell upon the basket. The scent of the serpent beast wafted towards him, and recalling what the little female had mentioned the previous day, he furrowed his brow. Before he could voice his thoughts, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the flowers and the basket into the air, sending them tumbling away. "Let us head inside for breakfast," a voice called out suddenly, and before she could react, he scooped her up and turned back towards the stone house. He had an unfavorable impression of the serpent beast. If she truly wished to take a partner, she would be better off with that tiger. Chapter 69. The Arrival of the Hot Season. In the days that followed, Shengsheng continued to receive flowers and fruits, all of which were consistently sent by Lanin. While she had received numerous flowers before, they failed to stir any significant emotion within her. As for the fruits, she had more than enough. The males in her household had been diligently storing away a variety of fruits for her, and without Baizhu, they would likely rot before she could finish them. Hence, she did not dwell on this matter. The end of the month coincided with her menstrual cycle, and during this time, Shengsheng refrained from venturing outside. Due to the peculiar occurrences outside her stone house, she scarcely left, fearing the potential for trouble. After a few days of confinement, her period concluded on the last day of the warm season. This cycle lasted an arduous 8 days, and whether it was merely her imagination or not, she felt significantly lighter once it ended, as if the lingering malaise had been swept away, akin to a withered branch rejuvenating with life. "So this is what it feels like to be healthy?" she pondered, placing a hand over her heart, which beat strongly and steadily. Unable to contain her joy, she smiled brightly. "Shengsheng, come and try on the new clothes I've made for you." At the sound of Baizhu's voice, Shengsheng wrung out her hair and, feeling refreshed, stepped out of the bathing tub, loosely draping herself in a pelt before heading outside. It wasn't he that she had grown bold. Rather, the heat was stifling, and the pelt would soon soak with sweat, rendering her bath a futile endeavor. "What kind of new clothes has Baizhu made?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued as she approached him, noticing his mysterious demeanor. The sight of the little female half-concealed before him ignited a rush of warmth in Baizhu, a beast who had remained aloof for several days. "Shengsheng," he thought, wanting to utter that she need not wear anything at all. Don't move. You're getting a nosebleed." Observing the increasing trickle of blood beneath his nose and finding no immediate remedy at hand, Shengsheng swiftly yanked the pelt around her and pressed it against his face. "What's with all this heat? Is it just the warm weather?" she teased, well aware of the true cause. The youthful beast was indeed fiery, but after only 2 days of restraint, she found it amusing to jest with him. "How did I ever think he was simple-minded?" she chuckled inwardly. "He is the most mischievous of them all." At that moment, she heard a snicker and turned to find he leaning against the doorframe, observing them. A hint of embarrassment washed over her. The scene before them, Baizhu sitting on the stone bed with her pressing the pelt against his face, could easily be misinterpreted as her teasing him inappropriately. Caught by Yi's unexpected arrival. "What are you thinking? Can't you behave normally?" Shengsheng felt a jolt of realization. Though she thought it was all innocent, she still retracted her hand and took a step back. "He's just got a nosebleed," she explained to Yi, who raised an eyebrow, casting a glance her way before approaching and handing her something. "This is for you," he stated, before lifting Baizhu off the stone bed and striding out. "I'll help him cool off." It seemed he needed to release the pent-up impulse that had arisen moments before. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid," she retorted, watching as the 2 males exited before her attention returned to the lightweight fabric cradled in her hands. The material was unknown to her, smooth and airy, exuding a slight chill upon contact. It had been fashioned by Yi into a strapless dress, vibrant red and shimmering as it caught the light, absolutely stunning and perfect for the sweltering season. Feeling a surge of happiness, Su Shengsheng set aside the pelt and prepared to change into the dress, only to notice a similar garment of the same material resting on her stone bed, this one in a striking blue. Remembering Bai Zhu's earlier words, a smile crept across her face. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Bai Zhu had also crafted a strapless dress, though the straps were narrower, lending it a refreshing air, while Yi's design featured wider straps that accentuated its allure. Alas, which garment should I don? It is indeed a perplexing choice. Lunchtime has arrived. As Mo entered, he noticed her dilemma over the two dresses laid upon the bed. A subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of light danced in his eyes. Approaching, he retrieved two additional dresses from the alcove at the head of the bed and spread them out upon the stone surface. And which one do you fancy? Both were crafted from the same exquisite fabric, one a deep green frock with wide shoulder straps that crisscrossed at the back, and the other a light golden gown with an off-the-shoulder design and a flared hem akin to a mermaid's tail. Oh, both are so beautiful. Did you and Jinling make these? In the brief time she had taken for a bath, she had emerged to find 4 lovely dresses awaiting her, and the perpetual smile on Su Shengsheng's face revealed her delight. Indeed, they are made from fish silk. Do you like them? Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Mo was aware of her fondness, yet he yearned to hear her express it aloud, as it would grant him a profound sense of satisfaction to please her. Like? How could I not? They are crafted with such care, and they suit my taste perfectly. With a radiant smile, Su Shengsheng picked up the deep green dress, held it against herself, and turned to Mo, asking, "Does it look good?" "It does," he replied, pleasantly surprised that she recognized which dress was his gift. Undeniably. Joy welled up within him, and the coolness in his gaze softened with warmth as he nodded with a smile. "Then, let us choose this one. No need to deliberate further. After all, the one who gifted this dress stands before you. Moreover, this choice would surely delight her even more." As Su Shengsheng slipped into the dress, she couldn't help but admire her reflection and leaned in to plant a loving kiss on his lips. "This is my favorite dress. Sent by you." As she approached, Mo willingly bent down, and when her soft lips brushed against the corner of his mouth before retreating, her gentle words ignited a warmth within him. He reached out to embrace her and returned the kiss. He, too, cherished the sight of her crescent-eyed smile and the joy that radiated from her when she wore the dress, relishing the affectionate kiss she bestowed upon him. Now adorned in her new dress, Su Shengsheng playfully refused to be held by Mo, her spirits buoyant as she descended the stone steps. The heat was overwhelming, even more so on Mo's skin. "Come, Shengsheng, let us dine," he urged, noticing Jinling's face light up with a smile like a warm spring breeze. He took her hand and led her to the long table, pulling out a chair for her to sit. "This dress is exquisite," he complimented. "The one Jinling gifted you is equally lovely." Receiving such praise, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but beam at him, her gaze drifting to Bai Zhu, seated across the table. Her eyes twinkled as she remarked, "I adore all the gifts you both have given me." After their meal, Su Shengsheng intended to step outside for some fresh air, but as soon as she exited the stone dwelling, a wave of heat assaulted her. Just as she stepped outside, she retreated back within. She glanced up at the sky, where the sun loomed large, as if one could reach out and touch it from a higher vantage point. The glaring sunlight stung her eyes, and she quickly shut them, tears welling up and dampening her lashes, only to be swiftly dried by the oppressive heat. Is this truly the scorching season of the beast realm? It seemed that the notion of heat becoming unbearable was no longer mere hyperbole, but a statement of fact. As the sweltering season had only just begun, Su Shengsheng dared not contemplate how unbearable it would become as it progressed. Dried riverbeds? Forest fires? Given the current trend, the outcomes she could envision were likely the most benign. The unknown often breeds fear, and a wave of panic swept over her as she hesitated to imagine the days that lay ahead. Even more daunting was the thought of facing the beast realm during a scorching season. Surely, she would not survive even a single day. "Do you wish to go outside?" Seeing her linger at the entrance, the males in the household gathered to keep her company. Bai Zhu took her small hand, his coolness dispelling the surrounding heat, and drew her close, advising, "Not just yet. We must wait until the sun begins to set. It will be much cooler in the evening." While he would accompany her outside, he feared that should she not acclimate, she might fall ill upon their return, and thus preferred to avoid the risk altogether. "Very well. I shan't go outside," Su Shengsheng replied decisively, leaning against his cool embrace and contentedly closing her eyes. Was it foolish to seek discomfort by venturing out now? Yet, she needed to devise a plan. If the weather continued this way, she might succumb to heatstroke the moment she left Baiju's side. She wondered if there were herbs in the beast realm that could alleviate the heat. She recalled a few: patchouli, lotus leaves, and mint. With these thoughts in mind, she turned to the males beside her and inquired, "Do you know of any herbs or fruits that possess a refreshing scent and a cooling taste? Are you referring to herbs that dispel heat?" Upon hearing her words, Jinling recalled the herbal concoctions prepared by the tribe's shaman for females during the hot season, just as Shengsheng had described. "Herbs? Which ones?" Jinling asked, curious if he recognized them and whether they could be found nearby. Shengsheng directed her gaze to Jinling, eager for answers. "Any would suffice, as long as they can be found in the vicinity. It's wise to be prepared. There are cooling leaves nearby. After your afternoon nap, I will take you to gather some." Mo interjected, glancing at Baiju. "You should accompany her for her nap." In such sweltering weather, he could not provide her with relief, and she would likely struggle to sleep with him present. It was better for Baiju to ensure she had a restful slumber, allowing her to be rejuvenated for the evening. Baiju was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of accompanying the little female for her afternoon nap. Wasn't it his turn to stay with her today? He would not dispute such a delightful arrangement. With a cheerful smile, he scooped her up and announced, "Shengsheng, let's go take a nap." "All right," Shengsheng acquiesced, like a docile doll, as he carried her to the second-floor chamber. Since she couldn't go outside, idling in the house seemed pointless. She might as well enjoy a nap. She realized that since arriving in the Beast King City, her days had revolved around eating and sleeping, a rather indulgent existence. Occasional entertainment consisted of wandering the woods or chatting with Jiaoyu. Speaking of Jiaoyu, she had not come to visit in the past few days. Shengsheng resolved to seek her out for some fun tomorrow. Nestled in the comfort of a mobile air conditioner, which she could adjust to her liking, Shengsheng fell into a deep, blissful slumber, untouched by the heat outside. As evening approached and the sun descended, the temperature indeed dropped significantly, though it remained warm compared to midday. Shengsheng lay languidly atop the back of the great white bear, drained from the heat and reluctant to move. Although Jinling shielded her from the sun above, the oppressive warmth lingered, leaving her feeling uneasy. "Are we nearly there?" she asked wearily, raising her head to glance at Mo. She felt they had traveled for quite some time. Surely, they must be close. Why had she chosen to endure such discomfort? "Oh yes, I wanted to have some cool tea," she suddenly remembered. "We have arrived." Mo Qing's voice, at this moment, flowed like a crystalline spring, nourishing the wilting flower that was her, infusing her with vitality and spirit. Was this the cool leaf that Mo had spoken of? Shengsheng curiously regarded the few shrubs before her, greeted by a vibrant expanse of verdant greenery. The leaves were as large as a palm, plump and robust, and indeed emitted a refreshing essence that penetrated her nostrils. Among the branches and leaves were tiny fruits, minuscule, barely the size of a fingernail, causing her to question her own eyes. Could this fruit be edible? As she spoke, she patted the large white bear beneath her, urging it to rise. She reached out to pluck one, bringing it close to her nose, and in an instant, an amplified coolness surged through her nostrils, invigorating her entirely. "Shengsheng, don't eat that." Noticing her actions, Baiju quickly cautioned her that fruit was not to be consumed, lest it lead to stomach pains. She was already aware of this, and promptly moved the tiny fruit away from her nose. This fruit must be the herb that Jinling mentioned for dispelling heat, right? Hearing her question, Mo took the small fruit from her hand, pinched a tiny piece of leaf, and offered it to her lips. "Give it a try." While the fruit was not to be casually eaten, the leaves were permissible, albeit with only a mild effect, just enough to satisfy her curiosity. Since Mo was feeding it to her, it must be safe. Trustingly, Shengsheng opened her mouth and consumed the small piece of leaf. It felt like biting into a shard of ice. So refreshing. She couldn't help but exhale contentedly. In this weather, such a small bite was simply delightful. "Let us gather some more to take back?" Shengsheng suggested to the males nearby, thinking the leaves would be perfect for making a cooling tea, and could also be chewed directly when feeling overheated. "How much should we pick?"
Yin huited.
As his words fell, a gust of wind rustled through the branches, causing a multitude of leaves to detach and swirl in the air. Jinling unfurled a beast hide pouch, and the floating leaves obediently filed into the bag, filling it to a height that nearly reached half of a person. "This should suffice." Observing Jinling's pouch brimming with leaves, Shengsheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 71. Astonishing. Mo is disliked. After gathering an ample amount of cool leaves, Shengsheng initially contemplated picking a few small fruits. but was deterred by the males at home, concerned that she might mistakenly consume something harmful, leading to stomach distress. Did they really regard her as a child? Careless with food? Despite her protests, the males remained resolute, leaving her no choice but to relent as she climbed back onto the large white bear and urged, "Let us hurry back. It's better to stay indoors during the hot season. It's far too uncomfortable outside." On their way back, Jinling took the opportunity to catch a few fierce beasts. Prey was easier to find during the hot season, as they tended to appear by the river at dusk for a drink. One only needed to venture towards the water to spot a considerable number of these beasts. Upon returning to the stone house, Su Shengsheng settled into her small rocking chair, allowing the sweat on her body to evaporate before she felt somewhat revitalized. "Shall we brew some cooling tea?" Mo gently dampened a beast hide, carefully wiping her small face, tucking away the strands of hair that clung to her cheeks, and softly inquired, "Let us do it." Su Shengsheng replied, reasoning that since they had already gathered the leaves, her efforts shouldn't go to waste. Jinling went to the river to process the hunted prey, while Mo kept her company, kindling the fire to boil water. The process for making the cooling tea was straightforward. Once the water boiled, the leaves were added and simmered for 5 minutes. Then covered and left to steep for another 10 minutes to cool. "Oh, do the leaves need to be dried?" After tossing a small handful of leaves into the pot, Su Shengsheng suddenly remembered this question, her small face turning towards Mo in confusion. "Either way is fine. You may do as you wish." Mo's lips curled into a gentle smile, his expression indulgent. Not drying them simply results in a slightly greener infusion with a milder flavor, which is inconsequential. "Then we'll proceed as such." Su Shengsheng nodded, believing him, and proceeded to cover the pot, sitting patiently on her small stool as she waited. She recalled that the leaves were meant to be dried, yet Mo's words made her ponder whether the herbs in this world behaved differently. However, after some consideration, she felt uncertain and called out to Yi, who was occupying her small rocking chair, clearly uncomfortable yet stubbornly staying put.
"Yi,
"Could you please lay out half of the cool leaves outside to dry? It's not going to rain during the hot season, so even leaving them out at night wouldn't be a problem."
all right."
Hearing her, Yi rose, casting a lingering glance at the rocking chair that carried her scent, before entering the storage room to spread out the freshly picked leaves on the stones to dry. Upon returning from processing the prey, Jinling noticed the small figure huddled in the corner of the kitchen and set aside what he was holding to approach her. "Shengsheng, wait outside for a moment. It won't be suitable to stay in the kitchen while I cook." With that, he lifted her and carried her outside, placing her back in her small rocking chair. "Okay." Su Shengsheng smiled sweetly at him, settling back into her chair and playfully wiggling her fingers at him, softly asking, "What are we having for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat?" Capturing her small hand, Jinling leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on it, gazing at her with warmth in his eyes. A light smile on his face as he continued, "I caught a black-horned beast. How about I fry some honey-glazed ribs for you?" "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Jinling." Upon hearing his response, Su Shengsheng's face lit up with joy. "As long as we skip the soup, it's too hot for that." Watching Jinling head into the kitchen, she remained seated, waiting expectantly. Dinner was prepared swiftly, and as her cooling tea had yet to cool, Mo poured her a cup of the clear green liquid, still warm to the touch. There was nothing particularly strange about the taste. It resembled lukewarm mint water, neither exquisite nor unpleasant, yet refreshing enough, although not as satisfying as chewing the leaves directly. Would drying them first improve the brew? After dinner, she lingered at the doorway of the stone house for a while. The sun had fully set, leaving 3 full moons hanging in the sky, the moonlight hazy, casting a dim glow within the stone house. Did the moon also undergo changes? The weather remained stifling, with the temperature at night not dropping significantly during the hot season.
"The water is ready."
Mo's cool voice resonated from behind her, and soon Su Shengsheng felt a heated arm encircle her waist from behind, lifting her from her stool. With another arm wrapped around her legs, she was swept into his embrace, cradled against his chest. As they traversed the living room and ascended the stone steps, upon reaching the threshold of the room, Su Shengsheng could not help but wriggle free from his embrace. It was too hot. Being pressed against Mo only intensified her discomfort. Observing her eager retreat into the room to bathe, Mo furrowed his brow. This would not do. His body temperature was elevated, and if this continued, how could he bear to touch her at night? He could endure refraining from anything, but an entire hot season without holding her as they slept would drive him to madness. His dark golden eyes swept towards the left, and he strode to Baiju's room. Upon finishing her bath, Su Shengsheng emerged to find several large basins of ice cubes in the corner of the room, dispelling the stifling heat and introducing a hint of coolness. Had Mo arranged this? Mo was sitting on her stone bed, waiting for her. As she appeared, he approached her, moving behind her to dry her damp hair with beast energy. He responded promptly, wrapping his arms around her shoulders from behind, pulling her into his fervent embrace. His cool voice, tinged with a slight hoarseness, inquired, "Is this better?" "It is somewhat better," Su Shengsheng nodded in acknowledgement, yet in truth, being held by him was hardly a relief. Mo's body resembled a furnace, intolerable in the heat, especially when he enveloped her. His temperature soared even higher. "Let us sleep then." However, Mo evidently did not afford her another opportunity to speak, directly carrying her to the stone bed. His firm arms constricted around her waist, pressing her snugly against his chest, as if determined to embed her within his embrace. His breath caressed the crown of her head, enveloping her entirely in his searing warmth. The scent of him filled her nostrils, and the position became unbearable, the heat overwhelming. "It's too hot," she protested weakly, pushing against his chest, instinctively trying to retreat from his hold. This feeble resistance felt more like a daring invitation, igniting the repressed desire in Mo's cold gaze. "Shall we take a dip?" he murmured, unable to bear the separation after days without her touch or the comfort of her presence. Su Shengsheng's heart skipped a beat as a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Before she could react, he had whisked her into the adjoining bathing chamber, and at the moment she entered the water, she comprehended why the tub was unusually large today. When did he arrange this? Su Shengsheng ground her teeth in disbelief, pondering when he had secretly prepared such an expansive bath. Perhaps his intentions had been clear from the beginning? A few days ago, his voice, now soaked in desire, echoed in her ears as the beast man pressed closer, his fervent kisses landing on her neck. Chapter 72. Seeking Jiyu. Mo lifted the exhausted, limp figure in his arms from the bath, utilizing his beastly energy to dry her off before carrying her towards the stone bed. Unbeknownst to anyone, an inexplicable energy stirred within her abdomen, as if it had discovered its release, eagerly converging towards a singular destination. The beast mark belonging to Mo flickered momentarily before settling into stillness. Meanwhile, hidden within a crevice of the beast god mountain, a mysterious tribe witnessed two elders kneeling before the stone altar of the beast god, engaged in divination. "Great priest, what are the results of the divination? Have you found anything?" The beast god's slumber was extending, with the once-annual awakening ceremony regrettably altered to every 3 years. And it remained uncertain whether it would shift to 5, or even 10 years. If this continued, the beast world might face dire consequences. Following the recent awakening ceremony, the great priest of the spirit deer clan received guidance from the beast god to seek an entity that had absorbed and integrated the complete power of the rules. This being would be the catalyst for transforming the status quo of the beast world. "It will come soon. Do not rush," he reassured, his frail hands trembling as they rested upon the bone-like antlers, which radiated a white light that illuminated the weathered face, marked by the passage of time and wisdom. Where? As time progressed, the white light began to shift, gradually converging towards a specific direction.
To the east, to the east.
It has finally appeared. As the results of the divination became evident, the great priest's wrinkled visage bore an even greater weight of time. Yet, how could one find a singular entity in such a vast continent, amidst countless tribes? "Can it not be more specific?" inquired an anxious voice. The white light abruptly dissipated, failing to coalesce again, causing the great priest to slump back before the stone altar, utterly spent. "It is futile, still futile." A weary sigh escaped the speaker's lips, acknowledging his impatience. "Alas, it has been over 100 years. There is no need to rush now. We must take our time. Though I wonder if the great priest can endure until then. What of Aluo? Is she still watering those flowers?" Once their serious matters were concluded, the two longtime companions indulged in idle chatter. "The flowers are showing signs of withering. Our spirit deer clan, alas. The ever-blooming flower, their clan's emblematic bloom, symbolized eternal flourishing, yet now. Do not fret, chief, there will be a turning point." "Is that so?" The spirit deer clan had not birthed offspring in quite some time, and the number of their kin had dwindled to merely a few dozen. If this continued, they would face extinction like the phoenix and dragon clans. The divination indicated a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they would see results in a few days. Divination seemed to foretell the future, and with the unfolding events, its results could change. "Let us hope," he mused. "Let us hope for a turning point." and that the spirit deer clan may continue to thrive under his stewardship. After the night, dawn shall inevitably arrive. The following day, contemplating her visit to Juyu, Su Shengsheng rose, had breakfast, and prepared 2 cups of iced drinks using fresh cool leaves. She washed the leaves thoroughly, placed them in bamboo cups, crushed them, added ice cubes, poured in honey water, and shook vigorously until their flavors melded beautifully. This method was a concoction of her own making, which she had tried and found quite satisfactory, refreshing and invigorating. Naturally, she did not do it all herself. She merely directed the efforts of a few males in her household to assist her. Is Shengsheng ready? Bai Zhu downed his own cup of iced drink in one gulp, helping her tidy up as he inquired. I am ready, let us go. Carrying a basket of fruits that Juyu adored, Su Shengsheng set out with Bai Zhu. The remaining 3 males watched them depart before resuming their tasks, needing to gather sufficient water before the river ran dry. Though they were unconcerned, the females in their household cherished clean drinking water, and they were determined to store enough for the rainy season. Bai Zhu, being a beast man, could only manage the drinking water, as he was not truly water attribute. His ice attribute was better suited for cooling the females. Once outside the stone house, Bai Zhu continually used his beastly energy to cool her down, while Su Shengsheng nestled against the icy surface of the great white bear, half closing her eyes, unwilling to meet the sun, which loomed closer in the sky. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 stone houses was not excessive. Otherwise, after the previous day's lesson, she would have resolutely refused to emerge. As they approached the stone house, the initial warmth dissipated, and the great white bear guided her forward. Is Jiyu home? Su Shengsheng slid off the great white bear's back and peeked into the stone house, speaking in a hushed tone. She had never visited Jiyu's home, and was uncertain what she and her partner might be engaged in during the day. It would be quite impolite to disturb them. Yes, come in quickly. I have been utterly bored these past few days, came Jiyu's complaint from within. Hearing this, Su Shengsheng stepped inside the stone house. Considering that Bai Zhu was not welcome in other females' homes, and that male beastmen tended to reject one another's presence in their territories, their shared household necessitated some level of accommodation. Yet, she felt a pang of sympathy for him waiting outside in the scorching sun. Thus, as Bai Zhu prepared to set down the bamboo basket and wait outside, she gently suggested, Bai Zhu, you should head back. There's no need to wait here. It's too hot outside. Knowing he would likely disagree, she offered another reason. Didn't TMO say they needed to store more water? You should go check. For if there isn't enough water for me, I will be quite upset. Their strength and speed meant the task of storing water could be accomplished in a few trips, and if he lingered, it would likely be afternoon before she was done. Very well, Bai Zhu relented after considering her words. The issue of water for the little female was indeed of utmost importance. If Shengsheng wishes to find me, she need only press firmly on my beast mark, and I shall sense her presence, swiftly drawing near. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. You should return quickly. Upon hearing his gentle reminder, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but smile sweetly, her eyes sparkling as she playfully responded to him. Then I shall take my leave. Bai Zhu turned back multiple times, imbued with a sense of reluctant farewell. As he stepped out of the stone dwelling, he glanced back once more to confirm. I am truly leaving, am I not? Seeing the little female sitting there, smiling and waving him off without a hint of wanting to call him back, Bai Zhu was left with no choice but to depart with a hint of regret. He understood that she cared for him and did not want him to suffer in the sun, which filled his heart with joy. Yet, he could not fathom why he should return home to accompany those boisterous males when he could be outside, ever vigilant by her side. However, the little female had already provided her reasons, and in the presence of others, he could not afford to appear disobedient. Most importantly, he must not allow the little female to lose face among other females, implying that she could not manage the males at home. Chapter 73. Juyu's pregnancy. You are truly kind to him. Unable to bear the sight of her and her partner's affectionate exchange, Juyu teased her lightly. You are so reluctant to share a moment of sunshine. Males are not so fragile, nor are they afraid of being spoiled. They are kind to me as well. Reflecting upon Bai Zhu's earlier reluctance to part and the 3 males currently preparing her bathing water, Su Shengsheng smiled sweetly, unable to suppress her genuine delight. With that, she turned to the large rocking chair where Jiyu sat. Besides, if I am good to them, won't they treat me even better? Affection is reciprocal. One-sided devotion will inevitably lead to imbalance over time. Yet, the prerequisite is to first be kind to her. A person raised in a loving environment cannot easily extend affection to others. That makes sense, Jiyu nodded thoughtfully. She maintained a decent attitude towards her partners, who were all exceedingly good to her. Perhaps she could consider being kinder to them in the future. Enough of this. Come, try the cold drink I made. Su Shengsheng retrieved 2 bamboo cups from her small basket, handing one to Juyu, filled with the chilled beverage she had prepared. The basket had remained in Baiju's possession during the journey, and he had placed ice cubes inside just before leaving, ensuring the drink was still refreshingly cold. Juyu graciously accepted the cup, taking a sip, and an instant wave of coolness enveloped her, prompting her to lean back against the chair in contentment. So refreshing. Is this made with cool leaves? She recognized the taste of the cool leaves. Indeed, it is made with cool leaves and honey syrup, combined with ice cubes. Is it to your liking? Su Shengsheng settled into a small corner of the rocking chair, sipping from her bamboo cup to alleviate the discomfort brought on by the heat. This is delightful. Your creativity knows no bounds, Juyu praised, recalling that she had never consumed it this way before, only ever boiling cool leaves for tea. This method was not only sweeter, but also far more refreshing. What has Juyu been up to these days? Su Shengsheng inquired, having noticed Juyu seemingly idle, merely enjoying the attentive care of her 6 partners surrounding her. During this visit, she had met all of Juyu's 6 companions. Apart from the familiar Black Panther star, there was the silver-haired, aristocratic-looking silver fox, Inza, along with the short-haired, somewhat roguish red-haired Chi Yuan, a 7-star beast man, the rugged, buzz-cutting, a 6-star beast man, and 2 others. One with gray-white hair and the other with cascading blue locks, both also 6-star beast men. However, they had only appeared in their human forms, and Su Shengsheng had merely glanced at them before they dispersed to tend to their own tasks. Oh, dear, I am with child. At this revelation, a radiant smile spread across Juyu's face as her slender, jade-like hand gently caressed her slightly protruding belly. Su Shengsheng seemed to witness the luminous essence of maternal love reflected in her. You are pregnant? Su Shengsheng curiously glanced at her barely noticeable belly, feeling joyous, yet puzzled about how Juyu knew of her condition. Yes, a litter of little fox cubs, Juyu replied, casting a glance at the silver fox stationed in the corner, chuckling as she spoke. As the weather grew increasingly warm, it was only natural that her bond with the ice element Inza would flourish, leading to their frequent mating. Thus, her pregnancy was hardly surprising. Moreover, she had yearned for fluffy offspring, and with Inza's striking beast form, Juyu was already eagerly anticipating the arrival of her beautiful cubs. Oh, they must be utterly adorable. Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled at the thought of the silver fox cubs she had encountered, imagining just how charming a whole litter would be. Juyu couldn't help but laugh, her fox-like eyes narrowing as she leaned in to caress Su Shengsheng's belly. Perhaps you too carry a little one within you. Hearing her playful jest, Su Shengsheng shyly recoiled, protecting her abdomen, and shot Juyu a mild glare. Juyu laughed sweetly, her enchanting expression captivating Su Shengsheng, nearly leaving her dazed. With her delicate fingers lifting Su Shengsheng's chin, she admired her soft, charming visage, remarking, if you were to bear a litter of wolf cubs or bear cubs, they would surely be equally delightful. As for eggs, regardless of the father beast's appearance, all eggs will look the same. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but follow Juyu's train of thought, envisioning the adorable little black wolf and white bear, both undeniably cute. Yet, there was an underlying sense of trepidation at the thought of giving birth to other species. No. I had not considered this matter before due to my frail health, but now I can distinctly feel my body improving. In the beast realm, there are no contraceptive measures. Perhaps I could truly become pregnant? She mused. After all, beast men are not truly beasts. They possess the ability to transform. However, the time it takes to shapeshift depends on one's innate talent. Those with higher aptitude can shapeshift earlier. The males at home each possess their own unique charms, all strikingly handsome, and with their considerable talents, the cubs should be able to shapeshift quite quickly. As she envisioned miniature versions of her partners, she finally crossed a mental hurdle. She had come to terms with the idea. It was not entirely unfeasible. She did not shy away from the prospect of offspring, so she would let nature take its course. Juyu, unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Su Shengsheng's mind, continued, it would be even better if I could have a little female cub. You may choose any of my little ones. Yet, upon uttering this, she suddenly felt a genuine desire for that possibility. Choose freely? Su Shengsheng paused momentarily, her eyes brightening with the implication. Given Juyu's exquisite features, she felt confident in the selection. Can I truly choose at will? Then I must select the most beautiful and talented among them. Yes, indeed. Noticing Su Shengsheng's enthusiasm, Jiuyu leaned forward, her interest piqued as she proposed. The fox cubs will undoubtedly be the most adorable, but Qiyuan's cubs possess even greater talent. When I left, one of his cubs was already able to shapeshift, and its abilities surely surpass those of its father. What do you think? Should we choose him? You can name it. Males usually receive their names after they have transformed, and fortuitously, Jiuyu's little ones had yet to be named. Shengsheng was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly so hasty to ask her to name the child? Moreover, she wasn't even pregnant yet. How could she possibly choose a daughter? Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, when Shengsheng finally exited Jiaoyu's abode, she had inadvertently secured a position for a potential suitor for a daughter she might never have. She was left in a quandary, unable to ascertain whether she had gained or lost something in the process. Chapter 74. The Shedding of Serpents. Upon her return to the stone house, Shengsheng was immediately captivated by the vibrant colors adorning the long table, assuming it to be a delightful surprise from her suitors. Her expression brightened, and she approached with a lightness in her step. What could this be? Observing the blue fabric trimmed in red, she voiced her curiosity, wondering if it was yet another dress gifted to her. To her surprise, upon closer inspection, the material felt unlike the typical fish silk. Rather, it resembled the attire worn by Jiaoyu, smooth and lustrous to the touch, akin to holding a handful of well water. Quite pleasant indeed. Snakeskin. Upon seeing the item, Mo furrowed his brow, a cold gleam passing through his eyes as his voice resonated with evident displeasure. It was undoubtedly a gift from that snake beast. Baizhu erupted in indignation, exclaiming how outrageous it was for the creature to intrude upon their home while they were away fetching the little female. Had it already begun to consider itself a male of this household? Such blatant disregard for decorum was unacceptable. Ye's countenance also darkened, his gaze profound, and his emotions inscrutable. He had hoped that after receiving a stern warning, the creature would retreat for a time. Yet, it seemed to have become fixated on her, unwilling to relent until its desires were met. The little female clearly showed no interest in him, yet he persisted, with such obsessive tendencies. Yi feared that the snake beast would resort to any means necessary to achieve its aims. Regrettably, being a member of the Beast King's Guard, he had not committed any overtly reprehensible acts, thus rendering lethal force unfeasible. Perhaps it would have been better for him to have skinned the serpent and fashioned a dress for the little female himself. Snakeskin? Shengsheng gasped, instinctively retracting her hand as if jolted by electricity. An unsettling sensation coursed through her arm, sending shivers down her spine, as if a pair of unseen eyes were watching her from the shadows. Suddenly, her hand was gently grasped, fingers tenderly caressing hers, as if treating her hand with the utmost reverence. Turning, she was met with Jin Ling's gentle face, his eyes brimming with warmth, akin to the sun emerging in early spring, dispelling the gloom within her heart and allowing her to unwittingly relax. How utterly inappropriate. Does Bai Yi not understand that barging into someone else's home is a gross breach of etiquette, especially in the absence of the hosts? Shengsheng's displeasure was evident in her furrowed brow. Anger and distaste flickered in her eyes, a rare sight that rendered her quite formidable. The other males felt a shiver of apprehension run down their spines at the prospect of such a fierce expression directed towards them. Merely contemplating it was suffocating. Intruding and spying, this was no suitor, this was a pervert. Shengsheng dared not imagine what might transpire should she find herself home alone. Would he suddenly appear and attempt something untoward?
I'm furious.
I shall teach him a lesson. Baizhu, initially merely disinclined towards Bai Yin's presence, now found himself utterly loathing that snake upon witnessing the little female's ire. You? He scoffed, not out of disdain for Baizhu, but rather because he had crossed paths with that snake beast twice. Irrespective of other considerations, the creature's strength was formidable. Let me go, he declared, turning to leave, concerned that Baizhu would find himself in a precarious situation, perhaps even resulting in a missing male in their household. That simply would not do. The little female still required his cooling presence. Any injury or demise would necessitate finding a replacement, the character of whom remained uncertain, a troublesome endeavor indeed. I shall accompany you. Baizhu quickly followed suit. Observing the departing figures of the two, Mo refrained from voicing any objections, tacitly approving of their course of action. Certain behaviors of the snake beast repulsed him. Despite its considerable strength, he could not accept it, especially since the little female held no interest in the creature and now harbored an even greater disdain for it, thus diminishing any chance of acceptance. Mo was not concerned for Ye's strength. He merely hoped the snake beast would recognize its limits, lest matters escalate further. Do not worry. We shall devise a means to resolve your concerns, Jean Ling reassured her, gently stroking her head. He contemplated ways to drive the snake away, preferably from the Beast King city altogether, to spare her further distress. Shifting topics, he softly inquired, "What would you like for lunch, Shengsheng?" "Anything you prepare will suffice," Su Shengsheng replied, her spirits lifted as she met his gentle gaze, a smile gracing her lips. Strangely, the recent events had not marred her appetite. In fact, Jean Ling's reminder had sparked an intense hunger within her. "I think I shall take a bath first," she announced, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from her earlier excursions. As she turned her gaze towards Mo, who seemed lost in thought, she called out, "Mo, go ahead. There is water upstairs," Mo replied, understanding her intent. He softened his gaze upon her, his tone gentle. Surprised by their thoughtful consideration of her needs, Su Shengsheng smiled brightly, sweetly thanking the two males. "Then I shall go now." With that, she ascended the stone steps with her petite legs, her footsteps echoing lightly. As they watched her figure vanish around the corner of the upper level, the two beasts finally relaxed their gazes. "What are your thoughts?" Jean Ling asked Mo, aware that he likely had a plan in mind. If it came to that, he would have to resort to his own methods of resolution. "Let us see," Mo mused, his mind already formulating ideas, contingent upon whether the snake beast would exhibit any sense. Otherwise, he could not tolerate this nuisance lingering. Unbeknownst to the two males downstairs, Su Shengsheng had re-entered her chamber, shedding her garments and making a beeline for the large bath in the corner. Immersing herself in the soothing water, she washed away the perspiration clinging to her skin, ensuring her complexion remained fair. After a brief soak, she emerged, deciding to don the dress Jean Ling had gifted her. As she approached the bedside to retrieve the light golden fish silk gown, she pulled aside the fur curtain, only to find herself perplexed when she could not locate her memory of a pair of light gray underpants, which she distinctly remembered wearing just days prior. How strange. Su Shengsheng furrowed her brow in confusion. Her memory was quite sharp, so how could that little garment have vanished? In a modest stone house at the outskirts of the Beast King city, a glum beast man held a small piece of gray fabric, inhaling its scent with an entranced expression as the crimson forked tongue of a serpent emerged to savor its sweet aroma. Chapter 75. Encountering the White Tiger Again. The Black Wolf, well acquainted with the path, approached the door, the wind swirling violently as it surged into the stone house. The sullen beast man was forced to transform into a blue python, breaking through the roof to evade detection. The serpent's head loomed high, its dark blue eyes fixated malevolently on the black wolf below. "You again." He could not comprehend why this wolf beast harbored such relentless animosity. Possessing considerable strength and an aptitude for water attributes perfectly suited to the warm season, what did it matter if he merely sought a position as a companion? Had the wolf truly deluded itself into believing it could dictate the acceptance of a mate? "I have already told you that my companion does not favor you. Why can you not heed this warning?" Yi Qing emitted a discontented sound, his mood tempestuous and his tone exceedingly irritable. He found it tedious to engage in conversation with the insensible serpent beast and, without hesitation, unleashed his beastly energy towards it. The great white bear arrived a moment too late. By the time he got there, the black wolf had already clashed with the blue python, resulting in several of the surrounding stone houses collapsing. Since the residence of Lan Yin was situated near the entrance of the Beast King city, with few beastmen residing nearby, the majority of the stone houses remained unoccupied, thus the impact was not excessively severe. However, dueling within the confines of the Beast King city was strictly prohibited. The commotion they caused was substantial, and several members of the guard had heard it. Yet, due to both combatants being of the 7 stars rank and employing their innate abilities, no beastman dared to intervene at that moment. Observing the situation, some beastmen hurried to find Bai Chun, hoping he would swiftly intervene to prevent any repercussions on their own stone houses. Bai Zhu originally intended to caution Yi, urging him to be cautious, but as he approached, his keen eyes caught sight of a familiar piece of fabric amidst the debris of a collapsed stone house. With a claw, he picked it up and, upon recognizing the pale gray material, clenched it tightly in fury, wishing nothing more than to slay that shameless serpent. The fact that he refrained from joining the fray was a testament to his restraint. In truth, he yearned to howl in outrage, urging Yi to eliminate the serpent. Beastmen residing in the outer city, drawn by the tumult, emerged to investigate, gathering in small groups to speculate. "What is happening?" one inquired, clearly oblivious to the unfolding events. "Isn't Lan Yin pursuing that young female? Is he now fighting with her companion?" "Which young female?" "The stunning one that arrived with the warm season." While it was not uncommon for male beastmen to engage in fights, the intensity exhibited by those of such high rank was indeed unprecedented. That young female? Are you referring to the one that Bai Chun is also interested in? As soon as this was uttered, the surrounding beastmen fell silent, their gazes shifting behind the speaker. The inquisitive beastman turned sharply, spotting a massive white tiger sauntering leisurely in their direction. Shengsheng, after fruitlessly searching, pondered whether the male at home had forgotten to retrieve the laundry. Reluctantly, she abandoned her search and donned another light-colored outfit, stepping out of her room in a skirt. "Mo, Jinling, do you know where my pale gray shorts went? I can't seem to find them," she called out. Both Mo and Jinling were in the kitchen. Jinling sought ing shrimp while Mo squeezed juice. At her voice, they turned in unison. Due to the sweltering heat, her waist-length black hair was gathered into a loose, fluffy bun, accentuating her delicate and alluring features. Clad in a light golden fish silk dress, she revealed her fair, rounded shoulders and a slender, snow-white calf. Jinling's craftsmanship was exceptional. The dress perfectly highlighted her enchanting curves without clinging too tightly. Standing before them, her youthful charm momentarily distracted the two males, only bringing their thoughts back to her words when she spoke again. "I remember washing it and placing it in the alcove. Did Shengsheng not find it?" Jinling set aside the sought-edged shrimp and wiped his hands, approaching her to assist in the search. "I haven't, I've already looked," Shengsheng replied, shaking her head and following his lead, speaking with unwavering certainty, having checked more than once to ensure she was not mistaken. Mo furrowed his brow, suddenly considering a possibility, and followed them after washing the juice off his hands. The alcove, filled with various garments, had become a storehouse for clothing. The heat had caused the moisture in the room to obscure most sense. Given that the serpent beast possessed water attributes, if it had used its beast energy for anything, they might indeed remain unaware. Jinling meticulously sorted through the clothes in the alcove, confirming that he could not find the pale gray shorts. But he did notice something amiss. The alcove contained only a few garments commonly worn by the young female, including several newly added fish silk dresses and a few regularly changed bandeaus and shorts. Besides the few dresses she had not worn, the other clothing, those snug little garments she frequently changed, were marked with unfamiliar scents. The missing pair had been washed 2 days prior, while she wore the one dried from yesterday, indicating that what was lost bore the strongest trace of her scent. Is it truly lost? Shengsheng mused, her brow furrowing as Jinling's thorough search yielded no results. How could it have disappeared? No need to search any further. That serpent beast has entered, Mo stated as he inspected the room, his expression grim with an icy glint in his eyes. The scent of the serpent beast lingered on the clothing, in the bath bucket, and even on the stone bed, particularly strong on the latter. What does this mean? Shengsheng stood stunned, unable to fathom such depravity. And as realization dawned, she was engulfed by a wave of anger and disgust, even beginning to feel physically nauseated. Mo and Jinling exchanged discreet glances, their unspoken understanding prompting them to withhold further information from her. "Let us take her down to eat. I will handle things here," Mo said, suppressing his bloodthirsty thoughts. His tone as cold as ever as he addressed Jinling agreed. Jinling gently placed an arm around her shoulders, soothingly guiding her along until she regained her composure before lifting her from the room. His large hand caressed her back tenderly as he asked softly, "Do you feel better, Shengsheng?" It was their inadequacy as partners that led to this lapse. He never anticipated such despicable behavior from a male beast man. "Take me to find Yi and Bai Zhu," Shengsheng declared after a moment, exhaling a breath to dispel her pent-up frustration, her tone unusually resolute. "Yi and Bai Zhu must have gone to seek Lanin. I need to retrieve my belongings. The thought of my intimate garments in the possession of a stranger makes me feel utterly uncomfortable, and I cannot suppress my revulsion." Jinling, initially poised to offer counsel, found himself silenced by her stubborn yet vulnerable gaze. The words he intended to share turned back on his tongue, and ultimately, he nodded in reluctant agreement. The golden eagle soared high above, easily spotting the gathering of beast men at the entrance of the Beast King city. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between the black wolf and blue python, as well as the white tiger attempting to intervene. Chapter 76. He lacked the courage. What is happening? Bai Chen casually pulled aside a nearby beast man to inquire about the situation. The beast man who had gone to summon him merely reported that there was a brawl occurring in the Beast King city, resulting in several stone houses collapsing. However, as he observed the fierce battle between the black wolf and blue python, one being her companion and the other pursuing her, he was bewildered by the intensity, as if they wished to annihilate one another. Bai Chen was aware that Lanine sought the young female, and he thought, given Lanine's high rank and water attributes, success should be easily attainable. Yet, he had never anticipated such a cacophony. This black wolf was so brazenly obstructing other males from pursuing the young female. Did he not fear being spurned by her? I have no idea. That wolf beast suddenly attacked, claiming his female does not favor Lanine, the beast man recounted, having witnessed the entire incident outside the stone house. Bai Chen's heart tightened at the mention of the young female's disinterest in Lanine.
Why?
Lanine was powerful and had awakened his water attribute talent. Wasn't she lacking a partner with water attributes? Why would she refuse him? As time passed, the river would soon run dry. Had her companion stored water for her? Was it merely out of jealousy that the wolf beast spoke falsehoods, intending to dissuade Lanine? As the two engaged in increasingly fierce combat, their bodies marred with injuries, the imposing white tiger surged forward to intervene. Though it had not awakened its innate talents, its level was formidable enough to contend with fierce beasts, demonstrating considerable strength. The white tiger's body erupted with a silvery luminescence, unleashing a surge of beastly energy that compelled the black wolf and the blue python to halt their attacks and defend against the force. Shengsheng, how did you come out? Is it hot? Bai Zhu was the first to notice that the golden eagle had brought her along, and upon seeing her sunburned face, his heart ached for her. He quickly enveloped her in his embrace, using his beastly energy to cool her down. Bai Zhu's words immediately drew the attention of the three beast men within the battleground. The black wolf leaped over the rubble of the collapsed stone dwellings, transforming into a wild youth as he approached her, tenderly touching her flushed face, his brow furrowed. What are you doing out here? The heat radiating from her skin was almost unbearable, and although Ye's tone was somewhat harsh, it was tinged with unspoken concern. It was the hottest part of the day. Did she intend to roast herself under the sun? Mu's gaze rested upon her, and he pondered the presence of the bird that had brought her outside. At that moment, Shengsheng, feeling nauseous from losing her shorts, shuddered at the sight of Lanine, an involuntary chill running down her spine. When she heard Ye's question, a wave of grievance washed over her, and her nose tingled as she swatted his hand away in irritation. Aware of his concern for her, she felt guilty for being out in the scorching sun, and thus, she took his hand, looking at him with a pitiful expression to share her plight. Ye, I've lost my shorts, they're gone. Yi, however, did not hold her accountable. Her feeble attempt to scratch him was dismissed as insufficient. Upon hearing her words and recalling the reason he had come out, his eyes darkened and his countenance soured. Especially when Bai Zhu, still holding her, revealed a piece of fabric in his hand, adding fuel to the fire. Is this it? I found it in the collapsed stone dwelling of that serpent. That's the one. Shengsheng suppressed her disgust and glanced at it, only for the wave of nausea to return. A tickle in her throat overwhelmed her, and she could not help but push past the three males surrounding her to retch to the side. Her stomach churned, and the acidic bile burned her throat, leading her to tear up. How could there be such disgraceful male beastmen? At that moment, Yi was incensed beyond measure. His beastly energy surged violently, unrestrained and merciless, as wind blades aimed directly at the serpent beast's life. Lanine, unable to withstand the onslaught, transformed back into beast form to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the blue python was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a stop, blood pooling beneath him, staining the ground. Shengsheng, are you all right? Bai Zhu carefully supported her, his face filled with concern and a touch of anger at how the situation had escalated. He regretted bringing it out, never anticipating such a strong reaction from the little female. Drink some water to calm down. Jinling gently soothed her back, offering her a bamboo cup filled with juice infused with cooling leaves and ice, asking, do you feel any better? Shengsheng swished the water in her mouth to wash away the bitter taste, shaking her head at Jinling's continued offer of water. With an empty stomach, drinking was not pleasant. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping forward as they returned from the fray.
How are you?
Thank you for your concern. I'm much better. His genuine care remained hidden deep within his silver eyes, unnoticed by Shengsheng, who offered him a faint, albeit strained smile. Can you tell me what happened? He was eager to understand the events that transpired between them. She had not intervened when her partner fought Lanine, suggesting that the wolf beast's claim of her disinterest in Lanine was indeed true. He wanted to know the reason behind her rejection of Lanine, especially since even a talented and powerful male like him could not win her affections. Shengsheng glanced at him, noticing his earnest expression. Considering that he was the leader of the Beast King City's guard, capable of managing Lanine, she decided to be forthright. Lanin took my belongings while I was away from home. A myriad of thoughts crossed Bai Chen's mind, utterly surprised that it was due to such a trivial matter. He fell silent for a moment. Casting a glance at the subdued blue python beneath the black wolf, his expression turned peculiar. Stealing from a female? He had not expected this serpent beast to be so lacking in integrity. As a 7-star beast man, what could he possibly lack that compelled him to steal from a female? Noticing Bai Chen's prolonged silence, Shengsheng added, "It wasn't anything precious, just my personal clothing." Upon hearing her words, Bai Chen's emotions grew complex, and the tips of his ears, concealed beneath his sun-kissed skin, turned a peculiar shade of red. Shengsheng was unaware of how such matters were handled in the beast world, so she candidly expressed her feelings. "I don't know how you plan to deal with it, but I don't like him. I hope you can ensure he doesn't disturb me again." Understood. He wanted to inquire about her preferences, but all that escaped his lips was a simple all right. Receiving Bai Chen's promise, Shengsheng felt content. Observing the black wolf's claws grip the blue python's vulnerable spot, she interjected, "Yi, let us go back." Although Lanin's actions were repulsive, they did not warrant death. She merely hoped Bai Chen would keep him in check and prevent any further disturbances. Watching the radiant figure retreat under the sun, Bai Chen redirected his gaze toward Lanin. He still lacked the courage to take that step. He was uncertain of what he feared, perhaps the dread of facing her rejection. Ultimately, he felt inferior due to his lack of talent and confidence to stand beside her. Chapter 77. Desiccation, Celestial Fire? Shengsheng remained oblivious to how Bai Chen resolved the matter, but thereafter, Lanin indeed ceased to disrupt her life, seemingly having given up. Since returning that day, she had not dared to venture outside again, for her skin had suffered from sunburn. Indeed, just a brief exposure had resulted in her skin being scorched. Although her self-healing ability allowed her skin to recover swiftly, she still lacked the courage to step outside once more. The weather persisted in its sweltering heat, causing the ground outside the stone dwellings to crack. It had become so hot outside that even splashing water evaporated instantly, and placing a stone slab could sear meat to medium doneness. Shengsheng nestled in by Zhu's arms, sipping the juice Jinling had prepared, which was infused with cooling leaves and ice. Due to the intense heat, she wore only a short tank top and a little skirt. How much longer will this weather last? She could not help but complain, having never endured such conditions. She was struggling to adapt. It won't be long. Once we pass the midpoint of the hot season, temperatures will gradually cool down. Mu's words did not offer her much solace, and Shengsheng furrowed her brow, lamenting. But we've only just begun the mid-season. How can it be over soon? He was indeed skilled at providing comfort. Hearing her words, Bai Shu inquired, "Is it too hot for you, Shengsheng?" As he spoke, he lowered his body temperature and embraced her more closely, asking, "Is this better?" "Yes, much cooler." Thank goodness for Bai Shu. It felt as if she were cradling a giant ice cube, the heat dissipating as she sighed in relief, fully sinking into his embrace. Noticing that her juice was finished, Jinling, who had been standing by, gently asked, "Would you like more to drink?"
"Yes."
The icy juice and the white fruit now serve as her vital elixirs, for without them, Shengsheng feared she might succumb to the oppressive heat. Before long, Yi returned from his hunting expedition, bearing an unfortunate tidbit of news. The river behind Beast King City had run dry. Although the household had stockpiled water, they had previously relied on the river for their supply, and now they could only resort to their reserves. Upon hearing Ye's report, Mo furrowed his brow. Sensing that this occurrence was premature, Jinling spoke up, a look of concern etched across his face. The river behind Beast King City was notoriously deep. Typically, one would not expect it to dry up until the latter part of the hot season. Shengsheng, too, felt a pang of anxiety, even a sense of dread. She had seen that river, which, while not boundless, was certainly expansive. How could it possibly run dry? Would their stored water suffice? Perhaps she could forgo a few baths? She nervously tapped her fingers, her small face a portrait of turmoil and indecision. Foregoing bathing was simply not an option. She could not tolerate such deprivation. Yet, if the water supply was truly scarce, her indulgence would be sheer folly. "Do not fret, Shengsheng. I am here for you," Bai Zhu reassured her. Noticing the distress on her face, he gently grasped her small hand that clutched the cup and added a few ice cubes to her drink, flashing a comforting smile. His radiant grin alleviated much of Shengsheng's worry. "What troubles you? Are you concerned about the water supply?" Yi raised an eyebrow, sauntering over to pinch her troubled cheek. Chuckling softly as he explained, "Our worries lie elsewhere." Setting aside their preparations, How could they possibly allow a cherished little saintess like her to go without water? Even if she had a partner with water attributes, Beast King City regularly dispatched beastmen to deliver water. Not to mention, that white tiger would certainly not miss an opportunity to offer his attentions. If he did not come, so much the better.
What are you worried about then?
Shengsheng tilted her head, freeing herself from his grip, her curiosity piqued. If there was ample water, what could possibly be their concern? Their anxious expressions, even Mo's troubled demeanor, led her to ponder excessively. Moreover, aside from a potential water shortage, she could not fathom what else there could be. Heavenly fire. Mo's cold voice clarified her confusion, and he felt grateful for his decision to bring her to Beast King City. Had they remained in the wild, or a small tribe, the water issue would be the least of their concerns. If heavenly fire were to manifest, the situation would be exponentially more perilous than it currently was. Heavenly fire? What is that? Shengsheng's face turned pale. She understood that heavenly fire referred to great blazes ignited by natural phenomena such as lightning strikes or spontaneous combustion. But what exactly did Mo mean in this context? The unknown bred fear. Do not be afraid, we are merely speculating. It may not come to pass. Jean Ling reassured her, casting a subtle glance at Mo, urging him to cease his grim discourse to spare her further fright. Simultaneously, the worry etched on his face dissipated, replaced by a gentle countenance as he took the cup from her hands and offered it to her lips. Seeing her take a sip and her expression soften, he smiled lightly and changed the subject. We have some fish stored at home. How about I prepare a sour fish soup for dinner? Gazing down at Jean Ling, who was half squatting before her, Shengsheng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Did he truly think her so naive and easily placated? Jean Ling, she began, aware that he meant well, yet she wished to understand more. Being forewarned would allow her to brace herself for any unforeseen events, rather than being caught off guard. It is nothing grave, merely a forest fire, a beast frenzy, or occasionally a falling fireball, Yi bluntly stated, disapproving of their overly cautious demeanor. They were not incapable of protecting her. What was there to conceal? A forest fire? A beast frenzy? A falling fireball? Just nothing grave. Shengsheng turned to Yi, her eyes wide in disbelief, questioning how he could convey such dire matters so casually. What he described could hardly be brushed aside with a mere nothing grave. Do not worry. We are here to protect you, Bai Zhu interjected, sensing her silence and presuming her to be frightened. He promptly embraced her, offering comfort. Fear was not her predominant emotion. Perhaps it would be for someone else, but Ye's tone had rendered her shock overwhelming, eclipsing any fear. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a disturbance outside the stone house caught their attention. Bai Chun, anxious, approached the entrance, carrying a large water jar, and set it down with care. He glanced inside, his gaze darting away as if burned, his mind filled with the image of her luminous skin. A blush crept onto his face, and he felt as if the sun above was intensifying, threatening to scorch him. The words he intended to say suddenly lodged in his throat. Bai Chen, have you come for something? Shengsheng, maintaining a favorable impression of him, broke the silence, inquiring of his presence. I have come to deliver water. Her soft voice pulled him back from his reverie. Bai Chen, suppressing the ripples of his emotions, spoke earnestly. The river has dried up. I will bring water every day until it flows again. You need not worry about your supply. Is this a service provided to all the females of Beast King City? Shengsheng asked curiously, this being the first thought that sprang to mind. Otherwise, she could not fathom why Bai Chen would go out of his way to bring her jar of water. Yes, Bai Chen's lips pressed together, his silver eyes downcast. His response a mere whisper. He wished it were a gesture meant solely for her, yet it was not to be. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness, Shengsheng replied, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she received his confirmation. No need. I shall take my leave. With the water delivered to the entrance, it was only natural for her partner to carry it inside. He felt he had no right to intrude further. Bai Chun paused at the threshold, casting her one last glance before turning away. He had resolved to silently watch over her, relinquishing any foolish fantasies. An air of mockery lingering at the corners of his mouth, though he remained silent as he carried the jar of water into the kitchen. He was not naive. The white tiger clearly hesitated to reveal his feelings. Why should he lay bare his own thoughts in front of the little female? That would only serve to complicate matters. Yi was not alone in this sentiment. The other three males shared similar thoughts. They could all discern Bai Chen's affections and recognized that the little female did not shun him. Indeed, she seemed to hold a rather favorable impression of him. However, She was accustomed to being the object of affection in romantic pursuits. If that tiger did not express himself, there would be little hope for their relationship. The weighty topic of heavenly fire was abruptly interrupted by Chen's arrival, and the matter was swiftly brushed aside. To prevent her from dwelling on it again, Jinling squeezed her small hand gently, returning the juice to her palm, his smile tender as he gazed at her. So, how does sour fish soup for dinner sound? Shengsheng? The sour fish soup that Jinling spoke of is the result of Baizhu inadvertently adding an excessive amount of sour leaves while preparing the fish broth. It is not unpleasant. Rather, its tanginess is quite appetizing, especially in this sweltering weather. Su Shengsheng nodded in agreement, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Her appetite had been rather poor lately, likely due to the oppressive heat diminishing her desire for food. After dinner, she retreated to her room early, as there were scant entertainment options in the beast realm. However, there were indeed activities for the beasts, primarily mating, in which they indulged with unwavering enthusiasm. Prior to this, her sole form of amusement had been painting, which she could still engage in to pass the time. Yet, the heat was stifling, fraying her nerves. All she longed for was a tranquil space to remain still, devoid of movement. Following the incident with Lan Yin, Mo had completely overhauled her room, replacing all but a few newly crafted shark silk dresses, including her stone bed, which he had exchanged for a spacious hardwood one. However, she did not sleep on that wooden bed. Instead, she spread a mat and shared the floor with four males. Su Shengsheng was at a loss as to their thoughts. She initially felt it was too hot to sleep with them, contemplating solitude. Yet, upon awakening the next day, she discovered the four beasts sprawled on her floor, which ultimately led to the current arrangement. This was acceptable, as they had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior, and with Baizhu present it was cooler. So she tacitly accepted their presence. The rhythmic sound of steady breathing filled the room as the four pairs of beastly eyes gradually opened, drawing closer to the small, oblivious figure nestled in the center. The dim glow of moonlight filtered in, casting a soft, ethereal veil over her petite form, rendering her both mysterious and enchanting, igniting an insatiable curiosity to unveil her true visage. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her small face flushed, long eyelashes fluttering shut, while her slightly parted lips seemed to silently beckon. Suddenly, a long hand emerged from the side, delicately lifting the corner of her tiny slip dress, revealing the luminous skin beneath. The hand's owner moved with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the sleeper, as he gingerly raised the fabric, exposing her slender waist, greedily inching upward. For pairs of distinct eyes fixated on her, breaths held in tension as they intently observed the bare skin laid before them. A distinct gulp echoed in the stillness, meeting three pairs of disapproving glances, prompting Baizhu to hastily cover his mouth and shake his head. The thrill was intoxicating. Although it was not his first experience with such clandestine activities, the thrill of stealthily concealing the little female still sent his adrenaline surging. This brief interlude did not disrupt the atmosphere. The four pairs of eyes returned to her, two on each side, as the four males quietly awaited an unspoken cue. Was it about to commence? Baizhu cautiously turned to Mo, whispering his inquiry. Do not speak. Do not wake her. Knight shot him an exasperated glance at his noise, likening him to a foolish bear, as they always seemed to engage in activities that felt shameful. Baizhu merely rolled his eyes at him, refraining from further provocation. For if his memory served him correctly, the moment was nigh. As this thought settled in, a glimmer of light flickered upon her alabaster belly. Mo's wolf mark shimmered twice, causing his brow to furrow as a sudden burning sensation coursed through his heart, dissipating as swiftly as it had arrived with the calming of the beast mark. Following suit, Jinling, Baizhu, and Knight experienced the same phenomenon, each marked by a fleeting warmth that vanished with the restoration of calm. Once tranquility returned, Mo gently tugged down her dress's hem and exchanged a knowing glance. The four beasts synchronously retreated to their original positions, closing their eyes in a light slumber. All the while, Su Shengsheng remained blissfully unaware, seemingly lost in a peculiar dream, one that whisked her away to a mist-laden realm. She was acutely aware that it was a dream, and thus guided her body deeper into the enigmatic fog. As she traversed the mist, a garden of flowers materialized before her, at its heart a miraculous white blossom aglow with a spectrum of colors, encircled by similar but less radiant blooms, capturing her attention. Drawn to the magnificent flower, she noticed a figure with emerald green hair standing before it, who seemed to sense her presence and lifted his gaze towards her. Chapter 79. The Beast God? Su Shengsheng pondered the purpose of this dream and the identity of the young man before her. dressed in simple linen. He exuded an undeniable charm, and upon noticing her, a subtle smile graced his lips as he extended his hand towards her. "Come," he beckoned, his voice clear and soothing, reminiscent of a mountain stream, instilling a sense of peace. Gazing down at the outstretched, delicate hand, Su Shengsheng bit her lip, hesitating to respond. "Where to?" she inquired cautiously. "Take my hand. That way, you won't get lost," he replied, maintaining his inviting posture, patiently waiting for her to grasp it. After a moment's contemplation, she gently placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers, guiding her as they turned together. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and she found herself astride a seemingly ethereal deer, its antlers resembling intertwined vines of vibrant green. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch them, feeling their warmth akin to fine jade. "Will it break?" she mused, sensing its fragility, as if it could shatter with the slightest impact. "Not at all," he chuckled, amused by her innocent query, before earnestly addressing her concern. The spirit deer led her back into the mist, and once more, the scenery transformed. The fog coalesced beneath their feet into a cloud path, culminating in a palace that shimmered like a mirage. At the forefront of the palace, an elderly figure with an ethereal presence sat within a cloud gazebo, his benevolent gaze fixed upon them, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The spirit deer morphed back into the young man, guiding her by the fingertip into the gazebo, where they sat at a cloud table. "Beast god, I've brought the one you seek," the young man announced, taking a seat beside her and pouring a cup of translucent green liquid from a teapot onto the table before her. "How should we address her? After all, she is your future mate." Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man's lips curled into a slight smile. "Yes, my mate. I am quite pleased." "The beast god?" Su Shengsheng observed the elderly figure clad in worn, yellowed linen, his hair and beard as white as snow, remaining silent. Were their divine impressions truly so rigid? "Mate?" She turned to the young man beside her, aware that she would have two requisite mates, pondering if he would be one of them. His gaze returned to the elder, suggesting a familiarity that hinted at previous encounters, casting an air of mystery around the beast god. "Well, little female, are you satisfied with the mate I've chosen for you?" After allowing her ample time to acclimate, the elder finally turned his attention to her, speaking with a warm smile. "Chosen for me?" She caught the young man's gaze. His eyes, reminiscent of translucent green glass, perfectly aligned with her preferences. Yet, at that moment, she was too preoccupied to dwell on the elder's teasing words. Nervously fidgeting her fingers as she looked up at him. "Do you know my origins?" Since he is the beast god, he must be aware that she is not a native of this beastly realm, correct? Then, what brought her here? Was it by chance, or how are her kin faring? "This is my oversight, yet it is your opportunity." The elder sighed softly. Those eyes, which had witnessed countless epochs, held an overwhelming depth of emotion that eluded her comprehension. Though she could faintly perceive the oppression and compassion within them, the demise of an era, even a deity cannot avert. This marks the juncture of the beast realm's decline, as well as the commencement of several cycles. As the beast god, he is reluctant to forsake his followers, yet the means remain elusive. Furthermore, it was during this instance that his divine power unexpectedly faltered, inadvertently breaching the dimensional barrier, thus ushering in her this blunder, which may also serve as a turning point. "You ought to have perished in that calamity, yet you have been reborn in this world." This revelation led him to understand that perhaps it is not this era that should perish, but rather, it is he. The beast realm shall welcome a new deity, and likewise a new birth shall occur. Thus, he took the liberty of placing that portion of the vacant rules within her being. Only she, a life from beyond, could endure it, for she does not belong to the beast realm and is unbound by its regulations. "He has already begun to gestate within you. My time is running short. He will inscribe new edicts, transforming this beastly world." "You?" Su Shengsheng was at a loss for how to respond. The weight of this topic was too profound, a god's demise intertwined with the end of an era, a matter far beyond the realm of a mere mortal like herself. There is no need for such distress. Though gods may possess long lives, they are not immortal. Observing their solemn expressions, he chuckled lightly and poured himself a cup of floral nectar. This day, he had long been prepared for. Otherwise, why not bestow upon him a name? As a form of your continuation? Su Shengsheng tenderly caressed her abdomen. Within her, a life was blossoming, carrying her bloodline, a child of hers. Yet more than merely her child. The elder chuckled, surprised by her words. In a sense, this could indeed be considered his continuation. Let us call him Chu. May this newly born deity herald a rejuvenation of the beast realm. It is time for you to depart. With this declaration, the mist enveloped them once more, and his figure vanished, as if it were a fleeting dream. As the cloud pavilion dissipated, his gradually stooped silhouette resembled that of a truly aged being. Upon entering the palace, his form dispersed, revealing a colossal beast resembling a deer with horns and a reptilian exterior. He appeared utterly exhausted, closing his beastly eyes. Falling into silence. These matters, which ought not to be known by them, shall be temporarily sealed within the depths of their memories. Allowing everything to unfold naturally is the best course of action.
Shengsheng de Vim.
She floated through the mist, guided by her thoughts, traversing the flower garden until she stood before a magnificent white bloom. A young man clad in simple linen, with emerald green hair, stood before the flower, gazing up at her. His pale green eyes, reminiscent of glazed jade, reflected her delicate figure, and the corners of his lips curled upward. I will come to find you. The dream dissipated like a bubble, and Shengsheng jolted awake, the daylight bright and blinding, leaving her in a daze. She had dreamt of a melodious-voiced youth, recalling only his beautiful pale green eyes, yet his face eluded her memory. On the Beast God Mountain, the territory of the Spirit Deer clan, the youth seated before the blooming flower slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the high priest, whose face bore even more signs of age. Have you seen her? Recently, he had divined that the Spirit Deer clan's slim chance of survival was tied to the youth, hence the current scene. The high priest, using the flower as a conduit, summoned the youth's future partner to meet in a dreamlike state. I have seen her. I will seek her out. His quest to find her was not motivated by anything else. Remembering the little female he encountered in the dream, a smile crept upon his lips. They would reunite soon. Chapter 80. The ferocious beasts erupt. A blaze ignites. The river had long since evaporated, leaving the parched riverbed exposed to the merciless sun. Cracked earth and stones bearing witness to the cruelty of the hot season. Along the riverbank lay severed limbs, unfinished bones, and decaying beastly remains. The vegetation of the beast realm was densely clustered, and the thick foliage only intensified the heat within the forest.
Roar.
A piercing howl of a wild beast suddenly echoed through the mountains. Flickers of flame danced within the woods, as the accumulated heat of days under the sun erupted in that very moment.
Boom.
An explosion reverberated through the skies, thick smoke billowing forth. Fire sparking and surrounding beasts scattering in terror. What has happened? A sudden, thunderous noise caused Shengsheng's heart to tremble involuntarily. Her cup slipped from her hand as her gaze instinctively darted to Mo, her voice laced with fear and anxiety. The concept of natural disaster occupied her mind. I must investigate. This commotion was likely caused by a wildfire triggering an explosion. Mo's expression turned grave as he spoke, rising to step outside the stone house. Indeed. Upon stepping out and gazing toward the mountains, even from a distance, she could see the flames licking the sky, smoke billowing and beginning to envelop the surroundings. Shengsheng followed to the entrance of the stone house, momentarily entranced by the sight of the immense fire, something she had never witnessed before. Fear, helplessness, and shock surged within her. Aren't we going to extinguish the fire? She stared blankly at the inferno that seemed to reach for the sun, murmuring, surely, there would be beastmen attempting to quench the flames? Otherwise, how could they, as hunters, survive if the fire consumed the forest? Just then, a white tiger dashed towards their stone house, halting before her and transforming into human form. Follow me to the stone fortress. Upon seeing her unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, his tone serious as he addressed them. The forest is ablaze, ferocious beasts are in uproar, and debris may fall from the sky. These are all interconnected events. When Bai Chun had approached earlier, he had witnessed several stone houses reduced to ruins. The stone fortress was established by the former Beast King, a 10-star Earth attribute beast warrior. The fortress, constructed using his beastly powers, would not succumb to falling debris. Furthermore, the Beast King city would assign Earth attribute beasts to protect the fortress, ensuring the safety of females within. The stone fortress, centrally located in the inner city of Beast King City, was a 3-story structure of considerable size, typically serving as the residence of the city lord and a sanctuary for females and cubs during such crises. Inside, Jean Ling had already gathered her belongings and emerged, stating, "Let us depart." The great white bear led her and followed the white tiger as they sprinted towards the innermost stone fortress of the inner city. The forest was vast, and the explosions would not cease with just one. As they traversed, Two more deafening booms echoed, with branches and stones occasionally hurtling towards them, narrowly avoided in their frantic escape. You may enter. Once they reached their destination, the white tiger could only manage to instruct them to enter before rushing off again. Su Shengsheng glanced back, witnessing the white tiger's massive form skillfully evading the fiery debris, resolutely heading towards the outskirts of Beast King City. As Bai Zhu cradled her and entered the stone fortress, the first floor was already teeming with numerous females. In stark contrast to the harshness of the outside world, the atmosphere within the stone fortress was remarkably warm and inviting. A flurry of small cubs frolicked and tumbled about, blissfully unaware of any tension, as if they had grown accustomed to such calamities. Indeed, they had adapted, and it was only she, a stranger to such experiences, who felt powerless and fearful in the face of natural disasters. Sit here. Bai Zhu guided her to a relatively quiet corner, laying down a mat of grass and beckoning her to take a seat. He offered her a glass of juice prepared by Jinling and half-squatted in front of her, gently stroking her pale cheek, clumsily attempting to comfort her. Shengsheng, do not fear. Nothing will happen. We will protect you. Yes, nothing will happen. Su Shengsheng took a sip of the chilled juice, easing her taut nerves, and offered him a small smile. She believed in their protection. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that each female was accompanied by only one partner or follower, prompting her to look up at Bai Zhu in confusion. What about Mo and Jinling? And Yi? Where are they? Mo and Jinling are guarding the fortress outside, while Yi is watching over our stone house. Would you like them to join you? I can go fetch them, Bai Zhu replied. Given the warm weather, he had been the one accompanying the young female during this time, and the three of them had not contested this arrangement. Are they all right outside? They won't get hurt, will they? Su Shengsheng expressed her concern for their well-being. However, within the fortress, only females and cubs remained, likely leaving their partners to guard outside, with just one by their side for care. Do not worry about them. They're fine. If you wish to see them, I will bring them in. Bai Zhu's words were not mere consolation. They were strong and capable, and a few injuries to the males were inconsequential. There's no need to fetch them. Let it be for now. Su Shengsheng shook her head, anxious about Bai Zhu's departure. Little Shengsheng. Just then, she heard the familiar voice of Jiao Yu, and she looked up to see Jiao Yu approaching from the doorway, with Yinze closely following behind. Jiao Yu. She smiled widely at her, having not seen her for quite some time. Jiao Yu's belly had grown considerably, yet her movements remained unaffected as she hurried towards Su Shengsheng. Little Shengsheng, it's been days since I last saw you. Jiao Yu claimed the spot beside her, reaching out to affectionately touch her small face, her eyes crinkling with delight. Indeed, it has been a while. Your belly? Has it grown so large? Su Shengsheng gazed in astonishment at Jiao Yu's belly, hesitating to reach out. It appeared as though she was nearing the time of birth. And having never been privy to such matters, she wondered if the gestation period in the beast world was so brief. Very soon, I shall give birth before the rainy season. Jiao Yu lovingly patted her prominent belly, chuckling at Su Shengsheng's frozen expression. She took Su Shengsheng's hand and placed it on her belly, turning her head to ask, will you come to see my little fox cub when it arrives? Of course. Gently stroking her belly, feeling the movements of the cub within, Su Shengsheng couldn't help but smile, enchanted by the peculiar sensation. Chapter 81. Is she pregnant with a bear cub? Just as she conversed with Jiao Yu, a little tiger cub suddenly collided into her leg in a playful scuffle. And before it could push forward, Bai Zhu swiftly restrained the cub by the scruff of its neck. What a delightful little tiger. Observing the little white tiger struggling in Bai Zhu's grasp, Su Shengsheng's eyes sparkled with joy as she took the cub into her arms, ruffling its fur and smoothing it back in place. Whimper, whimper. The instinctual behavior of beasts kicked in. The little white tiger that had been wriggling in Bai Zhu's grasp now nestled into her embrace, seeking affection. Do not make a ruckus. She is not your mother. Bai Zhu discontentedly pried the little tiger from Su Shengsheng's hold. His own bear cub had yet to call the little female mother, so he would not allow this little tiger to claim that privilege first. Is it calling me mother? Su Shengsheng gazed in surprise at the little white tiger wriggling in her arms, wondering if it had mistaken her for its mother. With a contemplative expression, she lifted the cub to face her and said, Cub, I am not your mother. You have made a mistake. With that, she placed it on the ground and patted its little backside, chuckling. Now go find your mother. Whether it recognized her words or not, the little tiger quickly scampered away once set down. Could it be that you are pregnant? Jiao Yu, witnessing the scene, suddenly had a revelation and looked at Su Shengsheng with a bright smile. taken aback by Jiao Yu's unexpected question. Su Shengsheng wondered why she would say such a thing. Was Jiao Yu eager for her to bear cubs, preferably a female, so that her own little male cub would have a companion? Cubs typically do not mistake their mothers unless the female carries their scent. What kind of female would have that scent unless she had just given birth or was pregnant? As she spoke, Jiao Yu reached out to touch Su Shengsheng's small belly, as if affirming that there truly was a cub within. Jiao Yu's reasoning left Su Shengsheng momentarily speechless, and she suddenly recalled that her menstrual cycle had been delayed for some time. Initially, she had thought little of it, attributing it to the heat and her indulgence in cool foods. After all, her cycle had often been irregular, and it had only been in the past 3 months since coming to the beast world that it had begun to stabilize. Noting Su Shengsheng's silence, Jiao Yu grew animated, leaning closer with curiosity. Are you really pregnant? Whose is it? Has your partner not told you? Did she need her partner to inform her about her pregnancy? Was there some special connection? Su Shengsheng instinctively turned her gaze to Bai Zhu, who, upon hearing the topic of discussion, felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. When their eyes met, he blurted out, "It's not mine." Realizing his slip, he panicked, realizing that he had just inadvertently revealed the truth he intended to conceal. As he scrambled to find the right words to salvage the situation, Su Shengsheng gasped in astonishment. "Am I really pregnant?" She was no fool. Bai Zhu's reaction was a clear indication that he knew something, yet he seemed intent on keeping it from her, which only fueled her curiosity. Su Shengsheng had not anticipated that Jiao Yu's words would ring true, and she wasn't opposed to the idea of having cubs. So why hadn't they told her? Narrowing her eyes, she regarded Bai Zhu with a probing gaze, playfully pinching his ear as she spoke in a seemingly gentle tone. "Now be honest, whose is it? Yours?" "No, it's not mine." "No, it is mine." "Oh, dear." Bai Zhu lamented, running a hand through his hair in frustration, unsure of how to explain the situation. They had not meant to keep it from her, they simply didn't know how to break the news. Typically, a male could sense the lineage of the cub within his partner, but this particular cub concealed its lineage, leaving them bewildered, yet aware of its existence. The fact that the cub could hide its lineage indicated extraordinary potential, yet their ability to sense it was perplexing. Su Shengsheng was utterly bewildered, pondering the meaning behind it all. What did it mean to be and not to be? Was it truly yours? "Yes, it is mine." Bai Zhu, with a stiffened neck, reluctantly admitted it. Regardless of whose it was still a child of their family, and once born, they would all call it father. Thus it was indeed his child. They had yet to grasp the full extent of the matter. So there was no need to let the little female fret over it unnecessarily. "Is it really yours?" Su Shengsheng pinched his ear and sought confirmation once more, sensing something amiss in his expression. "It is mine." "Are you unhappy, Shengsheng? Do you wish to be with Emotion's wolf cub instead of our bear cub?" Bai Zhu's face fell, his eyes drooping, and his dark, glistening gaze looked at her pitifully, clinging to her arm with a touch of whimsy. Quite clever. His feigned innocence successfully diverted Su Shengsheng's attention. "Don't speak nonsense. When did I ever say I only liked wolf cubs?" Su Shengsheng lightly smacked his arm, chiding him. After all, they were all her children, be they wolf cubs, bear cubs, or even bird eggs. In her eyes, there was no distinction. Were they aware of this? Observing Bai Zhu's demeanor, Su Shengsheng surmised that she was likely the only one left in the dark. How frightening that even the males, who had previously been at odds, now shared secrets. "Everyone knows," Bai Zhu replied without hesitation. He would soon go out to inform them all, ensuring they wouldn't make the same slip he had. "Ah, so it is a bear cub," Jiao Yu remarked, feigning regret, only to be amused by her own jest. The little female cubs were not so easily conceived, and she felt no real sorrow. The female cubs are preferable, while the male cubs are the norm. In the end, letting both litters play together would hardly matter. They wouldn't come to harm. Su Shengsheng, still contemplating the reality of her pregnancy, found herself chuckling at Jiao Yu's unreliable maternal musings. "All right." She quickly cast aside her moment of reflection, nodding in agreement with a smile. The unborn little fox cub in her belly was suddenly in no rush to make its entrance. They remained in the stone fortress until midnight, when the peculiar sounds outside finally ceased. The females and young ones within the fortress gradually succumbed to slumber. Feeling her body being lifted, Su Shengsheng drowsily opened her eyes to see Mo's reassuring face nestled in his embrace, sinking back into sleep. Like her, the females were cradled back by their partners, and the smaller young ones were also lifted, while the older ones faced the rude awakening of their father's foot. The unfortunate females whose stone houses had been destroyed had no choice but to stay temporarily in the fortress, planning their next steps for the following day. Chapter 82. Aftermath. The next day, Su Shengsheng awoke in the wooden bed of her stone house. Upon waking, she found herself alone in the room, the males of the household absent. After dressing, she descended to the lower level in search of them, only to discover her partners tidying up the aftermath around their stone house. The night had shielded their home remarkably well. The area was littered with charred craters, yet the stone house stood unharmed. Shengsheng is awake. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, all four males paused in their tasks and turned to her, their expressions softening as they beheld her, their eyes brimming with affection. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You returned last night at midnight. And with so many females and noisy cubs in the fortress, Mo was worried you wouldn't rest well. Once awake, sleep eludes me. Aware of his concern, Su Shengsheng smiled, her eyes crinkling. I can sleep again at noon. The outside was nearly tidied up, and Yi had taken care of the finishing touches as the males escorted her back into the stone house. Upon seeing the large and small craters around the stone house, Su Shengsheng realized that without Ye's vigilance, their home would surely have succumbed to disaster. Yi, thank you for your hard work. She gently grasped his large hand, her gaze sweet as sugar, lingering on him. Her delicate visage radiated warmth, her tone soft as if a feather had brushed against Ye's heart. He was utterly captivated by her charm, his heart fluttering. Yi suddenly tightened his grip, drawing her into his embrace, striding toward the long table and fiercely kissing her. Only when she was breathless did he release her, his dark eyes glinting with warning. Don't tempt me. You know that if I lose control, it won't matter whether you're carrying a cub or not. His voice, deep and sultry, held a hint of restrained ferocity. I know, Su Shengsheng giggled, playfully squeezing his fingers beneath her waist, her tone soft and affectionate. Yi, feeling thwarted, set her down gently onto a chair. Time to eat. Feeling the heat radiating from him, she internally lamented which wretched soul had put her in this condition. Be careful. Mo emerged from the kitchen with food, casting a warning glance at Yi, who seemed oblivious to the caution. The peril and hardship of a female's pregnancy were daunting, especially since they were still unaware of the condition of the cub in her womb. Indeed, just don't press down on my bear cub. The little female had been content in his arms until Yi, the wolf beast, snatched her away, stirring by Zhu's irritation, particularly because he too longed to embrace the little female. Yi, still fuming, encountered by Zhu just then. So this is your bear cub, is it? I suppose I can take my frustrations out on you, the father. Foolish bear. They had agreed not to reveal anything, yet suddenly, it had transformed into his bear cub. Wasn't he at this dim-witted bear who had let the cat out of the bag? As Yi prepared to drag Bai Zhu out, Su Shengsheng, mindful of the cub within her, initially considered defending their father. However, upon meeting Ye's raised brow and Bai Zhu's smug expression, her brows furrowed slightly, and she refrained from speaking, opting instead for a gentle, take it easy, don't hit his face.
Ha!
Yi chuckled. Shengsheng. Bai Zhu sulked. As she watched the two males depart the stone house, Su Shengsheng let out a small sigh of relief. No need to involve herself in their affairs. Mo, returning his gaze, caught her subtle movements, a smile flickering in his eyes as he spoke. Su Shengsheng nodded obediently. It was best to let the males settle their matters themselves to avoid any repercussions falling upon her. Come, Shengsheng, try the steamed shrimp egg I made. Jinling, unconcerned with the two males, held a spoonful of the dish up to her mouth, a gentle smile gracing his features. Not long after breakfast, Bai Chen arrived, carrying a stone jar of water. His silver eyes discreetly assessed her, and upon confirming she was well, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm here to deliver water. He placed the jar at the door as was customary, allowing her partners to carry it inside. Jinling was in the kitchen washing dishes, while Mo nodded at Bai Chen, taking the jar and bringing it into the kitchen. You've got some dust in your hair. With keen eyes, Su Shengsheng noticed the black and gray smudges on his white hair. She pointed to his head, reminding him, then proceeded to inquire about the situation outside. How is it out there? The weather remained oppressively hot, rendering her unable to venture outside. And her curiosity about the world beyond compelled her to ask Bai Chen, undoubtedly the most knowledgeable beast man regarding the external circumstances. Conveniently, he was right there. It's not good. Many stone houses have collapsed and numerous beastmen are injured. The walls have also suffered several breaches due to frenzied beasts that require reinforcement. Bai Chen disclosed, offering a candid account without reservation. After speaking, he cast a fleeting glance at her flat abdomen, his eyes betraying emotions that could be interpreted as envy or perhaps even jealousy, though he kept these feelings concealed. And the mountains? Su Shengsheng continued, oblivious to the emotions swirling within him. Bai Chun refocused his thoughts, his gaze settling on her small face, adorned with curiosity and concern, his expression momentarily flickering. The fire has been extinguished, but half of the forest is burned. He wished that her concern was directed at him rather than the outside world. If only she would show him a modicum of care, he would be imbued with boundless courage to approach her. All right, thank you. I understand now. You may go about your duties, Su Shengsheng said, satisfied with the information she had gleaned. She decided not to further delay him with more questions, her eyes sparkling as she waved him goodbye. Bai Chun lowered his gaze and turned to leave, but after a few steps, he abruptly returned and glanced at her belly, gently advising, take care. Without waiting for her reaction, he transformed into a giant tiger and vanished in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on the direction of his gaze, Su Shengsheng touched her abdomen and turned to Mo, who had returned to her side. Was he advising me to be cautious about the baby inside me? Perhaps. Mo's cold voice replied. Perhaps he meant for you to be careful, not specifically about the cub in your belly, yet he showed no intention of elaborating further. Su Shengsheng did not dwell on it, just as she was about to re-enter the stone house. She spotted the silhouettes of the black wolf and the white bear returning from that direction.
Ye, Baizu.
She halted her steps, waving at them, and inquired, how is Jiao Yu's situation? Their return route conveniently passed by Jiao Yu's stone house, hence her question. Rest assured, her stone house is unharmed, Yu responded, glancing back at her. Shengsheng, let us head inside. It's too hot out here, Bai Zhu interjected, transforming back into human form and rushing to her side to scoop her up, all the while playfully whining. Shengsheng hit me again. I'm in so much pain. Will you give me a kiss? A kiss will make it all better. Chapter 83. A litter of fox cubs. Fortunately, the beast world would not truly leave the beast men without a chance at survival. Following the calamity, temperatures began to gradually decline, and the river slowly showed signs of returning flow. The females, having been cooped up in the stone houses for quite some time, began to exhibit signs of activity. Su Shengsheng had been told she was pregnant, yet her abdomen showed no signs of movement, aside from her missed menstrual cycle. She exhibited none of the usual symptoms of pregnancy. Am I really expecting a cub? She cast a dubious glance at Bai Zhu, unable to suppress her skepticism about whether he was merely deceiving her. After all, his behavior that day had been rather suspicious. However, she had since inquired with several males at home, and they all maintained a consistent story. Shengsheng, bear cubs require 2 seasons to gestate, yet you are not even a full season along, Bai Zhu said with a hint of grievance, nuzzling against her neck affectionately. With mere days left until the heat season passes, he felt a pang of disappointment that the little female was no longer exclusively his to hold for cooling comfort. And now she seemed to be growing weary of his clinginess. But why is Jiao Yu about to give birth after just 2 months of pregnancy? Su Shengsheng questioned, struggling to understand. Could it be that different beast forms have varying gestation periods? Upon pondering this, she was momentarily struck by the possibility that it could indeed be true. As if in response, Jinling promptly provided her with the answer. The gestation period for little fox cubs is merely 2 months. As he spoke, he placed a glass of juice in her hand and crouched before her, his warm hand gently caressing her abdomen. His expression softened as he inquired about her well-being. Are you tired? The wolf's gestation period is also 2 months, so given the way the little female appears now, it's certainly possible that the cub belongs to Bai Zhu, or perhaps it could be mine. I don't feel anything. Su Shengsheng shook her head, observing his tender demeanor with a hint of exasperation. Were it not for their insistence that she was pregnant, she would never have considered the idea. Weren't we supposed to go out to play? Are we still going? Yi reminded her, emerging from the kitchen with a basket of prepared fruit. Let us go. Su Shengsheng replied, drinking down the juice at hand, wiping her mouth, then rising to pull Mo alongside her.
Come on.
Mo lowered his gaze to their interlocked hands, his eyes softening as he followed her lead out of the stone house. They had been cooped up long enough, and with the recent heat abating, it was the perfect opportunity to get some fresh air. They also wanted to check on Jiao Yu's condition. This outing was a family affair. Su Shengsheng rode upon Mo's back, while Jin Diao, Bai Bear, and the black wolf leisurely trailed behind them. As they passed Jiao Yu's stone house, they found her reclining in a large rocking chair, indulging in fruits offered by her partners, clearly at ease. Little Shengsheng, where are you off to? Upon spotting her, Jiao Yu brightened, propping herself up to greet her. Out to play. What about you? Su Shengsheng glanced at her prominent belly, intending to advise against her joining them. But before she could finish, Jiao Yu interrupted, narrowing her fox-like eyes and feigning tears. You're going out to play without inviting me? Little Shengsheng, you've grown distant. It makes me so sad. Even if her display was theatrical, Su Shengsheng found herself wavering, despite knowing that the situation was precarious. But your belly, what if you give birth on the road or out in the wild? I can't help other than cheering you on. What's the big deal? It's just giving birth to a little cub. I've done it twice already. Jiao Yu waved her hand dismissively, her movements brisk as she rose from her chair. Beckoning her partners, let us go out to play. Ah Yu, one of her partners, Inze, expressed concern, steadying her with a furrowed brow. Wishing to dissuade her from such a venture. You're about to give birth. Going out now is too dangerous. Female births can be perilous, and if something happens, we want to have time to find a shaman. Su Shengsheng also disapproved of her going out at this time, but before she could voice her objections, a sudden cry escaped her lips. Ah, you! Quick, go find a shaman. Jiao Yu is about to give birth. Realizing the urgency, Qi Yuan, standing beside Zhao Yu, immediately recognized the signs and looked beneath her, noticing that her waters had broken and flowed onto the ground. With experience, he swiftly scooped up his partner and rushed her back to the stone house, commanding, boil water and prepare clean beast skins. At his words, her partners sprang into action. Su Shengsheng was startled as a massive black python slithered past her, causing her heart to race. Yet Jiao Yu remained remarkably composed, waving at her, little Shengsheng. Don't leave just yet. Wait until I've given birth, and then we can go out to play together. Su Shengsheng. In this moment, she was also flustered. Her thoughts scattered, unsure whether to stay or to leave. If she chose to depart, Jiao Yu had said she would wait for her. Yet, if she remained, she could offer no assistance and might even complicate matters further. Perhaps it would be best to return home? Her small hand tugged at Mo's wolf fur, attempting to elicit a decision from him. Very well. Mo's cold, measured voice emanated from beneath her, acting as a soothing balm that quelled her tumultuous emotions. Ultimately, she did not venture out, for not long after arriving home, Jiao Yu dispatched Xing to inform her that the little fox cubs had been born, urging her to come and see them. Should I bring something? Su Shengsheng blinked in confusion, looking to Mo and Jean Ling for guidance. According to their customs, it was customary to bring gifts or red envelopes when visiting to congratulate someone on the birth of a child. Either is acceptable, Mo replied, noting that it was not strictly necessary, but it depended on what the little female wished to do. If she desired to present a gift, she could. Do as you please, Jean Ling chimed in with a smile.
All right.
Su Shengsheng ultimately decided to bring a few items. As she felt her relationship with Jiao Yu warranted it, it would feel rather impolite to arrive empty-handed. Mo accompanied her to the entrance of Jiao Yu's stone dwelling, but did not enter further. Su Shengsheng, carrying a basket of fruits, followed Xing up to the second floor. This was Su Shengsheng's first visit to Jiao Yu's chamber, and she noted that the structure of the stone house bore little difference from her own, save for the unique decorations that had been added later. Jiao Yu. There were no barriers in Jiao Yu's room, and upon entering, she immediately saw her reclining on the stone bed, tending to the little fox cubs. As Jiao Yu lifted her gaze upon hearing her voice, the smile on her face remained unwaning. Little Shengsheng has arrived. Come, quickly, take a look, it's quite amusing. Unsure of what to bring, Su Shengsheng replied. I just brought some fruits. She approached, placing the fruit basket aside and following Jiao Yu's gaze down to the stone bed. How adorable, she began to compliment, but her words faltered as she beheld the three little creatures, their sparse fur making them resemble pink mice. After a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed, and she struggled to muster a sincere compliment, finally managing a half-hearted, they are indeed quite amusing. Goodness, I hope they do not grow up looking like this. Chapter 84, The Bonfire Feast of Beast King City. The little fox cubs were indeed charming. Within a couple of days, their fur fluffed up, and they transformed into delightful little bundles that could easily be cradled in one's hands. Su Shengsheng felt entirely rejuvenated as she held one of the cubs, seemingly forgetting her earlier disdain from days gone by. So adorable. Why haven't they opened their eyes yet? It will take a few more days, Jiao Yu replied vaguely, admitting she was uncertain of the exact timing, having previously given birth to eggs that hatched and allowed the cubs to scamper about immediately. All right, put him down. We must be on our way. Jiao Yu took the cub from her hands and returned it to the grassy nest, urging her onward. So early to leave? Su Shengsheng was taken aback. She had come straight after breakfast to catch a glimpse of the little cubs, and it was still not yet noon. Wasn't a bonfire feast set to commence in the afternoon? Why leave so soon? This bonfire feast served two purposes. Firstly, to commend the orc guards for their efforts, especially during this hot season rife with forest fires and beastly upheaval, where they tirelessly fought fires, defended the city, and prepared water for the females' needs. Secondly, the rainy season coincided with the females' heat cycle, marking the peak period for cub births. Thus, this feast also contributed to ensuring the quality of the offspring. We must secure a good vantage point to observe the males. They surely share the sentiment, hence the need to arrive early. Jiao Yu, being no stranger to such events, was well aware of the customs. Bonfire feasts were not exclusive to Beast King City in the eastern continent. They were celebrated across other lands as well. Very well then. Shengsheng cast a final glance at the adorable little cubs snuggling in their nest, then followed Jiao Yu outside, her heart heavy with regret, realizing she might not be able to visit them for several days. After all, Jiao Yu had found a new partner, and it would not be appropriate for her to intrude. As for herself, what thoughts could a pregnant female harbor? The four males at home could merely watch, unable to partake, and she could only occasionally enjoy some verbal banter. What need was there for an additional partner, save for having another pair of eyes keeping watch during nightly excursions? Aside from Inze, who was left behind to care for the cubs, Jiao Yu's other mates, along with several males from her household, 2 females and 9 males, set off in a vibrant procession toward the outer city. The bonfire feast was to be hosted outside the Beast King City, a location deemed suitable for grand assemblies, capable of accommodating multiple tribes of orcs. A testament to its vastness. The last time the Black Wolf and Blue Python had fought, the fierce clash had only damaged a few stone houses in the vicinity, revealing just how expansive the outer city truly was. See, I told you I was right. Jiao Yu's voice broke through Su Shengsheng's thoughts as she beheld the lay of the land. Upon entering through the grand gates of Beast King City, rows of neatly arranged stone houses flanked either side, with 2 expansive open spaces beyond them. Su Shengsheng had previously been puzzled as to the purpose of such vast areas. Now she understood. In the center of the formerly empty space, a large circular platform had been erected, not high, but rising to the orc shins. Surrounding the platform was a circle of stone tables, positioned at a safe distance to avoid any potential chaos, with woven vine chairs set behind them. Fresh fruits adorned the tables, and a sufficient supply of firewood was heaped nearby, enough to burn through the night. Though it was still early for the bonfire feast to commence, many females had already claimed what they deemed prime spots, enjoying fruits and chatting with their companions as they awaited the festivities. What does it matter where we sit? They are all the same, aren't they?
Su Shengsheng pondered,
Somewhat perplexed by Jiao Yu's inquiry. It was not that she was unsure of how to choose. Rather, there seemed to be no real necessity for selection. The circular platform was ample, accommodating all the females without the need for a second row. The distance was uniform, and the seating arrangements were nearly identical. What purpose did selection serve? Then let us sit here, she suggested, pointing to 2 adjacent stone tables that were closer to them. She reasoned that it would be more convenient for their return journey. Very well, this shall suffice. Jiao Yu acquiesced without objection, likely understanding that the seating was indeed inconsequential. It was the atmosphere she desired. Upon hearing the 2 females settle on their choice, their respective partners helped them to their seats, beginning to unpack the food and water they had brought. The stone tables, being somewhat higher than the central circular platform, were likely designed to afford the females a better view of the upcoming battles. Behind each table, a single chair had been provided for the females, while their partners stood by their sides in attendance. Knight, could you fetch a small stool from home? Once they had arranged their provisions, Su Shengsheng tugged at Knight's arm, unable to bear seeing them stand for too long. The bonfire feast was set to last nearly 2 days, commencing this afternoon and concluding the following evening. Though it spanned 2 days, the females would require rest at night, meaning the festivities would pause at midnight and resume the following morning. During this period, if any male is chosen by a female, he may be directly accepted as her mate. This bonfire feast was specially organized for the orc guard team, hence all the provisions for the banquet, including the circular platform, stone tables, chairs, firewood, the fruits for the females, and their meals for the past 2 days, were all provided by the guard team. Acknowledging her intent, Yi subtly curved his lips and gently squeezed the small hand gripping his arm, nodding in agreement. Before Yi could take action, Jean Ling, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. I'll go. I'll bring back a couple of meat steaks for Shengsheng. The young female had a habit of 3 meals a day, And with only some fruits and juice on the table, along with some dried shrimp, the current offerings were insufficient to satiate her hunger. Upon hearing Jin Ling's words, Su Shengsheng recalled her lunch dilemma. In the beast realm, females typically had 2 meals a day, and she had nearly forgotten. Noticing Jiao Yu seated beside her, she hesitated to eat alone, prompting her to call out to Jin Ling, "Jin Ling, please prepare an extra serving. Thank you for your hard work." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a sweet smile that made it difficult for him to refuse. Naturally, Jin Ling would not deny her request. He smiled gently, ruffled her hair, and promptly departed, transforming into a golden eagle and soaring away. Observing this, Yi remained silent, halting his actions and leaning back against the stone table, entwining her fingers in his, playfully toying with them. "What did you send your mate to do?" "Perhaps to facilitate the convenience of the female's partners." The distance between the stone tables was not particularly close, so Jiao Yu only noticed the commotion on their side and did not hear the exchange between her and her mate, leading her to pose this curious question.
Chapter 85 by Ya.
"I'm going to fetch a small stool." Watching Jiao Yu direct her partner to move a stone table closer, Su Shengsheng smiled at her. "I wonder when we can wrap this up. Standing for too long is exhausting." The 3 males beside her exchanged amused glances upon hearing her words. There exists a peculiar exhaustion when one's partner perceives their fatigue. Although merely standing, they did not feel tired, yet the concern from their partner filled their hearts with warmth. They would never foolishly claim they were not weary. "I see." Jiao Yu nodded in understanding, glancing back at her partners and waving to them. "You all should go fetch some chairs to sit." She was aware that these tasks were trivial for the males, but since the partners of her little friends were seated, it would not do for her partner to remain standing, as it might appear she was indifferent to them.
"All right."
Qi Yuan smirked playfully, tilting her chin and planting a kiss on her lips. He glanced at the 3 males across from him, whose eyes sparkled with contentment and happiness, then turned to bid farewell to his own companions. "You all stay here." After speaking, he gently squeezed his partner's smooth chin before stepping away. She felt fortunate to have a friend like him, who was far superior to those boastful males from the Western continent who constantly praised their beast forms. It was said that this young female was heading to the Western continent. She wondered if his brothers would have the fortune to meet her. Both Qi Yuan and Jiao Yu were strikingly beautiful. Their exquisite faces merging in this moment created a captivating scene reminiscent of a splendid oil painting. Su Shengsheng felt her cheeks flush, as she could not tear her gaze away. She felt an urge to capture this tableau in her own artistic way. It struck her that she needed to create some paper to document the scenery she beheld. She had a rudimentary understanding of papermaking techniques. Lost in thought, her prolonged gaze at the affectionate interaction between her and her partner was interpreted by the 3 males beside her as envy. It wasn't until a cool finger pinched her chin and a warm hand rested on the nape of her neck, enveloping her in a soothing touch, that Su Shengsheng jolted back to reality. "The weather has cooled. From now on, we will take turns accompanying you to sleep." Mo's voice was exceptionally cold, yet the hand on her neck radiated warmth. Pregnancy would not hinder their plans. Since she desired it, they would proceed as originally arranged. "Shengsheng, you need not envy others. We can do the same." Bai Zhu tugged at her hand, his tone brimming with enthusiasm and a hint of excitement. Hearing Mo's words, he was elated. Who could understand the torment he endured throughout the sweltering season, holding her yet unable to do anything? Why envy anyone? Su Shengsheng gazed up at them, perplexed. Yi, taking the initiative, firmly grasped her chin and pressed his warm lips against hers. Considering their location, he was mindful of her modesty and released her after a brief moment. His thumb brushed over the moisture on her lips, his brow slightly raised. "If you desire something, simply express it. Why watch others' partners display affection?" "I'm not," she retorted, swatting his hand away and casting him a reproachful glance. How could she explain that she merely found that scene beautiful? Her appreciation stemmed from admiration, not envy or longing. After spending so much time together, Su Shengsheng had come to understand her partners well enough. "What I want, Suddenly, a high-pitched cry drew her attention, followed by the sensation of her calf being encircled by fuzzy little paws. Looking down, she saw a small white tiger clambering towards her, its hind legs pushing against the ground in an attempt to scale her lap. "Oh, it's you, little one." Su Shengsheng's heart melted at the sight of its adorable antics, and she scooped it into her embrace, scratching its neck affectionately. The small white tiger, having achieved its goal, nestled comfortably in her arms, squinting its eyes in bliss as it savored her gentle caress. Jiao Yu, initially amused by the sweet, Intimate exchanges between her and her partner was taken aback by the interruption from this little creature. Didn't he expect this little fellow to remember you? Jiao Yu remarked, her surprise evident as she observed the close interaction between Su Shengsheng and the cub. Be careful, little one. A gentle female voice approached from afar. Su Shengsheng turned to see a serene female figure gracefully seated atop a massive white tiger, making her way toward them. The female, clad in a flowing purple gown and appearing a decade older, exuded an aura of an intellectual older sister. Surrounding them were several small white tiger cubs, resembling the one in Su Shengsheng's arms, clearly siblings. The large white tiger also appeared somewhat familiar. The cub nestled in her embrace, clearly unaware of its mother's call, burrowed deeper into her hold. Su Shengsheng's hand, still suspended in the air, lingered awkwardly as she felt unsure how to react, not anticipating the cub's rebelliousness.
Ugh.
The large white tiger let out a low growl, which finally prompted a response. Reluctantly, the small white tiger leapt from her arms, obediently returning to its mother's side. After calling back her cub, the large white tiger, initially intending to move forward, complied with her partner's request and redirected its path toward them, ultimately halting beside the stone table on her right. It's you. I recognize you. Bei Yao dismounted from the white tiger and approached Su Shengsheng, greeting her with an unexpected warm smile. Is that so? Su Shengsheng replied, somewhat taken aback. Although she was unsure how Bei Yao recognized her, she returned the gesture with a polite smile. I am Su Shengsheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Call me Bei Yao. Bai Chun is the younger brother of my partner. Bai Chun has taken a fancy to a young female who is also her partner, and it was Bai Chen's elder brother, Bai Yin, who shared this tidbit with her. Thus, Bei Yao has an impression of this young female. So that is the case. No wonder she finds this white tiger familiar. It closely resembles Bai Chen's beast form. He must be the city lord, right?
Ow.
Spotting her father and mother pausing in front of the female he adores, the young white tiger energetically scampered over to hug her leg, yearning to be cradled in her arms. Su Shengsheng glanced down at the persistent little cub clinging to her leg with a hint of exasperation. Raising her gaze to meet Bei Yao's smiling expression and seeing her unperturbed, she finally scooped the bouncy little white tiger into her embrace. He likes you very much. Observing their interaction, Bei Yao suddenly remarked, if it weren't for the significant differences, she would have considered gifting this most disobedient cub to her. He is quite adorable. Unbeknownst to Bei Yao, a chilling thought fleetingly crossed Su Shengsheng's mind as she scratched the quietly lying little white tiger in her arms, smiling gently. Chapter 86, The Courtship Dance. Shengsheng, I'm back. Are you hungry? Shortly after, Jean Ling returned, bringing her lunch and a small stool. Thank goodness. When faced with Jean Ling, Su Shengsheng's demeanor instinctively softened. She arched her brows and replied, Jean Ling, please take the other portion to Jiao Yu. Of course. A gentle smile graced Jean Ling's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Rather than delivering it himself, he entrusted it to Xing, who stood beside Jiao Yu, allowing Xing to pass it on. A male with a partner should not deliver items to other females. What are you bringing me? Having moved the stone table closer, Jiao Yu could vaguely hear the conversation between her and her partner. Upon catching wind of her name, she leaned over to inquire. I felt a bit hungry, so I had my partner make some fried meat patties for us to share, Su Shengsheng explained, gesturing to the food in Xing's hands with a smile. Just then, Xing placed the food on the stone table before Jiao Yu, who graciously accepted it without hesitation. With her father and mother nearby, the little white tiger was now firmly attached to her. Su Shengsheng had no choice but to hold him while eating lunch, occasionally feeding the little cub a bite. Fortunately, Jean Ling had thoughtfully cut the meat patties into bite-sized pieces. When Bai Chun approached, he happened to witness the scene, his expression momentarily dazed as he found himself unconsciously drawn towards her.
Ow.
The little white tiger suddenly tilted his head and let out a fierce howl towards a certain direction. Su Shengsheng looked up to see the familiar figure of the great white tiger. Bai Chun? Yes, it's me. The white tiger transformed back into his human form as he reached her side, nodding in response. His gaze briefly assessed the little tiger cub in her arms, his emotions inscrutable. Yet he ultimately expressed nothing, merely lingering beside her, neither too close nor too far. Observing this, Bei Yao stifled a giggle, subtly nudging Bai Yin beside her to draw his attention. Su Shengsheng remained oblivious to these dynamics. She was not one to overthink. And with Bai Chen's brother and sister-in-law present, his stay felt entirely normal. All the females had gathered, encircling the large central stage. Both Bai Yin and Bai Chun had arrived, signifying the commencement of the bonfire banquet. Su Shengsheng had initially anticipated it would resemble the previous bonfire feast she attended, only to discover it was quite different. Let us begin. As Bai Yin's voice resonated, two colossal black bears approached the center stage. Carrying a pair of animal skin drums, they transformed into two remarkably similar young men, wielding drumsticks with robust, muscular arms. As the drumsticks struck down, a rhythmic cadence reverberated. Boom, boom, boom. A shimmering golden peacock descended onto the stage, its tail feathers fanning out with a flourish. The golden-dotted white feathers surrounded by flowing water sparkled brilliantly under the sun, dazzling for but a moment before retracting. The peacock morphed into a youth with pale skin. Adorned with feathered ornaments, his lower body draped in a skirt made of decorated animal skin. The young man danced to the beat, his muscular physique taut, his waist twisting with vigor, exuding a raw, captivating allure that stirred the blood of onlookers. Such a captivating opening instantly seized Su Shengsheng's attention, invigorating her from her initial disinterest. It was not that she harbored any particular inclination towards this peacock beast man, but rather the sheer impact of the scene, a sublime fusion of nature and wildness, ineffably beautiful. Isn't it splendid? This is the courtship dance of the peacock tribe, not too dissimilar from our golden eagle tribe. If Shengsheng likes it, how about I perform it for you when we return? Jin Ling's gentle voice suddenly chimed in from beside her. Su Shengsheng turned in surprise to face him, hearing him continue. This peacock's rank is rather mediocre. Although he was water attribute, his beast age only granted him a 5-star ranking, and Jin Ling felt that his little female could undoubtedly seek a better match. Su Shengsheng instantly grasped his meaning, yet since he had voiced it, he surely intended to follow through. She was quite curious about what Jin Ling would look like performing the courtship dance in his gentle demeanor. All right. Gazing at the playful glint in her eyes, Jin Ling affectionately ruffled her hair. Dancing the courtship dance in front of his partner was no great matter. After completing a round of the courtship dance, the peacock youth did not exit the stage but instead approached the females, continuing to dance while circling around them, allowing them to scrutinize him more closely. When he descended, another beast man took the stage, similarly showcasing his innate attributes in beast form before transforming into human form to perform the courtship dance for the females below. After completing his performance, he exited the stage to stand before the females, facilitating a clearer view of his appearance and rank. Following him, another beast man joined, and this pattern repeated. Soon, the stone table before the females brimmed with bare-chested males performing fervently. Upon noticing their gazes, they danced even more passionately. Their movements were fervent and fiery, each action showcasing their muscular strength, seemingly tireless, with beads of sweat cascading down their chests, exuding masculine allure towards the females. Su Shengsheng watched intently, observing that the courtship dances varied across different tribes. Moreover, she noted that the males danced more vigorously in front of the females they favored, occasionally casting glances imbued with subtle allure. As more beastmen took the stage, the initially leading peacock youth danced before Su Shengsheng. A smile graced his face as he cast a flirtatious glance towards Jiao Yu beside her, suddenly intensifying his movements, subtly inching closer to their stone table. Unfortunately, his advances were unnoticed by Jiao Yu, who was entirely preoccupied, pulling Su Shengsheng closer to whisper something. Su Shengsheng noticed, yet refrained from alerting Jiao Yu, especially since Jin Ling had remarked that this peacock beastman's rank was lacking, and Jiao Yu was evidently more interested in the two large black bears on stage. The words Jiao Yu whispered made Su Shengsheng's face flush, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Little Shengsheng, what do you think of them? They look so alike. I can hardly tell them apart. Interacting with them must be quite thrilling.
They?
Su Shengsheng. The words were indeed provocative, stirring a tempest of confusion within her mind. A riot of colors bubbling to the surface. When Jiao Yu's fox-like eyes swept towards Su Shengsheng, she felt an inexplicable flutter in her eyelids. Before she could intervene, she heard her audacious words, Little Shengsheng, how do you find these two over there? Su Shengsheng's face instantly flushed crimson, reaching all the way to the nape of her neck. She raised her gaze to meet two similar faces, both regarding her with deep, penetrating looks that sent her heart racing. In a flurry of panic, she hastily gestured for Jiao Yu to silence herself. Chapter 87. Ebony and Gold. Oh, come now. Don't be shy. Have you not tried it yet? Jiao Yu's fox-like eyes gleamed with mischief as they took in the blush on Su Shengsheng's face, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Su Shengsheng pressed her lips together, speechless. Try what? Did she dare even to contemplate such things? She felt a sense of urgency. If Jiao Yu continued to tease her, she would wish to vanish into the ground. How could she ever face Mo and Yi with a calm demeanor after this? Did you not find those two bear beast men on stage appealing? I could inquire about their situation for you, she blurted out, swiftly redirecting Jiao Yu's attention away from herself. She turned her head to glance at Bai Chen, who still stood off to the side, and called out, Bai Chen. Bai Chen, lost in his own thoughts, was suddenly pulled from his reverie by the gentle, enchanting voice. Instinctively, he turned to her direction. Just as he thought it might be a figment of his imagination, he saw her delicate features breaking into a smile, her small hand waving at him. His body responded before his mind could catch up, moving toward her until he paused beside her stone table. What is it? Initially hesitant to call him over, Shengsheng reassured herself that the bonfire feast was indeed intended for the single beast men of the guard to find companions. Moreover, Bai Chen showed no signs of irritation at being summoned, allowing her to ask her question with confidence. Do you know anything about those two bear beast men on stage? Are you interested in them? As she gazed up at her lovely face, listening to her sweet, almost playful tone, Bai Chen's previously elevated spirits plummeted into a chilling abyss. His silver eyes, once bright, now clouded with discontent. The stark shift in his demeanor did not escape Shengsheng's notice. She paused. Her words caught in her throat as she observed his unsatisfactory expression, puzzled by his reaction. Before the heavy atmosphere could fully envelop them, Jiao Yu, watching Bai Chen's transformation, could not help but tap the stone table with her fingers, reminding, "It is I who is interested in them." Jiao Yu was all too familiar with the expression of this white tiger beast man, reminiscent of her own black python when it felt possessive yet failed to conceal its emotions. 8 striped beast men, while lacking innate talent, possess exceptional strength. The quality of the males surrounding this little female is rather impressive. She felt a twinge of excitement. Unfortunately, this particular type was not to her taste. They were too high maintenance. Jiao Yu preferred those she could toy with, not those who could leave her breathless. Much like her own Qi Yuan and Ying, the thought of mating with them sent her running. Bai Chen seemed to realize he had betrayed his emotions. His lips pressed thin as he averted his gaze to conceal his feelings. When he looked up again, he had regained his composure, succinctly answering her query, ebony and gold. 6 stars, earth and gold attributes. Very well. Jiao Yu nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased. With their appealing appearance and commendable strength, she was inclined to claim both. Perhaps she would also experience the joys of being a little female, having gleaned all the information she sought. Shengsheng refrained from further inquiries and redirected her attention to the group of males dancing before the stone table. Bai Chen remained silently beside her, not choosing to leave. She sensed that he might harbor some feelings for her, but such matters were too delicate to voice. Would she really ask, "Hey, do you like me?" Besides, this was merely her intuition. Feelings could be deceptive. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt Jiao Yu poke her, casting a questioning glance her way, filled with mirth. Look ahead, she seemed to say. What lay before them? A throng of single males performing courtship dances. Shengsheng's heart skipped a beat as her gaze fell upon a sturdy, handsome male whose smoldering eyes were fixed upon her, his every movement exuding allure. As if beckoning her closer, she recognized this beast man. In his beast form, he was a leopard, gifted with the wind attribute. He stood merely a few steps from her stone table, allowing her to see the 6 silver stars beneath his collarbone. She marveled. Indeed, these beast men were worthy of being in the guard. Those with 5 stars were considered low-ranking, with most being 6 stars and a few reaching 7. After only a brief glance, a cool hand grasped her chin, firmly turning her face towards him. Yi, with his superior features, leaned closer, stating, "One wind attribute is sufficient for me. Focus on me, not him. His talent pales in comparison to mine. I shall dance for you when we return." Shengsheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she examined him from head to toe. "You can dance? Do you think I cannot?" Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing, clearly displeased by her skepticism. "All right." Shengsheng nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. After all, she had no expectations of finding a partner this time. She eagerly awaited Ye's courtship dance, planning to sketch it once she had the materials. Bai Chen, observing their interaction, felt a flicker of jealousy. Why should this wolf beast man, so possessive, prevent her from seeking other companions? At that moment, a wave of envy surged through him, and he could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. Why was he not afforded the same privilege? Hearing the exchange between Su Shengsheng and Yi, Bai Zhu interjected, Shengsheng, I can dance too. I shall dance for you when we return. The White Bear clan also had its own courtship dance, although he had never performed it. That did not mean he could not. The mere thought of dancing for his little female filled him with excitement. At his words, Su Shengsheng could not suppress a smile. Her lips curling upward, her dark, sparkling eyes turned toward Mo, and a spark of anticipation glimmered within her gaze. Mo, I shall dance for you. A soft sigh escaped his lips, and a hint of helplessness flickered in his cold eyes, yet his tone was indulgent, devoid of any hint of reluctance or irritation. The leopard beast man, having danced for an eternity without garnering the attention of the beautiful female, reluctantly turned his sights to another target. Though the number of beast men in the guard was limited, around 500 or 600, once the willing males had paraded before the females, the next phase would commence. This subsequent phase was straightforward, the first round of selection for the females. After all, regardless of gender, the purpose of attending this bonfire feast was to find a partner. And the males had performed courtship dances. Jiao Yu, clear in her intentions, rose from her seat the moment the drum ceased, striding directly towards the two youths on the circular stage. Su Shengsheng noticed Jiao Yu's movement immediately, her gaze following her onto the stage. She watched as Jiao Yu seemed to say something, prompting the two youths to nod in agreement before they descended the stage, following her back toward their direction. Although she could not hear their words, she could easily guess that Jiao Yu, with her bold nature, had asked a rather direct question. Chapter 88. Respecting others' boundaries while preserving one's own leisure time before long, Jiao Yu returned, accompanied by 7 strikingly handsome males of varying physiques, who escorted her back to her seat behind the stone table. The captivating beauty, flanked by her tall and well-built beastly partners, created an undeniable impact as they approached. Su Shengsheng swallowed nervously at the sight. With the addition of Yinze, who was at home caring for their offspring, there were a total of 8 partners. With 7 days in a week, one day had to be left out. Wouldn't such an unequal distribution lead to conflict? Perhaps it was best to reconsider the entire plan? Su Shengsheng attempted to gently advise her to take it easy, reminding her that her waist belonged to her, and she ought to treat it with care. It seemed rather excessive, for from the West Continent, for from the East Continent, and they could assess the North Continent when the time came. Observing her slight expression of apprehension, Jiao Yu smiled sweetly, appearing to heed her advice, before launching into her meticulous calculations. Su Shengsheng couldn't help but feel a sympathetic ache in her own waist as she followed Jiao Yu's train of thought. 4 from the North Continent. 4 from the South Continent, totaling 16. Just 16? Was that truly not excessive? Was she collecting them like stamps? Respecting others' boundaries while preserving one's own leisure time. With a small hand discreetly covering her lower back, Su Shengsheng resolved to withdraw from the conversation, opting to maintain a read but not reply stance. There were only 120 females in Beast King City. Excluding the underage and the elderly, merely 60 were suitable for pairing. Even if one female chose 2 males, that would only amount to 120 chosen males. Not to mention that there weren't enough females to participate in such selections. They were all waiting for the strongest males from the guard team to become their partners. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away, and the designated meal times for the females were around mid-morning and mid-afternoon. The males from the guard team busied themselves with hunting to prepare food for the females, as well as gathering fruits to replenish the stone tables with refreshments. This also served as an opportunity for the males to showcase their hunting prowess and to curry favor before the females they admired. Mo, take this chance to hunt as well, otherwise, it will be too late by the time you go after the feast ends, Su Shengsheng urged. She certainly did not wish for them to remain hungry while waiting for her until midnight. Mo, who had been standing behind her, acknowledged her words with a simple, all right. His cool gaze swept over Yi, who leaned against the stone table, and Bai Zhu, who sat on a small stool close to her. As he instructed, you two go first. Yi did not argue. He stood up and nudged Bai Zhu with his foot, saying, let's go. Bai Zhu, sitting at her shoulder height, rubbed his fluffy head against her shoulder and looked up at her with bright eyes. Shengsheng, I'll go first. I'll be back quickly to keep you company. Okay, hurry back. Su Shengsheng replied, her heart warmed by his demeanor as she smiled and gently ruffled his fur. Satisfied with her response, Bai Zhu got up and followed Yi. It didn't matter who went first. As long as they returned quickly, there would be no significant delay. There was no need to consider their partners. They certainly didn't have the luxury to bring back and process their prey, as this was how the entire hot season unfolded for the males. Jiao Yu had never given much thought to this. Upon seeing Su Shengsheng's actions, she waved her hand to her companions, saying, you should go too. Having never considered these matters before, she was surprised by how thoughtful the little female was. And she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for her partners who received such attentive care. Now, Jiaoyu pondered whether that fellow was truly deserving. Perhaps it was better to abandon the thought, as he was as slippery in character as he was in beast form, and he did not deserve such devotion. When Yi and Baizhu returned, the bonfire at the stone table had already been lit, and the males from the guard team, who had gone hunting, started to trickle back with their catches. "I'll be back soon," Mo greeted her as he approached with Yi and Baizhu, his cool voice tinged with a unique softness. "H'm, go ahead," Su Shengsheng replied, her eyes instinctively softening as she playfully hooked her fingers around his. With a sweet smile tugging at her lips, she obediently responded. "Is there anything you wish to eat? I'll bring it back for you," Jean Ling inquired gently, wearing a warm smile as he checked in on her needs. "No, it's all right," Su Shengsheng replied with a smile, shaking her head. "Since they are providing the meals, there's no need to trouble my partners." She then playfully hooked her fingers around Jean Ling's as well, pulling them both close and sweetly urging, "Be quick and come back." "Of course." Mo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he squeezed her small hand in agreement. "We will." Jean Ling nodded with a smile, ruffling her hair before departing alongside Mo. As she watched the two males walk away, she turned to find Yi gazing at her with a bemused expression. Su Shengsheng's gaze faltered momentarily, a flicker of unease settling in her heart. "Have you eaten enough?" she asked, her eyes drifting to his firm abdomen as she reached out to press gently, her soft tone inadvertently appealing to Yi. Seeing her like this, the remnants of Ye's earlier frustration dissipated instantly. He took her small hand and pressed it against his defined abs, chuckling softly. "I was filled by your irritation." "That's good to hear. Next time you're hungry, you can come to me," Su Shengsheng teased, knowing he wasn't genuinely upset, merely possessive. She playfully stroked his solid abdomen, sharing a laugh with him. "I have some too. You can touch mine," Baizhu interjected, feeling a pang of jealousy. He pulled her other hand without hesitation to press it against his own stomach, challenging her with a tone of rivalry. "Isn't mine better to touch than that wolf beast's?" Su Shengsheng froze for a moment, staring incredulously at Baizhu. Could you not present her with such dilemmas? This is just inviting familial discord, she thought, discreetly withdrawing her hand and turning her gaze forward, refusing to respond. At that moment, a chorus of excited exclamations from the females caught her attention, prompting her to turn and see a burly beast man approaching, carrying a massive prey. "It's the Beast King. How impressive." "The Beast King?" Su Shengsheng heard the whispers of awe from the surrounding beast men as she curiously focused on the imposing figure. The creature he bore resembled a gigantic crocodile, covered in uneven scales, with a long tail trailing behind him, leaving a deep mark on the ground. As the beast man reached the circular platform, he dropped the Beast King with a resounding thud that shook the earth. Su Shengsheng watched in awe as he effortlessly broke off the creature's lengthy tail with his bare hands, leaving behind the bulk of the beast before lifting the tail and walking away. Shortly thereafter, several other beastmen came to drag the tailless Beast King away for processing. Chapter 89. He knows who to choose. Thank you. As some members of the guard team brought food, coinciding with Mo and Jean Ling's return, Su Shengsheng instinctively expressed her gratitude before shifting her focus to her two partners. She was unaware that the beast man who had delivered her food was the same one who had just hunted the Beast King. "Mo, Jean Ling, you're back." Observing the warm and relaxed atmosphere among her companions, the beastman's hardened expression softened for a fleeting moment. He knew whom he should choose. On the stone table lay a piece of roasted meat, its interior tender and white, while the surface was golden brown and crispy, arousing one's appetite. Su Shengsheng could not resist taking a bite, her eyes lighting up. "This roasted meat is quite delightful. Would you care to taste it?" She turned to her companions beside her, sharing her discovery. To her surprise, after a long interval of not indulging in roasted meat, it bore a unique flavor. She failed to notice the identity of the orc who had delivered the meat, yet the four males beside her were acutely aware, knowing well that she was feasting on the tail of the Beast King. Baizhu sat on a small stool, resting his elbows on the stone table while propping his chin in his hands, his gaze fixated on her as she dined. His lips remained curved in a smile, and upon hearing her, he shook his head and replied, "I shall not partake. Shengsheng should enjoy it alone without concern for us." As a male, how could he compete for food with his own little female? "No need. Please eat at your leisure," he added, smilingly refusing her offer when their eyes met. Seeing her pleasure, he discreetly added the crocodile beast to her culinary preferences, contemplating future hunts for her. though the Beast King was a rarity, reliant on luck to encounter. "Do you enjoy this? I shall venture out tomorrow to seek more," you remarked, intending to inquire about the orc from whom this delicacy originated. After all, this particular treat was found only in muddy terrains, and he had yet to discover any swampland nearby. "Is this sufficient to satisfy?" Jean Ling inquired, as he sliced the piece of roasted meat and placed it onto her plate with a gentle smile. "It is ample," Su Shengsheng affirmed, nodding. The sizable portion was twice her usual intake, yet she found herself inexplicably devouring it all. Astonished, she glanced at her still, flat abdomen. "What is happening? Is something amiss? Are you not satiated?" The attention of the males was solely focused on her, and noticing her expression, Mo's warm hand rested on her abdomen. Feeling what seemed to be an empty stomach, his brow furrowing slightly. His gaze fell upon her flat belly, as if sensing the little one within her drawing energy. Meeting the curious eyes of the other three, his expression darkened slightly. They too appeared to sense the peculiarity of the offspring within her.
Su Shengsheng, Bu Zhao.
Looked up at her four companions who were exchanging glances, asking, "What is wrong?" "Nothing at all. Have you had enough, Shengsheng? I shall fetch you more food," Jean Ling offered, rising from the stone table as if certain she had not eaten her fill. A wave of anxiety washed over her as her questioning gaze turned to the remaining three males. Could I be suffering from some grave ailment? Fear not. We shall soon find out, Mo reassured her, kneeling to caress her belly with a calming gaze. It is not you, it is the little one within. Seeing her unease, Bai Zhu laid across her legs, explaining, "The little one is the concern." "What is wrong with the little one?" Su Shengsheng asked, momentarily taken aback. Yet her instinct assured her that the child within could not possibly be in danger. Despite her uncertainty regarding this strong intuition, she felt unwavering confidence. "This little one is quite discerning. No wonder it is not growing. Only the meat of the Beast King will do," you remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, unsure of how to react to such an unexpected revelation. Is that so?" Su Shengsheng mused, touching her abdomen, feeling somewhat bemused. "Rest assured, I can provide for you all," Yi chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. "I shall ensure that this discerning little one is well cared for, even if it means consuming the meat of the Beast King daily." Moments later, Jean Ling returned, holding two pieces of meat, one from the Beast King and the other a common beast meat. As they had surmised, she consumed the entire piece from the Beast King without a trace of fullness, while she felt satiated after only 2 pieces of the ordinary meat. This indicated that the ordinary beast meat had filled her, whereas the meat from the Beast King had been absorbed by the child within her. "This." Su Shengsheng gently caressed her abdomen, glancing innocently at her 4 companions with their deep-set eyes. This was beyond her control. After all, it was her first pregnancy, and she had not anticipated such circumstances. Moreover, the child was not solely hers. When her dark, lustrous eyes fell upon Bai Zhu, he felt an immense weight upon his shoulders, as if a mountain named fatherhood was bending his spine. "Wait, it is not solely my responsibility," Bai Zhu rationalized, fairly distributing the burden among the other 3 fathers present. Unbeknownst to Su Shengsheng, her 4 companions were silently communicating, and once the females had satisfied their appetites, the round platform was set to serve its true purpose, the duel among the males. The first to step forward was the orc who had hunted the Beast King, a towering figure whose presence was formidable. The 7 stars beneath his collarbone unmistakably marked him as a 7-star beast warrior. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as the guards, familiar with him, pondered why this typically unassuming orc appeared so eager. Perhaps he had set his sights on a female? Despite knowing his high rank, other orcs were undeterred, stepping up to challenge him. Soon, another orc ascended the platform, transforming into a robust lion. The towering orc likewise shifted forms into a massive, reddish-brown elephant, with a long trunk and sharp tusks, evoking awe. With a single movement, the elephant seemed to shake the very stone platform. Observing this, Bai Yin raised his hand, casting a golden barrier that enveloped the entire arena. As an 8-star golden attribute orc, he need not worry about the 2 combatants' potential to topple off the platform and harm the watching females below. The battle between the male orcs was anything but gentle. It was brutal and bloody. The lion, embodying the fire element, and the elephant, representing the earth element, engaged in a thrilling exchange of offense and defense. Ultimately, however, the lion lacked the solid strength of the elephant and was eventually knocked down, trampled underfoot, unable to rise again. The victory belongs to the brown elephant. Next match, by Chen's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue as the victorious elephant lifted its trunk, pulling the defeated lion off the stage.